The era of universal job transition has arrived. The prodigy Su Xing rebuffs 3 SSS-grade professions, Voidwalker, Demon Eye, and Shadow Lord, opting instead for 2 D-grade vocations. Everyone ridicules him as an ignorant fool. His brothers and the Green Tea faction seize the opportunity to abandon him. The military completely obstructs his path to promotion. Yet, endowed with the ability to perceive monster weaknesses, Su Xing activates a monster-slaying mode, seizing the initiative. Slaying monsters grants freedom attribute points? This utterly eclipses the SSS-grade professions. Professions can evolve infinitely. Weakness inside expressions law, gaze expressions causality, eye expressions temporal spatial, eye expressions truth eye. Su Xing embarks on a rapid upgrade, mode devoid of bottlenecks. Heavens, I have just begun leveling up, and he has already annihilated a boss. While we are still analyzing the boss, he has already transitioned jobs. As foreign practitioners ascend to divinity, and monsters besiege the city beyond the high walls, the Dragon Kingdom teeters on the brink of annihilation amidst the despair of its practitioners. Who claims the Dragon Kingdom has no deities? Su Xing transforms into the Genesis divine tree, effortlessly vanquishing foreign divine beings, causing tremors to reverberate across the globe. The once censored Su Xing has become the only true deity in the world. Everyone laments their earlier harsh words and deeds. Chapter 1. The Fall of a Genius. The blinding light of the awakening platform prevents one from opening their eyes, as the cold electronic voice from the loudspeaker recites its lifeless lines. Number 0731, Su Xing. Talent assessment, D-grade. Talent name, Observer. The vast square is engulfed in a deathly silence, with only the cold voice monotonously repeating its mechanical lines. Following a brief silence, a cacophony of laughter and chatter erupts like a tsunami. The overwhelming sound wave and malice nearly drown Su Xing, who stands at the center of the platform. What is this? Observer? That pathetic profession that can only view monster health bars and descriptions. Goodness, this is the so-called genius who has been touted as the top student for 3 years. I expected at least an A-grade combat profession. A profession that won't survive a minute. Observation. By the time he figures out what kind of beast it is, his head will have been crushed. Among the crowd, a tall youth wears an incredulous expression, which quickly morphs into unabashed disdain. He is Li Wei, a former dorm mate and good brother with whom Su Xing once shared a packet of instant noodles. Xingzi. No, Su Xing. Li Wei's voice is not loud. It reaches clearly. What is this? Sigh, never mind. Once we leave the sanctuary, we are no longer on the same path. Take care of yourself. Beside him stands a graceful girl, Lin Qingya. She was the vision he had often imagined fighting alongside during countless nights of arduous practice. At this moment, her face, which usually bore a gentle smile, is as frigid as the eternal ice outside the sanctuary. She does not even glance at Su Xing, merely wiping her hands with a handkerchief in disgust, as if standing in the same vicinity as Su Xing had sullied her. Li Wei has departed. There is nothing more to discuss with a D-grade profession. Do not waste time. The voice is crisp, yet it stings deeper than the most venomous curse. Su Xing stands rooted in place, his body swaying slightly. He disregarded the mocking faces and turned a deaf ear to the caustic remarks. It was as if his world had been muted, leaving only the incessant buzzing of tinnitus. The so-called halo of genius, under the weight of the D-grade label, shattered into irretrievable fragments. This world, since the incursion of aberrant beasts a century ago, had become strikingly pragmatic. Humanity retreated into colossal cities known as sanctuaries, merely existing in a state of survival. Strength and talent emerged as the sole passports to existence. Lacking power, the title of genius scholar is nothing more than a worthless piece of paper, even a jest. In the VIP section, a middle-aged man clad in a suit, his hair slicked back, abruptly rose, his countenance ashen. He did not glance at Su Xing on the stage, but turned to Su Xing's homeroom teacher, Yin Shang, a captivating young woman, and unleashed a tirade upon her. Yin Shang, is this the paragon of genius you promised me? A once-in-a-century prodigy. A mere target for others. A observer? Pathetic. A waste of space, seeking fame, without merit. Do you have any idea how many resources our school advanced for him? All gone to waste. Yin Shang's face turned pale as she stood there in her well-fitted teacher's attire, appearing somewhat helpless. Her full lips trembled as she looked toward her superior, attempting to defend Su Xing. Director Zhang. Su Xing has always worked diligently. Perhaps the awakening platform malfunctioned. Silence. Director Zhang brusquely interrupted her, his eyes ablaze with disappointment and fury. Spare me your excuses. Effective immediately, all privileges extended to him at Nanjing No. 1 High School are hereby revoked. I never wish to see that name again. With that, he stormed away without a backward glance, leaving Yin Shang alone, rigid under the multitude of gloating gazes. Su Xing witnessed it all. He observed the convulsions of Zhang's lips as he spat his vitriol. He perceived the moisture pooling in Yunshang's eyes, fighting back tears. He noted the relief washing over Li Wei's face as he turned away. He perceived the icy detachment in Lin Qingya's eyes, a delineation of abandonment. He felt an indescribable weariness welling up from his core, but rather than despair, it birthed an eerie calmness. To be manipulated, to be labeled, to be scorned. He loathed it all. To hell with genius. To hell with expectations. To hell with degrade. Su Xing inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling violently. He paid no heed to the tumult below, instead undertaking an action that left everyone bewildered. He activated his professional talent once more. Observer. Yet this time, his target was not a single individual, but rather the cold, ancient awakening platform beneath his feet. A profound hum resonated. In an instant, the world before Su Xing transformed entirely. No longer was he amidst the brightly lit venue, nor surrounded by throngs of people. The entire world resembled a shattered mirror, with countless bizarre images, sounds, and sensations cascading like a deluge into his consciousness. He beheld a realm of chaos and heard the primordial roar that heralded the dawn of creation. He witnessed a divine entity stepping forth from the cosmic sea, casting forth rays of brilliance that birthed myriad beings. He observed the ancient tumult where gods and demons clashed, the fragmented divinity swirling like meteors across the river of time. These were the temporal fragments recorded by this awakening platform, remnants of ages past. The true purpose of the observer was not merely to glimpse monstrous panels. Rather, it was to observe all things, discern their origins, trace their histories, and even capture fleeting miracles. His consciousness flailed and struggled within the boundless temporal shards, like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline. Excruciating pain reverberated through his soul, yet he endured, fueled by an indomitable tenacity. At last, amidst the nearly dissipated primordial fragments, he discerned threads of golden light, finer than hair. That was the residual divinity emanating from an indescribable ancient deity upon its demise. It was this. Su Xing, driven by instinct, channeled all his mental fortitude toward those threads of divinity, grasping fiercely. "Come to me," he roared within his mind. In the next moment, an unprecedented shift occurred in the realm of reality. The once silent, awakening platform began to tremble violently without warning. The ancient runes upon its pedestal seemed to be imbued with life, illuminating one after another with resplendent brilliance. Boom! A robust golden beam soared heavenward, piercing the venue's ceiling and illuminating the night sky over the Nanjing sanctuary. Everyone present gaped in astonishment, their derision and disdain frozen in a comically bewildered expression. Before they could comprehend the unfolding events, boom! A second beam erupted skyward. Boom! A third. 3 radiant pillars symbolizing the highest professional rank of humanity, SSS grade, stood side by side, resembling divine swords capable of cleaving the heavens, their oppressive aura causing all present to quail, nearly collapsing to the ground. The venue fell into an eerie silence. At the center of this brilliance stood the youth previously deemed a waste. Gradually, he rose from the ground. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his body drenched in sweat, but within his deep, dark eyes, the 3 divine pillars reflected back at him. A brand new talent panel slowly materialized within his consciousness. Chapter 2. An unfathomable choice. I opt for the most insignificant. What in the world is that? Behold, golden pillars of light. 1, 2, 3 of them. Good heavens. My eyes. 3 pillars of SSS grade evaluation. Since the establishment of the South River Sanctuary, even a single S grade has been a cause for celebration. Yet here we stand before 3 SSS grades. The electronic voice from the loudspeaker crackled like a broken record, unable to utter another sound. The roaring laughter of the crowd was crushed into dust before the 3 divine pillars that pierced the heavens and the earth. The faces that had been so animated just moments ago now froze in shock, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside, emitting wheezing sounds like a deflating bellows. The oppressive force of the light pillars gripped everyone's necks like a tangible hand, pinning them in place, immobile. Fear and reverence caused the weak-willed to collapse, the stench of excrement and urine permeating the air in a confined space. At the center of the radiance, Su Xing gradually stood tall, indifferent to the grotesque display of those around him. At this moment, his consciousness drifted through a brand new universe. 3 magnificent concepts, beyond verbal description, slowly took shape in his mental realm. To the left lay a realm of pure void, not darkness nor emptiness, but a domain where even the concept of existence had been obliterated. With a mere thought, everything material in reality could be drawn into this nothingness, utterly returning to oblivion. Void Walker. This was not a profession, it was divine authority. To the right floated 2 eyeballs, resembling black holes, reflecting the rise and fall of myriad runes. When his consciousness connected with them, all laws, formations, and extraordinary abilities composed of energy in the world appeared as childlike scribbles before him, riddled with flaws and utterly fragile. A single glance could bring them crashing down. Law-breaking dual eyes. The calamity of all spellcasters, the terminator of all laws. And at the center was an endless realm of shadows. Countless twisted, terrifying shadow creatures roared and crawled, awaiting the command of their singular sovereign. He felt he could open a door to reality at any moment, unleashing an army of undying spirits from the realm of imaginary numbers. Shadow Lord. One person, one nation. A torrent of power washed over his nearly exhausted spirit, like parched earth welcoming a refreshing rain, every cell rejoicing and exulting. An unprecedented sense of strength surged from the depths of his soul. This was power. No, impossible. In the crowd, Li Wei's face turned as pale as a ghost. His gaze fixed on the figure on the stage that he had just scorned, his throat constricting as he struggled to articulate a single word. Regret? No. That scarcely encapsulated his current emotions. It was a twisted mixture of jealousy, fear, and a hint of resentment. Why him? Why was it he? He would rather Su Xing truly be a degrade waste than witness his divine demeanor. He wished nothing more than to see the genius reduced to nothing. Beside him, Lin Xingyao trembled slightly. The beautiful face that always bore an icy superiority now drained of color. Her knuckles whitened as she gripped her handkerchief, as if intent on crushing the fine silk. Finally, she turned her gaze to Su Xing, but in her eyes, there was no longer disdain or condescension. Only profound shock and a trace of humble regret she was reluctant to acknowledge. Xingya, he. Li Wei's voice was hoarse, as if sanded down. Lin Xingya offered no response, merely biting her lip so hard it nearly drew blood. Teacher Yunshang could no longer maintain her composure as a mentor. She clutched the railing, her chest heaving violently, her elegant outfit accentuating the dramatic curves of her figure. Tears streamed down her exquisite cheeks, not of sorrow, but of intense, ecstatic joy. She gazed at Su Xing on the stage, the boy abandoned by all, yet tearing apart the heavens in his moment of despair, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Well done. Excellent, Su Xing, my student. She cared not for the stunned elites around her, nor for the expression of Director Zhang, who had just stormed off. In this moment, she only wished to cheer wholeheartedly for her student. And at that very instant, the recently stabilized South River Sanctuary was once again swept by an invisible wave. Beyond the sanctuary, in the remote wilderness, several SSS-grade aberrations, feasting on the remains of colossal beasts, abruptly raised their heads. Their crimson eyes fixated on the direction of the South River Sanctuary, emitting an uneasy growl. In the capital, within the highest military command center, a shrill alarm pierced the air. Report. The World Tree Energy Monitoring System is overloaded. An unresolvable energy source has been detected at coordinates of the South River Sanctuary. What? An elderly man, bearing the insignia of a general, slammed his palm on the table, his murky eyes suddenly alight with intensity. Immediately, he connected with the South River Military District. At any cost, locate the energy source. If it is a professional, grant him the highest authority. S-grade. No. SSS-grade authority. Inform them that the mightiest guardian in the history of Huagua may have descended. Yet the instigator of it all, Su Xing, remained unimmersed in the ecstasy of acquiring a divine-grade talent. His brows knitted tightly, for within the three resplendent, sacred lights, beneath the shadows of those magnificent talents, he discerned a point, a speck smaller than dust, dimmer than starlight. It hung there quietly, invisible to any but those whose perception had been honed to the utmost by the observer ability. Could it be the fourth talent? Su Xing's heart raced, instinctively directing his observer ability toward that inconspicuous point. Buzz. No panel, no introduction. Su Xing's mind felt as if it had collided head-on with a supernova. His consciousness was abruptly dragged into an indescribable chaos. There was no time, no space, no laws. Only an infinitely violent power capable of tearing everything apart, entwined, colliding, obliterating. The energy contained within, merely a trace of its dispersion, was a terrifying magnitude a billion times greater than the sum of the three SSS-grade talents he had just acquired. PFF. Su Xing coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body swaying, golden stars dancing before his eyes. He felt as though his very soul was on the brink of being torn apart by that chaos. This was a realm beyond the grasp of his current mental strength. An overwhelming dizziness and excruciating pain surged like a tidal wave, and he could no longer hold on. His body softened, collapsing onto the cold awakening platform. Before his consciousness was completely engulfed by darkness, his mind was left with nothing but a chaotic tempest, frenzied and disordered, yet seemingly brimming with infinite possibilities. Chapter 3. An unprecedented dual D-class waste. A gentle, soft touch, accompanied by a fragrance reminiscent of orchids, pulled Su Xing back from the shattering sense of chaos. He struggled to open his eyes, his vision gradually sharpening, and the first sight that greeted him was the anxious and concerned face of Teacher Yunshang. She crouched beside him, one hand gently resting on his shoulder, her well-tailored dress accentuating a breathtaking curve at her chest. rising and falling slightly with her hurried breaths. Su Xing, how are you? Don't frighten your teacher. Her voice trembled ever so slightly, the traces of tears still fresh at the corners of her eyes. Now shrouded in a veil of worry, Su Xing shook his head, his throat dry as if on fire. He braced himself against the cold surface, struggling to stand. The three divine light pillars that had pierced the heavens had long since vanished, and within his consciousness, the three majestic talents, Void Walker, Demon Eye of Disruption, Lord of Shadows, had also dissipated like a mirage, leaving behind a solitary, new talent panel. Talent, Seed of Slumber. Rating, D. Description, an unknown seed that appears to be in a dormant state, utterly useless. Haha, I'm about to lose my mind with laughter. After all this, it turns out the awakening platform malfunctioned. Dual D-class. Good grief, a D-class observer, paired with a D-class Seed of Slumber? The most abysmal of the abysmal. This is truly a miracle in the annals of talent. After a brief moment of silence, the square erupted with laughter, tenfold more intense than before. The sharp, unabashed malice pierced like countless poison needles aimed at the two individuals on the stage. Li Wei exaggeratedly slapped his thigh, laughing until tears nearly flowed. He took a long breath, moving closer to Lin Qingya, his voice dripping with a sense of relief and disdain. Qingya, I told you. How could a waste like him awaken an SSS-level talent? The energy core of the awakening platform must have malfunctioned. It gave me quite a scare. Lin Qingya's taut body began to relax, and she lifted her proud chin once more, a near-cruel satisfaction flickering across her icy features. She gazed at Su Xing, supported by Yun Shang, her eyes reflecting the disdain one would reserve for a pile of trampled, repugnant refuse. Li Wei, let us go. Don't mention that name again. It disgusts me. She retrieved a fresh handkerchief from her bag, leisurely wiping her fingers. Yun Shang's face turned pale, her full lips quivering as she attempted to admonish the students, but the tsunami of ridicule drowned out her solitary voice. She could only position herself slightly in front of Su Xing, akin to a hen shielding her chicks, despite the futility of the gesture. Su Xing, don't heed their words. Talent does not define everything. Your teacher believes in you, she consoled, her voice feeling parched even to her own ears. At that moment, a series of rapid, heavy footsteps approached. Several individuals clad in black combat uniforms, emblazoned with the emblem of a sword and eagle, surrounded a middle-aged man bearing two golden stars on his shoulders, striding purposefully towards them. The man, around 50, had a face chiseled like stone, with eyes as sharp as a hawk. The iron-blooded aura emanating from him stilled the commotion in the square. General Lei, someone recognized him and gasped in astonishment. Lei Zhinshan, the highest commander of the Southern Jiang Sacred Military. Ignoring everyone around him, he marched straight to the stage, his gaze piercing and fixed intently on Su Xing. Before his arrival, he had already learned from a preliminary report about the three SSS-level light pillars. At this moment, his heart raced with boundless anticipation for humanity's future. Child, let me see your talent. Lei Zhinshan's voice was deep and authoritative, the fervor in his eyes nearly capable of melting Su Xing. Su Xing said nothing, merely sharing his talent panel. The expression on Lei Zhinshan's face froze instantly upon viewing the panel. The fervor of expectation was doused, as if he had been doused with a bucket of ice-cold water, leaving him chilled to the core. Observer D-class. Seed of Slumber D-class. A deathly silence enveloped the square. Everyone held their breath, watching the general's reaction. 1 second. 2 seconds. Ha, ha. Lei Zhinshan suddenly let out a low laugh. But there was no trace of joy in it, only endless coldness and disappointment. He lifted his head, his gaze shifting from anticipation to a mix of pity and fury, as if looking upon a corpse or a fool. Waste. His thunderous roar reverberated, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. Fool. Idiot. Lei Zhinshan pointed an accusatory finger at Su Xing, trembling with rage, spitting as he spoke. The awakening platform recorded the entire process. 3 choices. That was 3 thoroughfares leading to the divine throne. Void Walker, Demon Eye of Disruption, Lord of Shadows. Any one of them would have been sufficient for our Huaxia to stand atop the world. You foolish simpleton. You actually chose to abandon all of that for a D-class piece of trash. Are you insulting us? Are you dishonoring those heroes who died on the walls defending the sacred grounds? Huh. His words detonated like a bomb within the crowd. It turned out, the awakening platform had not malfunctioned. 3 SSS-level talents had indeed descended, and this waste, ridiculed by all, had actually, voluntarily forsaken them. Heavens, is he a fool? I want to kill him. That was SSS level. Yun Shang was utterly stunned, unable to believe her eyes as she looked at Su Xing, then at the enraged Lei Zhinshan. Her mouth agape, yet unable to utter a single word. Taking a deep breath, Lei Zhinshan's fury gradually extinguished, replaced by a chilling silence. He turned to face the crowd, issuing a verdict with the weight of his generalship. Relay my orders. From this moment forth, Su Xing, a student of Southern Jiangno, one high school, due to his unfathomable choice, has squandered humanity's most precious miracle, and his actions are tantamount to treason. permanently revoke his eligibility for admission to any higher education institution, military department, or official establishment, permanently seal all access to his resource allocations. I do not wish to see this foolish name on any official documents again. He is the disgrace of the southern Jiang's sacred grounds. With that, General Lei Jinshan turned on his heel, leaving behind a cold and resolute silhouette. The world seemed to fall utterly silent. All the mockery, disdain, anger, and pity coalesced into an invisible net that ensnared Su Xing at this moment. Yet, remarkably, Su Xing remained serene. He paid no heed to the pallid visage of teacher Yun Shang, nor did he glance at Li Wei and Lin Qingya, whose expressions were rife with schadenfreude. His consciousness lingered in the tumultuous chaos. What he possessed was far beyond a mere D-grade talent. Void Walker, Dual Eyes of Disruption, Lord of Shadows. Those three so-called SSS-grade talents were but trifling ripples upon the surface of that chaotic ocean. What he had acquired was the entirety of the ocean itself, albeit still slumbering. Slowly, Su Xing raised his head, his obsidian eyes as tranquil as a still pond. He gazed past the faces surrounding him, fixating instead on the dark archway at the end of the square, leading to the novice trial grounds. Initial Forest. Amidst a chorus of mockery, pity, and gleeful malice, Su Xing gently pushed away teacher Yun Shang's supportive hand and descended the platform step by step. He did not look at anyone, striding directly toward the dense forest. Chapter 4, a textbook-level divine slide. The moment Su Xing stepped through the portal, the scene before him was violently twisted and reassembled by an unseen hand. The garish colors faded, replaced by a damp atmosphere infused with the scent of earth and decaying matter. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, allowing only dappled light to filter through, casting silent shadows in the dim woods. Behind him, the inky archway had yet to fully dissipate, and the mocking voices eagerly pursued him. Look, that double D-grade waste has really gone in. Doesn't he think the trial ground is a park, does he? He probably can't even handle a wild boar's droppings while it's still warm. Ha ha ha, I bet 5 copper coins he won't last 10 minutes. The raucous laughter buzzed like an irritating fly. Yet, Su Xing remained oblivious, not even casting a glance back, as if those voices emanated from a realm entirely disconnected from his own. To him, the external clamor and malice paled in comparison to the importance of acclimating to the forest's dim light. His silhouette swiftly melded into the shadow of a colossal ancient tree. Leaning against the rough bark, he took a deep breath, expelling the last remnants of the square's air, mingled with jealousy and folly, before summoning his attribute panel. Su Xing. Class, Observer, D-grade. Level, 1. Physique, 10. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Spirit, 10. Health, 200. Mana, 100. Attack, 40. Defense, 40. Initial skills, Weakness Analysis, Energy Scan, Energy Siphon, Passive. Hidden Class, Slumbering Seed, D-grade, 0. The panel appeared rather meager. However, Su Xing's gaze lingered on the 4-dimensional attributes, and his previously heavy heart inexplicably found some solace. A dual D-grade class meant that the initial attributes were not solely D-grade, but represented the sum of 2 professions. Each foundational value of physique, strength, agility, and spirit was 5 points, thus doubling to 10 points. This already positioned him at the starting line of a standard C-grade profession. Although the growth coefficient per level was a dismal 0. 5 times, he possessed the advantage of 2 0.5 multipliers. This starting point was not as hopeless as he had imagined. His fingertips glided across the ethereal panel, sequentially clicking on the detailed descriptions of the 3 skills. Weakness Analysis and Energy Scan were the core abilities of the observer, one for insight and the other for enemy detection, complementing each other harmoniously. The passive skill, Energy Siphon, had no noted source. Su Xing's thoughts raced. The only variable on the panel was the percentage progress bar of the D-grade hidden class, Slumbering Seed. 0. Was the absorption of energy intended for the seed's evolution? A bold yet rational notion quietly took root in his mind. He gripped the rusty novice iron sword tightly, its cold touch sharpening his senses. Novice iron sword, black iron grade. Attributes, strength 10. Description, a perfunctory creation of a blacksmith, barely adequate. Upon equipping it, his attributes shifted to strength 10, expression 20. Attack, 40, expression 80. Evidently, each point of strength corresponded to 4 points of attack. Excellent. At least his attack power had reached 80. With resolution, Su Xing adjusted his breathing and, like a phantom, silently advanced deeper into the forest. Not far into his journey, a series of heavy, labored breaths and the sound of earth being disturbed reached his ears. A robust, Tusker boar LV1, black iron grade, covered in filthy black bristles, came into view. This was it. Su Xing's eyes sharpened, and he silently intoned, Weakness Analysis. In an instant, the world around him seemed to drain of color, transforming into a gray-white space composed of countless data streams. The boar, engrossed in its meal, suddenly displayed several red highlighted areas of varying intensity. Back, high defense, non-lethal. Lower abdomen, weak point, capable of inflicting moderate damage. Rear, fatal weakness. The creature's anal sphincter will briefly relax due to extreme tension 14 seconds before charging, resulting in a 90 reduction in defense at that moment. Gazing at the glaring red data stream, Su Xing's lips involuntarily twitched. A wild, efficient, and flavorful plan instantly took shape in his mind. Without hesitation, he deliberately stepped on a dry twig beneath him. Crack! The crisp sound echoed sharply in the stillness of the forest. Roar! The tusker boar abruptly lifted its head. Its small eyes squeezed to a slit by fat, instantly locking onto Su Xing, a savage red light flashing in its gaze. It pawed the ground, and with a bellow, charged forth like an out-of-control pickup truck. Now was the moment. Su Xing advanced rather than retreating, rushing headlong into the foul wind. When they were merely 3 meters apart, just as the boar's curved tusks were about to graze his body, he suddenly dropped low, a slide so textbook-worthy it could be included in any kinesiology manual. Yet occurring in the most inappropriate of contexts, he surged forward, skimming the ground. Time seemed to slow, and Su Xing could distinctly see the boar's twisted face filled with rage, as well as the white vapor erupting from its nostrils. In his grasp, the tattered iron sword carved a chilling arc from bottom to top, slicing with precision and fluidity, exploiting the fleeting moment of relaxation that lasted mere milliseconds. As it plunged into the area designated by data as a critical weakness, with a dull thud that sent a jolt through one's very bones, the blade found its mark. Above the wild boar's head, a scarlet numeral for a critical hit soared into the sky. 500. Its momentum abruptly ceased. The massive body froze in place, and then it emitted a shrill, heart-wrenching wail that pierced the heavens before crashing to the ground. Its limbs twitched twice before falling silent. Killed a level 1 tusker, gained 100 experience points. Acquired, boar hide, emoji 1, tusks, emoji 2, copper coins, emoji 5. A small pile of spoils materialized beside the boar's carcass. Simultaneously, a gentle golden light radiated from Su Xing, swiftly permeating through his limbs and bones. It was warm and exceedingly pleasant. Level increased to 2. Su Xing let out a long breath, rising from the ground without so much as a glance at the loot, promptly opening his attribute panel. Constitution, 13, Strength, 22. Agility, 12, Spirit, 13. Although there was a slight increase in attribute points, Su Xing immediately calculated in his mind. Leveling up granted a boost of 10 attribute points. Considering a talent level coefficient of 1, and accounting for occupation-oriented bonuses, it was neither more nor less. Yet this growth, compared to the terrifying 10-fold coefficient of SSS grade, paled in comparison to the triple boost of S grade. The higher the level, the more pronounced this disparity would become, ultimately forming an insurmountable chasm. A sense of urgency surged within him. However, just as he prepared to close the panel, his pupils constricted sharply. His gaze fixated on the very bottom of the attribute panel. Beneath the rows of familiar data, a line appeared that he had never encountered nor seen in any textbook. Free attribute points. 1. Chapter 5, Professional Team, Handling the Aftermath. Free attribute points. Su Xing's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this something one only acquired upon completing significant world tasks or successfully switching professions? He had merely slain the weakest of the Trial Dungeon's minions. A stunning revelation struck him like a bolt of divine lightning, illuminating the chaos in his mind. His golden finger, the true potential lurking beneath Observer and Sleeping Seed, might also stem from the special talents conferred by these two professions. It was the act of slaying monsters that granted him free attribute points. He instantly grasped the implications. What did the disparity in growth coefficients matter? While others might gain 30 or even 100 points upon leveling up, he, despite only receiving 10 points, could earn an additional point for every monster he killed. Slaying 20 would allow him to match S grade. Slaying 90 would elevate him to SSS grade. As long as he killed enough, there would be no upper limit to his attribute growth. What was SSS grade after all? A wave of ecstasy erupted within him like a volcanic explosion, threatening to overwhelm his composure as he nearly could not restrain a primal roar toward the heavens. Yet he ultimately held back. Without hesitation, he allocated that precious point of free attribute to agility. Agility, 12, emoji, 13. The newfound lightness brought by that single point of agility flowed through him like a gentle stream, imparting a barely perceptible buoyancy to his legs. Greater agility meant enhanced speed, which translated to a higher margin for error in his sliding maneuvers. Time was of the essence. The monster-slaying task was paramount. For the first time, a fierce passion for hunting monsters ignited in Su Xing's previously placid gaze. Just as he was about to seek his next target to further hone his divine sliding tactics, he suddenly paused. A faint yet undeniably real warmth was emanating from the now cold carcass of the tusker, slowly merging with the tattered iron sword still clutched in his hand. This sensation, he felt a stirring in his heart, and promptly reopened the attribute panel. His gaze swept over all the data, ultimately locking onto the inconspicuous line of gray text at the bottom. Hidden Profession, Sleeping Seed, D grade 01. The progress bar shifted from 0 to 01. So that was it. Energy absorption, was a passive skill that automatically siphoned the residual energy core from slain creatures. Killing monsters not only yielded experience and precious free attribute points, but also charged the sleeping seed, facilitating the evolution of this enigmatic hidden profession. This was my foundation, a threefold benefit. The tidal wave of elation threatened to breach the dam of his composure. Su Xing inhaled deeply, forcing down the corners of his mouth that threatened to curl into a smile, his gaze igniting with fervor. These monsters were but stepping stones for his rapid ascension in power. He swiftly gathered the boar hide, tusks, and a few meager copper coins from the ground, stuffing them into his backpack without a second glance. Subsequently, he activated Energy Scan. Buzz. The world before him instantly unfolded into an additional dimension. Centered around him, a circular perception area with a radius of 50 meters silently expanded. In this zone, trees appeared as faint green dots, while living beings manifested as energy orbs of varying brightness. To his left front, at the 7 o'clock position, a similar energy fluctuation indicated a solitary wild boar. His mind, akin to the most sophisticated biological radar, swiftly locked onto the next target. Su Xing's figure transformed into a specter darting through the shadows of the forest. He was no longer a novice tester entering the dense woods, but rather the most efficient, most ruthless butcher. His combat mode was compressed to its utmost efficiency. Utilizing Energy Scan for precise targeting, he seamlessly evaded all groups of wild boars with 2 or more members, deliberately selecting the unfortunate loners as his prey. The entire process flowed like water, taking no more than 10 seconds. Drawing aggro, anticipation, sliding maneuver, critical hit, sheathing the sword, collecting loot, moving toward the next target. The outskirts of the dense forest echoed with the short, piercing, and humiliated cries of the tusker. The system's cold notifications, in his ears, transformed into the most exquisite symphony in the world. Killed a tusker, gained 200 experience, 1 free attribute point, sleeping seed progress 02. Killed a tusker, gained 400 experience, 1 free attribute point, sleeping seed progress 04. Level increased to 3. Level increased to 4. An hour later, as yet another tusker fell with a resentful wail. Su Xing's level had already ascended to 5. Within the confines of his backpack, the quantities of pigskin and fong had long surpassed 99, and he had even procured dozens of black iron grade, iron swords, leather armor, and boots. The progress of this seed of slumber steadily grew to 25, indicating that he needed a further 75 points to witness its evolution. Su Xing was quite eager about it. In a single hour, he had dispatched 100 wild boars, a pace that was nothing short of terrifying. Even an SSS-grade professional might struggle to match such efficiency. Much of Su Xing's time had been devoted to locating wild boars. Otherwise, his speed would have been even swifter. He unhesitatingly allocated all 100 precious free attribute points to agility. Agility, 19, emoji 119. At that moment, his form moved with such swiftness that it seemed to leave behind an afterimage. Just then, at the teleportation entrance of the initial forest, a flash of light flickered. The first batch of well-prepared newcomers, filled with confidence, finally formed their teams and stepped into this land. Ha ha ha, make way, make way. Our Gale squad has arrived. Are you all ready? Today, let me show you the prowess of my A-class profession, Child of the Wind. I've heard there are plenty of wild boars in the initial secret realm, perfect for our captain to practice on. Clad in organized gear and brimming with enthusiasm, they seem to envision themselves rampaging forth, their levels skyrocketing. However, upon truly stepping into the forest, all were rendered speechless. Contrary to expectations, there were no novice monsters scurrying about, but rather a deathly silence, punctuated only by a ground littered with wild boar corpses. Each carcass bore a similar fate, as if crafted by the same monstrous hand, their flesh torn and entrails brutally mangled by some sharp weapon, the scene utterly tragic. What the hell? What is going on? Where are the monsters? One team member rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the bizarre crime scene before him. Who the hell is so malicious as to clear out all the novice dungeon monsters? The fiery-tempered captain of the A-class profession glared at the desolate forest, cursing furiously. This is robbing us of our fortunes. Undeterred, they bravely ventured deeper into the forest for several hundred meters. The result? They collided head-on with a level 4. Muscle-bound, raging wild boar. Roar. Upon sighting them, the boar's eyes turned crimson, and without a moment's hesitation, it charged. Run. How can this wild boar be so high level? Has it gone mad? Why is it suddenly enraged? Amidst the screams, this well-equipped genius squad failed to unleash a single competent skill before they were tossed about. Instantly transformed into streaks of white light, teleported out. The most precious exploration time of their novice phase was thus squandered in humiliation and frustration. Chapter 6. You were told to clear the wilderness, not the entire field. Meanwhile, outside the initial forest, a vast light screen distinctly displayed the status of all newcomers. Strange. Why have the energy signals of monsters in the outer region vanished in such a short time? A monitoring instructor frowned, gazing at the numerous extinguished red dots on the screen. Could high-level monsters have appeared in the periphery? The principal and several high-ranking officials cast grave expressions as they observed the white lights on the screen flickering on and off, signifying the elimination of newcomers. This initial trial had become exceedingly tumultuous. Among the crowd, only Su Xing remained composed. Her full lips pressed tightly together, her gaze did not linger on the eliminated geniuses. Instead, she fixed her attention on a light point steadily moving between the outer and middle layers of the map. That light belonged to Su Xing. If not for her keen observation, it would have gone unnoticed. She clearly saw the signals of the surrounding representative monsters being devoured by him. Then she watched as his levels surged rapidly, from level 1 to level 2, and then to level 5. That rate of ascent far outstripped any A-class or S-class genius. Su Xing silently clenched her fists, her eyes reflecting deep concern, yet also a hint of anticipation and pride that even she herself had not recognized. The anomalies of this forest. They must be connected to him. At this moment, the stench of blood outside the initial forest had intensified to an almost unbearable degree. The air was thick with an eerie silence. The wind rustled through the treetops, no longer producing a pleasant sound, but rather carrying a sticky, nauseating odor. Su Xing halted his steps, not due to fatigue, but because he had keenly sensed something amiss. It was too quiet. Even the chirping of insects and the calls of birds had vanished, as if all the creatures of the forest were holding their breath in fear. He had just allocated another point of free attribute to agility. Agility, 119, emoji 120. At that moment, he needed only a single thought for his body to react in ways beyond ordinary comprehension. This extreme control over his physical form heightened his perception of the environment. Something was wrong. Su Xing crouched down, placing his palm gently on the ground. Energy scan had already been activated, and a radar map with a 50-meter radius was vividly clear in his mind. Yet this time, aside from the faint green glow emanating from a few surrounding trees, there were no red dots of life energy. This was abnormal. Even if he had eradicated all the wild boars in the vicinity, it was impossible for not a single squirrel or bird to remain. They had fled. No, they had escaped. Just then, a faint tremor emanated from the ground beneath his hand. Once, then again, like a slumbering giant slowly turning. An overwhelming pressure, suffocating in its intensity, radiated from the middle region of the forest towards the periphery. Su Xing's pupils dilated. At the edge of his energy scan perception, deep beneath the earth, a once dormant, colossal energy source was now stirring, as if awakened by molten lava. This energy was 100 times more potent than any fanged wild boar he had previously slain. A boss. Rather than feeling fear, a surge of excitement welled up within him. He swiftly suppressed all his presence, like a falling leaf, silently scaling a towering tree, concealing himself amidst the dense canopy, gazing toward the source of that explosive energy. What the hell? Have all the wild boars in this forest been wiped out? It's been nearly half an hour, and I haven't seen a single hair of a pig. Don't worry, according to the map provided by my family, if we traverse this outer area, there will be higher-level silver wolves in the middle layer, and they are our true targets. However, at present, there is no way to elevate our levels. When we encounter the silver wolf, the pressure will be immense. What are you afraid of? Your awakening is not akin to that of the worthless Su Xing, who possesses a mere D-grade profession. Even at level 1, you could easily overpower him. Moreover, with the finely crafted equipment bestowed upon us by our family, why fear the silver wolf? Not far from Su Xing's hiding spot, a small team of 5 was traversing the forest, their voices filled with expletives. They were well equipped, each member adorned with at least 2 pieces of black iron-grade gear. The leader, a young man wielding a massive shield shimmering with a bronze luster, bore an air of arrogance. It was, astonishingly, a bronze-grade weapon. Everyone, rally your spirits. Do not be intimidated by the pitiful screams of those incompetent freshmen. The young man, Wang Tao, one of the A-grade prodigies from the South River Sanctuary and a paladin by profession, sneered at the distant cries of other newcomers being eliminated by the raging wild boars. A bunch of useless individuals who can't even handle black iron-grade wild boars dares to compete with us for the ultimate trial rewards? Just let Wang Gu take charge, and all elite monsters will kneel before us. Once we slay the silver wolf and claim the equipment, we shall rightfully be the first. The flattery from his teammates only intensified the arrogance etched upon Wang Tao's face. Oblivious to the peril they were inching towards, they pressed on. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the forest, catching them off guard. The sound bore no resemblance to any beast's roar. It resonated like a mountain in fury, causing the very earth to tremble in response. Wang Tao's team turned pale in an instant. The terrifying sound wave disoriented them, as if their insides had been rearranged, leaving their minds blank and their bodies unsteady. What is that? A trembling team member stammered. Wang Tao gripped his shield tightly, forcing himself to shout. What are you panicking for? Steady yourselves. Prepare for battle as we practiced in class. Yet, before his words could fade, a thunderous sound, like war drums, grew closer. The ground quaking with increasing intensity. Enormous trees were being obliterated, snapped in half, and crashing to the ground. At long last, the colossal creature broke through the final barrier of trees and appeared before them. It was a gigantic wild boar. Its size 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary wild boar. Its hide shimmered with a cold metallic silver, unlike the usual dark hue. Its tusks were as thick as a knight's lance, even adorned with menacing barbs. Its eyes resembled two blazing, ferocious orbs of blood-red fire. Toothed Boar King LV5, Silver Grade Boss. Health, 10200. Attack, 880. Defense, 880. Skills. Brutal Charge. After a low growl, it performs a devastating linear charge, inflicting 200 attack damage on all enemies in its path, with a high probability of causing knockback and stunning effects. Frenzied Bite. Once it latches onto a target, it inflicts 220 damage per second until the target breaks free or it receives significant damage. Boar King's Blood Rage. Triggered when health falls below 10. It enters a frenzied state, increasing attack power by 30, speed by 20, while decreasing defense by 40. The attack inflicts a bleeding effect, causing a loss of 50 health per second for 5 seconds. Silver Iron Armor. Passive. Its body is covered with silver skin armor refined by the energy of the Earth's veins, providing high physical defense and reducing damage by 30. Description. The true ruler of the initial forest periphery, king of the Toothy Boar clan. It has long slumbered deep underground, absorbing the energy of the earth. The gruesome deaths of its kin and the overwhelming stench of blood awaken it, driving it to annihilate all intruders within its territory. One of the support girls behind Wang Tao, upon merely glimpsing the boss information, collapsed in terror. A silver grade boss. We must flee. What are you joking about? Another team member cried, his voice tinged with despair. 880 defense. And it reduces damage by 30. How can we even fight? With over 10,000 health. Even if it stood still for us to attack, it wouldn't lose a single point of health. Despair washed over the team like a tidal wave, submerging them in hopelessness. Their once proud equipment felt as fragile as mere parchment before the monstrous attributes of this creature. The countenance of A-grade Paladin Wang Tao, stripped of its arrogance, was now a visage of shock and disbelief. But retreat was not an option. He was A-grade. He was the chosen one. He could not display any semblance of cowardice before a boss in a novice dungeon. Silence. Wang Tao bellowed, forcibly suppressing the terror within him, his face contorting into a mask of manic ferocity. It's just a pig. I am an A-grade paladin. Hold your ground. Everyone focus your attacks. He raised his bronze shield high, placing all his remaining dignity and pride as an A-grade genius upon this single strike. The blood-red eyes of the Toothed Boar King locked onto the intruding party. Brutal charge. In the next instant, its massive form transformed into an out-of-control silver war chariot, barreling towards Wang Tao. Come on. Wang Tao's eyes burned red as he channeled all his strength into the shield, bracing for impact at the forefront of the charge. Then came the thunderous crash, more ominous than any prior collision. Before the overwhelming power of the Toothed Boar King, Wang Tao's once proud bronze shield shattered like fragile glass, unable to withstand even a second, bursting into a shower of fragments. The weapon was destroyed. Next, it was Wang Tao's body. The confidence and ferocity that once adorned his face were forever frozen in that moment. 1,600. He was launched into the air by the immense force, transforming into a streak of white light, shamefully teleported out of the arena. The damage, far exceeding Wang Tao's health, appeared above his head. Instant kill. The A-grade paladin had been slain in a single blow. The remaining team members had their minds utterly shattered by the nightmarish scene before them. They forgot to flee, rendered motionless as they watched the colossal shadow engulf them. Cries of despair echoed, only to be abruptly silenced. Tusks pierced, iron hooves trampled. 1,700. 1,700. In mere seconds, this once vigorous team of geniuses was annihilated, crushed like ants beneath a massive wheel. Only a few pitiful black iron equipment lay scattered at the scene. The entire process was observed in its entirety by Su Xing. Perched atop the treetops, he felt neither pity nor compassion, not even the slightest ripple of emotion. In his vision, activated by energy scan, everything that had just transpired appeared as a mere cluster of feeble green dots, effortlessly overwhelmed and consumed by a massive, blinding red orb radiating chaotic energy. He was not witnessing a massacre. Rather, he was meticulously analyzing the behavioral patterns of the Boar King. The charge was executed with remarkable speed, and its power was deemed overwhelming. Its fur boasted astonishing defensive capability, rendering black iron weapons ineffective. Its intelligence was limited, its actions predictable, solely drawn to the living beings before it. Su Xing analyzed calmly, his mind functioning like the most precise of computers, feverishly processing all the data he had just gathered. In his eyes, the fanged Boar King, which had plunged all newcomers into despair and doom, was not an invincible monster, but rather a colossal repository of experience and loot. The slaughter continued deep within the thicket. The Boar King, like a sovereign surveying its territory, ruthlessly crushed all newcomers daring to tread upon its domain, banishing them from the trial grounds. The cacophony of screams, pleas for help, and cries of despair echoed incessantly, transforming this place into a graveyard for the newly initiated. Meanwhile, The architect of this chaos, Su Xing, took a moment to steady his breath amidst the backdrop of turmoil and panic. He retrieved from his backpack all the damaged black iron swords he had previously deemed as refuse. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Like a weightless leaf drifting silently from the heights of the canopy, Su Xing descended from dozens of meters above. In his sight, the fanged boar king manifested as a colossal, pulsating red mass of energy, ferocious, chaotic, and imbued with an aura of destruction. As he observed the brief moment of stiffness following one of the boar king's charges, he accelerated suddenly, akin to a shadowy bolt of lightning skimming the ground, swiftly slipping beneath the massive creature. A flawless slide. The damaged iron sword in his hand followed the trajectory marked by weakness analysis, piercing directly into the vulnerable underbelly of the boar king. This was his tried-and-true finishing move. However, a screeching clang reverberated through the air, a sound so jarring it made one's teeth ache. The anticipated sensation of the blade sinking into flesh never materialized. Instead, an overwhelming force of recoil surged through him. Su Xing felt a sharp agony in his palm, nearly losing grip of the sword. A vivid red numeral floated above the boar king's head. 1. A negligible amount of enforced damage. The boar king, in pain, erupted in fury. It didn't even bother to turn around. Instead, its massive form smashed sideways. Boom. Su Xing's pupils constricted, his waist exerted to its utmost, twisting his body at an angle to roll away, narrowly escaping the boar king's formidable hide. Even so, his arm tingled from the impact. What a sturdy shell. He quickly retreated, establishing a distance of several meters, yet his gaze remained increasingly composed. Data flashed rapidly through his mind. The silver-grade boss presented an overwhelming tier suppression. His attack power paled in comparison to its formidable silver radiance iron armor. Boasting 880 points of defense along with a 30 damage reduction, it felt akin to mere tickling. Engaging head-on would lead to certain death. However, Su Xing's eyes were drawn to the boar king's rear, where an angry, swaying weak point beckoned. He glanced at the neatly arranged collection of dozens of broken black iron swords, dropped from ordinary wild boars, within his backpack. A bold, almost reckless thought crystallized in his mind. Roar. The fanged boar king, astonished that this insignificant insect had not perished, let out another roar. Its hooves pounding the ground as it transformed into a silver war chariot, charging wildly. This time, Su Xing did not opt for a direct confrontation. Leveraging his agility, he deftly evaded to the side, narrowly escaping the boar king's brutal charge. In the instant the massive creature brushed past him, Su Xing sprang into action. He forewent the slide, instead lowering his center of gravity to an extreme angle, swiftly retrieving a new damaged iron sword from his backpack, and with all his might, thrust it towards the boar king's most vulnerable rear. Thud. This time, the unmistakable sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out. 25. A damage number, though not particularly high, floated into view. The boar king emitted a piercing wail, its voice transformed. It thrashed its body in a frenzy, attempting to rid itself of the pesky fly at its rear. But having struck successfully, Su Xing immediately retreated, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Roar. Roar. The boar king had completely lost control. It abandoned all thought, mindlessly charging at Su Xing time and again. Yet, with Su Xing's extraordinary agility and precise anticipation of its movements, each brutal charge only resulted in the destruction of trees, kicking up clouds of dust. With each narrow miss, Su Xing repeated the same action. Draw sword. Thrust. Insert another iron sword into the same wound. Thud. 25. Thud. 25. Thud. 25. Thus, a scene both comical and tragically heroic unfolded within the initial thicket. A massive silver boar king, resembling a moving sword sheath, was adorned with dozens of black iron swords of varying lengths. As it sprinted madly, blood gushed from its rear, leaving a glaring trail on the ground. Meanwhile, the human it perceived as an ant consistently inflicted humiliating wounds upon its rear. As the health bar gradually yet steadily dwindled, the boar king's life finally dipped below the critical threshold of 10. A transformation erupted, a howl, distinct from all previous roars, filled with endless agony and fury, erupted from the depths of the boar king's throat. Its massive body momentarily froze, and then, a visible stream of crimson vapor erupted from its pores. The once silver-white fur was rapidly stained with an ominous shade of red. Those eyes, already aflame, now shone like two searchlights, bloodlight almost materializing. Boar King's blood fury was triggered. As Su Xing's heart raced with alarm, poised for his next scraping session, he suddenly witnessed the form of the Boar King blur before his eyes. So fast, his pupils constricted abruptly, and driven by instinct, he leaned back just in time. Swoosh! A blood-red fong phantom grazed perilously close to his nose, the gust of wind it created stinging his cheek. Before he could steady himself, the massive body of the Boar King executed an impossibly agile turn, charging forth again with an overwhelming surge of bloodlust. Its speed had increased by at least 20%. Su Xing, leveraging his extraordinary agility, swiftly dodged while simultaneously widening the distance. This was the advantage of having invested all his points into agility. Through his weakness analysis vision, he observed the Boar King's defense values plummeting at an alarming rate. The once impregnable silver iron armor now resembled fragile tinfoil. Danger. And yet, it was his only opportunity. He could not afford to delay. With the Boar King's current speed and attack power, a mere graze would lead to his certain demise. Come on, beast. Su Xing bellowed, not retreating but rather charging towards the Boar King. He pushed his agility to its limits, transforming mere evasion into a dance upon the edge of a blade. The Boar King's frenzied assaults narrowly missed him each time, its fangs tearing through the air, iron hooves shattering the ground, the wind pressure from each strike imposing immense resistance on Su Xing's every movement. Yet in the fleeting moments between dodges, Su Xing's iron sword found its mark, piercing repeatedly into the already ravaged rear of the beast. Stab. 195. Stab. 200. With the defense lowered by 40. Each of his strikes now dealt genuine, lethal damage. In just 4 attacks, the Boar King's health plummeted at an unprecedented rate, although it was but 4 strikes. Each time Su Xing danced upon the razor's edge, nearly being sent flying into the primal forest. Finally, after another harrowing sidestep, Su Xing seized the fleeting moment when the Boar King was spent and lacked the strength to retaliate. He hurled his final iron sword with all his might, akin to a javelin. Die. The sword transformed into a black streak of light, embodying all of Su Xing's strength and will, striking true into the Boar King's bloodied rear, embedding itself deep. 220. You have slain the silver-tier boss, Fang-Toothed Boar King LV5, earning 7,500 experience points, 15 free attribute points, and 75 progress towards the Seed of Slumber. You have obtained Boar King's armor, skill book, silver armor, and 750 copper coins. The final, fatal blow. The massive form of the Boar King suddenly stiffened mid-charge. The savage light in its blood-red eyes rapidly faded, replaced by endless despair and confusion. Its colossal body could no longer sustain itself, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, sending dust swirling into the air. The earth trembled beneath it. Su Xing stood nearby, his chest heaving violently, drenched in the foul, acrid blood of the Boar King, yet his gaze shone with astonishing brilliance. It was over. After the boss's rampage, he had achieved this nearly impossible kill. Just as he prepared to collect his spoils, a radiant golden announcement, dazzling in its brilliance, echoed across all nations and every newly minted initial dungeon. Global announcement. Congratulations to D-rank professional observer from the Dragon Nation for achieving the world's first kill of the silver-tier boss, Fang-Toothed Boar King. Reward, 100 free attribute points. 1 silver treasure chest. At that moment, within the initial dungeon of the M Nation, a young man enveloped in golden lightning, wielding a warhammer, was fiercely battling a massive silver-tier boss, Leviathan Python. He was none other than the most illustrious prodigy of this generation in M Nation, the SSS-rank professional, Thunder God King. Damn Longworm. Die for me, he roared, about to bring down his hammer. Just then, the golden global announcement flashed before his eyes. The lightning coursing through Kane's body abruptly faltered. D-rank. First kill of a silver-tier boss? A Dragon Nation individual? What the F? Bang. In that moment of distraction, the massive tail of the serpent lashed out like a steel whip, striking him with tremendous force, sending the once mighty Thunder God flying and crashing through several large trees. In the initial dungeon of the European Alliance, a girl clad in a priestess robe, her eyes tightly shut, sat cross-legged in meditation, her surroundings rippling with energy. She was the SS-rank seer, Anna. At the moment the announcement rang out, Anna's eyes flew open, a look of shock crossing her stunning face, and she promptly spat out a mouthful of blood. The threads of fate for the future had been disrupted by an unseen hand. Chapter 9. Explosive Attribute Panel, Surpassing SSS Rank. In the nations of Sakura, Northern Bear, and Tianju, an uproar erupted. Baka, how could a D-rank be possible? There must be a system error. The Dragon Nation must be cheating. They must have employed some despicable means. Investigate. Immediately ascertain the identity of this observer. Shock, skepticism, jealousy, and gravity. Such emotions surged wildly within the hearts of the world's top geniuses. To be surpassed by a worthless D-rank talent was nothing short of a disgrace. An unprecedented sense of urgency bore down upon them like a mountain. Yet the architect of this chaos, Su Xing, remained blissfully unaware of the commotion outside. He calmly approached the site where the Boar King had collapsed, his body absorbing the shimmering light coalescing around the massive carcass. His level skyrocketed from 5 to 7 due to the immense experience gained from slaying the boss. Simultaneously, a wave of energy far greater and purer than that of a level up surged into his being. The progress of the Seed of Slumber rose to 325. Evolution was just around the corner. Beside the Boar King's corpse lay a set of silver armor, gleaming with a heavy metallic luster, along with a skill book and a substantial amount of copper coins, quietly resting on the ground. Su Xing picked them up, Boar King's Armor, Silver Tier. Attributes: Constitution 105. Strength 105. Description: crafted from the core of the fang-toothed Boar King's silver iron armor, it possesses exceptional physical defense, an increase of 105 points in both attributes. This is truly a formidable weapon. A total enhancement of 210 points in attributes, equivalent to what an SSS-rank professional would gain from leveling up twice. It seems that to bridge the gap between professions, one must not only rely on the free attribute points dropped by monsters, but also on equipment. As long as the gear is of sufficient tier, it can easily overpower even SSS-rank professionals. If silver won't do, then gold. If gold fails, then platinum. As long as the equipment remains superior, it suffices. Without hesitation, Su Xing adorned himself with it, donning the weighty Pig King armor. He relished the burgeoning vitality and strength coursing through him, instilling a profound sense of security. His aura had intensified manifold compared to before. Su Xing's gaze fell upon the skill book, its cover inlaid with thin silver sheets, displaying flowing patterns of silver armor on its pages. Silver armor, silver grade. Effect: consumes 40 points of mana, granting 150 constitution and 150 strength for 30 minutes. Description: upon learning, one can condense energy to form armor. The enhancement from this skill surpasses that of the Pig King armor, a truly remarkable asset, albeit somewhat taxing on mana. Su Xing promptly learned it. A surge of knowledge regarding the formation of energy armor flooding his mind. He then turned his attention to the silver chest awarded by the system within his backpack, decisively opening it, hoping for a bountiful reward. As the chest opened, a silver light burst forth. Acquired: Swift Shadow Silver Bow, Skill Book, Gale Step. Free attribute points, Expression, 10. Su Xing examined the information of the items obtained. Swift Shadow Silver Bow, Silver Grade. Attributes: Agility 105, Strength 105. Description: the bowstring is woven from wind silkworm threads, emitting a buzzing sound when drawn. The initial speed of arrows is increased by 20, with an additional 5 critical hit rate when striking a weak point. The bow's body is adorned with a falcon motif, ensuring that the holder's accuracy remains unaffected while moving and shooting. Coupled with his talents, weak point analysis, and energy scan, as well as his formidable agility to kite opponents, he no longer needed to engage in perilous close combat. It was indeed an excellent weapon. Su Xing promptly exchanged his battered iron sword for the silver bow, significantly enhancing his agility and strength. Another weathered parchment, depicting a figure in motion, was the skill book 4, Gale Step, Silver Grade. Effect: consumes 30 points of mana, granting 150 agility and a 15 evasion rate for 60 seconds. The first attack during this period is guaranteed to trigger a critical hit. Description: upon learning, one masters the technique of explosive maneuverability for a short duration, suitable for pursuit or retreat. This perfectly aligned with his attribute allocation. The skill, Gale Step, was exceptionally beneficial for both chasing enemies and fleeing. Should he face the Wild Boar King again, he would not find himself in such a precarious predicament. Without hesitation, Su Xing learned it, for any pause would be a disservice to the skill book. Knowledge of Gale Step flooded into his consciousness. Su Xing noted that his free attribute points had accumulated to 125. He glanced at his four-dimensional attributes, realizing that his most significant shortcoming was his spirit. However, with a combination of mana and natural regeneration, he could sustain combat for 10 minutes, which was sufficient. The most mana-consuming skill was Gale Step. Unless he encountered a boss akin to the Pig King, no creature could outmatch him while employing Gale Step. To expedite monster farming and clear the wilderness, he needed to invest further in strength. During his encounter with the Boar King, his inability to break through its defenses had indeed squandered excessive time. Yet, had it not been for his heightened agility, Su Xing would have been sent flying by a single charge during the Boar King's rampage. Moreover, the silver-grade weapon and skill book rewarded by the Boar King were quite valuable, propelling Su Xing's strength to new heights, making it an exceedingly worthwhile endeavor. Weighing the pros and cons, Su Xing made a decisive move, allocating all 125 free attribute points to strength. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. Opening his panel, he beheld the formidable statistics, leaving him momentarily speechless. Su Xing. Class: Observer, D grade. Level: 7. Constitution: 133. Strength: 357. Agility: 229. Spirit: 28. Health: 2,660. Mana: 280. Attack: 1428. Defense: 532. Class talents: Weak point analysis, energy scan, energy siphon, passive. Skills: Silver armor, silver grade. Gale Step, silver grade. Equipment: Pig King armor, silver grade. Swift Shadow Silver Bow, silver grade. Hidden class: Seed of Slumber, D grade, 325. Aside from the slightly lagging spirit, his constitution, strength, and agility overwhelmingly surpassed those of SSS grade practitioners of the same level. Naturally, this did not account for the attribute enhancements following skill usage, which would only render him more formidable. If he were to confront the Boar King once more, he would undoubtedly dispatch it with ease and alacrity. Such remarkable progress in merely a few hours. Truly impressive. The surge of strength from his burgeoning power coursed through Su Xing's limbs. Without a moment's hesitation, his gaze was fixed upon the deeper recesses of the dense forest. The outer area had been thoroughly cleared by him. It was time to explore the mid-level, where creatures of at least level 8, the silver wolves, roamed. In the mid-layer of the dense forest, the light had noticeably dimmed. Towering trees intertwined their branches, fragmenting the sunlight into scattered shards. The air was saturated with a more perilous, primal scent than that of the wild boar. Su Xing's figure glided through the woods like a cerulean specter, silently traversing the terrain. With 229 points of agility, comparable to SSS-grade practitioners of the same level. Particularly those specializing in speed, his velocity had reached an astonishing level, leaving faint afterimages in his wake. Chapter 10, C-Grade Talent, Abyssal Soul Siphon. Soon, within the perception range of Energy Scan, a rapidly moving red dot appeared. Here it comes. Almost simultaneously, a silver shadow sprang forth from the thicket, striking like lightning. It was a silver wolf, measuring over 2 meters in length, its fur standing on end like steel needles, shimmering with a metallic sheen. Its razor-sharp claws sliced through the dim forest air, aiming directly for Su Xing's throat. Previously, faced with such a sudden assault, Su Xing's only option would have been to evade with utmost urgency. But now, he didn't even bat an eyelash. He merely and casually sidestepped. Simultaneously, he consumed 40 points of mana, activating the skill, Silver Armor. Constitution 150, Strength 150. Constitution 133, Expression 283, Strength 357, Expression 507. Attack 1428, Expression 2028. Defense 532, Expression 1132. Defense effortlessly breached 1,000. Clang. The piercing sound of metal clashing. The wolf's claw struck forcefully against the pig king armor on his shoulder, erupting in a dazzling shower of sparks. Only a few shallow white marks remained on the armor. A trivial damage number floated above Su Xing's head. 1. Insufficient damage. Health forcibly deducted. Yet Su Xing remained utterly unmoved. A flicker of bewilderment crossed the eyes of the silver wolf, which could not comprehend how the corporeal form before it, a bipedal creature, could possess a resilience surpassing that of steel. However, Su Xing was not inclined to grant it a second's contemplation. He even found it beneath him to knock an arrow. In that fleeting moment when this silver wolf had exhausted its old strength and yet to summon new vigor, Su Xing swung the swift shadow silver bow, with a circular motion akin to a war hammer, imbued with the surging power unleashed upon activating the silver armor, and struck fiercely at the wolf's flank. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering bones echoed. The once mighty silver wolf had no time to emit a single mournful cry before its body was sent hurtling like a tattered sack, crashing violently against a great tree. Its spine irrevocably fractured by that devastating blow. A fearsome damage numeral emerged above its head. 2000. Silver Wolf LV8 slain. Gained 800 experience points. Acquired. Wolf Fong, emoji 2, Wolf Claw, emoji 4, Copper Coin, emoji 40. Instant kill. Su Xing now reveled in the ecstasy of being an SSS-grade professional. He retracted the silver bow and casually gathered the dropped items. To test his skills, Su Xing expended 30 mana to activate the Gale Step ability. Though its effect lasted only 60 seconds, his agility soared to 150. Agility, 229, emoji 379. Such terrifying agility that even SSS-grade professionals would hesitate in its presence. It elevated his speed to an entirely new echelon, his movements akin to a wraith. With the formidable defense of the Boar King's armor as a foundation, combined with the enhancements from Silver Armor and Gale Step, he had transformed into the ultimate harbinger of death within this dense forest. His formidable defense was merely a cushion. His true means of slaughter remained that swift shadow silver bow. Su Xing drew back the bowstring, knocking an energy arrow generated by the system. Weakness analysis activated. In his line of sight, another silver wolf, startled from afar, had its head and heart marked with deep crimson fatal points. Buzz. The bowstring trembled lightly. The arrow's initial velocity surged by 20, and in an instant, it vanished into the air. 100 meters away, the wolf that had just poked its head out found its forehead erupting in a spray of blood, its massive form crashing to the ground. The initial attack guaranteed a critical hit. 9,999. Weak point critical hit. 100 meters away, the target secured. Clean and precise. Ferocious, astonishingly ferocious. Who could withstand a casual arrow from Su Xing? The talent, weakness analysis, paired with the swift shadow silver bow, was nothing short of a violent monster-slaying combination. Having tasted the sweetness of a boss kill, Su Xing understood the value of time. Not a moment could be squandered. He no longer hesitated to expend mana. With silver armor permanently active, he repeatedly reactivated Gale Step as he transformed into a whirlwind of death, harvesting lives in the forest, consuming 30 mana per minute. His 240 mana points sufficed for a mere 8 minutes of carnage. Yet, 8 minutes was ample time. He drew enemies in, clustered them, and from a relatively safe vantage point, picked them off one by one. Each arrow released ensured a silver wolf would succumb to the ground. His free attribute points surged at a terrifying pace. Without a moment's hesitation, he allocated every precious point into his sole remaining weakness, spirit. Elevating his spirit meant an increase in mana capacity and a swifter recovery rate, and mana was the only constraint to his relentless slaughter. 8 minutes later, as the last reluctant silver wolf fell, a golden light enveloped Su Xing, signifying his level up. Level increased to 9. Spirit, 95, emoji 98. Mana, 980. The substantial boost in mana capacity allowed him to wield his skills with even greater abandon. Without pausing for breath, he replicated his actions and delved deeper. Another 8 minutes elapsed. When the golden glow of level up illuminated him once more, he had finally reached the current stage's pinnacle, level 10. Level increased to 10. Spirit, 162, emoji 165. Mana, 1650. He had become the first in the South River Sanctuary to achieve full mastery of the first transition. At the very moment he reached level 10, this sleeping seed, progress bar on his panel, which had been steadily growing, finally reached its conclusion. Notice, D-grade hidden class sleeping seed energy has reached 100, evolution commencing. It has arrived. Su Xing felt his heart leap violently. A terrifying tremor, emanating from the depths of his bloodline and the essence of his soul, erupted violently. He scarcely had time to react before an overwhelming force surged from within him, compelling him to kneel upon one knee, his palm pressing heavily into the moist earth beneath him. In the next instant, he seemed to perceive, within his awareness, countless ethereal, emerald-green tendrils bursting forth from his palms, his knees, from every point of contact with the ground. These tendrils, as if imbued with life, greedily burrowed deep into the earth, wildly spreading, intertwining in all directions. Within mere breaths, a vast energy network, resembling a spider's web, had formed beneath the surface, encompassing a radius of 100 meters. Within that perimeter, every pulse of life from the trees, every ant and worm crawling underground, even the very trajectory of the wind rustling through the grass, resonated vividly in his mind. In that moment, the entire world seemed to unveil a new dimension. Ding! Class evolution complete. The system panel refreshed. That line of text, once gray, now radiated a profound and powerful azure luminescence. Hidden class, Abyssal Soul Drainer, C-grade. Additional constitution bonus, 100. New skill, Tendril Entanglement, restrains enemy movement. Evolution feature, root systems penetrate the surface, forming a spiderweb-like energy network underground, capable of sensing life fluctuations within 100 meters. Chapter 11. This, Moonstar Grass, is claimed by our Thunder team. Su Xing slowly rose, gently clenching his fist. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through his limbs. More significantly, he sensed a profound affinity with the very earth beneath him, as though he had taken root within this dense forest. Finally, he had attained C-grade. One of his dual D-grade talents had successfully completed its first transition. At the moment when Su Xing was savoring this newfound power, a subtle vibration emanated from the personal communicator on his wrist. It was Teacher Yunxiang. Upon connecting, her exquisite visage, imbued with a mixture of 3 parts urgency, 3 parts surprise, and 4 parts disbelief, materialized before him. Su Xing, are you all right? The first words that escaped her lips were imbued with genuine concern. Her gaze was fixated on the light point that represented Su Xing, hidden in a corner where no one else was watching. He had surged from the periphery into the mid-tier, leaving all the other prodigies far behind, and had ascended to level 10 first. His heart raced, nearly leaping out of his throat. I saw your level. Splendid work. Her voice rang with uncontainable joy. After a brief pause, her tone shifted to one of concern as she admonished, but do remember to prioritize your safety. Do not overexert yourself. The ultimate reward of this trial pales in comparison to your well-being. While the outside world was rife with skepticism, gossip, and even jealousy towards him, only this unadulterated trust and care flowed through Su Xing's heart like a warm current, thawing the icy resolve wrought by his quest for vengeance. He remained silent for a moment, then gently nodded. Thank you, teacher. I understand. As the communication ended, the light of Teacher Yunxiang, filled with concern and pride, gradually dissipated. Su Xing stood still, the tension in his heart, taught from slaying monsters and leveling up, momentarily loosened. In this cold and brutal world, such pure kindness was a treasure more precious than any equipment or skill. He gathered his thoughts, tucking this warmth deep within his heart. The immediate priority was to continue growing stronger. He closed his eyes, relinquishing his reliance on sight, and immersed his consciousness into the earth beneath his feet. Buzz. The world transformed. In his perception, he felt as though he had become the sovereign of this land. Countless ethereal roots radiated from him, swiftly spreading throughout the underground realm within a 100-meter radius. He could sense the slow ebb and flow of life energy within every tree, as well as the subtle movements of insects as they disturbed the soil beneath. This was an entirely new dimension, an omniscient perspective commanding the pulse of life. The skill, Earth Abyss Soul Drain, offered not merely control, but a divine realm of reconnaissance. Su Xing meticulously began to filter the life signals within this area. Soon, his consciousness was drawn to an extraordinary light point, at the heart of a zone encircled by several formidable energy orbs exuding a brutal aura, the Silver Wolf Pack. There resided a distinctly different life energy. This energy was not wild like the others. Instead, it emanated a cool, pure essence, akin to a handful of radiant moonlight blooming quietly in the night. Moonstar grass. Su Xing's heart stirred. It was undoubtedly a rare alchemical material. He immediately stifled all his presence, moving like a weightless shadow towards that area with utmost stealth. Just as he approached the verdant patch guarded by the Silver Wolf Pack, a cacophony of footsteps and voices erupted from the other side of the forest. Hurry up, the map shows it's right around here. One voice exclaimed. Damn, I'm exhausted. Why is this cursed place so vast? If we find the Moonstar grass, Wei Gu promised us plenty of benefits. Su Xing's steps came to an abrupt halt. He slightly turned his head towards the source of the noise. A group of people was swaggering out of the woods, with the foremost being Li Wei and Lin Xingya. They were flanked by 3 equally well-equipped teammates. It was evident they were an elite squad meticulously cultivated by a family or faction, armed with a rudimentary beast skin map. Their intentions unmistakably directed towards the Moonstar grass. The two groups found themselves face to face in the forest clearing. The 5 members of the opposing team instantly spotted Su Xing, who stood solitary in the open. The expression on Li Wei's face transformed in the span of a second, shifting from vigilance to astonishment, and then to exaggerated derision. Who would have thought? Isn't this our double D-level genius, Su Xing? He cackled, as if he had witnessed the most amusing spectacle in the world. Look at you, still alive. How did you manage to escape the clutches of those wild boars? His gaze swept over Su Xing, akin to a searchlight, and upon noticing the heavy, silver-glimmering, pig king armor, a flicker of intense jealousy crossed his eyes. However, that jealousy was swiftly replaced by deeper disdain and scorn. Humph, Li Wei sneered, stepping closer and gesturing dismissively towards Su Xing's armor with his chin. Lucky you. Picking up some scraps, and you really think you're someone special now? He appraised Su Xing from head to toe, his eyes brimming with condescension, as if looking at a clown who had stolen the attire of an adult. This is the mid-layer of the dense forest, not a place for worthless scum like you. If you know what's good for you, you should skedaddle. He arrogantly pointed his battle axe towards Su Xing, his tone leaving no room for debate. This, Moonstar grass, and this area belong to our Thunder team. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. At that moment, Lin Xingya gracefully stepped forward, wearing her signature delicate and pitiful expression. She looked at Su Xing with an air of feigned concern and worry, softly saying, Su Xing, Li Wei can be rather blunt. Please don't take it to heart. We're looking out for your safety. This place is too dangerous, and the Silver Wolves are not something you can handle. It's best if you leave. Yet, as she spoke these ostensibly kind words, her eyes subtly darted towards Li Wei, conveying a clear message. If he doesn't leave, they would incapacitate him and seize that conspicuous silver armor from him. This slight, self-assured gesture, presumed unnoticed, was fully perceived by Su Xing, whose mental acuity surpassed the norm. Observing the clumsy yet synchronized act of this pair, he felt no ripple of emotion, even finding it somewhat laughable. There was no need to be incensed by such scum. It was simply not worth the effort. It was far better to see through their intentions than to continue being deceived by them. He stood quietly, saying nothing. There was neither anger nor fear in his demeanor. His silence was the very essence of complete disregard. And this disregard ignited Li Wei's pitiful pride more than any vehement retort could. Fuck, are you deaf or dumb? Li Wei, seeing Su Xing's lack of response, erupted in fury, slamming his battle axe heavily onto the ground. I'm talking to you, you worthless piece of trash. Su Xing finally made a move. He slowly lifted his eyelids, and for the first time, his calm, unfathomable gaze rested upon the pair of buffoons before him. His expression remained utterly inscrutable, yet his eyes bore a tranquil intensity, akin to that of one gazing upon 2 corpses poised to grow cold. Chapter 12. Li Wei's despair. Instantly vanquished by the boss. Li Wei's furious curses echoed through the forest. The phrase "a worthless fool who doesn't know when to stop" buzzed like a persistent fly, futilely colliding against the oppressive silence enveloping the surroundings. Su Xing's gaze settled upon Li Wei and Lin Xingya with an impassive demeanor, reflecting an outlook devoid of any human sentiment, as if he were examining lifeless objects. This extreme indifference left Li Wei feeling as though his most fervent punch had struck nothing but cotton, a suffocating pressure building within him, threatening to explode. Just as he was about to unleash another venomous retort to tear away the calm facade of his opponent, a howl erupted from the depths of the dense woods, shattering the air like thunder. This was no ordinary beast's roar. It carried a substantial mental shock, akin to an invisible hammer that struck deep into the minds of those present. The 3 team members behind Li Wei gasped, their faces turning pale, their bodies swaying uncontrollably. their eyes filled with confusion and pain. Even the S-class, Berserker, Li Wei, and healer, Lin Xingyao experienced an unexpected wave of dizziness, as if their very souls had been shaken by the ferocity of that howl. Yet, Su Xing remained steadfast, motionless in his stance. His mental faculties, surpassing those of ordinary individuals and rivaling even SSS-class professions, rendered him nearly immune to such psychological pressure. He merely raised his gaze slightly, shifting it from Li Wei's distorted visage, now etched with shock, to the depths of the grassland, guarded by a pack of silver wolves. Silence. An eerie, deathly silence. The wind had stilled, the chirping of insects had ceased, and even the leaves' gentle rustle seemed to have been paused. A cold, proud, and bloodthirsty pressure surged forth like a relentless tide. Tap, tap, thud. The steady, rhythmic sound of footsteps emerged from the shadows deep within the grassland. A colossal wolf, its size magnified by 7 or 8 times that of an ordinary silver wolf, advanced with an elegant, yet lethal gait. Its entire body was cloaked in a silvery white fur that shimmered under the dappled light of the forest, as if it were suffused with the radiance of the moon. Most disconcerting were the faint golden runes that appeared upon its claws, and at the center of its forehead, tiny arcs of electricity dancing upon the symbols. Its golden slit-like eyes were devoid of the typical ferocity and bloodlust found in common beasts. Instead, they exuded a chilling arrogance, as if surveying the lesser beings before it. It stood there with an air of tranquility, resembling the sovereign of the forest, surveying its domain. One of Li Wei's team members trembled as he raised his wrist-mounted communicator, activating the scanning function. The next moment, a piercing scream shattered the frozen atmosphere. What the hell? A golden tier boss. It's the Silver Moon Wolf King. Silver Moon Wolf King LV10, golden tier boss. Health, 184,000. Attack, 6, 500. Defense, 3, 680. Skills, Moonblade Dance, harnessing the power of moonlight. It instantaneously summons numerous high-speed rotating energy blades to indiscriminately slice through all enemies within a fan-shaped area before it. Thunderclaw, channeling the power of lightning into its claws. It strikes with incredible speed, possessing a high probability of inflicting the paralysis status on the target, significantly reducing their movement speed for a brief duration. King's Roar emits a roar imbued with the majesty of a ruler, causing temporary dizziness or fear. Description: a mutated silver wolf born from the moonlight. Wielding a portion of lightning's power, it will mercilessly shred any intruder daring to covet its territory. The undisputed overlord of this dense forest. Gazing at the panel displaying such despairing attributes, the team members behind Li Wei felt their legs begin to tremble involuntarily. Yet, after the initial shock, a fervent greed ignited in Li Wei's eyes. A golden tier boss. This was a pinnacle existence that one might hardly encounter throughout the entire novice trial. As long as they could slay it, what was there to fear? It was merely a beast. With a thunderous roar, Li Wei forced down his fear and rallied himself and his teammates. In his mind, this was the perfect opportunity for him, an S-class genius, to showcase his unmatched prowess before Lin Xingyao and this so-called waste, Su Xing. Prepare for battle. Let us display the might of our thunder team, he bellowed, activating his S-class, Berserker, profession skill. For glory. Li Wei's sinewy muscles burst the seams of his shirt, his skin flushed with an unnatural crimson hue. A tempestuous aura surging forth from within him. Gripping his battle axe tightly, he thrust his feet down, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the Silver Moon Wolf King. Xingyao, be ready to enhance my state. His voice brimmed with unwavering confidence. However, the Silver Moon Wolf King merely cast a cold glance in his direction, its gaze akin to that of one observing an insignificant ant unaware of its impending doom. As Li Wei's mighty axe came crashing down with tremendous force, the beast made no attempt to evade. Clang! The deafening clash of metal reverberated through the air. Li Wei felt as though his axe had struck an indomitable divine metal. An unparalleled recoil surged up the axe handle, sending shockwaves through his grip. Crack! 2. A pitiful amount of force damage. The flesh of his palms split open from the sheer force, blood gushing forth. His entire arm lost sensation in an instant, the battle axe slipping from his grasp and spinning in the air before crashing to the ground a distance away. Yet, the Silver Moon Wolf King bore not a single mark upon its moonlit fur. Li Wei's fervor and confidence froze in an instant, replaced by an all-consuming sense of astonishment and dread. How could this be? His full-force strike did not breach its defenses? Seemingly incited by the audacity of this mere ant, the Silver Moon Wolf King disdainfully raised its right paw, shimmering with faint golden arcs of electricity. Fast. Incredibly fast. A silver arc of lightning shot through the air in a flash. 3,000. With a splatter, Li Wei was sent flying, blood spewing forth, his bronze-tier equipment nearly shattered. Had he not been clad in bronze-tier armor and fully invested in physical attributes, he would have been expelled from the initial dungeon. In another swift strike of lightning, one of Li Wei's teammates was caught off guard, his scream cut short as he was cleaved in two by the sharp claws of the wolf. 5,000. In an instant, as blood and entrails erupted, a flash of white light enveloped him, transporting him out of the fray. Instant annihilation. The disparity was insurmountable, rendering any resistance futile. Flee. Run for your lives. The remaining 2 team members felt their mental fortitude shatter in an instant, screaming as they turned to escape. The Silver Moon Wolf King raised its proud head, exposing its gaping maw. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 crescent-shaped blades of moonlight energy, shrieking as they tore through the air, swiftly homed in on the fleeing figures. 5,000, 5,000. Another pair of crimson beams shot into the sky, accompanied by 2 bursts of teleportation light. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Xingya, heal. Quickly, restore my health. Li Wei shouted in terror, scrambling backward in a desperate attempt to retrieve his battle axe. Chapter 13. The Green Tea Dog stunned by Su Xing's power. Lin Xingya, too, had lost all color from her face, frantically raising her staff and chanting incantations, a sphere of sacred healing light rapidly coalescing at the tip of her wand. 1,000. Her healing spell seemed laughably feeble and pale in the face of overwhelming instant kill damage. In a heartbeat, the once invincible Thunder Squad was reduced to merely Li Wei and Lin Xingya. They stood back to back, gazing in horror and despair at the Silver Moon Wolf King, which approached with an elegant stride, resembling the harbinger of death. An S-rank talent was utterly insignificant before a golden tier boss. Li Wei's legs trembled uncontrollably, as if laden with lead. Lin Xingya's typically delicate expression was now etched with genuine fear, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Howl. The Silver Moon Wolf King seemed to have lost patience in toying with the 2 feeble beings. It emitted a low growl, its powerful hind legs propelling its massive form into the air, its claws, crackling with deadly energy, aimed directly at their heads, crashing down with ferocity. It was over. This was the final thought that flashed through Li Wei and Lin Xingya's minds simultaneously. The shadow of death enveloped them completely, just as the moment was upon them. A sudden turn of events occurred. Boom. At the instant the Wolf King leapt into the air, its claws nearly touching their bodies, the ground before them erupted without warning. Dozens of resilient tendrils, as thick as a baby's arm and glowing with a dark green aura, surged skyward like the long-anticipated appendages of an abyss. They did not assault Li Wei and Lin Xingya. Instead, with incredible speed and precision, they ensnared the Silver Moon Wolf King's powerful limbs and torso. Tendrils entwined. The overwhelming force of the Wolf King's attack was abruptly halted mid-air by this unexpected binding. The colossal form of the Silver Moon Wolf King was bizarrely suspended in the air, less than half a meter from Li Wei and Lin Xingya's faces. They could even smell the blood emanating from the Wolf King's mouth and feel the scorching air singed by the crackling electricity on its claws. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Li Wei and Lin Xingya, rigid with shock, turned their eyes inch by inch to behold the most unbelievable sight of their lives. Not far away stood Su Xing, whom they had always deemed worthless, calmly observing as if the cataclysmic skill just unleashed was as effortless as flicking ash off a cigarette. What? This is... Li Wei's lips trembled, unable to articulate a single word. How could a D-rank practitioner possibly control a golden tier boss? Su Xing paid no heed to their astonishment. The moment the tendrils ensnared the Wolf King, golden patterns flashed through his eyes. Weakness analysis. In Su Xing's vision, the ensnared Silver Moon Wolf King was suddenly marked with several red highlighted zones of varying sizes. The joints of its forelimbs were the weakest points in its defense, capable of crippling its mobility. The core of moonlight energy gathered at its forehead, destruction of which would inflict substantial damage and cause a brief energy disruption. Everything was presented to him with textbook precision. Now is the moment. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Xing moved like the wind. As the Wolf King thrashed violently, on the verge of breaking free from some of the tendrils, he closed the distance for an attack. The silver-grayed, swift shadow silver bow in his hand was drawn to its full tension in an instant. Gale Step activated. Buzz. The bowstring vibrated, and an arrow shimmering with silver light, accompanied by a piercing sound, flew precisely toward the most conspicuous weak point on the Wolf King's forehead. Thud. 4,528. A crimson number, one that could instill despair in any novice, floated above the Silver Moon Wolf King. Following the activation of Gale Step, the first attack was guaranteed to trigger a critical hit, stacking the weakness critical. Maximum damage. The Silver Moon Wolf King let out a wail of excruciating pain. Its golden forehead runes dimming instantly, its frenzied aura stalling. Li Wei's full force strike had inflicted a mere 2 points of damage. Su Xing's casual arrow dealt 4,500. This was no longer a disparity. This was an insurmountable chasm. The divide between the divine and the mortal. Li Wei and Lin Xingya stared blankly at the damage numbers, feeling their worldview utterly shattered, reduced to dust. A woo. The agony ignited the Wolf King's fury, unleashing all its moonlight energy, violently breaking several of the tendrils ensnaring it. Its blood-red eyes fixed menacingly on Su Xing in the distance, abandoning the 2 insignificant ants before it, and charged forth in a frenzy of murderous intent. Su Xing immediately retreated, yet his arrows continued unceasingly, targeting the revealed weaknesses of the Wolf King. 424, 452, 438. The Wolf King's speed was astonishing, its silver form leaving trails in the forest. But Su Xing's movements were even more ethereal, leveraging his extraordinary agility to maintain a delicate distance. A chase unfolded in the woods, a breathtaking pursuit. The Wolf King surged behind, fiercely advancing. Every swipe of its claws crackled with electricity, carving deep gashes into the ground. Su Xing, at the front, retreated with composure. The swift shadow silver bow in his hands seemed to transform into the scythe of death. Each quiver of the bowstring inevitably produced a damage number floating above the Wolf King's head. Within just a minute, the health bar above the Silver Moon Wolf King plummeted visibly, nearly down by 10. In the distance, Li Wei and Lin Xingya, who had just clawed their way back from the brink of death, clearly witnessed this scene. Too formidable. Is this still a human? Li Wei murmured, his voice trembling, the damage explosive, and the movement speed otherworldly. As the distance closed in, the Wolf King's claws almost grazed Su Xing's back. At this moment, a radiant green light once again illuminated beneath Su Xing's feet as several tendrils burst forth from the earth, entwining themselves around the Silver Moon Wolf King's ankles. Though it merely caused a pause of less than half a second, it was sufficient for Su Xing to create a slight distance. The timing was impeccably executed. Roar. Frustrated by repeated failed assaults and the incessant loss of vitality, the Silver Moon Wolf King was thoroughly incensed. It howled to the heavens, summoning its pack. Dozens of level 10 silver wolves emerged from the forest, charging towards Su Xing fearlessly from all directions. Faced with the onslaught of wolves, Su Xing did not flinch or evade, even sparing them not a glance. His entire focus was fixed on the distant Wolf King. As he braved the ferocious bites of several silver wolves with his own body, his formidable defense rendered the wolves' attacks virtually trivial, akin to mere forced damage. While the assaults from the pack were inconsequential, a strike from the Wolf King would spell catastrophic consequences. Su Xing's leisurely yet decisive demeanor amidst the swarm of beasts left Li Wei and Lin Xingya utterly astonished. With such terrifying strength and combat awareness, was he truly human? The explosive damage, extraordinary speed, and outrageous defense were beyond comprehension. As the Golden Boss, feeling the frustration of being unable to catch or strike Su Xing while continuously weakened, finally redirected its pent-up fury towards the two trembling spectators. Unable to pursue Su Xing, it unleashed its wrath upon the only targets within reach. Chapter 14. First kill of a Golden Boss, global announcement. Run, Li Wei exclaimed upon witnessing the Wolf King charging towards them, immediately abandoning Lin Xingya to flee for his life. He stumbled backward in a frantic escape. Yet, how could the Silver Moon Wolf King grant him the luxury of escape? Unable to catch Su Xing, it certainly would not let these two weaklings slip away. With a violent flick of its tail, a crescent-shaped blade of moonlight energy swept towards Li Wei with an unstoppable force. With a sickening sound, Li Wei had no time to utter a cry before being cleaved in half by the wrathful attack, transforming into a beam of white light, whisked away. In his final moments, disbelief etched across his face. Lin Xingya screamed, yet before she could react, the Wolf King's claw crushed her down, meeting the same fate. In her last second, she gazed at the figure effortlessly hunting the Golden Boss amidst the pack, a torrent of regret and fear swelling within her. What manner of monster had they provoked? After Li Wei and Lin Xingya were obliterated, the ground was littered with an array of equipment and several vials shimmering with a blue glow. As they vanished in a flash of white light, a heap of scattered gear and the glowing potions remained. Su Xing's gaze swept over the remnants, but he did not immediately collect them. His primary task now was to eliminate the bothersome wolf cubs. 3 minutes later, with the last silver wolf emitting a mournful cry as it collapsed, tranquility finally returned to the surroundings. Only the agitated breaths of the Silver Moon Wolf King and Su Xing's steady footsteps remained. Without the distraction of the pack, Su Xing's efficiency surged dramatically. After another 5 minutes of intense kiting and maneuvering, the Wolf King's health had been whittled down to below half. Its once resplendent silver fur had dulled, marred with wounds of varying severity, and its movements had noticeably slowed. Yet, a slight frown creased Su Xing's brow. The blue bar representing his mana had completely drained. Had he not expended a significant amount of mana to deal with the pack, this Golden Boss would likely be on the brink of death by now, just as Su Xing's skill, Wind Step, became uncastable due to the depletion of mana. The Silver Moon Wolf King astutely detected the minuscule delay in his speed. An opportunity. Howling with a mix of elation and fury, the colossal beast transformed into a streak of silver lightning, lunging ferociously towards him. In that fleeting moment, Su Xing's gaze locked onto the few blue potions left behind by Li Wei and Lin Xingya's demise. Taking a gamble, he swiftly rolled to the side, narrowly evading the Wolf King's deadly assault, then without a moment's hesitation, dashed toward the pile of spoils. Infuriated by its missed strike, the Wolf King became even more frenzied and turned to pursue him once again. Su Xing could practically feel the scorching wind of its breath on his back. With an audacious slide, he barely escaped the Wolf King's desperate lunge. His right hand swept the ground, expertly gathering the precious mana potions into his grasp. Without a backward glance, he swiftly consumed one of the potions. The chilling liquid coursed down his throat as his depleted mana bar surged back to life at an observable speed. Strength returned to his body. It was time to end this. A glint of determination flashed in Su Xing's eyes as he activated Wind Step, once more, dramatically increasing his speed, creating distance, and resuming his relentless kiting. 4,500. A critical hit for the first time. 5 minutes later, under the continuous binding of the tendrils and relentless critical strikes, the Silver Moon Wolf King emitted a desperate and defiant howl before its massive form crashed to the ground. Su Xing drew his bow, the final arrow imbued with lethal intent, striking precisely into its mangled forehead. 4,500. A colossal number indicating fatal damage floated into the air. You have slain the golden boss, Silver Moon Wolf King LV10, earning 20,000 experience points, 40 free attribute points, and a 10 progress in Abyssal Soul Extraction. Rewards: Silver Moon Chestplate, Golden; Silver Moon Leggings, Golden; Skill Book, Moonlight, Golden; Copper Coins Emoji, 2,000. Almost simultaneously as the Wolf King collapsed, a radiant golden announcement, even more brilliant than the last one for slaying the Pig King, illuminated the skies of every nation and the initial dungeons worldwide like a resplendent sun. Global announcement: a miracle has returned. D-Class Occupational Observer from the Dragon Kingdom achieves the world's first kill of the golden boss, Silver Moon Wolf King, LV10. Reward: 300 free attribute points, 1 golden treasure chest, emoji. At that moment, in the M country, within the initial dungeon Storm Canyon, a youth enveloped in golden lightning, akin to a deity descended, was forcefully smashing his thunderous war hammer into the cranium of a golden boss, Storm Giant. He is none other than the most dazzling genius of M Nation, the SSS-level professional known as Thor Kane. As the health of the Storm Giant dwindled to its last breaths, poised for its imminent demise, a victorious smile graced Kane's face. However, at that moment, a blinding global announcement surged forth. The smile on Kane's visage instantly froze. Damn, that observer again. From the Dragon Nation? Distracted for merely an instant, he was struck fiercely by the Storm Giant's final blow, sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. How could anyone be swifter than I? Clutching his chest, Kane erupted in impotent fury. Anyone who has their first kill snatched away would feel a deep sense of humiliation. At this moment, Kane contemplated rushing to the Dragon Nation to eliminate the Observer. Concurrently, newly minted SSS-level professionals from various nations were seething with rage. This must be a hoax. Absolutely a fabrication. A thorough investigation is imperative. He must have exploited a glitch. Who is this Observer? A hidden monster from the Dragon Nation? A D-level professional? The Dragon Nation is truly extravagant. What a price they must have paid for this backdoor access. Meanwhile, Su Xing remained blissfully unaware of the tumult raging among the new arrivals in the initial dungeon. Calmly, he extended his hand and opened the golden treasure chest, radiating an alluring golden light. As the golden glow shimmered, an array of equipment, each exuding the brilliance of moonlight, lay before him. Silver Moon Bow, Golden Gray. Attributes: Strength 400, Agility 400. Description: a war bow forged from moonlight metal, its arrows release silently, leaving only a silver trail of death in their wake. Silver Moon Boots, Golden Grade. Attributes: Constitution 400, Agility 400. Description: the soles are etched with silent lunar patterns. Wearing them, each movement is as quiet as moonlight cascading down, leaving no trace behind. Silver Moon Helm, Golden Grade. Attributes: Constitution 400, Spirit 400. Description: it is said that gazing into the moonstone on the helm brings clarity of mind. Under the protection of moonlight, no chaos or illusion can disturb your will. Silver Moon Bracers, Golden Grade. Attributes: Strength 400, Spirit 400. Description: binding the cool energy of moonlight to your wrists. They not only enhance your arm strength, but also allow you to feel the tides of the lunar sea when channeling energy. Chapter 15. Is this the kind of data a level 10 novice should possess? For pieces of equipment, all of which are of golden grade. Upon glancing at the attributes of his 2 silver grade items, Su Xing felt a twinge of disdain. Golden grade equipment is truly superior. Each piece enhances attributes more than 2 silver grade items combined. If he donned all of this, would the previous Silver Moon Wolf even have a chance to retaliate? One arrow would pin it to the ground. Moreover, he had 2 additional golden grade items clearly part of a set, obtained from slaying the boss. Silver Moon Chestplate, Golden Grade. Attributes: Constitution 400, Strength 400. Description: forged from core metal condensed by moonlight, it acts as an unyielding silver wall, guarding your vital points while continuously infusing your body with the resilience of moonlight. Silver Moon Leggings, Golden Grade. Attributes: Spirit 400, Agility 400. Description: the silver patterns flowing on the leggings depict a miniature moonlit path, guiding your steps into silent shadows while channeling the moon energy collected along the way into your spiritual reservoir. 6 pieces of golden grade equipment. Su Xing donned them all. The harmonious glow of the equipment instantly formed a complete set of 6. After equipping this ensemble, an aura far more potent than before surged forth from Su Xing, soaring into the heavens. At that moment, he had truly upgraded his arsenal. Simultaneously, Su Xing was astonished to discover that the set indeed bestowed a set bonus. What an unexpected delight. Silver Moon Set, 66. Set Effect 1, Moonlight Protection, all attributes 20, doubled under Moonlight. Set Effect 2, Moonshadow Assault, 10 chance to trigger a free, Moonblade attack when attacking. The first effect astonishingly increases all attributes by a percentage, meaning the higher his attributes, the greater the increase. Moreover, doubling under Moonlight translates to a staggering 40. Truly invincible. The second effect is a minor skill, akin to the Wolf King's Moonblade Dance, in a simplified form. However, as long as he attacks, there is a chance to unleash a Moonblade without any consumption. Essentially, for every 10 attacks, he is granted an additional attack for free. What a bargain. Overall, the value of this golden grade set acquired is simply exquisite. Su Xing's power has surged significantly. While he may not entirely crush those SSS-level prodigies, catching up to them is now an assured outcome. Su Xing examined the soul skill book he had obtained from this venture. Moonlight, golden grade. Effect. Consumes 800 mana points, granting 400 spirit for 30 minutes. With a mana restoration of 15 points per second. This effect does not stack with similar recovery effects. Under Moonlight, effects are doubled. Description. Bathed in the gentle moonlight. Continuously enhances spirit and replenishes mana. The efficacy of a golden grade skill book is formidable. While the consumption is substantial, it can elevate his spirit by 400. And after 54 seconds, his mana will be fully restored. If bathed in moonlight, the doubled effect yields 800 spirit and 30 mana restored per second. From now on, Su Xing need not worry about insufficient mana. His sustained combat capability is fearsome. Skills can be unleashed freely. No more concern about mana shortages. Once the moonlight is activated, mana flows in abundance. Even expenditures on mana recovery potions can be eliminated. Su Xing consumed the skill book, learning the skill Moonlight. A surge of knowledge flooded into his mind, and his eyes sparkled with starlight. He tested the skill's effects, consuming 800 mana to activate Moonlight. Mana 30. Mana 30. Under the Moonlight, Su Xing's mana began to regenerate at a rate of 30 points per second. The mana he had just depleted during the fierce battle was gradually replenishing. The effect was splendid. Su Xing continued to tally his free attribute points. He garnered 60 points from slaying the Silver Wolf during the battle, 40 points from defeating the Wolf King, and 300 points from the first kill of the Golden Grade boss, totaling 400 free attribute points. Su Xing glanced at the array of statistics displayed on the panel, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he allocated all the points to his strength. The enhancement cap for agility is inherently limited, while his mental capacity was already sufficient. Next, he turned his attention to constitution and strength. A higher constitution equates to a greater margin for error, allowing him to withstand several enemy attacks when it mattered most. The sight of his foes rendered helpless, forced to suffer damage, brought him immense satisfaction. As for strength, a higher level would yield an even greater margin for error. With a single arrow, he could eliminate an enemy before they had the chance to retaliate, thereby significantly increasing his own safety. Su Xing. Class, Observer, D grade. Level, 10. Constitution, 1337. Strength, 1753. Agility, 1330. Spirit, 2165. Moonlight Skill Enhancement, 800. Health, 26740. Mana, 21,650. Attack, 7012. Defense, 5,348. Initial skills, Weakness Analysis, Energy Scan, Energy Siphon, Passive, Roots Entanglement. Skills, Silver Armor, Silver Grade. Gale Step, Silver Grade. Moonlight, Gold Grade. Equipment, Silver Moon Bow, Silver Moon Boots, Silver Moon Helmet, Silver Moon Bracers, Silver Moon Chestplate. Silver Moon Leggings. Hidden Class, Abyssal Soul Siphoner, C Grade 40. Su Xing surveyed the formidable statistics on the panel with great satisfaction. Feeling the unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, he exhaled a deep breath. With a health of 26,000, an attack of 7,000, a defense of 5,003, and mana of 21,000, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. Who would dare believe that these were merely the attributes of a level 10 novice? And a D-grade talent, no less? If this attribute panel were to be revealed, even SSS-grade professionals of the same level would surely drool over it. Even seasoned veterans of the second or third job transitions would likely be left agape. With a thought, Su Xing dissipated the moonlight flowing around him and redirected his focus to the ultimate spoils of this battle. He approached the spot where the Silver Moon Wolf King had fallen. Amidst the chaos, a peculiar little grass emanated a gentle glow. Its leaves were as dark as ink, adorned with star-like specks of light, resembling a miniature night sky. Moonstar grass. With utmost care, Su Xing uprooted it and placed it in his backpack. The moment he touched it, a line of information materialized before his eyes. Moonstar grass, gold grade. Description: It is said that this plant only thrives in ancient places where it can bask in both moonlight and starlight. Its leaves seem to encapsulate a miniature night sky, capable of channeling the powers of celestial bodies into the bodies of practitioners, enhancing their class potential. Enhancing class potential? Su Xing's pupils constricted in surprise. He instantly understood why Li Wei and his companions were so fixated on this little grass. This item could directly elevate the tier of a class. If an A-grade talent were to utilize it, wouldn't they have the chance to ascend to S-grade? Could it be that his own D-grade observer could also be upgraded? No wonder. The value of this item far surpassed that of an entire set of golden equipment. Chapter 16. The Silent Square, the loudest slap in the face. After securing the Moonstar Grass, Su Xing cast a glance at the pile of equipment dropped by Li Wei and Lin Qingya not far off. Most of it was of bronze and silver grade, appearing dull and uninspiring against his own resplendent golden ensemble, resembling mere refuse. However, even refuse was preferable to black iron-grade equipment. Selling it would still yield a considerable sum. He regarded it as compensation for having seen through the two of them. With the equipment stowed away, Su Xing turned his gaze toward the heart of the dense forest. Now, within the entire initial forest of the South River Sanctuary, he was the only one left standing. Su Xing ventured deeper into the woods. Meanwhile, outside the initial forest, in the central square of the South River Sanctuary, the atmosphere was thick with tension, even somewhat oppressive. On the enormous light screen, the points representing the new students had been fading one after another. Finally, the 5 points representing Li Wei's Thunder Squad turned gray, indicating their complete annihilation. In the square, thousands of students, hundreds of teachers, and representatives from various families let out a collective sigh of lament. On the platform, the highest commander of the South River Sanctuary's military, Lei Zhanshan, who had held high hopes for the Thunder Squad, looked grimly at the light screen, pounding his fist against the railing. What a pity, he muttered, his voice heavy with disappointment and frustration. An S-grade paladin and an S-grade healer combination could not even take down a single gold boss. It was nothing short of a disgrace. The surrounding teachers nodded in agreement. Indeed, this year as freshmen, alas, their overall quality was indeed lacking. Yes, compared to other top sanctuaries in Dragon Country, we have already fallen behind, not to mention in comparison with sanctuaries from other nations. This year's students are the worst I've ever had. It seems that no one will be able to claim the final trial rewards this time. As Lei Zhanshan listened to the discussions around him, his expression darkened further. He recalled that oblivious D-grade kid, and his anger flared anew. The glow of the teleportation array dimmed, and the figures of Li Wei and Lin Qingya appeared in the center of the square, looking disheveled. Li Wei hung his head, his expression dazed, as if all the strength had been drained from him. His once proud battle axe was nowhere to be found. The pride of an S-grade berserker had been shattered under the weight of absolute power, fracturing his very resolve. The surrounding clamor seemed to fade away. What happened? How did the Thunder Squad get wiped out? ISN T Li Wei and S-grade. They were our trump card at the South River Sanctuary. How could they be obliterated without even encountering the final boss? Do you see the expressions on their faces, as if they have seen a ghost? The murmurs of the crowd grew increasingly noisy, their bewildered gazes darting between Li Wei and Lin Qingya. Just then, a young teacher responsible for monitoring the data panel stared at his screen as if he had seen a specter, his eyes wide with disbelief. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, checked again, then sprang to his feet, his voice sharp and stammering with shock. Wait, there is still one person inside. This shrill cry pierced the silence of the square like a knife. Lei Zhanshan furrowed his brow in irritation. Who else is there? Aren't they all? His words were abruptly cut off, for all eyes were now fixed on the enormous light panel leaderboard, guided by the trembling finger of the young teacher. The previously dreary leaderboard suddenly erupted in a radiant display of golden light. One name ascended to the pinnacle in an unparalleled manner. First place, Su Xing, level 10, max. The square was instantly engulfed in an eerie silence, as if a pin drop could be heard. Everyone appeared as if they were gripped by an invisible force. Staring blankly at the name, their minds rendered utterly vacant. Su Xing? Which Su Xing? Could it be that one? The incompetent with double D-level talent. How could this be possible? Before they could fully comprehend their astonishment, a cascade of golden kill records materialized on the right side of the leaderboard, akin to a series of detonating bombs. Kill records: Fangtooth Wild Boar King, silver level boss. Silver Moon Wolf King, gold level boss. Hiss. The sound of sharp intakes of breath echoed throughout. If one could attribute the top level to mere luck or chance, then how could these two irrefutable boss first kill records be explained? These were the very gold-level boss that even elite teams composed of S-level geniuses had been ruthlessly annihilated by. Such explosive combat prowess. The entire square descended into an oppressive silence. On the platform, Lei Zhanshan's face, which had earlier shown regret and disappointment, gradually solidified, then shattered into a stupor, ultimately morphing into a hue reminiscent of a mixed state of confusion, shock, and shame. His recent disparaging remarks about Su Xing now felt like invisible slaps, resounding against his face with the force of a tempest. Double D-level talent, a useless fool. The shame of the South River Sanctuary. The sting was palpable. An S-level genius team faced disgraceful elimination, while a double D-level waste had risen to the top, claiming the lives of two formidable boss. This absurd contrast left everyone's minds in disarray. Li Wei, Lin Qingya, is your S-level profession a mere facade? How could you be outdone by a D-level? Finally, someone could no longer contain their sharp inquiry. This question pierced Li Wei's numbed nerves like a needle. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes burning red, yet found himself utterly speechless. At that moment, the previously silent Lin Qingya stirred. Her body weakened, as if unable to sustain itself any longer, and she leaned against Li Wei in a fragile manner. Her once pure and beautiful visage now appeared as pale as parchment, her lovely eyes instantly reddening. Two streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks, her voice trembling with an uncontrollable quaver and immense grievance. Commander Lei, esteemed teachers, you must stand up for us. As she spoke, she instantly captured the attention of the entire assembly, including the ashen-faced Lei Zhinshan. Lin Qingya's voice resonated with indignation and sorrow, as if she had suffered an immense injustice. Her nails dug deep into her palm, summoning every ounce of strength to proclaim, "Our team, we fought with all our might, sacrificing 3 of our closest comrades, only to finally wear down that gold-level, Silver Moon Wolf King, to its last breath." Her voice choked with emotion, each word imbued with profound sorrow, striking a chord with all who listened. But just as we prepared to deliver the final blow, Su Xing, that shameless thief, he had been lurking nearby. Like the most despicable of rats, he watched as we battled the Wolf King to mutual annihilation, before suddenly springing forth to snatch the final strike with a skill that ensnared him like a branch from the earth. Not only that, he appropriated all the spoils that were rightfully ours. This caused us to be mercilessly slain by the enraged Wolf King before it perished, leading to our complete defeat. Her heartfelt lament was 9 parts fabricated, 1 part truth, weaving a meticulously crafted narrative that distorted reality before the eyes of all present. The square fell into an immediate, profound silence. Chapter 17, National Traitor. The final trial commences prematurely. A second later, it was as though a spark had ignited a powder keg, causing an explosion. I told you, how could a double D-level waste possibly slay a gold boss? So this was the truth. Truly, the height of shamelessness. To usurp the victories of one's compatriots bears no difference from treachery. This is nothing short of a disgrace to our South River Sanctuary. I propose his trial qualifications be revoked immediately. The tide of condemnation surged higher and higher, as those who had already been skeptical of Su Xing out of jealousy and prejudice found the perfect outlet for their grievances. They unleashed their most venomous words upon the perceived thief and traitor. On the platform, the flicker of confusion and shame that had briefly surfaced on Lei Zhinshan's face due to Su Xing's accomplishments was instantly engulfed by the inferno of wrath ignited by this accusation. He detested nothing more than those who betrayed their comrades for personal gain within a team. Such individuals, morally corrupt, are the most unstable cancers within any military. Indeed, a morally bankrupt scoundrel. Lei Zhinshan's face turned a shade of deep anger, his gaze cold as steel, delivering a final verdict. Such a person, even if they fortuitously attain some strength, must never be entrusted with responsibility. This authoritative declaration sent the uproar in the square to its zenith. A hero, in this moment, had transformed into the national traitor, vilified by all. Amidst the clamor and curses, only Yun Shang remained, her graceful brow tightly furrowed. She neither glanced at the tear-streaked Lin Qingya nor acknowledged the furious Lei Zhinshan. Her gaze remained fixated on the cold data displayed on the luminescent screen. Su Xing's record, devoid of anything but monster kills and level-ups, appeared strikingly clear to her. She turned to the equally grave-faced principal beside her and spoke in a soft yet unwavering tone. "Principal, I believe he is not that kind of person. Look at the records, from his first kill of the Fangtooth Wild Boar King to that of the Silver Moon Wolf King. His level surged at a terrifying yet coherent pace. He was relentlessly hunting high-level monsters, with no time to hide and wait for a chance to pick up the pieces." Her voice was but a whisper, almost lost amidst the fervent uproar. No one heard, nor did they care. Every gaze was riveted upon the ashen-faced, imposing figure of Lei Zhinshan. The fury within him had been thoroughly ignited by Lin Qingya's tearful accusation. His eyes were as cold as ice, each word squeezed out between his teeth, directly condemning Su Xing. "I hereby announce the immediate revocation of Su Xing's trial qualifications. Following his forced ejection from the trial, he is to be detained for a comprehensive investigation of all his actions." His pronouncement rang out like a judge's gavel, elevating the atmosphere in the square to its peak. Indeed, severe punishment for the traitor. Such scum is unworthy of being a professional. A sinister satisfaction flickered across Li Wei's face. Meanwhile, Lin Qingya beside him quietly lowered her head, concealing the victorious smirk that tugged at her lips. However, the pronouncement of Lei Zhinshan was abruptly interrupted. With a thunderous roar, an indescribable, colossal sound erupted from the vast luminous screen without warning. In the next moment, the entire screen flickered violently, the once murky depiction of the secret realm twisting and tearing apart, swiftly enveloped by a sinister, viscous crimson hue. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice, akin to a divine decree, resonated across all sanctuaries around the globe. Global announcement. Initial trial data anomalous. Final phase initiated prematurely. Trial mode changed to Purification Storm. All survivors, please endure until the end of the Purification Storm. The ultimate victor shall receive the final reward. This sudden turn of events left everyone in the square in a state of bewilderment. Lei Zhinshan's unfinished pronouncement caught in his throat, his complexion shifting from ashen to astonished. The instant the images on the blood-red screen crystallized, the crowd erupted into a chorus of exultant, haughty cries. The scenes within the secret realm could now be broadcast live. Within the secret realm, Su Xing continued his relentless slaughter, having just entered the heart of the dense forest. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled violently. He abruptly looked up, only to find the sky transformed into a suffocating dark red. Immediately, the ground around him, once littered with the corpses of monsters that should have long been deceased, began to undergo a grotesque metamorphosis. Ominous black vapors rose from their remains, coalescing back into flesh and blood. The tusked wild boars, silver wolves, and even the tusked wild boar king and silver moon wolf king he had just slain began to resurrect amidst the swirling darkness, rising once more. In their hollow eye sockets ignited two glimmers of mindless scarlet, their levels synchronously elevating to LV10, howling and roaring as they closed in on Su Xing from all directions. Ha! Retribution. This is retribution. One of Li Wei's lackeys cackled, pointing at the screen. Surrounded by all these monsters, let us see how this shameless traitor meets his end. Divine punishment. This is divine punishment. Li Wei and Lin Qingya exchanged glances, each seeing immense satisfaction reflected in the other's eyes. To them, this was undoubtedly the most just judgment from the heavens upon Su Xing, this thief. Lei Zhinshan snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the screen. He was eager to witness how this morally corrupt scoundrel would meet his ignoble demise in the face of true despair. Yet, within the secret realm, Su Xing, confronted by a horde of apocalyptic beasts capable of instilling instant hopelessness in any SSS-level genius, displayed not a shred of panic upon his face. He merely furrowed his brow slightly. His expression was not one of facing death, but rather akin to returning home for dinner only to find a group of bothersome salespeople blocking the door. TSK. He let out a faint click of his tongue, gradually retrieving the golden longbow that shimmered with the light of the moon from his back. What a bother, he murmured to himself, his voice barely audible. Not even granting me a moment's respite. Roar. No sooner had he spoken than the two largest bosses, the resurrected, tusked wild boar king and silver moon wolf king, charged at him from either side, raising a cloud of dust in their wake. Their momentum formidable enough to trample an army. The onlookers outside held their breaths, as though they could already envision Su Xing being torn to shreds. Yet, within the luminous screen, Su Xing did not even deign to glance at them. He simply raised his silver moon bow, nonchalantly, with a gentle pull of the bowstring. A silver arrow composed entirely of pure energy materialized instantaneously. The entire process appeared as effortless as practicing archery in one's backyard. Whoosh! He released the arrow. The silver light flashed by so swiftly that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In the next instant, the charging, tusked wild boar king suddenly halted, its massive head jerking to a stop. A tiny hole appeared in the vulnerable area of its eye socket, which was defenseless during its charge. A vibrant crimson number floated above its head, silencing the entire square. 28,888. Boom. The colossal body of the boar king rolled forward under the immense inertia, carving a long trench in the earth before crashing to the ground, lifeless. One arrow a swift kill. The square fell into a deathly silence. All the clamoring and jeering seemed to be choked by an invisible hand, rendering them voiceless. Lei Zhinshan's pupils constricted sharply, his mouth agape in disbelief. What did I just witness? Good heavens, what kind of damage is this? A silver-level boss dealt 5-digit damage in a single shot. The boar king, renowned for its defense, was slain in an instant? Absurd. What terrifying attack power is required for that? Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Su Xing merely blinked, muttering to himself. My current damage output is truly astonishing. Even I am somewhat alarmed. At that moment, this silver moon wolf king was already upon him, its gaping maw and sharp claws glinting with a chilling light as they lunged at Su Xing. Finally, Su Xing moved. He shifted his form, gliding back several meters like a specter. The wolf king's speed rendered trivial in the face of his terrifying agility. Simultaneously, the bowstring trembled in his hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew forth in a formation, not aimed at the wolf king itself, but precisely striking its claws as it charged. 11,000. The 3 arrows drained a sixth of the wolf king's health in an instant. The wolf king had no choice but to awkwardly pivot, evading the bizarre assault. But it had completely lost its rhythm of attack. For the next minute, everyone outside bore witness to an unforgettable scene. The once feared golden-level boss that had obliterated Li Wei's team now resembled a toy being playfully taunted. No matter how it roared, charged, or unleashed its skills. The black-haired youth with the bow always managed to anticipate its movements with unparalleled precision, sealing off all avenues of escape with each arrow launched. Each shot felt like a calculated premonition, a teasing display of absolute confidence. Roar. After being toyed with for a good 10 seconds, the Wolf King finally revealed a massive opening in its frustration and impotent rage. Now was the moment. Su Xing's gaze sharpened, and he ceased holding back. A brilliant silver light pierced through the Wolf King's throat with pinpoint accuracy. 20,000. The once proud golden-level boss fell to the ground with a defiant wail, succumbing to its fate. To the bitter end, it may never fathom why the very arrows that sealed its fate were crafted from its own flesh. Its demise was indeed tragic. Having vanquished two formidable bosses, Su Xing did not even draw a single breath. He stood resolutely, confronting the ominous tide of beasts surging towards him, ultimately transforming into a merciless artillery. With the bow drawn like a full moon, the arrows flew like shooting stars. The silver moon bow, in his grasp, moved with such swiftness that it left only a lingering shadow, as the resplendent arrows cascaded down like a summer night's torrential rain. Each arrow, aided by the weakness analysis, struck with pinpoint accuracy at the vital points of the monsters. One arrow, one life. Throughout the ordeal, there was not a single superfluous motion. It was less a battle than a coldly efficient slaughter. 3 minutes. Merely 3 minutes. When the last resurrected silver wolf collapsed with a mournful howl, the entire secret realm returned to an eerie silence. Beneath a blood-red sky, only the bow-wielding youth remained, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of the monsters beneath his feet. 3 minutes. The entire world seemed to be ensnared in a strange stasis, mirroring the one-sided massacre that transpired within the secret realm. In the plaza, an all-encompassing stillness prevailed. The previously boisterous and venomous faces of those who had jeered the loudest now froze in disbelief, akin to poorly sculpted statues encased in ice. They gaped, eyes wide open, as if their throats were filled with molten iron, rendering them incapable of uttering a sound. Their minds were a blank slate. Simultaneously, within the initial secret realms across the globe, in Country M, boom, a mighty thunderbolt descended from the heavens, rending a resurrected, abyssal hydra asunder. A golden-haired youth, enveloped in crackling electricity and exuding an unruly spirit, hovered in midair. He was Cain, the SSS-rank genius of Country M, known as the Thunder God. A horde of resurrected filth dared to impede his progress? A proud smirk graced Cain's lips as he reveled in the surging power within him, having devised his battle strategy. First, he would incapacitate these fools with high-frequency lightning strikes, then unleash his ultimate skill, Wrath of the Thunder God, to clear the battlefield in one fell swoop. As for the boss, he would whittle it down gradually. He was certain he would survive until the end. The final reward was as good as his. In the land of the rising sun, a youth clad in traditional samurai attire, wielding a glimmering katana, stood with eyes closed before a resurrected Yamato Naruki. He was the SSS-ranked sword saint of the East. The ferocious breath of the serpent rustled his garments, yet he remained motionless, his entire essence coalescing upon the blade's edge. He awaited for a fleeting moment of vulnerability. He intended to strike the serpent's head with the most perfect and glorious of sword strikes, to prove that Yamato's martial way was the strongest in the world. However, just as the Thunder God of Country M was about to unleash his cataclysmic ultimate skill, and just as the Sword Saint of the East was poised to deliver his all-or-nothing blow, an anomaly occurred once more. The menacing bosses before them, radiating an aura of apocalypse, suddenly flickered as if unplugged, transforming into countless motes of light that dissipated into the ether. The thunderstorm Cain was about to unleash was abruptly stifled, nearly causing him to gasp for air. My thoughtless blade. The Sword Saint also opened his eyes wide in bewilderment. In the next moment, before they could react, a gentle white light enveloped them, forcibly teleporting them away. Whoosh! In a flash of brilliance, all the teleporting geniuses from various nations found themselves back in their respective sanctuaries, bewildered on the plazas. What is going on? A system bug? What is this nonsense? You show me this after I've bared my soul. Is the trial over just like that? Amidst the global chaos and discussions, the sky shifted. An indescribable golden list, spanning the entire celestial dome, unfurled slowly. Its radiance was both sacred and majestic, compelling all to hold their breath involuntarily. There were no densely packed rankings, no ornate phrases. It bore merely 3 lines, succinct enough to take one's breath away. Final trial concluded. Sole victor, Dragon Kingdom observer. Rewards distributed. Boom. At that moment, the entire world fell utterly silent. Chapter 19. Reactions from all sides. Hidden reward. Genesis Divine Core. Dragon Kingdom, South River Sanctuary Plaza. Silence. A silence akin to a graveyard. The once gleeful cronies of Li Wei now bore faces as pale as parchment, their legs giving way as they slumped to the ground. Li Wei trembled violently, not from rage, but from a profound, all-consuming fear that spread from the depths of his soul. His lies, his slanders, appeared so ludicrous and hollow before this miraculous global announcement. He turned to glance at Lin Xingya beside him. The delicate face he had long been enamored with now bore no trace of color. The beautiful eyes that had always shed tears at the right moment were devoid of the carefully orchestrated grievances. What remained was the raw, unadulterated shock and despair. Laid bare after all pretense was stripped away. Traitor? Thief? Despicable wretch? In the crowd, someone murmured these words softly. Each term struck Li Wei, Lin Xingya, and every individual who had previously echoed their sentiments like a series of invisible slaps across their faces, igniting a stinging pain. Above, Lei Zhinshan's authoritative visage morphed through a spectrum of colors, from blue to white, then from white to red, ultimately culminating in an indescribable pallor. His once proud judgment, his unwavering authority, shattered in an instant by this irrefutable truth. It felt as if all strength had been siphoned from him. His body swayed slightly, nearly causing him to falter. In this desolate stillness, a shrill, discordant voice suddenly pierced the air. It's a bug. He must have encountered a bug. The crowd stared in astonishment as Li Wei, wild-eyed and crimson, pointed at Su Xing in the luminescent screen, screaming with every ounce of strength he could muster. Panic, when cornered, often gives rise to the most venomous madness. You've all been deceived by him. Lin Xingya, who had been slumped beside Li Wei, now seemed to grasp at a last lifeline. She abruptly lifted her head, a ghastly expression of rage and sorrow returning to her once pale face. Tears once again burst forth, their sound more piercing and evocative than ever before. Commander Lei, esteemed teachers, have you not realized? She exclaimed, pointing at the luminous screen, her voice trembling with accusation. In the final trial, those were merely resurrected monstrosities. Resurrected, do you comprehend? They are not true boss entities, but mere shells conjured by a system glitch. Their strength is but a fraction of the original. That is why he was able to dispatch them with such ease. He does not rely on skill. He resorts to deceit. He has duped the entire system. He has usurped the glory that rightfully belongs to all of us, the new students of Nanjing. Her impassioned outcry, a cacophony of twisted truths, erupted like thunder amidst the hushed crowd. Those who had just moments ago been racked with shame over their own folly found themselves momentarily stunned. Then, a spark ignited in their eyes, as if they had discovered an outlet for their pent-up frustrations, a dawning realization illuminating their features. Yes, a glitch. It must be a glitch. How could a mere D-rank waste manage to annihilate a silver-tier boss in a single shot? To fell a gold-tier boss within a minute? Such logic defies reason. So that is the truth. He is nothing but a shameless cheater. I knew it. How could a D-rank failure possess such strength? It must be a bug. The audacity is astonishing. A despicable fraud. Such a person is a disgrace to Nanjing, more detestable than a traitor. He has deceived the system and illicitly claimed the final rewards. Those rewards do not belong to him. They must be surrendered. The flames of indignation, which had just been doused, reignited with a ferocity and grotesqueness magnified 100-fold, 1,000-fold. The envy and ignorance inherent in human nature were laid bare in this moment. What they sought was not the truth, but merely a justification to continue their hatred towards others. On the high platform, Lei Zhinshan steadied his trembling form. He recalled the terrifying damage figures displayed on the screen and Lin Xingya's perfectly reasonable explanation. His previously shattered understanding rapidly found new footing. Indeed, how could a mere level 10 novice inflict such damage? Even an SSS-class genius could not possibly achieve that. It is utterly illogical. The only explanation is a bug. Those resurrected monsters are hollow shells. This Su Xing is indeed a morally bankrupt opportunist. With this thought, the last remnants of guilt in Lei Zhinshan dissipated, replaced by a chilling resolve. The ultimate reward. The sole victor. He narrowed his eyes, a firm conviction rising within him. Such divine rewards bestowed upon a morally corrupt scoundrel is an egregious waste. It poses a threat to the Dragon Kingdom. It must be reclaimed by the Sanctum. I shall personally oversee it. With a swift motion, he commanded, his voice cold as steel, prepare everyone. Once he emerges, seize him immediately. Those who dare to resist shall be dealt with ruthlessly. The atmosphere in the square shifted instantaneously from fervent condemnation to a tense anticipation. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, the realm of the Dragon Kingdom, within the hallowed halls of the Sanctum in the capital, for formidable figures, akin to deities, were simultaneously engrossed in a freshly received data report. The report bore a singular title, Observer. One shot to annihilate a level 10 silver-tier boss. Cleared the final trial in 5 minutes. The sole victor in the world. One elderly figure, his hair as white as snow, spoke with a hint of astonishment. D-rank profession? Such potential. Unheard of. Investigate. His background. His family. Everything. Another middle-aged man clad in military attire stated emphatically, those fools at the Nanjing Sanctum do not deserve such a prodigy. I have already dispatched personnel, a shadowy figure rasped. A 7th-tier shadow assassin is en route to Nanjing at the swiftest speed. We must retrieve and protect him before other factions react. Indeed, at all costs, we must seize this genius. In the United States, at the Pentagon. A D-rank observer? The Dragon Kingdom. A man with golden hair and blue eyes glared at the red alert on the screen, His expression darkened to the point of dripping with malice. We cannot allow them to produce another god of war. Initiate the Star Annihilation Plan. Deploy an S-tier assassin squad to infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom, and at any cost. Track down the observer's whereabouts. Find him, and eliminate him. In Sakura Country, at the Fuji Mountain Sanctum. Baka, the Dragon Kingdom is cunning. This observer must be exterminated. Orders were issued for the Oni warriors lurking in the Dragon Kingdom to mobilize fully. Locate him, and in the name of Amaterasu, purify him. The undercurrents of the world surged violently, all ignited by a single name. At that moment, at the very eye of the storm, within the initial secret realm, a beam of light descended from the heavens. It was neither golden nor silver, but a hue reminiscent of the primordial chaos that seemed to encapsulate the mysteries of the universe's inception. It disregarded all external clamor and conspiracies, precisely and gently embedding itself into Su Xing's brow. A slight tremor coursed through Su Xing's body. He could distinctly feel a minuscule core, indescribable in words, imbued with boundless laws and enigmas, binding itself irrevocably to his soul. Notification: you have acquired a fragment of the unique reward, the Genesis Divine Core, 19. Genesis Divine Core holds the secrets of talents beyond SSS-rank. Chapter 20. The Divine Tree acknowledges its master, public judgment. Su Xing quietly absorbed the profound sensations emanating from the Genesis Divine Core fragment resting upon his brow, a resonance from the depths of his soul. It was an ineffable sense of completeness, akin to a fragmented puzzle piece finally discovering its rightful counterpart. However, at that moment, an ethereal, warm, and yearning call arose from the deepest recesses of the primordial forest. It was neither sound nor psychic wave, but a resonance stemming from his bloodline. From the very essence of his soul extraction profession, Su Xing felt a stirring within. Without a hint of hesitation, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing towards the heart of the forest. The deeper he ventured, the more potent the call became. Eventually, he arrived at a clearing. In the center stood an unimaginably colossal ancient tree. Yet, this tree was utterly withered. The bark was cracked, reminiscent of an elderly visage, its branches bare, devoid of life. It seemed to have drained its last drop of vitality over the endless ages. Yet, Su Xing could perceive, beneath this facade of desolation, a flicker of life. Faint yet resolute, resonating with the power within him. With an inexplicable compulsion, he extended his hand and gently pressed it against the rough, frigid bark of the tree. Boom. The instant his palm made contact with the trunk, a vast torrent of life energy, as boundless as an ocean of smoke, surged violently from Su Xing's being, coursing through the roots of earth abyss soul drain, and flooding into the withered giant tree. The entire tree quivered violently. Visible to the naked eye, emerald light radiated from the point of contact, cascading like a rushing river, instantly enveloping every corner of the colossal tree. The cracked bark regained its fullness and luster, while the bare branches sprouted tender buds and unfurled verdant leaves at an unnatural speed. Within mere breaths, this ancient tree, thought to be long dead, was revitalized, exuding a magnificent vitality that could obscure the sun. Simultaneously, a stream of information was indelibly imprinted upon the depths of Su Xing's soul. Alert! You have awakened the core of the initial forest world tree, forming a deep bond with it. You have obtained a unique power, the Mark of the World Tree. Mark of the World Tree. 1. Absolute Sanctuary. In the face of lethal danger at any location, you may instantly teleport beneath the World Tree to evade harm. 2. Life Resurrection. Upon death in the external world, your soul will be drawn by the mark, allowing for perfect resurrection beneath the World Tree. Cooldown, 30 days. 3. Shared Growth. Henceforth, any new beings entering the initial forest will provide you with a 100 shared experience gained from monsters killed or from being killed by monsters. Su Xing slowly retracted his hand, savoring the profound connection with the World Tree, a faint, icy smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Resurrection, teleportation, passive leveling. This was the true divine reward. With this trump card, the vast expanse of the world lay open before him. It was time. He glanced at the equipment materials in his backpack. The harvest from the initial forest was indeed substantial. With a flicker of thought, he chose to depart. Outside, in the plaza of the South River Sanctuary, under Lei Zhanshan's menacing command, squads of well-armored sanctuary guards had encircled the teleportation array, swords drawn. A palpable aura of death hanging in the air. All eyes were fixed on the teleportation array, eagerly awaiting the appearance of that shameless cheater. Whoosh! A flash of white light, and Su Xing's figure materialized at the center of the teleportation array. He has emerged. Capture him. Surrender the rewards. The crowd erupted into chaos. Shouts of greed and fury rising in a cacophony. Yet, those guards who had been the loudest in their threats dared not take the first step forward. They merely surrounded him with a facade of bravado, forming an oppressive formation. Behind them, Li Wei and Lin Xingya cowered, retreating in fear. Little did others know. They had witnessed Su Xing's terror firsthand. The image of him effortlessly slaying golden tier bosses with a few arrows was a nightmare they would never escape. They dared only to hide behind the crowd, casting the most venomous glares to incite the foolish cannon fodder. In that tense moment, a graceful figure resolutely stepped in front of Su Xing. It was Yunxiang. She opened her arms, using her not particularly formidable frame to create a barrier for Su Xing, her exquisite face etched with urgency and determination. Su Xing, stand behind me. Commander Lei. Teachers. The situation has not been clarified. You cannot act this way. Lei Zhanshan's gaze turned even colder as he observed this scene. Yunxiang. Are you also going to shield this disgrace of South River? Step aside. I will not. Yunxiang's voice was soft, yet unwavering. Is it worth it for a waste? Li Wei shouted from the crowd. Shut up. Su Xing finally spoke. He gently pulled Yunxiang behind him, his calm gaze sweeping over the ugly, greedy faces before him. Ultimately, he smiled. It was a smile laced with profound disdain and pity. Ridiculous. He shook his head, his voice low yet resonant, filling the entire silent plaza. A group of fools being used as pawns, utterly hopeless. His gaze transcended the crowd, precisely locking onto the two pale-faced instigators, Li Wei, Lin Qingya. Su Xing's voice turned ice-cold, as if it emanated from the depths of the abyss. From this day forth, I shall make you understand what true despair is. I will ensure your levels remain forever locked at level 1. As long as you dare to leave the South River Sanctuary or enter dungeons, I will slay you each time I see you, until your will is shattered and you are reduced to utter uselessness. This was not a threat, but a sentence. Li Wei and Lin Qingya trembled as if struck by lightning, their eyes betraying a terror far exceeding that of death. Enough. On the high platform, Lei Zhanshan erupted with fury, a terrifying pressure exploding forth. Do you dare threaten an S-class genius in my presence? No one can save you today. Seize him. Between the S-class genius and a D-class waste, he unhesitatingly chose to believe in the S-class genius. He had grown weary of waiting for his subordinates to act. The overwhelming pressure of the 5th tier bore down on Su Xing like a mountain. He intended to personally incapacitate this audacious brat. Su Xing's pupils constricted as he swiftly connected with the mark of the world tree at his brow, preparing to teleport away with Yunxiang. However, just as Lei Zhanshan was about to strike, a shadow, swift beyond measure, appeared without warning between Su Xing and Lei Zhanshan. Chapter 21. The Arrival of the 7th Tier. An invitation from the Divine Guild. Clang. A sound that was both understated yet deafening. The clash of metal rang out suddenly. Lei Zhanshan's cataclysmic strike, infused with the boundless fury of a 5th tier powerhouse, was halted just half a meter from Su Xing's face by a hand that appeared utterly unremarkable. Yet it had firmly blocked the attack. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward from the two, reverberating through the plaza. Boom. The very ground of the plaza cracked inch by inch under the force of the dispersing waves, countless stones soaring into the sky. Nearby guards were sent flying like ragdolls, shrieking and spitting blood as they were crushed to the ground in droves. As the dust settled, the man clad in dark attire, with an unremarkable visage, stood there calmly. He hadn't even budged an inch. In stark contrast, Lei Zhanshan staggered back 3 steps, each footstep leaving deep impressions on the hard ground as he struggled to regain his balance. His face, now the color of a pig's liver, was etched with shock and disbelief. You. He fixed his gaze intently on the man before him, a sensation akin to having a fishbone lodged in his throat rendering each word a monumental struggle. 7 transcendences? You are a 7 transcendence powerhouse. Boom. Those 2 words detonated within the stillness like a nuclear bomb dropped into a tranquil pot of oil. In the square, every individual still standing felt their minds instantaneously plunge into a void of disbelief. 7 transcendence. What does that even signify? For those of them still striving for the 2nd transcendence, and indeed for everyone in the South River Sanctuary, that was merely a legendary realm. An existence as unattainable as the divine. In the entire South River Sanctuary, the mightiest was none other than the 5 transcendence General Lei Zhanshan standing before them. Yet now, a living, breathing 7 transcendence powerhouse had so abruptly and quietly descended upon them. May I inquire as to your esteemed title? Lei Zhanshan forcibly suppressed the astonishment churning within him, his voice tinged with dryness. The man paid him no heed, merely uttering 2 words with an air of detachment. Function. Those 2 words seemed to carry an enchanting power, as if spoken with the authority to conjure reality. Lei Zhanshan, a 7 transcendence shadow kill, had been dispatched to extend an invitation to Su Xing to join the foremost guild of the Dragon Kingdom. Function. To unleash such fervor upon a mere child was hardly the demeanor expected from the highest authority of a lowly sanctuary's military. The emphasis on lowly sanctuary ignited a fire of indignation within Lei Zhanshan. Yet under the overwhelming aura of the other man, he felt utterly powerless to contest. The square, once silent, now seemed to have even the last vestige of heartbeat vanish into thin air. Function. The premier guild of the Dragon Kingdom. A true behemoth. A divine guild where even a 5 transcendence powerhouse would merely be regarded as a low-tier member. Everyone stood in a daze, utterly unable to comprehend why such an elusive and exalted entity would suddenly grace their humble South River Sanctuary. Moreover, Why would they invite a D-rank waste to join? Surely, there must be some mistake. Could it be? Lei Zhinshan's heart raced. A thrilling notion surged within him, causing him to momentarily forget that the man had just been hindering him. He quickly stepped forward, forcing a fervent smile onto his face, gesturing toward Li Wei and Lin Xingyao behind him. Ah, so it is a distinguished member of Fanfiction. My apologies. Might you be mistaken? The individuals you seek should be them. This cohort from South River has produced several S-rank prodigies. Li Wei and Lin Xingyao are our pride, the finest seedlings prepared for a top-tier guild such as yours. Indeed. Indeed. Li Wei and Lin Xingyao, like drowning souls grasping at their last shred of hope, scrambled forward, their faces twisted with a sickly elation. Esteemed sir, surely, you have come to invite us. Li Wei bellowed, pointing at Su Xing with a grotesque grimace. Do not be deceived by this waste. He is merely a D-rank scoundrel who steals our bosses. His achievements are merely a result of bugs and cheating. He is a shameless little man unworthy of entering Fanfiction. Yes, yes, Lin Xingyao readily echoed, adopting a pitiful demeanor once more. Su Xing regarded the two clowns before him with an even deeper disdain in his eyes. How pathetic it was for them to act so convincingly that they almost believed their own performance. The noise. The man known as Shadow Kill finally furrowed his brow in impatience. In the next moment, an icy aura so chilling it felt capable of freezing one's very soul enveloped the entire square. Thud, thud. Li Wei and Lin Xingyao seemed struck by an invisible hammer to their chests, their eyes rolling back as they foamed at the mouth, collapsing into unconsciousness. Everyone else felt as though a frigid blade was pressed against their throats, their very breath stilled. Function's business, Shadow Kill's voice was devoid of emotion, coldly sweeping over the pale-faced Lei Zhinshan. Is it your turn to interject? Lei Zhinshan froze, caught in an unbearable awkwardness, cold sweat instantly soaking through his back. Not daring to utter another sound, he was filled with shock and fury. What extraordinary fortune had Su Xing stumbled upon? Just as everyone remained paralyzed in silence, that terrifying murderous intent began to recede like a tide. Shadow Kill turned to face Su Xing, his icy demeanor melting away, replaced by a smile that bore both scrutiny and courtesy. Young friend, are you the observer? Su Xing calmly nodded. I am from the Fanfiction Guild, Shadow Kill. Shadow Kill lowered his posture, even offering an introduction, before getting straight to the point. Might you be willing to join our Fanfiction? Su Xing's eyes flickered. He was not naive enough to believe that opportunities simply fell from the sky. This 7 Transcendence powerhouse, this foremost guild of the Dragon Kingdom, must have significant intentions behind their interest in a seemingly D-rank waste like him. He met Shadow Kill's gaze, posing the most pivotal question. Function, do you seek my ultimate reward? Upon hearing this, Shadow Kill paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter, his mirth filled with appreciation. Ha! How intriguing. He waved his hand dismissively, then stated earnestly. Fear not, young friend. A mere reward from an initial secret realm is not something we Fanfiction covet. What we value is you, your potential as an observer. Su Xing understood and continued to inquire, what must I contribute in return? Ah, you little rascal, your disposition is commendable, not swayed by our Fanfiction renown. Shadow Kill's eyes sparkled with approval as he explained, it's quite simple. Until you reach the 6th Transcendence, our guild will provide you with all the resources you require free of charge, including equipment, skills, potions, intelligence, everything you could possibly need. In return, all you must do is complete some tasks within your capabilities for the guild after reaching the 6th Transcendence, contributing to our cause. After all, we are the foremost guild, and the freedom is relatively high. If you are below the 6th Transcendence, you offer us little assistance. Even above the 6th, only those at the 7th or 8th Transcendence provide substantial aid. Your ability to break through to either is what truly matters. As his words fell, those who had just regained their composure from the oppressive aura found their breaths suddenly turning ragged. Their eyes reddened in unison. Free resources. Until the 6th Transcendence. My heavens, that was the 6th Transcendence. The 5 Transcendence General Lei was a celestial being within the South River Sanctuary. A 6th Transcendence powerhouse was a realm they dared not even dream of. And now, the Fanfiction Guild was willing to amass endless resources to forge a 6th Transcendence powerhouse. Jealousy, an infinite envy, like a venomous serpent, gnawed at the hearts of each and every individual present. Moreover, this is far from the end. The esteemed Fanfiction holds no regard for mere 6 transformation warriors. Only those of the 7 transformation caliber are deemed beneficial, marking a successful investment, while the 8 transformation individuals offer tremendous advantages, yielding substantial returns for the guild. Which guild wouldn't desire to join such a prestigious establishment? Chapter 22. Joining Fanfiction. SSS level pet beasts. Resources provided freely until the 6th transformation. These words struck the hearts of everyone in the square like a heavy hammer, wrenching painfully at their very cores. Bloodied and raw, jealousy blazed like a wildfire in every pair of eyes, burning fervently. They could not comprehend nor accept it. Why? Why should he? A mere double D-level wretch, a shameless scoundrel who ascended through cheating and exploiting bugs, received such divine treatment that they dared not even dream of. Lei Shan's expression darkened to the utmost degree, his heart brimming with absurdity. The very person he had intended to cripple moments ago was suddenly revered as an honored guest by the foremost guild in Dragon Country, Fengshan, with promises of boundless resources. This humiliation surpassed even receiving 100 slaps in public. Everyone instinctively believed that, faced with such an unexpected boon from the heavens, Su Xing would immediately express gratitude and bow in deference. However, to everyone's astonishment, Su Xing fell into silence. He merely stood there, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond, as if what Ing had just conveyed was not a grand opportunity pertaining to his future, but rather an inconsequential greeting. Time trickled by second. The atmosphere in the square shifted from extreme jealousy to an eerie tension. The fool. Did he truly consider himself significant? How dare he keep Lord Ing waiting? It was a path to his own demise. From the back of the crowd, Li Wei observed the scene, a malicious smirk involuntarily creeping across his lips. Lin Qingya's pale face also flickered with satisfaction. To her, Su Xing's foolish arrogance was undoubtedly challenging the patience of a 7-transformation warrior. His downfall would surely be catastrophic. As for Lei Shan, his brows knitted tighter. He was already biased against Su Xing, and witnessing such hubris only deepened his disdain. He had firmly concluded that Su Xing was a fool, intoxicated by a modicum of achievement, blind to his own limitations. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fierce internal struggle brewing beneath Su Xing's calm exterior. The advantages of joining Fengshan were undoubtedly numerous. Firstly, protection. The shards of the Genesis God Core and the Mark of the World Tree. Either of these would make him a prime target for assassins worldwide. Moreover, having just received the final reward from the initial dungeon, he was already under scrutiny. Alone, he would find it impossible to navigate this perilous landscape. The Fengshan Guild was undoubtedly the best shield he could acquire. Secondly, resources. The infinite provision of resources prior to the 6th transformation would save him countless hours of accumulation and searching, allowing him to focus all his energies on the essential pursuit of strength. As for the drawbacks, firstly, constraints. Joining any organization inevitably meant relinquishing a degree of absolute freedom. Completing tasks post-6th transformation implied that he would be bound by the interests of the guild. Secondly, the unknown. The true reason Fengshan valued the observer class so highly remained a mystery to him. This could be an opportunity or a bottomless pit of deception. While freedom is precious, the prerequisite is survival. Furthermore, he must grow rapidly enough to withstand any threats. The answer was becoming increasingly clear. Having pondered these matters, Su Xing lifted his head, meeting Ing Sha's gaze, which held a hint of anticipation. He did not respond directly, but instead posed a crucial question. The personal fortunes of guild members, such as dungeon rewards, would the guild refrain from interference? Ing Sha's eyes sharpened momentarily before he burst into hearty laughter, admiration practically spilling from his gaze. Of course, the rules of Fengshan dictate that personal gains belong solely to the individual. We shall never covet anyone's fortunes. Our investment is always in the person themselves. Our ultimate goal is unified, the ascension to divinity. This is the very essence of Fengshan's foundation. With a clear response in hand, Su Xing felt no further hesitation and decisively nodded. Very well, I agree to join. In that instant, Ing Sha, who had maintained an air of nonchalance, visibly relaxed his shoulders. He exhaled deeply, as if he had finally accomplished an exceedingly significant task. This subtle gesture sent a jolt through Lei Shan, who suddenly realized with horror that the entire South River Sanctuary, might have completely misjudged Su Xing's value from the very beginning. He was far from a dispensable D-level waste. He was a true treasure, so valuable that even a colossal entity like Fengshan had to dispatch a 7-transformation warrior in person to cautiously bring him back. Su Xing paid no mind to the astonishment of the crowd. He was a pragmatic individual. With his decision made, he promptly articulated his first request. I am currently at the 1st transformation's maximum level and urgently need to complete the 2nd transformation task. Might the guild provide relevant resources and assistance? Truly insatiable. Just after agreeing to join, he was already eager to extract benefits. In the crowd, Li Wei immediately unleashed a sour mockery. However, upon hearing this, Ing Sha not only displayed no displeasure, but rather slapped his thigh, laughing heartily. Of course, a mere 2nd transformation task. No need to traverse the cumbersome guild processes for that. I shall personally cover the resources. Consider it a welcome gift from me to you. As these words echoed, the entire assembly fell into silence. Those who had been chattering moments ago suddenly resembled ducks with their throats grasped, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. What they perceived as an insurmountable challenge requiring the collective might of their families to prepare for the 2nd transformation was, in the mouth of this individual, merely a trivial matter, a casual gift. The disparity between individuals was brutally laid bare at that moment. Before the last syllable could fade, Ing Sha executed an action that nearly caused everyone's eyes to bulge. He raised one hand toward the sky and casually swept it across. With a tearing sound, the fabric of space was rent asunder, revealing a pitch-black, unfathomable chasm. Following this, a thunderous cry, reminiscent of a primordial eagle-esque shriek, erupted from the fissure. In the next instant, a monstrous beast, its wingspan exceeding 100 meters, entirely black as ink, with every feather gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen, thrust its proud head forth from the spatial rift. Nine Heavens Rock. The terrifying pressure of an SSS-class beast swept over the entire square like a tangible tide. All the freshmen, including the S-tier prodigies, found themselves unable to stand before this overwhelming force, their legs trembling, faces ashen, collapsing to the ground. Even Lei Zhinshan, at the 5th tier, felt a wave of anxiety and difficulty in breathing. An SSS-class mount. Is this the profound foundation of the foremost guild in the Dragon Kingdom? The most formidable beast in Nanjing is merely S-class. Yingsha leaped gracefully onto the back of the giant rock and turned to glance at Su Xing. Yet, Su Xing did not immediately make his move. He turned to face the beautiful figure who had silently guarded him throughout. Now looking at him with a mixture of shock and pride, he extended his hand. Teacher Yunshang, let us go together. Su Xing was uneasy about leaving Teacher Yunshang, who had stood by him in defiance of everyone else. Yunshang was taken aback, gazing into Su Xing's sincere eyes, her nose tinged with warmth, and her eyes instantly reddened. She nodded vigorously. Amidst the complex gazes of envy, jealousy, regret, and fear from the crowd, Su Xing led Yunshang to mount the legendary beast. Chapter 23, Wealth Accumulated in the Priceless Class Change. The giant rock flapped its wings, unleashing a howling wind as it soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. All that remained were the pale faces of Li Wei and Lin Xingya, along with Lei Zhinshan, whose complex gaze lingered in a state of turmoil. In that moment, the world was distinctly divided into two realms. The Association of Class Changers was in close proximity to the Freshman Awakening Square. After circling a few times, Yingsha quietly returned. According to him, it would be remiss not to put on a grand display before departing. With such a magnificent rock, it could effectively stoke the flames of jealousy in others, evoking their envy. Though Su Xing found this behavior somewhat juvenile, he understood Yingsha's intention to care for his emotions, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude. The Resource Exchange Hall was adorned with understated luxury. Each passerby exuded an aura of calm, clearly experts in their own right. As Yingsha, accompanied by Su Xing and Yunshang, approached the exchange counter, the staff merely nodded politely, but their eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. Clearly, they viewed this as yet another novice who had leveraged connections with influential figures to gain entry into this realm. Su Xing paid no heed to the disdainful gaze. He calmly stepped forward, opened his system backpack, and, under the staff's slightly impatient scrutiny, chose to empty its contents entirely. The next moment, a cacophony erupted. Like a dam bursting, an avalanche of equipment cascaded forth, black iron, bronze, silver, a myriad of weapons and armor, mingled with countless materials shimmering in a riot of colors, gushed forth from the void like a waterfall. The clattering sounds resonated throughout the hall, drawing the attention of everyone present. In mere breaths, a dazzling mountain of equipment piled high before the sturdy alloy exchange counter, leaving the entire hall in a stunned silence. This was soon followed by an eruption of astonished exclamations. What is that? Did he rob a guild warehouse? It's all equipment. So many silver tier items. My heavens, is this what a freshman can produce? The staff member who had previously looked down on Su Xing now stood with his mouth agape, eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Flustered, he quickly activated the internal communication device, shouting, "Quick, send someone to Station 3. We need an urgent count." Yunshang, standing to the side, covered her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. She instinctively blurted out, "Su Xing, did you just loot the entire initial forest?" Even the usually composed and unshakable Yingsha was now visibly agitated, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. Though he maintained a facade of calm, his heart was tumultuous. When I first changed classes, I fought tooth and nail for a single silver tier weapon, yet this boy's wealth is simply outrageous. I had thought he lacked the materials needed for class change. Clearly, that was a grave underestimation. With this in mind, the initial materials required for a second class change seem a bit scant. Yingsha was unaware that soon, he would find himself in tears. As several staff members scrambled to tally the mountainous pile, Su Xing, seemingly unfazed, took Yunshang, still in shock, to the side into the treasure exchange area. Each item here shimmered with brilliance, clearly of exceptional quality. Without hesitation, Su Xing pointed to a necklace that appeared to be woven from moonlight, and said to the staff, "This one, Tears of the Moon Goddess, please." "Certainly, that will be 100,000 copper coins." Before the staff member could finish, Su Xing had already confirmed the payment. He presented the rare golden tier defensive ornament, capable of withstanding a fatal blow, to Yunshang. "Teacher, this is for you." "No, this is too precious. I cannot accept it." Yunshang exclaimed, astonished and delighted, hastily declining. "Take it." Su Xing's tone brooked no argument. "Without you, I would not have reached here." Gazing into Su Xing's earnest and resolute eyes, Yunshang's eyes filled with tears. She ceased to refuse, carefully and reverently placing tears of the moon goddess around her alabaster neck. This scene caused Ing Sha, observing from a distance, to nod appreciatively, elevating his regard for Su Xing's character. Soon, the equipment was tallied, and an astronomical sum of copper coins flowed into Su Xing's account. Ing Sha also fulfilled his promise, handing him a second-class change scroll that emanated a faint spatial ripple. Without hesitation, Su Xing seized the scroll and crushed it on the spot. A flash of light enveloped him, and he was instantly transported to a grand and solemn class change temple. In the center of the temple, a colossal statue of the class change goddess gazed down, sanctified and compassionate. A gentle starlight descended from the statue, enveloping Su Xing. Second class change task initiated. The task panel slowly unfurled before Su Xing. Phase 1. Reach level 10, 10-10. This first phase was easily completed. Now, he awaited the requirements for the second phase. However, upon viewing the second phase task demands, he was taken aback. Phase 2. Please submit the following 10 types of golden tier materials to prove your potential. 0-10. 1. Golden tier dragon beasts reverse scale. 1. 2. Golden tier deep sea demon kelp's complete tentacle. 1. 3. Golden tier storm giant's heart. 1. 4 fragments of the golden core of the celestial star. Expression 1. 5 golden level. A lengthy list of unheard of rare golden materials that send shivers down one's spine merely by their names is laid out clearly. How could a D-grade observer class require so many materials? It is worth noting that even after defeating a golden level boss and claiming the first kill reward, Su Xing managed to acquire only a full set of golden equipment. If he hadn't joined a guild, where would he find such an abundance of golden materials? Nevertheless, it is understandable, as the observer's talent, though classified as D-grade, is by no means inferior to those of SSS grade. After all, he has the formidable assistance of the legendary Shadow Killer. In a flash of light, Su Xing returned to the exchange hall, sharing his task panel. Hiss! Yunshang gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "How is this even possible?" A second class change for an SSS grade profession requires only 3 golden materials, and each material only 1 copy. Shadow Killer was equally taken aback. Curiously leaning in for a closer look, his previously jovial expression suddenly froze, caught in a moment of disbelief. His gaze fixed intensely on the material list. His countenance shifted dramatically from shock to astonishment, and then to a hint of confusion. Instinctively, he turned his head to examine Su Xing's profession panel. The clearly displayed D-grade observer seemed to mock him with the loudest voice possible, ruthlessly ridiculing the grandiose promises he had just made regarding gifts. He had thought this was merely a trifling favor that could be easily brushed aside. Who could have anticipated that this would turn out to be an insatiable abyss? The entire exchange hall was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. The air felt as though it had solidified. The awkward atmosphere was almost palpable, as if one could slice through it with a knife. Chapter 24. Gaze of the Laws. Peering into the divine. The atmosphere in the exchange hall had become thick with tension. The thick silence seemed capable of freezing time itself. Yunshang clenched her fists nervously, her palms slick with cold sweat, fearing that the 7-turn powerhouse might become enraged and turn against them. Meanwhile, Shadow Killer's expression was nothing short of spectacular. He first fell silent, followed by shock, and then a profound bewilderment. Having traversed the world for decades, he had seen countless storms, yet today, he felt as though his worldview had been shattered by a D-grade profession's second-class change task. Was this truly a second-class change task? Even if one were to combine the total value of all the class change materials required for several SSS-grade professionals, it would scarcely compare to this list. This was no mere class change, it was outright robbery. Cough. Ultimately, it was Shadow Killer's own cough that shattered the eerie silence. He took a deep breath, as if attempting to inhale all his life's frustrations, and then exhaled slowly. A flicker of pain and helplessness crossed his deep-set eyes. Yet, in the end, it transformed into a resolute acceptance of fate. Very well. He gritted his teeth, as if having made a monumental decision, his voice tinged with a tragic resolve. I, Shadow Killer, traverse the world relying solely on the principle of keeping one's word. Is it merely 10 golden materials? He paused, each word seemingly squeezed from between clenched teeth. I shall provide. With that declaration, he extended his hand, beginning to extract items one by one from his storage ring. Each action appeared laden with immense difficulty. Alas, this precious dragon's blood I painstakingly pilfered from the Abyssal Dragon King lair. He retrieved a crystal vial, gazing at it longingly for a moment before placing it on the table. Alas, this fragment of the core of the celestial star I had prepared for upgrading my treasured dagger. He produced a shimmering metal shard, his face betraying the agony of a financial loss. Under Yunshang's incredulous gaze, this legendary 7-turn powerhouse resembled a father emptied of his savings by his children. While muttering to himself, he painfully assembled the 10 golden materials, sufficient to cripple any minor guild. By the time he laid the final item on the table, he appeared utterly drained of vigor. Take it. Change. He barked at Su Xing with irritation. Thankfully, he had merely agreed to assist with the second-class change. Otherwise, he would also be feeling the pinch. He vowed never to casually agree to help Su Xing with class changes again. The requirements for this class change were simply outrageous. Upon returning to the class change sanctuary, Su Xing submitted the materials. Stage 2. Please submit the following 10 types of golden materials to demonstrate your potential. 1010. Stage 2 complete. In an instant, the entire class change sanctuary radiated with brilliance. A starry glow, 100-fold more resplendent than any previous instance, coalesced into an immensely thick pillar of light that enveloped Su Xing. An unprecedented, vast force, emanating from the very essence of the world, surged into his eyes. A violent stinging sensation coursed through him, as if it would melt and reshape his very eyeballs. Simultaneously, a torrent of system notifications flooded his mind, akin to a tempestuous storm. Yet among them, the most crucial and significant one left Su Xing utterly stunned. Warning: an unknown profession evolution path has been detected. The profession system is undergoing data calibration. Congratulations. Your profession D-grade, Observer, has successfully absorbed the essence of the laws, achieving an unprecedented rank leap. Current profession, C-grade Gaze of the Laws. Additional mental enhancement, 100. New skills, Law Analysis, Spatial Rift. Evolutionary trait, the Scara transforms into a transparent crystal, capable of refracting different colors of law auras, gazing at the contours of law, symbolizing a preliminary understanding of the essence of the world. So that is it. A tempest of realization surged within Su Xing as he comprehended everything in an instant. This was no ordinary second-class change. Rather, it was a defiance against the rigid laws of professional hierarchy, forcibly breaking through with a vast array of rare resources as fuel, resulting in a miraculous evolution. The notion that a profession could even evolve completely overturned Su Xing's understanding cultivated over decades. The immutable laws of this world had, at this moment, been forcibly shattered by him. It is worth noting that typically, a professional's rank cannot be elevated. An S-grade remains an S-grade unless one acquires a class change scroll to ascend to a higher tier like an SSS-grade profession. Yet Su Xing only needed to complete the class change task to elevate his professional tier. It was utterly absurd. Outside, Shadow Killer and Yunxiang also witnessed the dazzling light pillar that seemed ready to breach the sanctuary's dome, their jaws nearly dropping in shock. A D-grade profession's second-class change could stir up such a commotion. As the radiance dissipated, Su Xing slowly opened his eyes. His level cap has been elevated to level 40. Yet, this is not the most significant aspect. The true essence lies in the fact that his perception of the world has undergone a profound transformation. No longer is it merely a realm of tangible matter. He can distinctly perceive the myriad fundamental particles of elemental essence, aglow with a soft luminescence, suspended in the air around him. He observes that his silver moon set radiates a gentle, invisible power of moonlight. He even senses the vast energy within him, inherent to his vocation, circulating slowly. Instinctively, he directs his gaze toward the colossal statue of the goddess of class change at the heart of the temple. Then, he activates his newfound occupational talent, Gaze of the Law. Buzz. In an instant, the statue's solid stone exterior becomes ethereal and transparent within his sight. His vision seems to penetrate the dimensional barriers of matter and reality, entering a sanctified realm woven from light and law. There, he beholds a perfect female form, nebulous yet exquisite, interlaced with the purest laws of fate and fortune. She is divine and majestic, exuding an exquisite allure that stems from the very essence of life. Just as Su Xing becomes entranced, subconsciously yearning to see more clearly, a grand and authoritative thought, tinged with a hint of annoyance, descends upon the ocean of his consciousness like a thunderclap from the heavens. An intriguing mortal, your eyes can pierce the barriers of dimensions and gaze upon my true form? In the next moment, a system notification, startling enough to make Su Xing's heart skip a beat, resounded with a sudden explosion. Chapter 25. The God-level unique skill, Fortune Lottery. You have glimpsed the secrets of the goddess of luck. As the first mortal to dare to gaze upon her, you have sparked her intense curiosity and appreciation. You have been granted the unique God-level skill, Fortune Lottery, by the goddess of luck. Fortune Lottery, God-level, unique. You may draw once daily to determine your fortune for the day. Fortunes include minor blessing, moderate blessing, major blessing, great fortune, and auspicious signs. Different fortunes will bestow upon you varying degrees of absolute luck that cannot be exempted by any force within 24 hours. Su Xing stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. A God-level skill. Fortune Lottery. He remained still for several seconds, grappling with the sudden, miraculous gift that had befallen him. His heart raced uncontrollably with exuberance. Second transition. Occupational evolution. Level cap raised. Drastic surge in mental fortitude. Yet, all these achievements seemed to pale in comparison to the newly acquired unique God-level skill before him. He greedily perused the skill description, word by word. Once daily he could draw fortunes categorized as minor blessing, moderate blessing, major blessing, great fortune, auspicious signs. An absolute luck enhancement that cannot be exempted by any force. The minimum being a minor blessing? Su Xing's breath became laborious in an instant. What does this imply? It means that from this day forth, the term misfortune shall be utterly erased from his life's lexicon. His existence shall henceforth be defined solely by good fortune, better fortune, explosive luck, and soaring auspiciousness. This was more formidable than any offensive or defensive skill. Suppressing the wild tumult within, Su Xing resolved to test it immediately. After all, only through practice could the true nature of this skill be discerned. With a thought, he silently intoned, using fortune lottery, buzz, an ancient and arcane lottery tube, seemingly forged from bronze and starlight, materialized quietly in the depths of his consciousness. The tube was filled with a multitude of bamboo slips, each entwined with an aura of chaos, rendering them indistinct. As he confirmed his intention, the entire tube began to shake violently. In the next moment, a slip radiating brilliant golden light leapt forth from the tube, as if chosen by an unseen hand. Two majestic golden characters were emblazoned upon the slip. Major blessing. The slip momentarily hovered in the air before transforming into an exquisitely pure and mysterious warmth, instantly infusing Su Xing's limbs and even the depths of his soul. There was no increase in power, nor any surge in attributes. Yet, Su Xing distinctly felt that the entire world had shifted in his perception. It was as though the air had become fresher, the light softer. An indescribable sensation of being cherished and favored by the universe enveloped him. He even entertained the absurd notion that if he stepped outside now, he might casually stumble upon a bag brimming with riches by the roadside. With a deep sigh of relief, Su Xing exited the class change temple. Congratulations, Su Xing. Yinchang approached him eagerly. Although Su Xing's level had not increased, she could palpably sense that his aura had multiplied in strength several times over. His eyes had transformed into profound orbs akin to stars, rendering them difficult to gaze upon directly. Su Xing smiled and nodded, instinctively activating his recently acquired occupational talent, Gaze of the Law, to look at Shadow Kill beside him. In an instant, the world before him was once again upended. Shadow Kill was no longer an ordinary individual in his eyes. The facade of flesh vanished, replaced by a humanoid star forged from boundless, exquisitely condensed, terrifying energy. Within this energy form, indestructible chains of law, exuding an immortal essence, coiled around the core of energy, slowly revolving. With each rotation, it seemed as though the pulse of the heavens and earth was being stirred. Is this the very essence of a seventh transition powerhouse? Su Xing was profoundly shaken. Yet, just as he became entranced by the sight, he noticed something amiss. While he and Yunchang exchanged friendly nods, the seemingly affable Shadow Kill suddenly stiffened. An eerie chill, as if stripped bare and exposed, surged from the deepest recesses of his being, revealing every facet. From the core of energy to the patterns of law, he had lived for decades, faced countless life and death situations, yet had never experienced such a sensation. You brat. Shadow Kill abruptly turned his head, his hawk-like eyes fixated on Su Xing, his voice laced with bewilderment and suspicion. What have you just done? Su Xing's heart sank, instantly understanding the effect of Gaze of the Law, and hurriedly restrained his aura. The sensation of being scrutinized dissipated accordingly. Yunchang was taken aback by the sudden tension in the atmosphere, gazing vacantly at the two individuals, utterly at a loss. Ahem, it's nothing, Su Xing chuckled nervously. I just feel that Senior Yingsha looks exceptionally well. Yingsha scrutinized Su Xing for a long moment, unable to detect any malice, and ultimately decided to let it go. However, in his heart, Su Xing's evaluation had quietly ascended from that of a top-tier genius to the level of an inscrutable enigma. To ease the somewhat awkward ambience, Yingsha cleared his throat and proposed, let us proceed. Now that the second transition is complete, I shall take you two young ones to the trading hall for a glimpse. The hall was replete with extraordinary treasures, particularly the unidentified materials obtained from various dungeons, until identified. None could ascertain whether they were priceless gems or mere worthless stones, akin to gambling stones, which made it all the more intriguing. The trading market of the South River Sanctuary comprised 3 tiers, the first for ordinary trades, the second for treasure auctions, and the most bustling, a chaotic underground bazaar. As Yingsha escorted the two to this lively domain, the air instantly filled with clamor, and din stalls were haphazardly piled with an assortment of bizarre and peculiar items. There lay a broken sword with only half a hilt, a dim magic orb riddled with cracks, and scales from an unknown colossal beast. There were even clumps of indistinguishable material enveloped in chaotic energy. These were all unidentified items, unearthed from perilous dungeons and ancient ruins. Another piece of scrap metal. Profit gained. Silver-grade bracers. I'm not losing out on this. The professionals gathered around the various stalls, expressing occasional exasperation or erupting in joyful cheers. The entire area was imbued with an exhilarating, gambling-like fervor. How about it, young friend? Quite engaging, isn't it? Yingsha enthusiastically introduced. Here, both discernment and luck are indispensable. Sometimes, an unassuming piece of junk may conceal a legendary artifact. while something that appears to radiate energy might turn out to be worthless. In a bid to showcase his profound knowledge as a seventh transition powerhouse before Su Xing, he stroked his chin and assumed the demeanor of a sage. Descending to the fray, he approached a stall and picked up an unidentified beast claw that was marred with scratches and appeared rather ordinary. He first closed his eyes, gently tapping it with his fingers, meticulously sensing the residual energy fluctuations within. After a moment, he opened his eyes, revealing a confident demeanor befitting a master, and analyzed for Su Xing and Yunshang. This item, though seemingly devoid of energy, contains a faint trace of draconic might. Although severely corroded by chaotic energy, its core principle remains intact. I assert its grade is at least gold. Upon hearing this, the surrounding professionals gathered in disbelief. Amidst their focused attention, Sha boldly purchased the beast claw, immediately hiring an appraiser on the spot. As the appraiser performed his task, a brilliant golden light erupted, soaring into the heavens. It's gold. Good heavens. Gold-grade material, adult wyvern's claw. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Wow. Truly impressive. What incredible insight. Master. This is the true essence of a treasure-appraising master. Countless gazes of admiration and envy converged upon Sha. Yunshang's beautiful eyes sparkled with increased admiration for this senior. Sha basked in the adulation of the crowd, wearing a serene smile, although his heart swelled with pride. However, when he turned to see the astonished and reverent expression on Su Xing's face, he was taken aback to find that Su Xing was entirely oblivious to him. The boy was engrossed in rummaging through a corner stall laden with genuine scrap and junk. Sha frowned slightly. Little did he know, at that moment, the world perceived by Su Xing was entirely different. Under the dual enhancements of gaze of the laws and fortune of great luck, the unidentified items that appeared chaotic to outsiders unveiled their true essence before his eyes. 99% of the items were shrouded in a thick gray mist, signifying their utter worthlessness. Yet, only a few radiated varying intensities of light. A palm-sized, unidentified scale, nestled among the rubble, emitted a dazzling golden glow. A rusted, half-broken, unidentified sword also gleamed with golden brilliance. What made his heart race the most was an ostensibly tattered, unidentified helmet, buried beneath thick mud, with only a corner exposed. That item shone like a miniature sun, emanating a noble and resplendent purple-gold radiance that far surpassed gold. Platinum grade. What Su Xing needed to do was simple. Collect all these luminous entities. With a swift motion, he pulled the gleaming pieces towards himself and addressed the grinning stall owner, who regarded him as an ignorant novice. I'll take them all. The stall owner, elated, quickly quoted a price of 800 copper coins, which he believed was a steal. Surrounding onlookers whispered amongst themselves, speculating that this young man must be a fool for choosing discarded items that others overlooked. Even Sha found himself puzzled, unable to perceive anything extraordinary about these items. After paying, Su Xing flashed a grin at Sha. Senior Sha, may I trouble you for your appraiser? The appraisal commenced. Under the gaze of numerous spectators and mockers, the appraiser picked up the first item, that unidentified scale. With a swish, the seal was broken. A blinding golden light surged upwards. Gold-grade material, adult fire dragon's reverse scale. Worth 150,000. What? The scheming smile on the stall owner's face froze instantly. The surrounding laughter ceased abruptly. The appraiser's hands began to tremble slightly as he grasped the second item, the unidentified sword. Buzz. Another golden light. Gold-grade weapon, fragment the judgment blade of the ancient holy knight. Worth 200,000. Another gold. The stall owner's face turned pale. The crowd was plunged into complete silence, save for the sharp intake of breath. Goodness gracious, items deemed worthless by everyone else turned out to yield 2 golds. This is a gamble for one's life. Fake, it must be fake. I'm envious to the core. To unveil 2 golds at once is simply outrageous. Shah's mouth hung open in disbelief. All eyes were fixated intensely on the final item, the tattered helmet enshrouded in mud. The appraiser, trembling with anticipation, summoned the utmost concentration he had ever mustered in his life, slowly unsealing its cover. Boom! A presence, far exceeding that of mere golden grade, exuded an aura of nobility and majesty, as if it hailed from the very cosmos. Suddenly, it erupted, a dazzling beam of platinum light, so brilliant that it compelled all to squint involuntarily, transformed into a radiant dragon of light, soaring into the heavens. Platinum! Platinum! It was a piece of platinum-grade equipment. The appraiser, expending every ounce of his strength, bellowed the most astonishing appraisal result of his life. Crown of the Celestial Sovereign, valued at 1.2 million. Thud. The vendor, his vision darkening, crumpled to the ground, legs giving way, frothing at the mouth. Sha and Yunshang were utterly petrified, their minds blank. They had casually picked up a few materials, and yet one turned out to be platinum grade. Was this even humanly possible? Boom. That soaring platinum beam struck like a divine scepter, delivering a resounding blow to the heads of all present in the underground market. The entire world seemed to have been muted, time itself frozen in that moment. Every movement was arrested. Some mouths agape in astonishment, others eyes wide as saucers. And items dropped from hands unnoticed. Their minds were consumed by nothing but the blinding, soul-quaking brilliance of the platinum light. Platinum. Platinum grade. After an indeterminate passage of time, a voice, trembling and dreamlike, finally uttered those two words. Instantly, the previously silent plaza erupted like a powder keg. My heavens, what have I witnessed? Platinum-grade equipment. I've never seen platinum-grade equipment before. Chapter 27, Platinum-grade equipment. Overnight riches. Valued at 1.2 million. I couldn't afford that even if I sold everything I own. Unearthed from a pile of junk. How is this possible? A miracle. This is, without a doubt, a miracle. Who is this young man? He is no mere mortal. He is a deity. The eye of the gods. Countless gazes, mingled with awe, fear, greed, and fervor, converged like tangible spotlights. Locking onto the storm's epicenter, Su Xing. Yet, Su Xing remained composed, delivering a casual kick to the now unconscious vendor. Then, under the scrutiny of innumerable eyes, he selected the scales of the adult fire dragon and the judgment sword of the ancient paladin, while only claiming the resplendent crown of the celestial sovereign. He could scarcely be bothered to examine the attributes of the platinum equipment. I shall sell these two items, he stated calmly to the utterly stunned Sha and Yun Shang. No sooner had he spoken than a plump, extravagantly dressed middle-aged man, adorned with a plethora of magical trinkets, clearly a wealthy merchant, came tumbling over, wearing an obsequious smile that was almost unbearable. Master, oh esteemed master, we at Tianbao Pavilion will gladly acquire these two golden-grade treasures. 350,000. I offer 350,000. No, 360,000. Su Xing didn't even furrow his brow, opting to proceed with the transaction. Ding. A cascade of wealth, numbers unfathomable to the average person, flowed into his account. From being utterly penniless to becoming an overnight millionaire seemed to him a trivial matter. His nonchalance starkly contrasted with the frenzied eyes of the surrounding professionals. This tempest, infused with platinum radiance, swiftly swept through the entire city of Nanjing's sacred land at an unfathomable pace. Naturally, it reached the ears of Li Wei and Lin Xingya, who had just gathered enough funds, preparing to test their luck at the entrance of a high-level dungeon. What? Impossible. Li Wei's initial reaction upon hearing the news was one of furious outrage. How could a Double D waste possibly unearth platinum-grade equipment? This must be a rumor, a hallucination. Yet, as more vivid details emerged, their disbelief swiftly morphed into boundless jealousy and greed. The flames of envy threatened to erupt from their eyes, consuming their rationality. It must be mere luck. Lin Xingya bit her lip fiercely, her eyes glimmering with a feverish light as she grasped Li Wei's hand, her voice sharp and insistent. Li Wei, listen to me. If he, a D-grade waste, can strike it rich through sheer luck, what about us? We are S-grade geniuses, the destined protagonists of this era. Our fortune cannot possibly be inferior to his. This is the perfect opportunity for us to turn the tables. We must reclaim everything that belongs to us, with interest. This foolish yet tempting logic struck Li Wei's already twisted heart with precision. Indeed, his luck was good. Ours must be even better. If he can succeed, so can we. The two pooled together all their savings, driven by vengeful fantasies and blind confidence, and stormed towards the already bustling underground market. As they shoved their way through the crowd to the stall, they found it had become the focal point of the entire market. Everyone wore expressions of anticipation, waiting for the next spectacle. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Wei and Lin Xingya held their heads high, feigning nonchalance as they began to select items theatrically. They mimicked the masterful demeanor they had heard about from Sha. They lifted a stone to sense its energy, then inspected a bone for its patterns. Ultimately, after exhausting their last copper coin, they confidently selected a few items they believed to possess extraordinary energy fluctuations and excellent quality, all unidentified items. Just wait and see. What we unearth will undoubtedly surpass that cheating waste, Li Wei declared loudly to the surrounding crowd, which erupted in jeers and mockery. The appraiser, visibly weary, began his work. The first item, a stone which Li Wei asserted contained the essence of the earth, was met with a flash of gray light. No grade, worthless common rock. The crowd erupted in suppressed laughter. The second item, a bone Lin Xingya believed retained the essence of an ancient beast, met the same fate with another gray flash. No grade, leg bone of a wild boar. Ha ha. The surrounding laughter could no longer be contained, crashing over the two like a tidal wave. Li Wei and Lin Xingya's faces flushed crimson with humiliation. They refused to accept defeat and pushed forward their final item, the unidentified treasure chest, which represented their entire fortune. To the appraiser, open it. There must be a golden-grade piece inside. Li Wei shouted in desperation. Under the mocking gaze of the crowd, the appraiser unsealed the treasure chest. There was neither a golden glow nor a white light. Instead, a resounding thud echoed through the air. An indescribable stench erupted from within the chest, revealing only a lump of desiccated excrement from an unknown creature. With the appearance of this foul matter, The last vestiges of dignity and hope for Li Wei and Lin Qingya were utterly shattered. Their faces transformed from a sickly hue to a pallid gray, finally culminating in an ashen white. The crowd erupted into thunderous, unabashed laughter. They had lost everything, wealth and reputation, and had become the biggest, most foolish laughingstock in the entire Nanjing sanctuary. Meanwhile, the architect of this debacle, Su Xing, lounged leisurely on a sofa in the VIP room of the Class Change Association's upper floor, savoring a fragrant cup of tea while admiring the resplendent platinum-grade equipment. The crown of the starry sky, which he had recently acquired. The chaos and clamor of the trading hall below seemed to belong to another realm. After concluding some subsequent handover matters, Shadow Killer entered the room. "Kid, the commotion you caused today is quite substantial," he remarked. Casting a sidelong glance at the leisurely sipping Su Xing, his expression a blend of amusement and irony. "I have to deal with a few pests from other country sanctuaries who have come sniffing around, and I'll also arrange your second-class upgrade quest." He paused before adding, "Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to a good place. Within a day, I guarantee you'll reach the maximum level for your second class. During this time, take care of any personal matters here at the Nanjing Sanctuary. After that, come with me directly to the Kyoto Sanctuary. That's where you truly belong, and it's relatively safer." Su Xing nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Indeed, he needed to bid farewell to teacher Yunshang and fulfill his promise to the two buffoons. Once Shadow Killer had finished his instructions, he flickered and vanished silently like ink dissolving in water. The room was once again left in solitude, with only Su Xing remaining. Chapter 28, Assassination. Exclusive leveling services for 7th class experts. With a mere thought, the crown of the starry sky, still radiating a dazzling brilliance, floated serenely above his palm. Crown of the starry sky, platinum grade. Equipping requirement, LV 40. Attributes, Spirit 800, Constitution 500, Agility 500. Description, legend has it that this crown was not forged by earthly artisans, but woven from the core of a fallen star in the solidified light of the galaxy. It is said that beings adorned with it can hear whispers from the depths of the universe, their eyes becoming as profound as the starry sky, perceiving the trajectories of all things. Gasp. Even Su Xing, with his steady disposition, couldn't help but inhale sharply upon reviewing the attributes of this crown. It was immensely powerful. The attributes were ludicrously exceptional. The substantial boosts harmoniously complemented his Observer and Abyssal Soul Siphon classes. He was eager to don it and experience that surge of power. However, the line, equipping requirement, LV 40 felt like a bucket of cold water extinguishing his fervor. Level. Su Xing clenched his fists. Never before had he yearned for advancement with such intensity. The following day, at dawn, as the first rays of morning light streamed through the window, Su Xing opened the door punctually. Outside, Shadow Killer leaned languidly against the wall, as if he had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Su Xing emerge, he yawned and casually remarked, as though discussing the presence of a few pesky mosquitoes the previous night, "Let us go. It's time to set off. Oh, by the way, I took care of a few rats trying to sneak into the Nanjing Sanctuary to cause trouble for you last night. Their strength was average. They didn't even rank among the 7th class." As Su Xing prepared to take a step forward, he suddenly froze. A cold sweat broke out across his back. Assassins? He had barely emerged from the initial secret realm less than a day ago. Had those foreign assassins already arrived? Moreover, from Shadow Killer's tone, it seemed there were not just one, but multiple, perhaps even 7th class experts. A chilling dread surged from his soles, racing to the crown of his head. In that moment, he realized that had it not been for Shadow Killer's presence, had he not made the astute decision to join Fengshen, he might not have even known how he perished last night, even if he had miraculously escaped back to the initial secret realm via the Mark of the World tree. It would have meant he would forever be trapped in that novice village, unable to set foot in the real world again. At that moment, Su Xing felt a genuine sense of belonging and gratitude towards Fengshen, a guild he had only verbally joined. In his weakest and most perilous moment, it was this guild that selflessly shielded him from a fatal threat. Shadow Killer. Su Xing's voice bore a newfound sincerity and gravitas. "Thank you." Shadow Killer waved his hand dismissively, smiling nonchalantly. "It's a trivial matter. Protecting the seeds of the guild's future is my duty." He observed the sudden blaze igniting in Su Xing's eyes, as if he wished to set the entire world aflame, and nodded in satisfaction. Passive acceptance of protection would never forge a true stronghold. Only when this young man, from the depths of his heart, sought to break free from the helplessness of being at the mercy of others, would he truly embark on the path to ascendancy. Outside the Nanjing Sanctuary lay the level 40 grinding zone, Wailing Canyon. This place was perpetually shrouded in ominous clouds, with the howling winds echoing like the wails of tormented souls. Countless skeleton warriors and vengeful sorcerers, exuding an aura of malevolence, wandered aimlessly across the ground. For the vast majority of novice adventurers from the Nanjing Sanctuary, this was an absolute forbidden zone. However, today, this very forbidden zone bore witness to the arrival of a god. Whoosh! Shadow Killer and Su Xing appeared at the entrance of the canyon as if they had teleported, silently and without a trace. In a bid to showcase the thunderous efficiency of a 7th-class expert, he grandly activated the party mode and assured Su Xing with a confident slap on the chest, "Kid, brace yourself. Watch and learn what efficiency truly means." As his words fell, he nonchalantly gestured towards the densely packed throng of monsters ahead, numbering over 100. Domain Shadow Realm Desolation. Buzz. A vast, light-consuming dark domain descended like an inverted bowl, instantly enveloping hundreds of meters of space ahead. Within the domain, the shrill wails of despair only echoed for an instant before falling silent. Countless blade-like shadows surged through the darkness, slicing and dicing. 3 seconds later, as the darkness dissipated, sunlight poured down once more. The previously menacing horde of monsters had transformed into a cloud of ash, not leaving even a single bone fragment behind. The entire ordeal was cataclysmic, yet executed with an air of effortless elegance. Shadowkill stood with arms crossed, his garments billowing gracefully, embodying the demeanor of an ethereal sage who could extinguish foes with a mere flick of his fingers. Turning to accept Su Xing's unending admiration, akin to a surging river, he was instead met with Su Xing's peculiar expression and the nearly stagnant experience bar before him. Su Xing's level had merely advanced from 10 to 12. What? The lofty demeanor on Shadowkill's face instantaneously froze. What on earth was happening? In disbelief, he summoned the system log and scrutinized it meticulously. Experience gain reduced by 99 due to excessive level disparity. Experience gain reduced by 99 due to teammates slaying monsters. Due to a series of punishing system notifications struck like resounding slaps across the face of this seasoned 7-turn expert. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat, hastily attempting to mask his awkwardness. Ahem, it was merely an oversight, an innocent blunder. It seems I must adopt a different approach. Without hesitation, he decisively exited the team and gestured to Su Xing, speaking in a tone that brooked no argument. From now on, I shall incapacitate the foes, and you shall deliver the finishing blows. No sooner had he finished speaking than his form transformed into an elusive shadow, vanishing from sight in an instant. The next moment, he materialized before a towering 40-level elite monster, the Bone General, brandishing a colossal bone blade. Facing the ferocious strike capable of cleaving rock, Shadowkill neither flinched nor retreated. He merely extended a finger, seemingly nonchalant, and touched the Bone General at its brow. Buzz. The ghastly white bone flames engulfing the Bone General dimmed abruptly, as if extinguished by a gust of wind. Its lengthy health bar plummeted dramatically, cascading down like a waterfall until just a sliver remained. With another flick of his hand, a solid shadow chain materialized from thin air, binding the thoroughly bewildered elite monster, rendering it immobile. Having completed this task, he nodded towards Su Xing from a distance. The implication unmistakable. It is your turn now. Chapter 29, Thorns Break Ground. The transformation of a hidden class. Su Xing understood immediately. Stepping forward to deftly release an arrow from his Silvermoon bow, effortlessly dispatching the once formidable elite monster. A crisp notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Killed LV-40 Bone General Elite. Gained 8,000 experience, 1 free attribute point. Soul Extraction Progress 08. Su Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was splendid. As long as he delivered the finishing blow, he would reap the full experience and free attribute points. What followed was an unprecedented and extravagant spectacle in the Wailing Canyon. A 7-turn powerhouse, who could shake the very ground with a stomp, now resembled the most efficient butcher and the most devoted caretaker. He glided through the throngs of monsters like a phantom, each deft tap of his finger bringing a 40-level creature to the brink of death. Then, much like a neatly packaged takeaway, he bound them with shadow chains, presenting them orderly before Su Xing. Meanwhile, Su Xing transformed into the happiest diner in existence, with nothing to do but stand still, draw his bow, and concentrate energy into arrows. He simply closed his eyes, reveling in the unparalleled joy of acquiring experience, free attribute points, and progress in his class evolution. Ding. Killed Vengeful Spirit Mage, gained 4,000 experience. Ding. Killed Bone Warrior, gained 4,000 experience. Ding. Kill. The system notifications resonated in his mind, forming a symphony of the most exquisite and melodious notes. His level skyrocketed at a breakneck pace, ascending like a rocket. LV-15, LV-20, LV-30, LV-35. Beside him, Shadowkill observed this prodigy, whose level was soaring as if aboard a plane, growing stronger with every passing moment. His initial feelings of helplessness and diminished pride gradually transformed into profound astonishment and boundless anticipation for the future. Every individual who joined Fengshen possessed at least an SS-level talent. The D-class practitioner before him had garnered the attention of the guild's upper echelons. What heights could he reach on the path to divinity? Beneath the divine, all are but ants. Ascension to godhood was the ultimate goal for every member of the Fengshen Guild. In just a day's time, as the setting sun cast a golden hue over the canyon, A crisp system notification marked the perfect conclusion to this frenzied leveling journey. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached level 40, achieving the current tier's maximum limit. Su Xing felt the surging power within him, akin to a roaring river, and was filled with deep reflections. The gains of this day were almost equivalent to what an ordinary genius would achieve in a month of frenzied monster grinding. Having a godly caretaker to expedite his progress was simply unreasonable. Not only had he reached the second turn maximum level, but he had also amassed an abundance of free attribute points. The only one who truly labored throughout the leveling process was Shadowkill, who had genuinely invested his efforts. The low-health monsters had all been fed to Su Xing. For 8 continuous hours, he repeated the 2 simplest actions, drawing the bow and shooting arrows. Even with Su Xing's extraordinary fortitude, he now felt a profound fatigue from the depths of his soul. Glancing at Shadowkill beside him, he found the elder maintaining an unfazed demeanor, as if dispatching 8,000 monsters was merely brushing dust off his clothing, without a single furrow in his brow. A wave of indescribable gratitude and a tinge of guilt surged within Su Xing. A 7-turn expert, a significant figure in the Dragon Kingdom's foremost guild, Function, had truly acted like the most dedicated caretaker, personally reducing 8,000 monsters to near death and feeding them one by one to him. This debt of gratitude was immense. Yet, when he opened his attribute panel, all emotions were obliterated by an overwhelming sense of acquisition, akin to a volcanic eruption. Free attribute points, 8,000. A staggering total of 8,000 points. This was a figure that would drive any practitioner to madness. Moreover, the progress bar for his hidden class finally stabilized at 100 after absorbing the energy from the last monster. Ding! Hidden class soul extraction energy has reached 100. Would you like to advance? Yes. Su Xing hesitated not for a moment, silently affirming his resolve within. Boom! A surge of life energy, tenfold more potent than during his previous professional evolution, erupted from the depths of his heart like a dormant volcano awakened. Within his mental realm, he envisioned a seed taking root in the boundless darkness. Its resilient sprout finally broke through the oppressive soil, laden with prejudice and derision. With an indomitable will to survive, it reached skyward, growing wildly. Upon the newly sprouted leaves, mysterious and ancient runes flickered into view, seemingly greedily absorbing the ethereal moonlight. System prompt: detecting your hidden profession undergoing its second-tier transition. Evolution direction confirmed. Survival and counterattack. Congratulations. Your hidden profession has successfully evolved into the unyielding thorn, grade B. Additional constitution bonus, 300. New passive skill, life drain, restores 5 maximum health per second. New active skill, thorn armor, covers the body with hardened bark, significantly enhancing physical and magical resistance. Evolution features, sprout breaking the surface, runes appearing on the leaf's surface. Capable of absorbing moonlight to enhance constitution. Grade B. Feeling the ceaseless torrent of immense vitality coursing within him, and the newfound sense of security akin to a layer of resilient bark beneath his skin, Su Xing's heart raced with overwhelming delight. Life drain. This implied that as long as he was not obliterated in an instant, he would possess a terrifying capacity for sustained combat. Thorn armor. This directly compensated for the greatest weakness of his prior D-grade talent, his frail physique. The transformation from a high-sensitivity, fragile archer to a robust, resilient thorn warrior capable of self-healing was now fully realized. He inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed upon the full 8,000 points of free attributes before him, without a moment's hesitation. In the face of absolute strength, all embellishments are mere illusions. Maximizing output is the true path. Strength for 1,000. Agility for 1,000. Boom. As he confirmed his intent, an indescribable explosive power instantaneously filled his limbs and body. He felt as if every inch of his muscles was infused with molten lava, brimming with the strength to rend all asunder. His neural response speed reached an unfathomable pinnacle. Slowly, he unveiled his final attribute panel. The terrifyingly long string of numbers made his heart skip a beat. Chapter 30. A confrontation on narrow paths. Instant kill. Is this what you call level 40? Su Xing. Profession, Gaze of the Laws, Grade C. Level, 40. Constitution, 1517. Strength, 5,873. Agility, 5450. Spirit, 1645. Health, 30340. Mana, 16,450. Attack, 23492. Defense, 6,068. Initial skills, Weakness Analysis, Energy Scan, Energy Siphon, Passive, Root Entanglement, Law Analysis, Spatial Rift, Life Drain, Thorn Armor. Hidden Profession, Unyielding Thorn, Grade B, 0. Attack power surpassing 20,000. Health exceeding 30,000. His attack power nearly rivaled his health. It was utterly absurd. Is this the data expected of a level 40 professional? No, this was nothing short of a humanoid beast masquerading in a level 40 guise. Just as Su Xing reveled in this explosive sense of power, a figure nearby, Shadow Kill, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened his gaze. His body instinctively tensed, his eyes sharp as blades. Locking onto Su Xing as he spoke in a deep voice, "You brat. There is something amiss with the aura around you." A tempest surged within Shadow Kill's heart. In that fleeting moment, he detected a faint, razor-sharp energy emanating from this youth, who had just reached the pinnacle of his second transition, causing even the seasoned 7 transition expert to feel a sense of unease. It was akin to a seemingly dormant rabbit awakening a primordial dinosaur within. His expression transformed entirely, from one of favoring a junior to that of regarding an entity of equal or even greater terror. Yet Su Xing merely smiled awkwardly, brushing it off. His profession panel had long been concealed, but the moment of his hidden profession's ascension and the surge in attributes had been keenly observed by the perceptive 7 transition master. It seemed he would need to discreetly level up henceforth or acquire a skill to disguise his panel data. Should someone with ulterior motives discover his profession's potential for ascension or the secret of his abundant free attribute points, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of malevolent forces seeking his demise. The respect shown by the senior Shadow Kill did not guarantee that others would refrain from probing. Those of the 8th transition or above might very well possess the means to investigate directly. As Su Xing and Shadow Kill emerged from the grim exit of the Wailing Canyon, inhaling the first breath of fresh air, they collided head-on with a weary group of travelers. Leading them was the sullen-faced Li Wei, whose expression was so dark it seemed it could drip water, accompanied by the resentful Lin Qingya, her beautiful visage marred by malice. Following closely were several seasoned middle-aged professionals, their formidable presence evident, clearly hired by their family at great expense for assistance. The air thickened the moment they met. Having endured the dual blows of financial ruin and public humiliation, Li Wei and Lin Qingya had finally scraped together enough money to hire help, laboriously raising their levels to 10. Their exhaustion and disarray stood in stark contrast to Su Xing's relaxed demeanor and contained aura. Enemies meeting was particularly charged. When Li Wei's scrutinizing gaze met Su Xing's glaring, LV40 level, his eyes instantly turned crimson. The venom of jealousy erupted from within him like magma, incinerating the last remnants of his sanity. Su Xing. He let out a frantic roar, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Xing, hurling invectives. "You worthless scoundrel. You shameless cheater. In a single day? How the hell could you possibly reach level 40 in just one day? You must have exploited some underhanded bug. And my financial ruin due to betting materials. It's all because of you. I will make you pay back 100-fold today." He has completely lost his mind. He failed to recognize the shadowy assassin, who concealed his visage and aura, resembling an ordinary old butler. In his perception, Su Xing was merely a fortunate fool who had latched onto a somewhat powerful force. He abruptly turned his head and, in a voice that bordered on madness, shouted at a burly, composed middle-aged man beside him, "Second uncle. It's him. This bastard. Disable him. Reset his level. Let him crawl back to level 10. No. Back to level 1. The man referred to as second uncle was a genuine, high-level warrior, boasting a staggering level 100 in a third-tier S-class profession. Upon hearing this, a cruel smile crept across his face. He cast a disdainful glance at Su Xing, deeming it a trivial matter to punish a mere second-tier, D-class novice. It would also serve as a means to vent his beloved nephew's frustrations. In an instant, numerous malevolent gazes converged upon Su Xing. However, not a trace of fear or panic could be seen on Su Xing's countenance. He didn't even spare a glance at the so-called third-tier, level 100 second uncle. His gaze was calm, passing over everyone and landing on the deranged Li Wei. His eyes held a glimmer of pity, as if he were observing a hopeless fool. He slowly began to recite the promise he had made at the job transfer plaza in Nanjiang Sanctum. "I believe I mentioned that if I encounter you in the wild, you should prepare for a level reset back to town." This statement, delivered with utmost tranquility, bore a more formidable weight than any furious roar. This declaration utterly infuriated Li Wei's second uncle, who felt his authority had been challenged. "You dare to remain arrogant." He abruptly waved his hand and barked at the family henchman behind him. "What are you waiting for? Go. First, break this brat's limbs." Yes. The group of similarly level 40 A-class professionals grinned maliciously, charging towards Su Xing like ravenous wolves. In their eyes, dealing with a D-class waste was an exceedingly simple task. However, what they faced was a newly transformed humanoid monster of epic proportions. Just as they reached halfway, Su Xing moved. He didn't retreat a single step. He drew forth the golden grade, silver moon bow, from his back, instantly taking aim. Pulling the bowstring, he concentrated energy into an arrow, with an agility attribute exceeding 5,000. His movements were imperceptibly swift to the naked eye. To the onlookers, he left behind nothing but a blurred afterimage. The next instant, whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 arrows imbued with terrifying energy shot forth like meteors tearing through the night sky, accompanied by an ear-piercing sound that shattered the air. 5 arrows in a second. An unparalleled attack speed. Thud, 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 thud. The arrows struck precisely at the fatal weak points of each advancing enemy. Their sturdy armor crumbled before the arrows as if it were mere paper. A series of crimson damage numbers, sufficient to instill despair in any level 40 player, erupted above their heads. 83,848, 84,012, 93,965. Chapter 31. The Might of Third Transformation? Instant kill with one arrow. The cruel smiles on the faces of those A-class warriors froze instantaneously. Their bodies couldn't even muster the time to unleash their skills before the horrifying damage completely emptied their health bars. Not even a scream could escape their lips as they transformed into 5 radiant beams of white light, forcibly teleported back to the city. Instant kill. A thorough, crushing annihilation. The entire canyon exit fell into a deathly silence. Only the youth, gently lowering his longbow, remained. Opposite him stood the stunned Li Wei and Lin Xingya, along with the level 100, third-tier uncle, whose sinister smile had vanished, his pupils constricting in shock. A profound silence enveloped the scene, akin to a graveyard. The canyon's winds seemed to freeze in that moment. Li Wei and Lin Xingya stood like lifeless wooden statues, gazing blankly at the spot where the 5 beams of light had vanished. Their minds had completely short-circuited. Instant kill. Another instant kill. 5 genuine level 40 A-class professionals had evaporated without even grazing the opponent's clothing, and the one they had continually derided as a worthless cheater, Su Xing, simply stood there, gradually lowering his longbow, even his breath unruffled. Fear, a terror so profound, emanating from the very depths of their souls, defied description. It surged like a chilling tide, swiftly engulfing their hearts. They finally realized that they had provoked not a mere fluke of fate, but a true monster. Yet, the level 100 third-tier uncle, after the initial shock, quickly regained his composure. After all, he was a seasoned S-class warrior, having witnessed far more than sheltered Li Wei ever could. He fixed his gaze on the calm Su Xing, feeling not a single tremor of energy emanating from him, and a flicker of menace flashed in his eyes. Then, a sneer of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. He saw through it all. Humph. He scoffed internally, rapidly conducting a reasonable analysis. So that it. He utilized some kind of high-cost, instant burst forbidden technique or scroll, attempting to scare me off with one blow? A clever trick, but ultimately just a clever trick. This burst could never be repeated. Kid, you're far too naive. After such a display, you must be at your wit's end, barely able to stand, right? This strong man's pride prevented him from accepting the reality of being intimidated by a mere second-tier novice. Thus, he forced himself, and Su Xing, to find the most plausible rationale. With this thought, his heart, which had been racing due to shock, settled instantly. Kid, your trump card has been exhausted. Simultaneously, the recently dumbfounded Li Wei and Lin Xingya snapped back to reality upon hearing their uncle's explanation. It was indeed their uncle, with rich combat experience, who swiftly discerned Su Xing's flaw. They had almost been deceived by Su Xing. I knew it. There was no way Su Xing could be that strong. This is definitely a life-saving skill bestowed upon him by the Function Guild. Foolish Su Xing. You have already resorted to forbidden techniques. I eagerly await to see how you will explain this to the Shadow Killer. Concealed beside Su Xing, the Shadow Killer seethed with barely contained rage. These insolent little brats truly lack manners. I shall ensure they are stripped of their levels and sent back to the sanctuary. At that moment, Uncle Li Wei straightened his back, a formidable aura characteristic of a third-tier powerhouse emanating from him as he proclaimed from his elevated position. Now, it is my turn. With a furious roar, as a level 100 expert equipped with platinum-grade gear, he prepared to unleash a decisive strike upon this pretentious brat, striving to reclaim his honor as a powerhouse. However, what met his challenge was neither pleas for mercy nor fear. Instead, Su Xing, with deliberate slowness, once more drew back the string of his golden longbow. Wind step, activated. The first attack was guaranteed to be a critical hit. This time, he did not unleash a rapid-fire barrage. His movements were slow and deliberate, as if he were not pulling back a bowstring, but rather channeling the very forces of the cosmos. Buzz. The air around him began to tremble. Countless dark green motes of energy, symbolizing life and thorns, emerged from the void, as if summoned by a sovereign, converging frantically towards the arrow in his hand. Even the ground beneath his feet seemed to awaken, pure earth energy surging into the arrow from his soles. That seemingly ordinary energy arrow gradually transformed in hue, deepening into something akin to the finest jade. At its tip, a brilliant, razor-sharp light intensified, a palpable aura of danger, enough to make even a level 100 powerhouse's scalp tingle and soul shudder, erupted. This is impossible. The cruel grin on Uncle Li Wei's face froze instantaneously. He sensed a life-threatening menace. It was a terror that could obliterate him in an instant, emanating from a higher plane of existence. No longer daring to be arrogant, he unleashed his ultimate move, Furious Lion's Roar. His eyes widened in rage as energy erupted from him without reservation, coalescing in front of him into a lifelike energy lion, over 10 meters in size, roaring as it charged towards Su Xing. The strongest strike of a level 100 S-rank professional could move mountains and fill seas. Yet, at the moment the energy lion lunged forth, Su Xing's gaze sharpened. He released the bowstring. Whoosh! The dark green arrow shot forth. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor cataclysmic sound. Only a fleeting moment of profound silence. Only a single arrow, born of absolute power. That dark green streak of light, akin to a judgment beam piercing the night, unerringly found its mark within the gaping maw of the energy lion. Then it pierced through. In the next instant, the once mighty energy lion emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Its body began to manifest countless dark green fissures from its core, spreading like a web across its entire form. Boom! The massive energy lion erupted in midair, exploding into a myriad of motes of light. And the dark green arrow, its might undiminished, hurtled directly towards Uncle Li Wei's face. No! Uncle Li Wei let out the most terrified scream of his life. In a state of shock, he frantically activated all his life-saving skills and items. Layers of shields flared to life before him like fragile eggshells. Yet, it was futile. Thud! The arrow effortlessly pierced through the first, second, and third layers of defense, ultimately crashing into his final barrier. Chapter 32. The Dignity of a Third-Tier Powerhouse? Nonsense. Anil shocks the audience. Bang. 60,000. In the final moments, Uncle Li Wei's emergency survival item activated. This was a tool that cost him 800,000. He was propelled backward by the tremendous impact, tumbling several meters before he finally came to a halt. A torrent of scalding blood erupted from his mouth, uncontrollable. He lifted his head, his face a canvas of terror from having narrowly escaped death, coupled with an indescribable disbelief. The once fatal energy arrow lodged in his chest was now dissipating under the influence of the item's effects. Not far away, the shadow killer, who had been leaning with crossed arms, languidly observing the spectacle, found the nonchalance on his face had vanished. In its place was a profound shock. With his pupils constricting as if witnessing a specter in broad daylight, he murmured in disbelief, his voice tinged with barely detectable tremors. This arrow. How could it inflict such terrifying damage? What immense power, what extraordinary attack could possibly yield this? Did it contain a hint of the power of the laws? This is absurd. How could it be? One arrow. Merely one arrow. A level 100 third-tier S-rank powerhouse was publicly wounded by a mere level 40 novice. This paradigm-shattering scene struck like an invisible hammer against the hearts of Li Wei and Lin Qingya. And the uncle, now staggering from the blow, felt a tumultuous wave of fear surge within him, more turbulent than any other. He could distinctly feel the bones in his chest cracking. The golden-grade chest armor, which he had proudly acquired at great expense, now wailed under the burden, its integrity shattered. Had it not been for its protection, had it not been for the expensive life-saving item, that arrow would have wholly pierced his heart. He raised his gaze, fixating on the distance where the boy stood. Lowering his bow, his expression hauntingly calm. Fear, an unprecedented terror, akin to facing a celestial adversary, seized his entire being. In that moment, his mind raced at an unparalleled speed. Flee. He must flee. It was clear he had misjudged the situation. He was 1,000% certain that the terrifying enhancement effect, rivaling that of a forbidden skill, had not dissipated. That arrow was undoubtedly not his limit. Vivid images of his precious platinum-grade weapon flashed in his mind, alongside the rare materials he had painstakingly gathered to reach the pinnacle of fourth-tier status, and all the effort he had poured into reaching level 100 over the past year. If he died, all would be for naught. Level 40 again, losing all his equipment? No. The price he must pay is simply beyond his means. It is utterly unbearable. Faced with the overwhelming terror of death and the excruciating loss of his entire fortune, what, pray tell, is the so-called dignity of the strong? Can it be consumed as sustenance? Can it grant him resurrection? In the fleeting blink of an eye, this formidable level 100 warrior, who just a moment ago radiated an aura of power and menace, took a shocking action that left Li Wei and Lin Qingya's eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Thud! A dull thump resounded. Without the slightest hesitation, he knelt heavily upon the ground. The unyielding rocky surface bore the imprint of his knee, forming a distinct indentation. He lifted his head, contorting his face into a grotesque expression that was more pitiable than tears, filled with obsequiousness and terror. His voice trembling violently from sheer fear. Esteemed sir, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. I was blinded by ignorance and misled by deceitful words, provoking you. If you could find it in your heart to overlook my transgressions, I would be eternally grateful. I am willing to offer all my savings as compensation for your mental anguish. I beseech you, spare my wretched life. This scene was profoundly shocking. Li Wei and Lin Qingya were utterly bewildered. Their minds struggled to process the absurdity unfolding before them. Their uncle, a man of authority within their family, a level 100 third transformation powerhouse, had knelt. And so decisively, so completely. Uncle, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Finally snapping out of his stupor, Li Wei exclaimed in a frenzy, rushing forward and shouting. He's just trying to intimidate you. How could a D-grade waste possibly unleash such formidable skills continuously? Get up and eliminate him. He naively believed that his uncle had been deceived. However, His words elicited not a moment of clarity from his uncle. Slap. A resounding crack echoed, reverberating through the entire canyon as Li Wei's uncle whirled around, delivering a powerful slap that struck Li Wei's face with unbridled force. The tremendous impact spun Li Wei around in a complete circle, sending him sprawling to the ground. Half of his face swelled rapidly, resembling a steamed bun. No blue energy. Damn it. What powerful moves. What forbidden techniques. If you wish to die, don't drag me down with you. This level 100 warrior, with bloodshot eyes and a countenance akin to a frenzied beast, roared at his own nephew with a voice that dripped with hysteria. Rage and fear infused his roar with venomous intensity. In that moment, all his dread, humiliation, and fury were unleashed in that slap and that furious shout. Did he not realize that the opponent might already be out of energy? What need had there been for a mere child to remind him of such a thing? If he were to perish, so be it. He, a pauper, feared nothing. But he, with all his equipment and resources, could not afford to gamble. That slap shattered the last remnants of hope for Li Wei and Lin Qingya. They stood, dumbfounded, gazing at their uncle, who knelt on the ground, howling like a rabid dog. Then they turned to see Su Xing in the distance, who had not so much as raised an eyebrow throughout the ordeal. His gaze indifferent as though he were merely observing a farcical spectacle. A chilling, indescribable dread surged from their souls, racing up to the crown of their heads. Their minds finally grasped a harrowing truth that sent shivers through their very souls. The adversary they had provoked was no mere degrade waste. Rather, he was a demonic being beyond their comprehension, a force they could neither fathom nor withstand. Witnessing their most relied upon uncle kneel in supplication like a lost dog, Li Wei and Lin Qingya felt as though the sky had collapsed upon them. Chapter 33. Equipments explode. The first laughingstock of Nanjiang. Yet, Su Xing's response shattered the last flicker of hope within the kneeling level 100 warrior. Compensation? Su Xing tilted his head, a chilling smile gracing his lips. I am not one for compensation. I prefer to eradicate the root of the problem. The instant those words fell, the obsequiousness and terror on Li Wei's uncle's face morphed into the most extreme expressions of rage and madness. He understood that today, there would be no reprieve. You little wretch, do not revel in your triumph just yet. He sprang to his feet with a sudden ferocity, his voice venomous as he howled. My Li family will never let you go. Prepare for an unending pursuit. As he shouted, he frantically activated every life-saving item in his inventory. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Absolute defense scroll. Earth Guardian potion. Holy light protection rune. Layer upon layer of vibrant shields enveloped him, resembling a colossal rainbow eggshell, sealing him insecurely. Simultaneously, a random teleportation scroll, pulsating with intense spatial energy, materialized in his hands, beginning its urgent incantation. He had to buy time. If he could just endure for a few more seconds, he might survive. He refused to believe that the opponent could pierce through his formidable defenses in a single shot. Would Su Xing grant him that opportunity? The answer, of course, was no. Faced with that outrageously thick shield, Su Xing couldn't even be bothered to gather power once more. He calmly knocked another arrow onto his silver moon bow. 5 arrows in 1 second. 5 silver energy arrows coalesced in an instant. Whoosh. With a soft quiver of the bowstring, the arrows, devoid of any ostentation, transformed into blinding streaks of light, striking the same point on that rainbow shield with remarkable precision. Crack. The first layer of the holy light shield shattered. Crack. The second layer of the earth shield crumbled like glass under a heavy blow. Crack. 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 In the horrified gaze of Li Wei's uncle, all his proud defenses appeared as fragile as mere sheets of paper against that radiant onslaught. The final arrow pierced through his chest without hindrance. A blood-red number floated above him, signifying his utter despair. 22,588. In his grasp, the teleportation scroll lingered, its progress eternally suspended at the final moment. He parted his lips, as if intending to utter something further. Yet, ultimately, his body erupted in a silent explosion. The demise of a level 100, third transformation powerhouse unleashed an unprecedented deluge of gleaming loot. Clatter. Dozens of items shimmering with diverse radiance cascaded to the ground like celestial blossoms scattered by a divine maiden. Among them, a breastplate radiating resplendent platinum light and an unknown material of the same exquisite level stood out as the most dazzling. Su Xing paid no heed to Li Wei and Lin Qingya, who had been rendered speechless and paralyzed with fear. He merely drew his bow with casual grace, releasing 2 inconsequential arrows. 2 beams of white light streaked past. The 2 foes, freshly elevated to level 10, found themselves once again plunged back to the familiar realm of level 1. Having accomplished this, Su Xing ambled forward at a leisurely pace, akin to a farmer sauntering through his own backyard, collecting every single piece of loot without exception. To his delight, he discovered the presence of platinum-grade equipment and materials. Indeed, it was a fortuitous day, a veritable windfall. At the resurrection point of Nanjiang's sanctuary, a figure materialized unsteadily amidst a flash of light. It was none other than Li Wei's uncle. However, in that moment, His level had plummeted from the imposing stature of level 100 to a mere level 40. The once glorious armor he donned had nearly vanished, leaving him clad in only the most rudimentary undergarments, appearing more wretched than a beggar. He stared blankly at his empty equipment slots, acutely aware of the feeble power coursing through him. After a moment of stunned silence, he unleashed a howl akin to a dying beast. Oh! In the next instant, another beam of white light flashed. Li Wei, now displaying the insignia of LV1, appeared beside him, bewildered. Uncle, you wretched harbinger of misfortune. Upon seeing Li Wei, all rational thought within this third transformation powerhouse was instantly consumed by an overwhelming fury and regret. He charged forward as if driven mad, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks upon his own nephew, each strike landing with brutal force. My platinum-grade weapon. I damned well paid 8 million for that. And the titanium divine iron. I had prepared for half a year to advance to the fourth transformation. Gone. All of it gone. Why did I trust your foolish words? Why did I accept this quest from you? As he struck, he wept and wailed, his voice heavy with despair. Li Wei could only clutch his rapidly swelling face, emitting a cry filled with grievance, animosity, and helplessness. Su Xing. Su Xing. I shall not rest until you are dead. You must pay. I will reclaim my platinum-grade weapon and materials. This sudden and chaotic brawl between uncle and nephew drew the attention of all nearby adventurers at the resurrection point. Countless eyes filled with mockery and disdain pierced through them like a multitude of steel needles. The Li family duo had, on this day, irrevocably become the largest and most pitiable laughingstock in the entire Nanjiang sanctuary. As the tragic farce of the Li family concluded with several flashes of teleportation light, the outside of Wailing Gorge finally returned to silence. Ing Sha stood a short distance away, observing the young man leisurely gathering the scattered platinum and gold equipment. His heart, having endured for decades, continued to beat uncontrollably. The shock within him lingered, refusing to subside. Just moments ago, he had witnessed a miraculous event capable of overturning the entire understanding of the adventurer system, a remarkable display of skill that transcended levels. In that instant, he comprehended fully. The upper echelons of the guild, those aged individuals perched atop the apex of the Dragon Kingdom's hierarchy, were willing to invest recklessly in this newcomer, who appeared merely as a D-rank. Now it was clear. Ing Sha sighed inwardly, infused with profound sentiment. What they valued was not merely a D-rank observer, but rather this monster cloaked in D-rank guise, possessing divine potential. He rapidly replayed the events of the battle within his mind. 5 arrows in a second. That was not some forbidden technique, but rather the result of pushing agility attributes to their utmost extremes, resulting in a terrifying attack speed. Furthermore, each arrow possessed enough power to severely wound a typical third transformation powerhouse. The pinpoint precision of 5 arrows striking a single weak point had utterly surpassed the defensive limits of the vast majority of third transformation professionals. What a terrifying display of offensive capability and precision control. Ing Sha's gaze towards Su Xing shifted entirely. From initial optimism and investment, it transformed into a grave and solemn consideration of the guild's future. No, in that moment, he resolved firmly, before Su Xing fully matured, or before he could be escorted to Kyoto, this young man must not be allowed to leave his sight for even a moment. Any potential threat must be nipped in the bud. Su Xing remained blissfully unaware of the intricate thoughts swirling within the mind of this seventh transformation elder. He had not anticipated that his current explosive power would be so fearsome. However, he soon regained his composure and clearly analyzed the reasons behind it. Quite simply, the sheer 8,000 points of free attributes provided an overwhelming, unyielding force and agility, coupled with the precise rule analysis afforded by Gaze of the Law and the formidable enhancement of the golden grade weapon, Silver Moon Bow. The three combined to create an unparalleled formula for instant annihilation. Any adversary unable to withstand his initial burst of power would face a swift demise. Oh, a fulfilling and exhilarating day had finally come to an end. Observing the elder Ing Sha, who had diligently fulfilled his caretaker role throughout the day, Su Xing felt a twinge of guilt. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and extended an invitation. Elder Ing Sha, after a long day, allow me to treat you. Let us visit a splendid place to unwind. In response to Ing Sha's puzzled gaze, Su Xing led him to the most upscale and expensive entertainment establishment in Nanjiang Sanctuary, known as Listening to the Rain Pavilion. Initially, Ing Sha maintained a stern demeanor, embodying the pride of a seventh transformation powerhouse, murmuring about how a cultivator should remain clear-minded and not indulge in such frivolous distractions. However, as Su Xing half-pushed, half-led him to the most luxurious VIP seat, and as a skilled professional began to massage the tension from his shoulders, tension that had built up over decades, when the enchanting strains of classical music wafted into his ears, and exquisite dishes he had never before sampled were presented before him, he found himself gradually succumbing to the allure of this lavish experience. The defenses of this aged cadre have been thoroughly corroded. He transitioned from initially sitting upright with a stern demeanor to gradually relaxing his posture. Ultimately, He sank into the plush embrace of the sofa, squinting his eyes in blissful contentment as he hummed a cheerful tune, mumbling indistinctly, This method is quite splendid indeed. When it comes to cultivation, one must balance work and rest to truly follow the path. Ahem. I have resolved to thoroughly enjoy a few days here before departing from Nanjian. The following day, Su Xing, feeling invigorated and refreshed, sought out the venerable Ling Sha, who was still savoring the indulgences of the previous day. Habitually, he initiated the encounter with a fortune draw, yielding a result of minor fortune. Neither good nor bad. It merely indicated that no misfortunes would befall him today. Senioring Sha, Su Xing began, his tone as casual as if he were borrowing soy sauce from a neighbor. May I borrow a third-tier class transfer scroll? I will reimburse the guild later. Upon hearing this, Ing Sha chuckled heartily, generously retrieving a scroll from his inventory that emanated a potent aura of space and was of exceptionally high quality, handing it over without hesitation. Su Xing accepted the scroll and promptly arrived at the familiar class transfer temple. Under the benevolent gaze of the goddess of class transfer, he wasted no time in shattering the scroll. Boom. A radiance tenfold more dazzling than during his second-tier transfer cascaded down upon him like a galactic waterfall, instantly enveloping him. A brand new task panel, exuding an air of grandeur, began to unfurl before him. Su Xing's third-tier task panel radiated an even more imposing and magnificent glow than that of his prior second-tier one. Third-tier trial, the path of causality. First stage, reach level 40, completed. Second stage, the foundation of causality. Please submit 20 specified golden grade materials to prove your eligibility to touch upon higher level laws. 020. Third stage, proof of strength. You must single-handedly slay a platinum grade boss of level 40 or above. 01. The third tier encompasses 3 tasks. As per usual, the first level task has been completed. The material submission task has doubled in quantity. However, an additional task for slaying a boss has been introduced. Outside the class transfer temple, gazing upon the extensive list of rare golden grade materials such as tears of the deep sea naga and crystals of the storm titan, even the observing Ing Sha couldn't help but nod slightly in approval, commenting, this difficulty exceeds that of ordinary SSS tier class transfers by several folds. It seems the system's assessment of you far surpasses the level you have exhibited. However, for Su Xing, who had recently plundered a 100-level third-tier powerhouse, this exorbitant list posed no challenge whatsoever. Moreover, with the backing of the Fengshen Guild, he could easily borrow the materials from Senior Ing Sha. Su Xing tallied the materials he needed and sought to borrow the remaining few from Ing Sha, who once again displayed his exceptional nurturing qualities by generously lending them to him. As for repayment, that would naturally await the guild's reimbursement, though when that would occur was uncertain, as the process was somewhat sluggish, which was understandable. Returning to the class transfer temple, Su Xing calmly opened his system bag. He submitted an array of rare materials inherited from Uncle Li Wei, his previously accumulated stock, along with the borrowed materials from Ing Sha, one by one. As if pouring beans. Ding, ding, ding. The crisp notification sounds rang incessantly. In the blink of an eye, the list of 20 materials was entirely completed. Second stage, the foundation of causality. Please submit 20 specified golden grade materials to prove your eligibility to touch upon higher level laws. Completed. Thus, only the most arduous and pivotal stage of the third tier trial remained, slaying the dragon. This was a task that even Senior Ing Sha could not assist with. It required Su Xing to personally execute the kill. However, platinum grade bosses are exceedingly rare. They are terrifying entities capable of wreaking catastrophic havoc upon a small sanctuary, and their respawn times are uncertain. Ing Sha accompanied Su Xing as they soared over various high-level grinding zones, searching fruitlessly throughout the day. Just as their patience began to wane, preparing to shift to another wilderness zone, a violent surge of energy emanated from a nearby volcanic region. They halted and gazed downward, where a golden grade boss, the lava giant lizard, over 30 meters in length and covered in lava-like scales, wreaked havoc. Nearby, a team of 7 or 8 novices struggled to resist, on the verge of collapse. Among them, a familiar figure stood out, Lin Qingya. Evidently, after the Li family duo became the subject of ridicule, she swiftly found a new ally and reassembled her team. As Lin Qingya, desperately evading the boss's fiery breath, inadvertently glanced upward and spotted the figure that haunted her thoughts and stirred her ire, her visage instantly drained of color. A profound terror, akin to a frigid serpent, gripped her heart. It's him. How can he be here? Is he here to kill me again? Yet, after merely a second of sheer panic, her instinctive green tea persona swiftly took over her demeanor. She abruptly ceased her feeble healing spells, seemingly surrendering her resistance entirely. Rather than gaze at the formidable golden boss, she pivoted sharply to face Su Xing in the sky. With her dust-streaked, delicate features, she assumed a woeful and tearful expression, like a wilted flower. With a voice laden with indignation and endless grievance, she cried out, Su Xing, why have you come again? How can you be so petty? What have I done to offend you? Must you haunt me like a relentless specter, tailing me every day? Chapter 35, yet again, presenting the green tea level reset package. Great fortune arrives. You've already caused me to reset my level twice. What more do you want? I beg you. Spare me, will you? I just wish to level up in peace. Her performance was a masterclass in theatrics, drawing the attention of her teammates. Already under immense pressure from the boss, who turned their ire towards Su Xing in confusion, as if he were the true villain in this farcical drama. However, in the face of this ludicrous one-man show, Su Xing remained utterly unfazed, his brow not even twitching. His gaze remained steadfastly fixated on a singular objective, the golden tier boss, the lava giant lizard, with its health bar, weaknesses, and movement patterns. As for the woman below, who was desperately performing, in his gaze, she was merely a blurred obstacle, a buzzing nuisance that stood between him and his prey, or perhaps a mere fly. He slowly drew his silver moon bow, not to respond to anyone, nor to prove anything. He simply wished for the world to be a tad quieter, to clear his line of sight to the quarry. Whoosh! A silver streak, like a bolt of lightning slicing through the heavens, struck first. Before Lin Qingya's lament could finish, before her protectors could react, the arrow had unerringly pierced through her brow, eternally freezing her performance, her malice, and her resentment upon her face. A flash of white light. The world fell silent. The shockwave of the explosion sent her protectors back to the resurrection point of the South River Sanctuary. Su Xing didn't spare a glance at the white light. His fingers danced as if playing a requiem for death. The bowstring quivered. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A barrage of even more terrifying arrows flew forth, tracing lethal arcs in the air, instantly transforming the roaring golden boss into a hedgehog. 60,000, 45,000, 48,000. How? Defeated the golden tier boss lava giant lizard LV10. Gained 20,000 experience points, 40 free attribute points, and 5 progress towards the indomitable thorn hidden class. Acquired lava chest plate, golden tier, lava leggings, golden tier. Reverse scale of the lava lizard, golden tier, and 2,000 copper coins. The lava giant lizard let out a piercing wail, its massive body crashing to the ground, scattering a plethora of glimmering materials and equipment. Ing Sha observed in astonishment and floated closer, curiously inquiring. That girl seemed to be talking to you just now. Su Xing, leisurely descending from the back of the rock and collecting the spoils, paused at this remark, momentarily taken aback as if trying to recall something. Then, with a hint of puzzlement in his tone, he replied, Is that so? It seems there was indeed a fly buzzing around. It was a bit annoying, so I swatted it. Oh, lucky you. The loot turned out just right for settling debts, haha. He handed a gleaming, reverse scale of the lava lizard to Ing Sha, one of the materials he had borrowed from him, perfectly timing its return. He was not one to indulge in debts. Simultaneously, he opened his attribute panel, observing the newly added free attribute points, 1,000, hidden class, indomitable thorn, B-level, 10, nodding with satisfaction. It was worth the effort he had expended hunting hundreds of wild creatures that day. Although his level hadn't increased, his free attribute points and hidden class progress had undeniably risen. Indeed, this day was not in vain. The following morning, as dawn broke, Su Xing awoke in the luxurious suite prepared by Ing Sha, instinctively reciting in his mind, Use fortune draw. Buzz. In the sea of consciousness, the ancient draw tube re-emerged. However, this time, before it could even shake, a slip engulfed in golden flames, seemingly forged from the sun and adorned with 2 vividly etched dragon patterns. Leapt out with a whoosh. 2 resplendent characters were imprinted upon it. Great luck. Boom. A wave of profound warmth, tenfold stronger than the previous minor good fortune, enveloped Su Xing entirely. This time, it was no longer merely a feeling of the world being benevolent towards him. He could distinctly sense an invisible red thread, woven from pure luck, connecting him to a distant place. An unequivocal thought surfaced in his mind without warning. Go to Wailing Canyon. There lies what I seek. Su Xing's heart stirred, and he immediately comprehended. Today, there would be great gains. Sure enough, as he pushed open the door, before even seeking out Ing Sha, the alarm system of the entire sanctuary city erupted like a deluge. A resounding mechanical voice echoed throughout every corner of the city. Emergency announcement. Emergency announcement. Detected a massive energy fluctuation at Wailing Canyon. A level 40 platinum tier boss, Abyssal Demon Knight, will spawn in 30 minutes. All adventurers are advised to proceed with caution. By the time Su Xing and Ing Sha sauntered towards Wailing Canyon, it was already a sea of people, a stark divide amongst factions. In the sky, various rare flying mounts soared and screeched. On the ground, the banners of major guilds fluttered in the wind, clearly demarcating territories. Nearly all the prominent guilds and family factions of the South River Sanctuary had gathered at this moment. On the eastern high ground, hundreds of members from the Solar Guild donned fiery red uniforms, exuding an overwhelming aura. At the Western Canyon entrance, members of the Wolf Pack Alliance displayed fierce expressions, akin to a pack of wolves poised to strike. Other smaller factions circled like sharks sensing blood, constantly probing for an opportunity. Without exception, They dispatched their top-tier third transcendence experts to lead the charge, determined to claim this rare platinum-tier boss. As the boss spawn time drew near, the already tense atmosphere among the major guilds grew increasingly lethal. The area was being cleared. A level 100 berserker from the Solar Guild, wielding a massive axe engulfed in flames, wasted no time with words. He unleashed a violent axe wave that cleaved into the ground before him. Boom. The ground was split open, revealing an unfathomable chasm, sending a shockwave that toppled a group of nearby solo players. This area is reserved for us, Solar. The berserker pointed his axe at the crowd of solo players, bellowing as if swatting away flies. If you don't want to die, get the hell away. Domineering. Arrogant. This was the modus operandi of the major guilds of the South River Sanctuary, and Su Xing, as a solitary wanderer devoid of any guild insignia, was naturally swept up in this turbulent wave. He and Shadow Killer were forcibly relegated to the outermost fringes, a corner so distant that even the central respawn point of the canyon was obscured from view. Chapter 36. Su Xing. Kneel down and give me 3 resounding bows. Shadow Killer, however, remained utterly indifferent, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest, choosing not to intervene. He was curious to see how Su Xing intended to navigate this situation, where the entire guild had turned against him. At that moment, Su Xing's gaze fell upon a nearby group, recognizing several familiar faces. It was none other than the members of the Li family, led by none other than Li Jiang, the uncle of Li Wei, who had been so effortlessly slain by Su Xing's arrow just the day before, his equipment subsequently exposed. Li Jiang was now adorned in brand new golden tier gear, evidently hastily assembled by his family. Originally, Li Jiang had set out to regain the levels that Su Xing had stripped from him. Serendipitously, they encountered a boss respawn. Intending to seize the opportunity to defeat the boss and claim some equipment, Li Wei, like a devoted follower, trailed closely behind, clearly there to siphon experience. They, too, aimed to partake in the spoils of the boss. Almost simultaneously, Li Jiang spotted the figure he despised with a passion, the one who had made him the laughingstock of the entire Nanjiang. In that instant, Li Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief, rubbing them to confirm he was not hallucinating. Once assured, his expression contorted with sheer rage. The terror of being publicly slain, the humiliation of begging for mercy, the resentment of losing his entire fortune, new grudges, old hatreds. In that moment, they erupted from the depths of his heart like a volcano, consuming all rationality in an overwhelming surge of fury and murderous intent. Everyone, stop what you're doing. He abruptly turned, his voice a frenzied roar, disrupting the ongoing boss strategy discussion among his kin. His tone, heightened by his extreme anger, became sharp and abrasive. We don't want the platinum tier boss anymore. Everyone. He pointed frantically at the calm figure of Su Xing in the distance, roaring like a mad tiger. Surround that little beast. Today either he dies, or I do. The members of the Li family, including another formidable level 100 triple transformation warrior, were left stunned. They could not fathom why Li Jiang would forsake the immense rewards of the platinum tier boss for the sake of a seemingly ordinary youth. Yet, Li Jiang's command was absolute. In the next moment, amidst the astonished, confused, and entertained gazes of all present, the Li family's team relinquished the advantageous position they had worked hard to secure. They surged forward, like a wave encircling Su Xing. Instantly, Su Xing became the focal point of the gathering. The infamous mad dogs and local tyrants of the Nanjiang, the Li family, had abandoned the easily obtainable platinum tier boss solely to encircle an obscure young man. This dramatic scene instantly captured the attention of all. The scattered players, already disgruntled by being pushed to the periphery by various guilds, perked up, craning their necks in anticipation. Wow. There's a spectacle brewing. Who is this young man? He must have a death wish to provoke the Li family. It's over for him. Li Jiang is a notorious level 100 triple transformation warrior. This young man is likely to be annihilated back to level 1. What a pity, he seems to possess a decent level. Clearly, he is unaware of the danger he is in. A chorus of lamentations and schadenfreude rippled through the crowd. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the other major guilds, such as Rising Sun and Songlong, reveled in the unfolding drama. With arms crossed and amused grins, they eagerly observed the farce. With thousands of eyes upon him, Li Jiang felt his dignity, punctured by Su Xing's arrow, reassert itself. He forcefully suppressed a flicker of uncontainable fear and continuously reassured himself. He could not possibly possess that forbidden skill. It was absolutely impossible. Such a costly move could only be used once at most. He was undoubtedly just a shell now, merely trying to intimidate me. After bolstering his mental fortitude, he felt emboldened once more. He extended a finger, adopting a condescending demeanor, as if bestowing mercy, and directed it towards Su Xing in the distance. His voice sharp and commanding. You, right now, kneel and give me 3 resounding bows. Then, hand over all the equipment and materials you lost to me. And perhaps I might show you some mercy and only send you back to level 10. He placed himself in a position of utmost authority, as if he had already determined Su Xing's fate. However, in response to his farcical tirade, Su Xing merely smiled. In a voice that was not loud, yet perfectly audible to all ears pricked for gossip. He calmly remarked, "It seems you didn't lose enough equipment the day before yesterday in the wild. That platinum tier weapon I acquired from you has served me quite well. With such a poor memory, it's no wonder your levels have dropped so quickly." Boom. At these words, the audience erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. All gazes shifted from sympathy for Su Xing to a mixture of incredulity, shock, and exquisite mockery directed at Li Jiang. What? Li Jiang, the level 100 triple transformation warrior, had suffered a significant defeat at the hands of this young man. He had been slain in the wild, had lost all his equipment, including platinum tier gear. No wonder his level seemed a bit off. No wonder he was acting like a madman, recklessly seeking trouble with this young man. It turned out he was a defeated foe seeking vengeance. As he felt the unabashed scorn of those surrounding him, Li Jiang's face flushed a deep crimson. He sensed his last shred of dignity being ruthlessly stripped away by Su Xing in front of everyone. "You're asking for death." Enraged and humiliated, he could no longer maintain any semblance of composure and bellowed at his equally formidable level 100 triple transformation younger brother beside him. "Third brother. Kill him. Tear him to shreds." Roar. His brother, also hot-tempered, let out a furious shout. The battle blade in his hand ignited with blinding radiance as he unleashed a devastating, furious wave slash. With the swift, wave-like gleam of his blade, the strike descended upon Su Xing. However, this time, Su Xing couldn't even be bothered to draw back the bowstring fully. It was too slow. He gently shook his head. In an instant, his figure shimmered. Utilizing the skill, Gale Step, he transformed into a mere azure afterimage, indistinguishable to the naked eye. Just as the violent blade light was about to reach him, he appeared beside his opponent like a specter. It was astonishingly fast, so swift that the malevolent grin on the face of the level 103rd transformation powerhouse had yet to shift to one of disbelief. "Are you looking for me?" This swift shadow silver bow in Su Xing's hand was already drawn into a perfect arc. The mystical power of Great Fortune, combined with the first strike of Gale Step, ensuring a critical hit, amassed over 20,000 points of terrifying attack power. Everything coalesced into that moment, encapsulated in the silvery arrow shimmering with light. Whoosh! The arrow was released. A silver streak, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, flashed through the air. Thud! A soft sound. There was hardly even a moment to activate a life-saving skill. The arrow had precisely pierced through the chest of Li Jiang's third brother, emerging from his back. A horrifying number, sending chills down the spine of every third transformation powerhouse present, slowly floated above Li Jiang's brother's head. 80,000. Weakness critical hit. Instant kill. Furthermore, it even dealt a vivid red critical damage to the weakness. The arena fell into a deathly silence. No one had grasped what had transpired. A level 103rd transformation powerhouse had just vanished. A tank class known for its defense had been obliterated by a seemingly first transformation archer with a single arrow, draining his health entirely. A flash of white light, Li He's robust figure dissipated into specks of light at that very spot. On the ground, two pieces of equipment glimmering with platinum sheen burst forth. The world, at that moment, seemed to be muted. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, blankly observing the youth who slowly lowered his longbow, their minds a complete void. You actually still possess forbidden skills. How is this possible?" Li Jiang gazed at his brother, now transformed into white light, his level reset, equipment scattered everywhere, terror gripping his heart, his voice trembling. He could not comprehend, completely incapable of understanding. Meanwhile, behind him, Li Wei had quietly begun to take cautious steps to flee. "To kill you, do I still need forbidden skills?" The cold voice, akin to the decree of death, rang in Li Jiang's ears. "No, you are not worthy." Su Xing let out a chilling laugh, slowly drawing back the bowstring. That smile appeared more terrifying to Li Jiang than that of a demon. His fingers danced, as if playing the melody of death, the bowstring quivering. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In 1 second, 5 arrows. 44,078. Weakness. 44,201. Weakness. 93,996. Weakness critical hit. The arrows, like scythes of death returning from hell, imbued with a frigid murderous intent, swiftly eradicated the remaining members of the already terrified Li family team. The cries of anguish echoed. Those second transformation elites, who seemed unattainable to ordinary players, were now falling like cut wheat, transforming into beams of white light, sent back to their revival points. In merely a few seconds, the so-called elite team brought by Li Jiang was utterly annihilated. Only he and the now completely stunned Li Wei remained, standing desolately in place. With the blessing of great fortune, the ground was littered with gold coins, materials, and equipment. The gleam of gold dazzled the eyes. "Now, do you still think I require forbidden skills?" Su Xing stepped amidst the spoils of battle, slowly advancing towards the pallid-faced Li Jiang. The South River Sanctuary, revival point. White light flickered. Li Jiang, Li He, and dozens of Li family members appeared here, their faces ashen. "My platinum-grade dragon scale blade. My earth boots. Oh, Li He howled in despair, looking at his empty equipment bar. Those were exquisite items he had painstakingly saved for half a year to purchase. Li Jiang, even more dazed, felt as though struck by lightning. Again, his level reset. For 2 consecutive days, his level had been reduced to 0, his equipment entirely lost. He could even sense the other players reviving in the sanctuary, whispering and pointing at him, their gazes filled with mockery and derision. It was over. His reputation was utterly ruined. Meanwhile, the level 1 Li Wei beside him had collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, muttering incoherently. It's over. All over. My uncle's at level 3 and level 2, taken down by a single arrow each. Is this even damage a person can inflict? What kind of monster have I provoked? This is like encountering a living nightmare. The relentless vengeance, more merciless each time. A bone-chilling dread seeped into the hearts of the 3 Li family members. Around them, the newly revived players regarded Li Wei with looks of reverence, pointing and whispering. Look, it's him again, the S-class talent. The lowest-ranked new player in South River. He is back again. Incredible. 3 days since awakening, and still level 1. Such perseverance, I admire it. I've already reached 2nd transformation, and he is still at level 1. It's simply absurd. Has he encountered a living nightmare? Why does he always return to level 1? Silence enveloped the entire Wailing Valley, as if all sound had been drained away. Only the whispers of the wind and the leisurely footsteps of Su Xing remained. Su Xing walked directly to the glimmering area of loot, calmly bending down to begin collecting his spoils. His movements were light and casual. Ding. Obtained platinum-grade equipment earth boots. Ding. Obtained platinum-grade equipment dragon scale blade. Ding. Obtained golden-grade material heart of molten fire. Emotion 3. 1 piece, 2 pieces. The ground's radiance was gathered into his possession, one by one. The drop rate, under the blessing of great fortune, was astonishing. The Li family's dozens of elites had been stripped bare, with 2 pieces of platinum-grade equipment alone. Dozens of pieces of golden-grade equipment. Not bad. Su Xing weighed the platinum war knife, still warm, with Li He's body heat in his hand. A satisfied smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This haul nearly covered the cost of materials for the 3rd transformation. His leisurely demeanor sent shivers down the spines of the leaders of various guilds watching from afar. The air seemed to thicken with tension. Who? What kind of monster is that kid? 1 arrow. I didn't even catch a glimpse of it. And Li He was gone? Li He, a level 100, 3rd transformation paladin. Is his indestructible life-saving skill made of paper? That damage number, 80,000. What kind of joke is this? My health doesn't even amount to a fraction of that. Whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd, quickly suppressed as each person fixated on the young man, fearful that even the slightest sound might attract the gaze of that harbinger of death. In their eyes, every strand of Su Xing's hair seemed to be inscribed with the words extreme danger. After collecting the spoils, Su Xing rose slowly to his feet. His gaze sliced through the crowd like a sharp blade, ultimately settling on the fiery red encampment of the Sunfire Guild on the eastern hillside. Chapter 38. 1 man repels a guild. The Abyssal Knight makes a stunning entrance. He uttered no words, simply took a step forward, advancing toward that direction with measured strides. Thud, thud, thud. Each step resonated with the heartbeat of everyone present. The Sunfire Guild erupted in chaos. Captain, he is coming. He is walking towards us. A guild member's voice trembled with fear. Over 100 elite members of the Sunfire Guild felt the weight of impending doom. Their palms slick with cold sweat gripping their weapons. The sight of Li He evaporating in an instant was still fresh in their minds. How many arrows could their meager numbers withstand? The captain of the Sunfire Guild, a hot-headed berserker, felt a surge of blood rush to his head upon seeing Su Xing audaciously approach, his face a canvas of humiliation and fury. Shut up. I'm not blind. I don't need your reminders. Damn it. Does this kid think we're pushovers? Does he really believe the Sunfire Guild is made of clay? He roared, lifting his massive axe, ready to charge, only to be firmly restrained by his vice-captain. Captain, stay calm. Didn't you see how Li He met his end? If we rush in now, what is the difference from sending ourselves to our doom? The vice-captain, drenched in sweat, urged in a hushed tone. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear for firewood. We should withdraw. There is no reason to sacrifice the entire guild for that fool from the Li family. The berserker captain's chest heaved violently, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. He fixated on the figure drawing ever closer, his expression shifting with uncertainty. Ultimately, all his anger and resentment morphed into profound trepidation. He was no fool. He recognized the vice-captain's wisdom. Withdraw. The single word was nearly spat through clenched teeth. As soon as the command was uttered, the 100 members of the Sunfire Guild felt as if a great weight had been lifted, scrambling away from the eastern hillside they had just claimed, retreating in a disordered flurry like dogs bereft of their masters. Throughout the ordeal, not a single harsh word had escaped their lips. On the Western Canyon, the members of the Howling Wolf Alliance collectively exhaled in relief upon witnessing this scene. Thank goodness he wasn't coming for us. My God, I nearly lost my legs. To single-handedly intimidate a top-tier guild in Nanjiang, This is beyond impressive. The captain of the Howling Wolf Alliance, however, wore a furrowed brow. His gaze fixed intently on Su Xing's retreating figure, his heart swirling with unease. This was no ordinary D-rank newcomer. The strength displayed was far beyond what should be expected. To slay a third transformation and repel the Nanjiang Sanctuary Guild, when did such a figure emerge? Could he be a core descendant of a hidden aristocratic family, venturing out to hone his skills? Meanwhile, among the crowd of independent players on the outskirts, astonished gasps and expressions of admiration filled the air. My goodness! Who is this guy? He is incredible. This is what a true man looks like. One person, a whole guild. Wait, doesn't that figure look somewhat familiar? Now that you mention it, oh wow, I remember. He is the one with dual D-rank talents from this year's Awakening Ceremony, Su Xing. It's him. It must be him. At that moment, the name Su Xing became indelibly etched in the minds of everyone present. Amidst a cacophony of awe, fear, and reverence, Su Xing strolled leisurely to the vantage point on the eastern hillside. Standing there, elevated above the entire canyon, he surveyed the landscape below. The canyon fell into an eerie silence, all because of his presence. Besides Su Xing, the elder shadow killer stroked his beard, watching the young man's silhouette. Unable to suppress a chuckle. This is exhilarating. This kid usually seems so low-key, yet when he shows off, he truly has a flair for it. In the midst of this stifling silence, rumblings began to echo ominously. The earth trembled without warning. Rocks tumbled from the cliffs, and the entire canyon reverberated with a low hum. Expressions shifted as everyone stabilized themselves, their gazes drawn toward the immense cavern at the canyon's deepest point. It's coming. It's about to respawn. The Platinum Tier boss, Abyssal Knight LV40, is emerging. On the hillside, Su Xing narrowed his eyes. Feeling the violent tremors beneath his feet, he slowly raised his hand, knocking the silver moon bow upon the string. He hadn't come here merely to swat a few flies. The true quarry was about to make its grand entrance. Roar! A roar that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the abyss erupted from deep within the Wailing Canyon. The ground shook. Stones tumbled. The once pitch-black cavern at the canyon's core was now pouring forth a horrifying black mist, mingled with the stench of sulfur and death. Oppressive. Suffocating. Every professional present, whether a second or third transformation powerhouse, felt as though a colossal boulder had settled upon their chests, making even breathing a laborious task. It was a primal fear, rooted in the essence of life. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy, rhythmic footsteps reverberated from deep within the cavern. With each step, the entire canyon quaked. Finally, a towering figure, as imposing as a mountain, emerged from the black mist, clad in a menacing suit of armor seemingly forged from the cold iron of the abyss. Its joints pulsed with an ominous crimson glow. In its grasp, it wielded a long black spear taller than a man, its tip gleaming with a light capable of rending souls. Beneath the helm, a pair of scarlet eyes burned with the fires of hell, cold, ruthless, and devoid of any semblance of emotion. Merely standing there, the overwhelming aura of terror emanating from this being commanded respect and dread, rendering the faces of all present ashen and their limbs icy. A third-tier scout from the Zhanglong Alliance trembled as he hastily cast a detection skill. In the next moment, a barrage of alarming data appeared before everyone's eyes. Abyssal War Knight LV40, Platinum level boss. Health, 4, 302, 0004, 302, 000. Attack power, 29, 280. Defense power, 57, 360. Skills. Abyssal Charge, locks onto a target and unleashes an unavoidable devastating charge, inflicting massive physical damage and causing a knockback effect. Shadow Stomp, the skeletal warhorse tramples the ground, releasing a circular shadow shockwave that damages all enemies within range while applying a slowing effect. Death Gaze, randomly fixates on a target, inducing a state of fear for 3 seconds during which the target is immobilized and unable to utilize skills. Description, a fallen knight from the abyss, once a hero protecting the kingdom, now corrupted by darkness in the struggle against demons. Transformed into a relentless killing machine guarding treasures long forgotten. Chapter 39, Terror. 39,000 damage in a single shot. Silence. A silence that stretched on for several seconds. Damn it. An anguished curse broke the stillness, echoing through the air. 4,300,000 health. 57,000 defense. What a ridiculous joke. I risk my life, and my attack power can't even breach its defenses. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Are we supposed to just stand there and let it hit us? Despair spread through the crowd like a plague. The once arrogant leaders of various guilds now wore expressions more sorrowful than if they had lost a parent. Among the elite guild members, ranging from level 40 to 100, few could muster an attack power above 5,000. Faced with the terrifying defense of 57,000, their attacks were no more effective than a gentle scratch. Everyone. Ranged experimental attacks. The Zhanglong Alliance leader gritted his teeth and issued the command. He refused to believe that this boss was truly invincible. In an instant, fireballs, ice arrows, and wind blades rained down upon the Abyssal War Knight like a torrential storm. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions of skills reverberated, illuminating the entire canyon. However, as the dust settled, the Abyssal War Knight remained standing, utterly unperturbed. A series of glaring red damage numbers floated above its head. 1-1, 1-1, all uniform. All systematically deducted health. Even the most powerful strike from the level 100 leaders left merely a trivial white mark on its heavy armor, resulting in a pitiful single-digit damage. It's over. Completely finished. This defense is utterly impenetrable. For 1,300,000 health. Even if we could inflict 100 damage per second, it would take us 12 whole hours of relentless fighting to bring it down. 12 hours. Don't be ridiculous. Just look at our mana bars. Can we hold out that long? Just as despair enveloped the crowd, the Songlong Alliance leader had a sudden, ignoble idea. He cleared his throat, summoned his strength, and shouted to the outer circle of casual players. Brothers, I know you all came here seeking a future. Now, the opportunity has arrived. If we all work together to whittle down this boss's health, the spoils will belong to you. All materials will go to the guilds. And any equipment that drops will be equally shared among you. At this proclamation, the casual players, who had been wavering in their resolve due to the boss's might, now found their eyes alight with greed. Platinum-level boss equipment. Just one piece would suffice to ease years of struggle. On the high ground, Su Xing observed the scene. A cold smile creeping across his lips. Same old tactics. Using casual players as cannon fodder to deplete the boss's skills and health. It was a strategy he could easily see through. What was the difference from painting a grand vision? As expected, with a generous reward, fools would rush in. Brothers, charge. Platinum-level gear. I'm coming. The audacity of the bold would thrive, while the timid would perish. With a roar, hundreds of casual players surged forward towards the Abyssal War Knight, their enthusiasm akin to a battle cry. The spectacle was indeed grand. Yet, what awaited them was the death gaze from the abyss. Abyssal charge. A flicker of disdain crossed the Abyssal War Knight's crimson eyes. It didn't even need to move its spear. It merely sank slightly before transforming into a black blur, darting into the throng of fearless players. Thud, thud, thud. 20. 000. 22. 000. 21. 000. Like a tiger amidst sheep, where the black shadow passed, chaos ensued, with blood and flesh scattered everywhere. Terrifying damage numbers exceeding 20,000 erupted like fireworks within the crowd. In a single charge, just one charge skill. Over 30 casual players were sent back to their resurrection points before they could even scream. What the hell? That damage. Run. Get out of here. The fortunate few who survived finally came to their senses, terror-stricken, fleeing for their lives. But it was too late. The Abyssal War Knight, like a machine devoid of emotion, unleashed Shadow Stomp and Death Gaze. A few area skills decimated the hundreds of casual players, mowing them down as if they were mere grass. The entire process lasted no more than 30 seconds. Watching the ground littered with white lights, the expressions of the guild members grew even graver. If even the cannon fodder could not be relied upon, how on earth could they defeat this boss? On the high slope, Su Xing quietly observed the unfolding events. His face inscrutable. He did not rush into action, but patiently analyzed. He scrutinized every movement of the boss, every initiation of its attacks, and the intervals between skill activations. With the talent of weakness analysis, every flaw in the Abyssal War Knight was laid bare before his eyes. Su Xing gazed for an extended period, shaking his head in exasperation. At this rate, how long would it take to achieve any efficiency? He had not anticipated that a level 40 platinum tier boss would prove to be such a formidable challenge. If its level were any higher, wouldn't it be capable of effortlessly breaching the South River Sanctuary? It was no wonder that vigilance was required. What if it were a diamond tier, or even an epic level boss? How could the South River Sanctuary withstand such an onslaught? If all the practitioners within the sanctuary were to lose their resurrection points, it would spell certain doom for them. At that moment, his mentor, Shadow Killer, seemingly discerned his bewilderment and explained with a smile. Young friend Su Xing, there is no need for astonishment. The South River Sanctuary is, in essence, merely a novice village. In Kyoto and the demon capital, such grand sanctuaries are surrounded by world bosses of diamond tier and even above. A platinum tier like this one is akin to a large elite monster there. They would be swiftly cleared out the moment they emerge. The South River Sanctuary is small, and there are no formidable bosses nearby. Even if there were, members from other large sanctuaries would swiftly deal with them. Upon hearing this, Su Xing's heart jolted. It became apparent. He must strengthen himself with an unprecedented fervor. Otherwise, he would find himself utterly helpless in Kyoto, lacking any power to maneuver. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to act without hesitation. Silver armor, activate. Gale step, activate. In an instant, a brilliant silver light enveloped his entire being. Within his pupils, countless mysterious golden runes whirled with fervor. Law analysis. Through his gaze, the seemingly indestructible armor of the Abyssal Demon Knight appeared almost transparent. Chapter 40. Terrifying speed, frenzied output. Su Xing clearly observed that beneath the pitch-black chest plate, at the location of the heart, a fist-sized, dark red point of light, akin to a brand, was pulsating violently. The fatal weakness. That was the spot. Slowly, Su Xing drew his silver moon bow. The bowstring stretched to its full arc, and an arrow, entirely composed of condensed starlight, materialized. The bowstring vibrated ominously, radiating a chilling wave of terrifying energy. This arrow encapsulated all his strength. Whoosh! A flash of silver. The arrow seemed to tear through space, disregarding distance, drawing a straight, resplendent trajectory of death through the air. It struck precisely at the beating dark red point on the chest of the Abyssal Demon Knight. Weak point attack. Critical hit. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted within the canyon. The colossal form of the Abyssal Demon Knight was propelled several steps back by the sheer force of the shot. A horrifying damage number. One that would make all present widen their eyes in disbelief, slowly floated above its head. 39,008. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stood as if petrified, staring blankly at the vivid red damage figure, their minds a complete void. 39,000. The president of the Howling Wolf Alliance stood agape, his voice trembling. Am I seeing things? Is this truly the damage a person can inflict? They had toiled tirelessly, sacrificing lives and grinding for half an hour. Yet their combined damage barely amounted to a fraction of the boss's total. Yet here he was, with a mere arrow. He had dealt damage equivalent to their entire collective effort. The disparity was akin to that between a firefly and the bright moon. However, the architect of this astonishing feat, Su Xing himself, furrowed his brow slightly. Nearly 40,000 in damage seemed formidable. Yet, this was achieved only through triggering a weak point, a critical hit, and a fourfold damage bonus. If it were merely a weak point attack, it likely wouldn't even breach its defenses. In that case, he would have to rely on the critical hit bonus from Gale Step to inflict any damage. It was clear that to easily solo a platinum tier boss, he required even greater strength. At that moment, roar! The Abyssal Demon Knight, severely wounded by the arrow, unleashed a thunderous roar. Its crimson eyes, ablaze with the fires of hell, locked onto the golden figure atop the ridge with fierce intensity. A frigid and brutal killing intent surged forth. You have provoked my wrath. Its voice, deep and resonant like thunder, reverberated through the canyon. The Abyssal Demon Knight discarded all nearby ants and, with heavy steps, charged directly towards Su Xing's elevated position. Observing the terrifying figure barreling toward him with the power to obliterate, a smile crept onto Su Xing's lips. So, you finally noticed me? Excellent. Let us see whose iron hooves are swifter, yours or my arrows. No sooner had he spoken than his figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Boom. With each step of the Abyssal Demon Knight's charge, the entire high ground trembled violently. Its colossal spear, wreathed in hellfire, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek as it descended towards Su Xing's previous position. The earth was cleaved open, leaving a gaping chasm over 10 meters long, debris flying and dust billowing into the sky. However, the strike missed. Su Xing had already transformed into a faint azure shadow, gliding several dozen meters to the side just before the spear struck. The furious rush of the spear's wind merely tousled his hair. What speed is this? In the distance, a third-tier assassin from the Howling Wolf Alliance was wide-eyed in astonishment. He prided himself on his speed, yet at that moment, he could not even fully track Su Xing's movements. It felt as if he were not a human, but a wisp of untamed wind. The Abyssal Demon Knight, enraged by its failed strike, twisted its massive form, its iron hooves pounding the ground as it charged once more at Su Xing. Yet Su Xing did not retreat. Instead, he pressed on. He glided like a hawk skimming the ground, tracing an arc that defied the laws of physics, weaving around the Abyssal Demon Knight with astonishing speed. As he maneuvered, his silver moon bow transformed into a silver blur. The bowstring's vibrations crescendoed to a continuous, piercing hum. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the blink of an eye, 5 starlight-colored arrows shot forth in rapid succession, striking the heavy armor of the Abyssal Demon Knight at its weak points with uncanny precision. Clink, 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 clink. A series of sounds akin to scraping echoed through the air. 5 inconsequential damage numbers floated up from the boss's colossal form. 45. Weakness. 48. Weakness. 51. Weakness. 47. Weakness. 52. Weakness. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers who had just been awed by Su Xing's terrifying speed collectively exhaled in relief. They had been startled, momentarily believing a divine being had descended, only to discover it was merely a master of scraping. Indeed, the damage was hardly higher than my basic attacks. It seemed all his attributes were allocated to agility. What use is speed if one cannot breach defenses? He becomes nothing more than a living target. And once his mana is depleted, his fate is sealed. Some even displayed malicious glee, as if the nearly 40,000 critical damage they had just witnessed was but a figment of their imagination. However, the leaders of the Canglong Guild, Liang, and others did not relax. Instead, their expressions grew increasingly grave. Something was amiss. The president of the Canglong Guild fixed his gaze on the battlefield, his voice dry as he calculated, 5 arrows per second, 300 arrows per minute. even if each arrow dealt only 50 points of damage. The total damage would surpass 15,000 in a minute. My heavens, this one individual is equivalent to the total sustained damage output of our entire guild's elite. The berserker gasped in astonishment, muttering to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. With such attack speed and mastery over distance and timing, could this lad truly be a novice? He is a veritable monster born for battle. The chase between one man and one demon on the battlefield had escalated to an intense climax. Su Xing's figure transformed into a swirling azure vortex, constantly circling the abyssal demon knight. The relentless rain of arrows was akin to lethal blades erupting from the tempest. The abyssal demon knight had succumbed to a frenzy, wildly brandishing its spear and trampling the earth, unleashing skills as if they were free. Shadow Stomp. Abyssal Charge. The entire high ground was thrown into chaos, the ground riddled with crisscrossing ravines and burning pits of demonic flames. Yet, no matter how frenzied its assaults, Su Xing always found the perfect evasive route, slipping through the gaps like an elusive fish. 58 seconds had elapsed since the battle commenced. 59 seconds. 60 seconds. A glint of brilliance sparkled in Su Xing's eyes. Now is the moment. Chapter 41. Surge in Power Attributes. Look at the boss's health bar. His previously rapid movements came to an abrupt halt. At the instant the abyssal demon knight swung its spear once more, he did not retreat. Instead, he lunged forward with a fierce step. With an extreme backward lean, he glided almost parallel to the blazing spear tip, slipping beneath the abyssal demon knight. Gale Step. Cooldown complete. Reactivated. A surge of even greater power erupted from beneath his feet. The silver moon bow in his hands was drawn to its full crescent shape. All power, focus, and timing coalesced at this singular moment upon the bowstring. Crack. A sound as crisp as a bell reverberated across the battlefield. A critical hit. A blood-red damage number, imbued with deadly intent, erupted from the head of the abyssal demon knight like a volcanic eruption. 39,008. Silence. The entire battlefield was once again enveloped in an eerie stillness. Every breath was suspended in that instant. 39,000. A third-tier berserker gazed at his own attack power, which barely reached 5,000, feeling as though his worldview had been shattered. Is this truly damage that a second-tier class can inflict? A monster. He is undoubtedly a monster. Once a minute. A burst of 39,000 each time. This boss. Could it be that he intends to solo it? The most it could endure is 80 minutes before succumbing. Just as everyone remained entranced by the earth-shattering impact of that arrow, a roar, more furious and savage, reverberated throughout the canyon. Roar. The abyssal demon knight had completely lost its mind. As a high-ranking demon of the abyss, how could it endure such humiliation? Toyed with like a mere mouse by a minuscule human, its scarlet eyes no longer fixated on Su Xing, but instead swept toward the surrounding onlookers. Equally bothersome in its gaze, an insatiable fury demanded more blood to quench its thirst. It raised its hooves high and then stomped down violently upon the ground. Shadow Stomp. Boom. A visible shockwave of deep red-black erupted from the abyssal demon knight, radiating outward in all directions. This is bad. Run. It's an area attack. Yet, it was too late. The speed of the shockwave left no time for anyone to react. In an instant, it engulfed the entire high ground. Cries of despair echoed. Dozens of adventurers standing at the periphery, too close to escape, were struck by the terrifying shockwave, their health bars instantly depleted, transforming into beams of white light as they were forcibly returned to their resurrection points. In that moment, the battlefield was thrown into disarray, with chaos and lamentation reigning supreme. Those fortunate enough to survive were scattered and disheveled, fleeing in panic to distant corners. Yet one figure stood in stark contrast to the apocalyptic scene. Su Xing. He remained composed, standing firm as the terrifying shockwave, mitigated by thorned armor and his extraordinary constitution, merely deducted a few drops of his health. It even recovered faster than his life drain passive. He observed the fleeing figures, then glanced at the abyssal demon knight, momentarily immobilized after unleashing its ultimate skill. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. No more waiting. Over the past 2 days, he had painstakingly amassed 1,200 free attribute points, never daring to expend them. This was precisely for such unforeseen circumstances. Now was the moment to reap the rewards. System. Allocate all free attribute points to strength. Without hesitation, he poured every last one of the 1,200 free attribute points he had diligently saved into strength. Boom. A golden beam of light, visible only to him, descended from above, flooding into his body. His attribute panel began to fluctuate at an unprecedented pace. Strength, 6,023. Expression, 7,223. Attack power, 24092. Expression, 28,892. An indescribable, explosive sensation of power surged through his limbs and bones, a tempest of raw energy. He could even hear the very bones of his body, overwhelmed by the influx of this force, emitting ecstatic cries of agony. In the distance, Shadowkill's pupils contracted sharply. He keenly sensed that Su Xing's aura had, in that fleeting moment, surged dramatically in an exceedingly abrupt manner. What sort of trump card has this kid unleashed? A new skill? He was astounded. Meanwhile, Su Xing had already taken action to address his doubts. He drew back his bow. In 1 second, 5 arrows. A relentless rain of arrows once again poured towards the abyssal demon knight, who had just recovered from its momentary paralysis. Thud. 5 arrows struck true. A starkly different, vivid crimson damage number erupted forth. 424. 427. 430. 444. 434. No longer were they mere dozens of forced damage points. This was genuine breakthrough damage. Although the individual damage still wasn't exceedingly high, the implications were worlds apart. A cold smile creased Su Xing's lips. 5 arrows in a second, with damage per second exceeding 2,100 points. With the boss's remaining health under 4 million, it meant that now, I need less than half an hour to single-handedly grind it down completely. This is the sensation of explosive power. An extraordinarily bizarre scene unfolded upon the battlefield. The elites of various guilds were still in disarray, frantically regrouping from a distance. Yet, the mysterious expert in their midst had already commenced a frenzied suppression of the platinum-tier boss all on his own. Look at the boss's health bar. A keen-eyed professional, who was receiving treatment, suddenly let out a shriek of disbelief. Everyone instinctively turned to look, only to see the abyssal demon knight's terrifying health bar plummeting at a visibly rapid pace. What is going on? Who is dealing damage? The leader of the Solar Flare guild appeared utterly befuddled. The rate of health loss was abnormal. Too fast. The strong members of the Howling Wolf Alliance furrowed their brows. Soon, they pinpointed the source. That young man, battling the boss alone. A third-tier assassin quickly calculated and then trembled as he spoke with a voice laced with boundless fear and shock. His damage per second exceeds 2,000, adding in critical hits of 40,000. That means he can inflict nearly 1,600,000 damage to the boss each minute. 16,000. This figure struck each person's heart like an invisible hammer. All of them combined had not dealt as much damage in half a day as he could in just 1 minute. What kind of monster is this? At that moment, the abyssal demon knight, which had struggled to gain the upper hand, let out another earth-shattering roar. It abandoned physical attacks, its scarlet eyes ablaze with hellfire, suddenly igniting with intensity. Death gaze. Chapter 42. Damn that D-tier talent. You call this D-tier? An invisible force imbued with the laws of death and fear instantaneously locked onto Su Xing. Su Xing's body froze suddenly. He was immobilized. A full 3 seconds of fear left him utterly powerless over his own body. Not good. It's a control skill. Shadow Kill's heart tightened. Shadow Kill also gathered his wits, preparing to rescue Su Xing at a critical moment. Otherwise, if his level reset, he would have to start leveling up all over again. That would be troublesome. It would mean he had failed in his duty to protect Su Xing. Haha, this is fantastic. That kid is doomed. From a distance, members of the rival guild erupted in gleeful revelry. Once Su Xing was slain, the nearly depleted boss would belong to them. Everyone witnessed as the abyssal demon knight, having ensnared Su Xing, raised its earth-shattering magic spear high, beginning to charge. Abyssal charge. A finishing blow. Under the breathless gaze of all, the dark shadow, bearing cataclysmic might, crashed down upon Su Xing's seemingly frail form. It's over. The thought simultaneously crossed everyone's minds. However, a plain, even somewhat ludicrous damage number slowly floated above Su Xing's head. 433, then instantly. 433. Heals 5 of maximum health per second. Silence. The entire arena fell into an eternal silence once more. Everyone's minds went blank, utterly stunned by this world-shattering spectacle before them. 3 digits? 433 points of damage. Did the boss just hold back? No. Wait. Look. The boss's attack power hasn't changed. It's that person's defense. His defense is absurdly high. Impossible. The damage that the boss managed to inflict was instantly healed by this kid, as this closest approximation of the truth was voiced in a trembling tone. Everyone completely broke down. An archer wielding cataclysmic attack power, yet he possessed a terrifying defense that even shield warriors could only envy. How can anyone survive this? At this moment, the deeply ingrained perceptions regarding the professional system were shattered by Su Xing in the most domineering, unreasonable manner. What the hell is going on? Outside the canyon, the dozens of survivors, preparing to witness a desperate struggle, were collectively petrified upon seeing that unremarkable 433 damage number. Their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. So it turns out, it wasn't that the boss had overwhelming attack power, but rather that we were just too weak. A fellow 40-level third-tier shield warrior trembled as he looked at his health bar of less than 15,000, feeling his professional faith utterly crushed in that moment. This Su Xing, his second-tier profession, is just too absurd. High attack, high agility. Now, both defense and health have skyrocketed beyond comprehension. This is far from a mere second transformation archer. It is unmistakably a versatile war bastion clad in the guise of an archer. A chorus of incredulous gasps filled the crowd, echoing with absurdity. Wait, didn't the decree from the Southern River Sanctuary's military state that he possessed a D-grade talent? A young mage swallowed hard, his voice tinged with disbelief as he queried, D-grade? Beside him, a furious berserker, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke of the century, erupted in outrage. D-grade my foot. Are you calling this a D-grade? I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. With such monstrous performance. I believe he was SSS grade talent. Indeed, with such outrageous defense, what was he showcasing with his dodging? He could simply stand his ground and trade blows with the boss, couldn't he? It was utterly incomprehensible. His maneuvers, attributes, and class were all beyond understanding. Just as the crowd was grappling with Su Xing's terrifying defense, the next scene completely shattered their perception. Su Xing, after enduring a boss's abyss charge, astonishingly remained motionless. He stood there, expressionless, as the furious abyss knight swung its lance, capable of piercing steel, in a frenzy. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike resonated with a piercing sound. Each blow could obliterate any practitioner below the fourth transformation. Yet, upon Su Xing, only a series of despairingly ridiculous damage numbers floated up. 427, 335, 442, 1,600, and Su Xing, enduring the boss's relentless assault, held his silver moon bow, without a quiver. He steadily, coldly, and efficiently unleashed his onslaught. 464, 421, 476, 39,008. A third transformation archer, gazing at his own stats, and then at the damage numbers hovering above Su Xing's head, felt as though he had wasted decades of his life. The boss's attack power was no joke, starting at a minimum of 20,000. How could he have only lost a little over 300 health? And look at his attacks. Regular hits dealing 4 to 500, and critical strikes nearing 40,000. This data was more outrageous than that of any 100-level third transformation DPS. Under the astonished gaze of all, Su Xing's health bar remained virtually unchanged, bolstered by the passive effect of life drain. In stark contrast, the once mighty platinum tier boss's health bar plummeted visibly, cascading downwards at a breakneck pace. Health, 200,000, 430, 2000. Health, 1500,000, 430, 2000. Health, 100,000, 430, 2000. When the boss's health finally dipped below 50,000, crossing the execution threshold, someone in the crowd, intoxicated by the prospect of immense wealth, unleashed a frenzied shout. Let us take the boss. His exclamation ignited the crowd like a spark in a powder keg. Charge. He was but one man. Seizing it would mean profit. Who cares about Su Xing? Strength in numbers. The platinum boss's loot was enough for a lifetime of riches. Dozens of third transformation practitioners, completely consumed by greed, rushed toward the bloody boss like rabid dogs. However, upon witnessing this, a cold, disdainful smile crept onto Su Xing's lips, as if he were observing a throng of fools. He had anticipated this outcome. The human heart is, after all, the most fragile of things. He could scarcely be bothered to glance at the boss anymore. Slowly he turned. The string of his bow pulled taut like a crescent moon in an instant. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 silver arrows, released almost simultaneously, carved 5 perfect arcs of death through the air. In the next moment, 121,847, 111,963, 131,254, 121,576, 111,887. 5 brilliant beams of white light erupted, striking the front line of the charging crowd. The 5 strongest third transformation warriors, leading the charge, were instantly reduced to nothingness, their health bars emptied, and they were teleported back to the resurrection point at the Southern River Sanctuary. The scene fell into an immediate silence. All practitioners, poised to charge forward, froze as if petrified, their faces drained of color, cold sweat soaking their backs. Chapter 43. The Li family's 4th transformation patriarch seeks to vanquish Su Xing. The Queen's Descent. Su Xing's icy gaze swept over everyone present, as if surveying his dominion. His voice was calm, yet imbued with a palpable menace. Those who wish to die, those who wish to be sent away right now, may step forward and try. A defiant berserker, emboldened by his thick skin, gritted his teeth, attempting to seize the final blow against the boss, while Su Xing spoke. I don't believe it. Whoosh. In response, an arrow, faster than any prior, shot forth. 104,521. A flash of white light, and that brazen berserker vanished from sight, his foolish confidence extinguished. The arena was enveloped in an eerie silence. No one dared to take another step forward. Su Xing glanced at his skill cooldowns. Wind Sprint had 3 seconds remaining. He remained unhurried, leisurely allowing the boss to strike him without retaliating. Those remaining 40,000 health points might require considerable time for others to whittle down. Yet for him, it was merely a matter of a single arrow. As the cooldown for Wind Sprint expired, illuminating once more, it was over. Su Xing's figure flickered, instantly closing the distance with the boss. Right at the boss's face, he drew back his bow once more. Die! An arrow, infused with all his strength, was released. 39,847. Weak point critical. The colossal form of the Abyss Knight let out a mournful wail of defiance before crashing to the ground. The equipment and materials it dropped scattered like the most brilliant stars across the ground. The entire gorge fell silent once more. Upon vanquishing the Platinum tier boss, the Abyssal Knight at level 40, one receives 120,000 experience points, 60 free attribute points, and an unyielding thorn progress of 10. Acquired. Abyssal Armor, Platinum tier. Abyssal Leggings, Platinum tier. Abyssal Spear, Platinum tier. Abyssal Boots, Platinum tier. 1S tier Abyssal Steed Pet, and 12,000 copper coins. The dazzling platinum radiance ignited the primal greed within the hearts of every adventurer present. Just as Su Xing collected the entire set of abyssal armor into his possession, preparing to depart from this tumultuous place, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 formidable and terrifying presences, surpassing all those before, descended upon the scene like towering mountains, without any forewarning. The air in the Wailing Canyon seemed to crystallize at that moment. In the sky, the fabric of space rippled like water, as 3 figures materialized from thin air. The central figure, clad in fiery red armor and wielding a blazing long sword, was none other than Liang Guild's president, Lishan. To his right stood a man draped in a gray wolf cloak, his gaze shrouded in shadows. The leader of the Zonglong Alliance, Wolf Fong. To his left was a burly man grasping a thunderous warhammer, the president of the Thunder Guild, Lei Bao. Each of these individuals was, without exception, a genuine powerhouse of level 200, having undergone their 4th-class transition. They represented the pinnacle of the South River Sanctuary's hierarchy. Their appearance sent a shiver of dread coursing through the very souls of all present adventurers. What is happening? Why has the president come in person? My heavens! The leaders of the 3 major guilds have arrived. This situation has escalated dramatically. Clearly, news of their elite members being annihilated by Su Xing, along with the theft of the Platinum Boss, had reached the guild headquarters post-haste. Young man, Lishan, the president of the Liang Guild, spoke first, casting a condescending gaze upon Su Xing, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. One must not be overly greedy. The Abyssal Knight is a resource of the South River Sanctuary. As a lone wanderer, having feasted upon the meat, you ought to leave the broth behind. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. Wolf Fong from the Zonglong Alliance remarked with a sinister smile, hand over that set of abyssal armor, and we can pretend this incident never occurred. The oppressive aura of the 4th transition power surged towards Su Xing like a tangible tide. Any ordinary 2nd transition adventurer would have likely succumbed to their knees, pleading for mercy at this moment. However, Su Xing's countenance betrayed no hint of fear. Internally, he scoffed. With the presence of the esteemed Shadow Killer and the World Tree Mark as his ultimate trump card, he felt utterly unfazed. Moreover, as long as he wasn't eliminated instantly, he could retreat to the primordial forest at any time. These individuals, while seemingly powerful, posed no true threat to him. Your resources? Su Xing raised his head, his gaze calm, akin to observing 3 simpletons. I defeated the boss, and I collected the loot. What? Are your names inscribed upon it? Impudent. The leaders of the 3 guilds had never encountered such audacity and were immediately incensed, just as they prepared to strike. Intending to teach this insolent youth a lesson, a roar erupted from afar, imbued with a deeper malice and madness than any prior sound. Roar! Li Hai, the head of the Li family, charged forth with his 2 inept younger brothers, Li Jiang and Li He, along with his level 1 son, exuding a formidable presence. His aura was also that of a 4th transition level 200. Yet, in stark contrast to the 3 guild leaders, the murderous intent emanating from him was unmasked, almost palpable. You little wretch. Li Hai's eyes were bloodshot. He had no intention of engaging in dialogue with Su Xing. His murderous intent was tenfold more terrifying than all the others combined, crashing down upon Su Xing like an invisible ancient mountain. Su Xing felt the weight of his body suddenly increase. It was as if he were being inundated with tons of cement. Every cell in his body burdened with immense pressure, making even the slightest movement an arduous task. Was this the level suppression of a 4th transition powerhouse? Compared to the 3rd transition, it was an entirely different realm. You little bastard. I will make you pay in blood for my equipment. Li Jiang bellowed in madness from the side. Li Hai's gaze was as cold as ice, fixated on Su Xing as if he were merely a corpse. His voice chillingly calm. Hand over everything you possess. Then, take your own life as an apology. I may allow you to keep your corpse intact. Such tyranny. Such arrogance. He didn't even regard the 3 guild leaders beside him. However, just as Li Hai was poised to strike, ready to obliterate Su Xing, a dark and profound spatial rift silently unfurled above them. A pair of exquisitely clad feet, adorned in luxurious black silk and crimson high heels, gracefully emerged from the rift. Following this was a breathtaking woman, dressed in a form-fitting professional skirt that accentuated her alluring figure, sporting gold-rimmed spectacles, with her long black hair cascading freely behind her. She hovered effortlessly in the air, emanating an overwhelming pressure that eclipsed that of all present, effortlessly dissipating the oppressive weight Li Hai had imposed upon Su Xing. Chapter 44. I dare say, who among you would dare to lay a hand on him? Third transition B-tier talent. Her gaze was cold and indifferent as it swept across all the fourth transition powerhouses. Her crimson lips parted, her voice crisp yet imbued with an unassailable, queenly authority. I dare say, who among you would dare to lay a hand on him? In the Wailing Canyon, the deathly silence shattered, replaced by gasps filled with awe and fear. Everyone stood as if witnessing the most absurd of dramas. The esteemed head of the Li family, an apex entity of the South River Sanctuary, was rendered immobile by a mere utterance from a mysteriously appearing woman. Li Hai's complexion had turned a ghastly shade. He fixated on the ethereal figure above, radiating an aura so terrifying it made his very soul tremble, forcing the words from between clenched teeth. Yin Shang? He could not comprehend how the renowned, reclusive beauty instructor of the sanctuary, who was only known for her scholarly pursuits, could possess such terrifying power. Though both were 4th transition level 200, he could distinctly sense that his S-tier raging blood lion class felt like a mere house cat confronted by an ancient behemoth in her presence. It was an absolute suppression derived from the very essence of life and class rank. SS tier, perhaps even higher. Yin Shang. Li Hai forcefully suppressed the astonishment brewing within him. His voice hoarse as he questioned, as a mentor of the sanctuary, are you truly willing to interfere in our family matters for the sake of a mere rogue? He attempted to exert pressure through his status and the rules. However, Yin Shang merely adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her phoenix-like eyes never once glancing in his direction. Her gaze remained gently fixed on Su Xing, as if ensuring he had not been harmed. Only then did she respond in a tone devoid of any emotion, my student. If I do not protect him, who will? A simple statement, yet it brimmed with an undeniable dominance and resoluteness. Li Hai's face flushed an angry crimson. He realized that with this woman present, he could not lay a finger on Su Xing. All right, all right, all right. He repeated the word thrice. His eyes filled with a venomous resentment and murderous intent, almost palpable. He abruptly turned, fixing his serpent-like gaze upon Su Xing with a fierce intensity. You little beast. Count yourself lucky. I, Li Hai, swear today, should you dare to step even a half step away from the sanctuary, my Li family will pursue you to the ends of the earth, to death and beyond. Having delivered this harsh ultimatum, he could no longer bear to remain. He yanked his 2 frightened, foolish brothers, akin to a stray dog, and left in a flustered retreat. He failed to realize that today might have been the sole opportunity in his life to challenge Su Xing. From this moment forward, he would lose even the right to gaze upon Su Xing's back, seeing the greatest nemesis of the Li family scurry away in disgrace. The remaining 3 guild leaders naturally would not seek to provoke the situation further. They were not fools, with an SS-level mentor of unfathomable strength fiercely defending her charge. To offend such a formidable entity over a piece of platinum equipment, something that might not even be obtained, would be sheer folly. A misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding, chuckled Lai Shan, the president of the Blazing Sun Guild, as he clasped his fists and promptly led his subordinates away in a hasty exit. The other 2 guilds quickly followed suit, vacating the scene entirely. What had just been a cacophony of voices and tension now left only Su Xing, Yin Shang, and the silent figure of Ying Sha. Teacher. Su Xing gazed at the graceful silhouette shielding him, warmth flooding his heart. Are you all right? Yin Shang turned to him. Her beautiful eyes filled with concern as she appraised him from head to toe. Su Xing smiled, a genuine happiness illuminating his features. The sensation of being cared for was truly delightful. He shrugged and joked, what could possibly be wrong with me, if not for your timely arrival? That Li Hai would have had to return to the sanctuary to level up today. Such a tease, Yin Shang chided with a playful glare. Yet the worry that had hung over her heart finally dissipated. As she looked at Su Xing, a myriad of emotions surged within her. With a powerful ally like the elder Ying Sha guiding his training, and having joined the Godslayer Guild as a support, this student once scorned by all had finally secured the means for a stable existence. The trio returned to the Transmutation Temple in the South River Sanctuary. Standing before the statue of the goddess, Su Xing opened his quest panel and selected to submit his task. Ding. Detected the kill record of the platinum-level boss, Abyssal Demon Knight. 3rd ring, proof of strength. Please independently slay a platinum-level boss of at least level 40. Completed. Conditions met. The 3rd transmutation trial has been completed. Boom. An even more resplendent and sacred starlight than ever before cascaded down like the Milky Way, completely enveloping Su Xing. His body and soul underwent a profound and transformative metamorphosis within this overwhelming power. Warning. Detected that the observer's profession is undergoing a 2nd-tier leap. Evolution direction confirmed. Fate and causality. Congratulations. Your profession has successfully evolved into the causality scales, B class. Mental bonus, 300. New skill. Causality prediction can predict the probability of specific events occurring within the next 10 minutes. New skill. Causality chain can forcibly mark a target, causing them to bear the repercussions of their actions for a period of time. Evolution feature. Ancient bronze gear patterns have emerged around your eyes, allowing you to perceive subtle changes in the flow of time. You now possess the weight to measure causality and the qualification to intervene in the trajectory of fate. Within the transmutation temple, the starlight gradually faded. Su Xing slowly opened his eyes, feeling a newfound, mysterious power within him, as if it could pluck the strings of destiny. With his primary profession elevated to B class, causality scales, his gaze involuntarily returned to the majestic and sacred statue of the transmutation goddess. A bold thought, nearly sacrilegious, suddenly surged from the depths of his heart. Since gaze of the law could reveal her true form, could causality chain also establish a slight connection with her? After all, I had invested so many golden grade materials as a cause to ascend. It was time to reap the fruit as interest, was it not? With that thought in mind, he acted. Chapter 45. The deity's embarrassment. Divine passive, chaos's favor. There was no dispute, which eased Cornelia's tension, yet Camille's request caused her to furrow her brow. Almost all level 7 superhuman artisans made from single-sided gold utilized their energy with unprecedented precision and efficiency. However, the contents of certain blockbuster films from this era dictated that as long as one possessed incredible fame, people would be willing to film with them. For there would always be fans willing to pay. For fans, it was merely a few yuan at most. And a devoted fan would never care about the content being performed. That was sufficient. Camille slowly closed his eyes, his calm face radiating an oppressive and terrifying aura that made all those around him feel on edge. He Ming, feeling rather dejected, stepped out of his home, cursing in frustration beneath the magnificent starry sky. The wound on her abdomen had scabbed over and was nearly healed. Chen Tian merely needed to drop 2 drops of world tree sap, and not a trace of a scar would remain. However, upon checking upstairs, he noticed that the customers were significantly fewer than those seeking premium agarwood, and most were purchasing expensive items like premium rosewood and sandalwood instead. The counters for the newly released Dragon's Saliva fragrance were sparsely populated. The assault from the city gates proved futile. Some of the Qing soldiers took a different route, raising their guns high as they swam across the moat. At that moment, it was merely the 2nd month of the lunar calendar, and the river's water was icy and biting, a decidedly ill-advised choice. Voices emanating from beneath the ground were somewhat indistinct, yet to Yun Ning's ears, they resonated with a disconcerting familiarity, prompting her to involuntarily cease her assault. All eyes turned towards Jiang Hao's, their gazes a complex tapestry of emotions, some laced with schadenfreude, others imbued with admiration, envy, blessings, and pity. The imperial officials were categorized into 9 ranks, with the highest authority in a city being the city lord, who was a 6th rank official, supported by 3 7th rank officers, a lieutenant, a secretary, and a director of agriculture. Meanwhile, an inexplicable sense of impending danger loomed larger in the demon's heart. It noted that the dozen or so subordinates that had originally accompanied it out of the city had yet to catch up, and there was an unsettling silence surrounding them. Had they all been eliminated? If this stalemate persisted, one must prepare for a parting. Would one choose to forever lose a cherished love, or endure a momentary indignity to mend a rift? I gently pushed the door open just a crack, but before I could discern the situation inside, I was yanked aside by Mang Qingru, who grasped the nape of my neck. A golden light shot forth from within the room. Had Mang Qingru not pulled me away, I surely would have been engulfed by its radiance. Out of gratitude for this act of protection, he was reluctant to annihilate Yang Zikin completely. Had he not engaged in the conflict between the MBS International and the Yun Consortium, he would never have accepted the challenge in the first place. Zikin, the one who understood Momo's thoughts best, could see her radiant smile and knew that her anger had subsided. Even if she harbored some lingering discontent, she would grant him the opportunity to explain himself before passing judgment, and he moved closer to Momo, donning a gentle smile as he reached out for their child. The golden luminescence emanating from the sword seemed to confine the figure of the masked individual within a cage-like grasp. The 5 colored beams of light clashed with the white orb in midair, producing no anticipated thunderous roar. The orb pressed against the tips of the beams, rolling incessantly, while the 5 colored columns struggled to advance further. The following morning, Yi Xiao accompanied Han Shui to the hospital for a checkup, only for the doctor to regretfully inform them that she was not yet pregnant. Bei Ming Mu Feng, a member of the Baiming family, had originally been nominated as the person in charge of the watchtower, but the higher-ups dispatched Jiang Ziyuan to take over. Faced with Zhang's formidable reputation and his status as a disciple of the Six Paths sect, Bei Ming Mu Feng dared not act recklessly in his presence. He was merciless, having caused the demise of many, feigning fear as he hid behind one individual while surreptitiously plunging a knife into him. Watching in cold detachment as the man writhed in agony, disbelief etched across his face before extinguishing his life. Hee boss, would you like me to arrange a grand pampering for you? I guarantee it will be utterly delightful, the bubble tea girl said playfully, eyeing the weary deity. Flames surged towards him relentlessly. How could the elder remain idle? He hastily sought to escape the inferno's reach, but his speed proved insufficient, and before long, he was enveloped by the flames, ultimately transforming into a colossal sphere. The two factions were embroiled in a fierce argument, flooding the screen of the Journey to the West live streaming room, causing Chun Fan to raise an eyebrow. Yang Luchen, curious to probe Dong Haichuan's intentions, chose to remain silent and acquiesced. Yang Banho, undaunted by danger, boldly approached the gates of Dong's residence, bellowing, "Old Master Dong, come greet your guest." From outside the gate, he hurled a floral basket into the courtyard. "Just a moment, we have some luggage. Xiao Meng, Guodu, help unload and bring it inside." Zhao Yuan instructed Xiao Meng and Guodu. Reliable information about the two fire gods was scarce, but there was one undeniable record. Chapter 46, Su Xing's Blood. The terrifying enhancement of platinum-level equipment. Yes, we must leave. The youth began to contemplate fleeing, yearning to return to the safety of Hundred Spirit City. "What brings you to seek me?" Au resumed her indifferent demeanor, her gaze fixed intently on Yizhan. The boy's androgynous beauty darkened with anger, glancing at the ashes behind her before retreating slightly, overtaken by fear. Jun Wuxia often experienced the illusion that some unseen force was guiding her, leading her to this world, and allowing her to encounter these individuals as she navigated through all her experiences. Upon hearing this, Bei Bei remained silent, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement of her mother and sister. In today's world, if one were rendered incapable of rising from bed due to misfortune, they would find themselves devoid of food, clothing, and even medicine. "Rest assured, I will assist you in your search," Nianichuan said, his hands firmly placed on her shoulders, exerting considerable pressure. "Well then, the future of Yi Bang rests in your hands." Jiang Yi nodded in agreement. Although she was not someone who easily placed her trust in others, Mui had already demonstrated his capabilities and terrifying strength through his actions, leaving her no choice but to believe. "I find your gaze quite appealing, yet I wonder if your strength matches the sharpness of your eyes," Gu Qing remarked coolly, sensing He-Shi's fervent stare. The surrounding corpses appeared to have been torn apart by some ferocious beast. The remaining bone fragments bore jagged edges with pronounced friction marks. This type of wound was all too familiar to Q17, reminiscent of those who had met their end by the jaws of the Zerg. As for the marriage proposal between Yu Jiao and Feng Lu, the Li family had yet to respond to the Feng family. If the Feng family chose to reject it, the Li family would be left with no recourse. As they conversed, the group arrived at the classroom, where Ling bid farewell to them as she entered the adjacent second-class classroom. Naturally, there was a family banquet at the palace for the Lantern Festival, and it had just concluded, with the Emperor and Empress Qin preparing to retire to Fengyi Palace. "You fatso, pay attention." Yu Man clenched her fists, glaring at Gung Haoshi. She introduced these individuals to Lord Wang, who was aware that they were all chivalrous swordsmen and relied on them, thus refraining from excessive questioning. After bidding farewell to Lord Wang, the group returned to their inn to rest. Therefore, in Lua Town, any elderly matriarch wishing to discipline their descendants would undoubtedly use Zheng Tu as an example. The fat man and the thin man trembled in fear at the fierce visage of the malicious wind, realizing that these individuals were far from ordinary merchants. So plump and adorable. Jing Liqing chuckled as he playfully pinched her cheek, finding her soft, smooth skin as pristine as that of a baby utterly irresistible. Achoo! I abruptly lifted my head from the rag, rubbed my nose, and wondered why I had sneezed so suddenly. I couldn't help but hum, continuing to blend music with my cleaning. "Tonight, I shall await your arrival. I shall be here, at the precise spot where your words fell silent," De Qiao implored, her voice tinged with longing, stirring a twinge of compassion in Luo Zifeng. All right, enough joking. Have you had breakfast this morning?" Mu Tianxiang inquired. "It is His Majesty the King," Luo Zifeng exclaimed upon spotting the rapidly approaching figure, alerting Genghis Khan. He tenderly embraced me, gradually lowering his face to nestle into the crook of my neck, displaying a childlike petulance. The egg pancakes were ready, and Li Jinghua had also prepared congee and mixed cucumbers. They sat down to enjoy their breakfast. The employees, upon hearing the boss declare that they could indulge in a spirited evening, immediately felt invigorated. Having endured this fortnight, the prospect of regaining my freedom filled me with enthusiasm, and I readily aligned myself with the others. Each day, I was accompanied by a gentleman, a privilege I believed I had the power to decide through my daily selections. I remained perplexed by their meticulous arrangements, which were, indeed, impressively orderly. Chun Yunfeng proclaimed with commanding authority. The patriarch and the ancestral elder of the Dongfang family wore expressions of profound dismay, unable to fathom how an ordinary emperor Hao had attracted such formidable masters. Now, even if they wished to surrender Emperor Hao, it had become an impossible endeavor. The Dongfang elder was consumed with regret, blaming his own greed, fearing that he might lead the Dongfang family to ruin. From the map, it appeared that the entrance to the ruins was situated at the central dune. Celia believed she had found it, deeming the matter manageable. However, upon confronting the dune, the enormity of the challenge became apparent. Mo Fei's eyes flickered with understanding. realizing that Kong Lingqi's fifth celestial pattern likely corresponded to the divine movement pattern. Consider it the travel expenses for that fellow's outing with his companion. As I am the one leading the group. As Carlo casually tossed coins and strolled, he justified the expenditure as legitimate compensation. Nevertheless, the warships posed a significant threat that necessitated resolution. Their firepower was exceedingly potent, capable of subduing ordinary large-scale legions. Furthermore, just by hearing her voice, it was evident who she was to Lowly, indicating a close connection between them. Noticing the disappearance of an appealing beverage, Celia turned towards Doris, her face revealing a hint of grievance as she lowered her gaze to the crystal she clutched in her hand. After expressing concern for Amir Khan, she began to pay attention to the left, only to find no significant response, which allowed her to relax somewhat. However, her calm was abruptly interrupted by the emergence of a rather slender lieutenant, standing at just over 1.60 meters, causing her heart to sink. Accompanied by the familiar tone from Britain. Chapter 47. Su Xing forcibly seizes the Li family copy. Li Hai is enraged. To avoid being too close, she hoped to prevent any unrealistic fantasies from forming between her and her fiancé from the Jiang family. Yet, several seasoned alchemists exhibited signs of excitement, while others displayed fear. Their meanings remained a mystery, and even those aware were eager to venture forth, seeking any semblance of fortune. In the afternoon, Yi Lu mentioned that he would protect him within the apothecary's gate. Thus Yi Lu would naturally regard him as a friend. During the midday gathering, I invited Jinger and Qing Ning to bring Zhou Feng, Qin Lan, and the Hua sisters to Changchun. This exemplifies the advantage of the divine movement, where distance is merely a thought away. The 12 heavenly dragons convened for the first time in the mortal realm, sharing their inaugural reunion feast. Some harbored jealousy, while others wished for their demise. They might not even know whether basketball required sportswear or overalls. Does it even matter what such individuals say? She hung up. Yue Wei felt somewhat awkward, unsure of where to place his phone-holding hand. Just then, everything around him transformed abruptly, and he found himself back outside the Tiansheng temple, stumbling slightly as a bolt of heavenly lightning crashed down upon a large tree at the foot of the mountain with a resounding crack. I hastily returned to her side, pressing my middle finger against the golden light, feeling a sudden warmth followed by a piercing pain. Previously, Guadabin had plotted against the Howdy group, and just as the group faced turmoil, Guadabin appeared to mock them, offering a mere 1 yuan to acquire the company. Some individuals are like that, possessing zero experience, yet capable of pontificating about the world, their rhetoric flowing seamlessly. One could hardly call them anything less than love gurus. The order of belief is akin to the ocean. As all realms begin to return to their sources, the order of belief will be continuously expelled by the realms, thereby creating a tsunami of belief. Raindrops soaked his hair, clinging to his cheeks, while the water trickled down his jaw, pooling on his chest, a lingering reminder of the rain. Enough of this. Which side do you favor in the match? Su Zeno shifted the topic. If celestial beings existed, they would not be present in the mortal realm. This was a certainty for Lu Yu. He mused that the so-called Jesus and Gabriel could not possibly be heavenly entities. Yet, if they were not, rumors would surely have circulated a millennium ago. I chuckled softly, my narrow eyes glancing at the Lord who had just leapt to strike me. Though my tone was gentle, the content sent shivers down everyone's spine. Lu Ji felt a sudden, ominous premonition, as if he had foreseen the events to come. The man ahead did not turn back or respond to Lu Yu, but continued onward, gradually vanishing into the darkness, leaving only a sliver of light overhead in the otherwise pitch-black surroundings. Upon hearing Duan Yuqing's words, Qin Ruobing glanced at his arm and fell silent. Subsequently, Lu Xuanyang used his original attribute-less mystical energy to compress the surrounding energies, a painful endeavor, as the compressed energies also stimulated his sinews and bones. Indeed, dear child, the manifestations of the present-day deity from Ningyu City are all descendants of Causality. The fairy king appeared to have once again misinterpreted Fia's intent, though the statement itself bore no fault. Regardless of the fleet's transgressions, higher-ranking commanders would bear responsibility, not the entire fleet or the valiant soldiers who fought tirelessly. The military aimed to utilize a singular victory for positive publicity, downplaying the fleet's return and minimizing public scrutiny. The seamless knights resembled a moving fortress, slowly and resolutely encircling their target, akin to an impenetrable iron wall that no matter how formidable one's abilities, could not be breached. Now that his physical condition had improved, recovery became easier once he reached his limits, and the effects of his functional attribute points became markedly apparent. Over the past few days, Wei Jie, initially intending to relax, found himself increasingly restless, missing Yin Mengmeng more than he expected. He wondered how she would react upon learning of his ambition to become emperor and whether she would continue to support his every decision as she always had. The crowd had long since placed their unwavering trust in him, and given Xiang Yu's fearless demeanor, their seriousness indicated the formidable enemy they were about to confront. In truth, he need not harbor regrets. It was precisely because he regarded Long Hao as his closest confidant that he had, in that moment, strayed from the decisive demeanor of Xiang Yu, resembling more a sulking child. Especially when observing Grape's brother's teasing remarks towards White Butterfly, Li Chonglin couldn't help but chuckle lightly. By this time, the sun had risen high, radiating gentle warmth, as the three companions halted before a three-story building. I looked up to see a tall, middle-aged man clad in a white brocade robe, who greeted me with a bow from a distance, his wrists adorned with an array of honey-colored amber and other antiquities. Meanwhile, the Yu Xiao Jun and the Chuya Jun formed a tacit alliance, advancing towards the Blood Cloud Jun. Had it not been for Jiuban and Jiuban suddenly bursting into the livestream, he would have already secured victory, triumphantly placing Li Chonglin beneath his heel. Chapter 48, an all-encompassing overhaul. You dare tell me this is a D-grade talent? Is it your family that sells this potion to the hunters of Jinyu City? Xiongbu Er inquired. When did I acquire this? Yang Xiao wore a perplexed expression, as his memories did not recall ever having stealthily sought any inheritance beyond that of the Grand Elder. However, on April 6th, the day preceding the away match against Cecina, Shihao sustained a thigh injury during training. A terrifying, vein-like entity pulsated ominously on Yin Dan's arm, resembling a grotesque centipede, instilling genuine fear. Approximately 3 centuries passed, during which the newly emerged demon race vanquished the natives and seized control of Yakujibo, thus unearthing a dominion that had persisted for over a millennium. Listening to Gao Hang's incisive words, the crown prince found himself momentarily speechless, struggling to suppress the tumult within his chest, his breaths growing heavier. Before casting a resentful glance at Sinfeng, his complexion gradually paling. As a battle enthusiast, Thor displayed no sign of surrender at that moment. Rather, he became increasingly exhilarated, applying greater pressure with his hands. Yet, Bologna failed to extend their winning streak to 3 matches. In the subsequent match on November 6th against Palermo, Bologna's performance was once again disappointing, losing 1-3, with Shihao scoring the sole goal for Bologna. Simultaneously, as the report was being delivered, footage of the skirmish was displayed on the wall screen of the conference room. The competition groupings commenced. Seizing this opportunity, the master of Daoxian informed everyone that in the upcoming martial arts competition among the 7 sects, a reward would be granted to the champion. This announcement stirred a wave of excitement among the crowd. Out of professional habit, he symbolically dispatched a few cavalrymen to investigate, only for them to be ambushed and annihilated by the archers of Alpuans hidden within the woods. In an instant, over 2,000 disciples from both sides arranged themselves into formation, ready for a battle of special significance. Then came the hands, followed by the feet, as various organs and limbs burst forth from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Meanwhile, the bear spirit was in a state of excruciating agony. Grasping his hair with both hands, Dari was at a loss, unable to make a decision. Just then, the long-awaited electric mouse transmitted a message into his mind. According to the previous plan, Assault Team A began its advance towards the other end of the stronghold under the cover of Assault Team B, clearing out the remaining enemies retreating from the walls and supporting the feigned attack of the command group into the stronghold. As Kong Mangong entered the Beast Tribe's base, the elders within the Chief Council reached an agreement. No matter where Kong Mangong might hide, upon discovery, they would coordinate their efforts to eliminate him. Thus, the group fled without pause, having never encountered a region that could even remotely be deemed safe. Although scaling buildings was not a daunting task for special forces, as they might need to ascend dozens of floors if required, Wang Qiaoyang indeed had a particular aversion to climbing. In his view, even these 6 floors seemed more laborious than ascending stairs. Years prior, Xiaoyi had witnessed the power of the purple phoenix grass, and at that time, he had possessed no means to defend himself. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and from beneath the thick snow, an enormous bear demon, nearly 10 feet tall and covered in white fur, emerged. When it caught sight of the moonlight, half of the biological research building had already been destroyed. Under the thunderous noise, akin to Chunxi's previous misdeeds, this building too was destined to collapse. Gertrude did not respond, instead beginning to weep softly. Yuzha patted her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Guojia had not contemplated ambushing the Jingxiang army. This time, the common people of Pangshan personally marched to Jiangdong. With both Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong present in the army, Guojia had observed how these two had matured from their earlier naivete to their current astuteness. Due to the world-renowned reputation of Quanjued roast duck, when Qin Tian accompanied Wang Feifei there, it was not even 10 o'clock, and the establishment was already devoid of vacant seats. Thus, it was alarmingly easy for the Philippine Navy's Rear Admiral Augustine to capture them and shut down all wireless signal transmission devices aboard the ship. Previously, they had not anticipated the resolute determination of the Chao army to hold their ground, causing Zhuge Liang to furrow his brow and glance outside at the smoke rising from the city, muttering to himself. Agnew village could not possibly harbor any Iafor people. These individuals had come looking for trouble without even a decent pretext. Preparing for a reckless assault? Lunt was not a playground for the Iafor. As soon as Manny finished speaking, the onlooking Lunt people wore grim expressions. When Qin Tian departed, his final words had been infused with the power of hypnosis, ensuring that both he and the other individual firmly believed in the possibility of a cure for cancer. Early the next morning, The Salt Protection Team split into two divisions, one led by Tina Yu, escorting captured prisoners and spoils towards the Eastern Guard, while another led by Yang Bo, with an entire regiment, hastened at a rapid march to catch up with the fleeing remnants of the rebellious cult in the direction of Xinjiang, defeating a group of over 500 and either killing or capturing several fleeing leaders. Moments later, Qin Tian gazed at the content displayed by the innate divination, a flicker of cruel scarlet flashing in his eyes. As the two conversed, more and more people began to arrive, soon filling the banquet hall seats. Right at that moment, Maisie and the groom made their entrance. However, with the blood-soaked enmity on Bu Jingyun's shoulders, how could he be swayed by the mere words of an unnamed figure? If one wishes to seek their creator, so be it. Those who come here are entirely free. If they find it unsuitable, they may leave at their discretion. After speaking, Lin Imo beckoned the hesitant Imo Meixiang to depart with her. Regarding the matter of the ghouls, she was already well aware, having previously seen a multitude of ghouls in the revelation and suspected it to be the work of the Duke, which was now confirmed. Subsequently, after Officer Qingmu posed a few questions to the citizen without yielding any substantial responses, he ceased and allowed him to leave. Chapter 49, Instant Kill of SS Level. Fully Evolved Level 4 Experts. Hearing the Detzi's shout sent chills down my spine, though I was unaware of what this infinite body entailed. The mere name was already imposing. It is known that infinite is not a term to be used lightly, and now applying it to this fearsome woman, one can only imagine how extraordinary she must be. The Detzi had initially thought that this fearsome woman would pursue him, providing him with some time to summon heavenly thunder. But just as he turned around, the fearsome woman was already before him. "Oh my God!" the Detzi exclaimed, only to be pinned down by the woman, her fingernails digging into his shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. Judging by his age, he seemed to be roughly the same as mine, around 8 or 9 years old, the same age as Duanmu Ronger. We can only pray that they are blessed by fate, hoping that Qingfeng Yuyuan and Luo Yun arrive in time. A Zen master sighed helplessly. Moreover, there was my dear Xiangmei, who now seized every opportunity to invade my room. And she would certainly wait for me in the garden at night. What should I do? There was nothing more. I had tried everything. Su Xing thought that the surge of energy had dissipated, yet he was unaware that, with his current mental strength, he was far from capable of controlling that force. "Thank you for your concern, Master. The disciple has signed it," Su Xing replied as he accepted the contract and glanced over it briefly. At that time, the 5 elements divine power within the body of the heavenly ancient emperor had already accumulated to an immensely formidable level, incomparable to the total amount of 5 elements divine power currently within Shu Yuan. No wonder it looks so familiar. One of the 4 divine beasts, the black tortoise, bore this very resemblance. A pair of deep, obsidian eyes gazed intently at Qin Lang, raising an eyebrow ever so slightly, beckoning him to continue his discourse. Just as the captain's voice faded, a sudden burst of flames shot skyward, illuminating the night with a dazzling array of colors, rendering the darkness as bright as day. A sudden realization struck Qinger. If Xian truly knew the identity of the traitor, why had she refrained from reporting it to the Sword Sect? This implied that the traitor instilled such fear in Xian that even if she revealed their name, no one would believe her, and it could even spell her doom. Iai Luo's endeavor against Ban was known to Kakashi, and it was precisely due to this connection that he had the time to hone his swordsmanship under the tutelage of White Fang. However, to his astonishment, just as White Fang departed, a fierce assault ensued here. "Ma Dong, regardless of the circumstances, I owe you an apology. If you could join me for a meal, it would bring me great joy." Miaozi paused before adding, "The dishes are already prepared." "Test? How does one test?" Tian Depang pondered, somewhat perplexed. Aware that a mere few words would not suffice to elucidate the matter, I informed him that I needed to investigate whether her situation was indeed instigated by a ghost. Yet, in that very moment, he yearned for the intricate tattoo to adorn his body, or rather, he wished for that divine bird to favor his soul. Reflecting upon his visage, "Thank you," Zhao Jin expressed with a respectful gesture, escorting the 3 individuals outside. Yang Qinghui reciprocated the gesture and followed Zhao Sun out the door. This was not my first encounter witnessing my master performing rituals. Previously, during many funerary rites, he had brought me along to assist, the process appearing quite similar. However, this marked my inaugural experience observing him utilize wooden swords, talismans, and bells. As Li Jin spoke, he approached Pan Huaqiang, who was a titan in the business world. It was unprecedented for him to be treated in such a manner. Consequently, Pan Huaqiang found himself writhing on the ground, lamenting and cursing Li Jin. Gao Jiemo devised a method, binding the blood jade and golden silk to the spear he acquired from Jing Guang, using this technique to strike the ancient tree's trunk. The resounding clash of metal echoed, and leaves cascaded like rain, falling with remarkable swiftness. Bai Yuntao stepped forward to assist the elderly man, who appeared disheveled and filled with despair. Qian Deipo was dressed solely in a white gauze garment threaded with gold, her ample bosom partially concealed, while her slender legs swayed amidst the frost, exuding an alluring fragrance. Li Jin spoke the truth. as he had indeed come to Luan with the intention of annihilating the Qin family. Had the Qin family not dispatched Qin Song to Meha village to seek him out, he would not have ventured here. However, since they had breached the rules first, Li Jin had no qualms about imparting some lessons. Upon probing with his spirit, he discovered a void of natural space, within which lay the essence of some coveted prize, fiercely contested by two beastly demons. Yi Zhiling glanced over, finding herself in agreement with Li Jin's observations, for their journey had indeed revealed the town's dire poverty, particularly stark in contrast to her origins in Nanling. Su Dengfeng felt a tightness in his chest, but soon raised his other hand, revealing a stream of clear water seemingly manifesting in the center of his palm, cascading like a gentle brook. The sky was an expanse of azure, remarkably clear, with a gentle breeze that felt intoxicating. Early in the morning, numerous warriors gathered at the manor's central square, where, to their astonishment, 9 identical platforms had been erected in just 3 days. With the Dragon Abyss sword clasped firmly in hand, he felt the boundless energy of the sword path surging within him, and the Kanglan mountain roared in response. Upon hearing his words, the many powerful figures within the tent responded in unison, without a hint of negligence. Rest well for a moment, your light. I shall carry you home, Long Xiang declared, refusing to set Ouyang Feifei down, as he continued forward. His expression was a tumultuous blend of darkness and wrath. He opened his mouth, struggling to find the words. After speaking, he turned and entered the rear courtyard. The courtyard, much like the front, was adorned with a plethora of flowering plants, and against the wall lay countless empty pots. In the far corner stood a red brick greenhouse. Just as he relaxed, yearning to catch his breath before inquiring about the name Fu Chan, he looked up to witness a breathtaking spectacle on the lake, which caused him to tremble. His feet seemingly nailed to the ground, desperate to flee but finding no escape. Chapter 50, Rooting Out the Weeds. The Lament of the Li family's Doom. The red-haired girl, having drawn the curtains, teased the blue-haired girl who was adjusting her computer. The following morning at court, Yang Jian publicly denounced Yang Xiu's transgressions, his fury palpable as he vowed to execute him. The twin stars did not respond, but instead recited an incantation, summoning a hexagram beneath their feet, radiating a brilliant green light. No one pressured you. It was merely that you had previously spoken of marriage, and now that someone wishes to wed you, you hesitate? Kuei lamented, feeling as though she was unwittingly displaying her affection, left speechless. The ultra-alloy black light, an incredibly resilient corporeal form, was pierced through by Boros, blood gushing forth, as his body crumpled to the ground. Lu Ying stumbled, the fall leaving him dazed, yet he rose to rub his head, grabbed his belongings, and dashed into the woods, mounting his red bicycle to escape, although he neglected to shut down his computer. Simultaneously relieved to have salvaged his life and resigned to the impending punishment, he felt as if he were living in a moment of heaven and hell. You have a communicator, right? I will contact you later. You and a few other newcomers will go together. Number 9 indicated to Lido that he could leave now, having conveyed all that was necessary. Cheng Xijin was no fool. On the contrary, she possessed an acumen that belied her appearance. Perhaps it was due to the throng of admirers surrounding her, even the heir of the Xie family, who fancied her, leading her to naively believe that men were easily manipulated at her whim. Regardless of the external factors at play, Bai Wuxia had been consistently aiding Xiao Zhang, rather than Bai Wushuang. Yet he felt that even if he had been possessed by malevolent spirits, such profound hatred could not simply dissipate. Subsequently, the Xie family's patriarch ceased visiting, and soon after, it was reported that the matriarch had expressly forbidden him from entering the Xie household. Now, in terms of physical prowess and longevity, he could be compared to a being of celestial stature, though it may sound harsh, and perhaps even condescending. It was the most heartfelt declaration of love Xiao Zhang had ever heard. Some have summarized that the 4 great ironies of life include sharing a roof, enduring battles together, partaking in debauchery, and dividing spoils. In times of peace, bearing arms is akin to having comrades in arms, but it pales in comparison to the chaos of the current era, where they have taken lives together. The first deputy city lord is Fu Tianli, the elder brother of city lord Fu Tianshi. The second deputy city lord is Fu Tianhu, the father of Fu Qingyang, and the third deputy city lord is Fu Qingwei, the son of Fu Tianli. Since the Tao ancestor reinstated the heavens and earth, and Zhun Yuanzi was enshrined as the progenitor of earthly immortals, he has remained sequestered in the southern Jianbu continent, relocating Mount Wanshou there with great magical prowess. Strategically positioned at the fringe of the 4 continental cores. Speak your mind, she admonished, her words sharp and deliberate. Brother, it seems my parents are watching you now. Especially my mother, who has been inquiring about you for the past few days. I hardly know what to say. Zhang Fei suddenly lifted his gaze towards Zhang Heng and Shang Xuyun, who were not far away, and spoke with a hint of resignation. After a breakthrough in his cultivation realm, Mo Ning's indestructible golden body had also experienced a significant enhancement. Although his physique still resided at the tier of a 3rd-grade magical artifact, it was undeniably much stronger than before. The transmutation of energy and the nurturing of the body had led to such remarkable changes in the span of merely a month. igniting curiosity within Li. Of course, it is a misunderstanding. Chow Chow chuckled, beckoning with warmth. Brother Zilong, it has been quite some time since we last met, and I have missed you dearly. Why not dismount and share a drink? He gazed at me with genuine enthusiasm, as though he truly wished to revel in camaraderie and reminisce about our separation. Yet, for the sake of appearances, Ji Ruohua patiently listened to the youthful boasts, her thoughts having already drifted far beyond the mundane. However, the task assigned from above could not be neglected. Song Lin, at his level, had already grasped the significance of this film, as it was declared that this would be his second cinematic endeavor to surpass 1 billion at the box office. Speak, what must I do? Lin Zian shrugged, reluctantly accepting the assignment. The Xinqiang expressed great admiration for Zhao Kuan and his companions, who dared to venture into this realm with such ignorance. Additionally, there were rumors circulating in the martial world regarding a miraculous elixir, whose astounding capabilities allowed the sword-forging city to stand against the Supreme Alliance. One could only wonder if the bullet had severed vital arteries or meridians. What if removing it resulted in excessive bleeding? Moreover, what if Jupiler, being a theoretical type, inadvertently caused grievous harm during the extraction? While observing the lively scene, Zhao Kuan and his companion overheard whispers from patrons within the tavern. Do you not perceive this as a warning? Bien K's words left the two momentarily stunned, particularly Miyamoto Musashi. Within less than a day of disseminating the information, over 100 resumes had been received. Wang Xiong printed out a selection of the most promising ones and presented them before Gao Yuan. Upon learning that Steward Zhou had sprained his ankle, Bai Li Lan instructed Dong Shui to prepare the finest medicinal ointment for bruises, planning to visit him. Chapter 51, The Infinite Cosmos. South River, never to be seen again. The Divine Stone placed his hand on Zhu Meier's forehead as she closed her eyes. A faint red glow emanated from the stone. This must be the ability to absorb her memories. Qinlan sat up, her body still somewhat weak, yet miraculously. Her injuries had completely healed. In addition to gourmet dishes and fruits, an array of fine wines adorned the table, featuring various selections such as Zhangyu Cabernet, Great Wall wine, and Dynasty wine. The combined might of 4 powerful beings from the Spirit King realm was formidable, totaling an impressive force of 200,000 pounds. The identity of the Rosmerd family heir was a coveted treasure yearned for by many, yet he seemed to cast it aside without a second thought. What in this world can one truly trust? Repaying virtue with vengeance. Ma Qingfeng's remarks were directed towards Kazaira. Let us proceed to the hall's ATM to check our balance. Even the down-to-earth Ma Jia could not resist the allure of the moment, her heart tugging like a cat's paw as she hurried towards the ATM with Han Jiamei. Beneath their feet, weeds thrived, and thorns sprawled everywhere. The vast opening was surrounded by dense swallows' nests. Back then, consuming swallows' nest was not yet in vogue. Otherwise, this mysterious ancient tomb would have likely been excavated long ago. When Li Qingfeng's spiritual energy entered the internal space of the breaking heaven halberd, his expression shifted slightly. For within it lay a clearly discernible realm divided into 2 worlds, the left shrouded in darkness, and the right bathed in light. Yet, what followed was the echo of a long, resounding neigh. Yang Guang promptly opened his eyes, only to find the iron-hoofed dragon had stomped down fiercely upon the serpent's tail just as it lunged towards him. In pain, the serpent abandoned Yang Guang and turned its wrath upon the iron-hoofed dragon. Here, Li Xian faced no worthy opponent. The might of the 6 veins was not much more challenging to him than that of the 3 veins. Was this what one termed absolute dominance? Indeed, what a fine blade! And Ruashi exclaimed, swinging her sword to sever a pine branch, feeling only a slight tremor in her hands, unable to restrain her admiration. When Zhong unleashed a roar of both shock and fury, the vertical pupil was the vessel of his lingering soul. If it were blinded, where would he find refuge? In an uninhabited corner, Nami led them into the passageway to the underworld. Although the 500,000 troops faced challenges in landing and advancing without supplies, the threat posed to the coastal cities remained immense. Even if he could not become the spearheading general like Yang Zixing as a strategist, he too would inevitably engage in battle. However, Zhang Fan had no inclination to concern himself with subsequent world developments. His focus was solely on Zero's transformations. After Ying Quan buried Shin Qua, he absorbed the last remnants left behind by Shin Qua. Once again, familiar strength surged, this time with a single punch. The heroic king was driven into the ground, creating a massive crater that led into the basement of the church. The Mahjong's emerald eyes brightened instantly, its white fur bristling with a tragic yet valiant meow before it leaped forth, embodying the spirit of Jing Ke's assassination of Qin Wang, never to return. Thus, the North Star family, who had called out this price, found themselves elated, as the applause echoing from the bidding device attested to their triumph. The sensation akin to having already secured the coveted item. His visage appeared as though shrouded in an illusion, resplendent and enchanting, yet his true countenance remained obscured, save for a hint of snowy hue at the corner of his lips, revealing skin as exquisite as fine porcelain. The phrase "the moon is bright while the stars are few" was spoken next. It suggested that the brilliance of the moon overshadowed the surrounding starlight. Yet how much of an impact could this truly have? In the dead of night, who would expect the stars to illuminate the darkness? Following a soft sigh, he leaped from the hot spring, his long, white physique unveiled beneath the wall lamp, every inch crystalline and translucent, a perfect amalgamation of delicacy and strength. Amidst raucous laughter, the figures of Wang Chun and Lai Gang were engulfed by the merging spatial passage. In the east, aside from the Long family, there also resided the slightly lesser Li, Qian, Sun, and Yuan families. This was the heartfelt sentiment of Lang Xianbing. Yet, at this moment, Mu Wuyo, who was solely focused on Dao Wujing, was oblivious to the deep emotions reflected in Lang Xuanbing's eyes. To be honest, this was my first time employing an offensive ghost technique, and I could not guarantee its success. The roasted meat slices from the planet emitted an enticing aroma. Zheng Hao sliced through a thin piece, and the unseasoned dinosaur meat exuded a mouth-watering fragrance. Upon tasting it, the delectable flavor filled his mouth. Not wishing to waste the remaining dinosaur meat, Zheng Hao unleashed a fiery inferno to prepare it on the spot. This mirrored the actions of Qin Shi Huang, who, upon dreaming of monstrous fish causing havoc during his inspection, commanded warriors from various regions to deploy powerful siege crossbows and set sail to hunt down the great whales. Upon entering the county office, the magistrate, Shun, welcomed Huang Laifu and his companions to bathe and change. Then, a banquet was held in honor of their official statuses. Naturally, they were treated to the finest offerings. The table boasted pork, lamb, beef, large geese, fresh fish, sweet cakes, bean wine, and an assortment of fruits, collectively amounting to over 2 taels of silver. In this, the most bustling mine of the city, one would expect a cacophony of activity. Yet today it is enveloped in an unusual silence. But that's perfectly fine. Everyone experiences a learning curve during their first attempts. Allow me to take the lead while you gradually familiarize yourself with the process. If the opportunity arises, I shall request Farina to impart her wisdom to you, for she is quite adept in these matters. As she settled before the vanity, Tang Yi picked up the array of cosmetic items, fidgeting with them somewhat awkwardly. Chapter 52, Yearning transformed into sorcery, rain of arrows cleansing the earth. Rong Kangbeek was accustomed to seeing her fierce demeanor, so when she observed Zhu Tsong feigning gentleness, a wave of goosebumps cascaded over her. Under the weight of their formidable presence, Lu Wan's resolve was somewhat diminished. Her initial intention to directly demand was swallowed back, replaced by a more diplomatic approach. Essentially, it was merely the sale of an entrance ticket, permitting a visit to the campus, albeit restricted to the periphery. The teaching and dormitory buildings were off-limits to tourists. Liu Bei pressed his lips tightly together, his hand resting on the wall in a curled manner, remaining silent and attentively listening, disregarding the words of Fa Zheng and Zhuge Liang beside him. Once you enter, it becomes exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself. Ao Xieching's words were often astute. If she asserted that escape would be challenging, it was prudent to heed her warning. Rong Kangbeek nodded and approached the pile of disassembled robots, powering them up one by one for diagnostics, antivirus checks, upgrades, and updates, while enlisting the assistance of Wudong and the whiteboard for assembly. Upon arriving at another street, Ling Hanrui confided to Su Yu that he could indeed assist Zhou Huan in breaking the curse, but it required some preparations back home. Zhu Yi, having triumphantly defeated Xie Qiong and reclaimed his body, was deeply affected and began to trail after Yu Lu, muttering incessantly in an attempt to salvage the situation. The onlookers glanced at Rong Kangbeek, who felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He harbored no romantic feelings for Jiang Yihan and had merely come to express his gratitude. However, faced with the crowd, he found it difficult to refuse or respond. Left momentarily at a loss for words. What constitutes the truth? How could Wu Yufeng possibly harbor affection for me? Surely not. So you questioned Su Mei? A tinge of embarrassment and annoyance in her voice. She was aware of Wu Yufeng's feelings for her. But to be the object of such affection to the point that Su Mei was also cognizant? After being taken to the hospital by Jean Yano for her wounds, she was driven to an unoccupied apartment. Though Pierce and Garnett were undeniably exceptional, time had considerably dulled their lethal prowess. Murphy, snugly nestled beside him with her arm entwined in his, could distinctly sense that Lung Xiaocheng was seething with tension. The martial arts competition had escalated into a fervor, with participants clamoring to showcase their prowess on the grand stage, as one challenger after another took to the arena to seek battle. You didn't mention coming. I was taken aback. What brings you to S-City? Luo Qinyang chuckled, exchanging a friendly high-five as a greeting. In mid-April, the exchanges between Nanxiu and Jizhou surged unexpectedly. With Anxia situated between these two cities, Healing Yuan had caught wind of some news, leading to a burgeoning suspicion, prompting him to position individuals along the route between Nanxiu and Jizhou. Indeed, he intercepted a letter from Jizhou's Shui Shengxian addressed to Zheng Luan. He raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a hint of triumph, before glancing at Chen Yin, then turning away. Kudo Shinichi and Miyazaki Koichi exchanged astonished glances at the resolute Ishida Jiro behind them. Tomorrow, I'll send grandfather back to his own home. He shouldn't keep coming here. It's early morning, and I can't even hold you close, Pei Jun muttered. After speaking, Tong Ma quickly dashed away. Even someone as stoic as Lung Xiaoqing couldn't help but feel a slight flush on his cheeks. Moreover, this fellow possesses the language of a teacher. Aside from the likelihood of originating from a singular place, it could also be a skill exchanged from the master god. By the way, why must one vocalize their skills when releasing them? If Li Yunmu could not produce a pollen capable of countering the monstrous insects on the island, then further endeavors would truly be in vain. Should it rain, the sound of raindrops pattering against the roof evokes a poignant sense of longing. Xiao Yuan was perplexed by Nailin Zhao's words and remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the chrysanthemum. To be eligible for teaching at the county school, one must first spend 3 years at the local academy and demonstrate outstanding performance to qualify for a teaching position at the county level. The crack of the robotic firearm echoed once more. An orc had barely managed to scale the wall when it was struck in the knee by a bullet. Tumbling back down, Liana raced along the icy wall, her spear whirling, clearing not just the northern front but all 3 other directions as well. Mai Zi hurriedly turned her head, picking up chopsticks to serve food to my bow beside her, attempting to mask her flustered demeanor. You may seek assistance, the teacher remarked, unable to be excessively harsh in the presence of such an adorable student. Upon reflection, Xiao Yuan considered Yi Yun's words and realized they held merit. After all, Nailin Hung had wealth to spare. With rafters crafted from purple maple wood, what more could she fret about? Su Yu, you may be overestimating your own constitution, Qing Mo observed, glancing at her pale countenance, seemingly aware of her current condition. Very well, Jing Guangyan felt a sense of reassurance. This tangible warmth of reality was precisely what he desired. Your Highness, please take a moment to rest in the elegant chamber. Today marks the opening of our humble establishment. With so many guests and affairs to attend to, I regret that I cannot linger, Wang Shui said, bowing as he escorted the two to a private room on the 2nd floor. It is imperative that we uncover the truth. The elder in the purple 7-star robe turned to command the guards stationed on stage. As for the necessity of addressing these matters in the present, it certainly underscores the validity of the issues at hand. Lying motionless upon the ground, it was as if he had instantaneously succumbed to slumber. Is this your conclusion? Is this the hesitant proclamation you wish to convey to me? Yu Zichen's voice was urgent. If it were merely a group of nobles, excluding the city lord, who lounged in the aristocratic district, he might still resist entering the return realm and confront them in a deadly struggle. However, for many elderly individuals who had spent their entire lives on the 5th tier, once the novelty of the glazed realm faded, they found themselves irresistibly ensnared in nostalgia for the past. Chapter 53, Calamity Descends. The God of Lamentation awakens. Furthermore, once Yi Xingchen aligns with any faction of royal authority, he is destined to be conferred a marquisate. Aside from the imperial forces capable of restraining Yi Xingchen, the influence of prominent families poses no threat to him whatsoever. The members of the formation sensed an overwhelming pressure as the once ripped sky became shrouded in sandstorms, rendering even those within their ranks somewhat indistinct. In a word, Wu Tian, a life and death duel, do you dare to accept? If you do not, I bear no ill will. After all, at your tender age, one would not wish to jeopardize their life. Henceforth, remain in my vicinity and refrain from excessive arrogance. The middle-aged man with stubble warned, disdain evident in his gesture toward Wu Tian. Originally, the Blood Axe ancestor was unwilling to submit to the orders of the shape-shifting Bat King. Had it not been for the latter's immortality, he would have long since eliminated the Bat King within the Tower of Luo, having already personally apologized on his behalf. He had anticipated a lower demand from Lai Yang, yet he had underestimated the audacious disposition of the cultivators hailing from the Holy Emperor City. I shall resist today. Should you wish to come, feel free, Wu Tian proclaimed unreservedly, as had been the case in previous instances during the wait for special guests. The food street was eerily silent, devoid of any passers-by, which truly perplexed Lin Tian. In the previous summoning, he neither conjured the Vajra Pestle nor the Banana Fan. Instead, he unexpectedly summoned a 2nd-grade immortal artifact, the Qianyuan Mirror. The 2 members of the Three-Eyed Tribe were momentarily bewildered, only to find themselves on a battlefield surrounded by enemies. In despair, they unleashed their ultimate secret technique, the petrifying X-ray, sweeping their surroundings with relentless fire. Within the tomb of eternal life, there may exist unparalleled sacred materials, miraculous longevity elixirs, and high-grade celestial pills, priceless treasures coveted by cultivators, which, once revealed, are destined to incite bloody competition. Over the span of a month, she could easily secure several lucrative commissions, amassing a 5 to 6-figure sum. During the remainder of her time, she was essentially unoccupied, making her the most suitable candidate to meet my aforementioned requirements. Lienz, who typically remained unfazed by all matters, was struck as if by a thunderbolt upon hearing these words, leaving him momentarily stunned. At that moment, the surgical room's overhead sign shifted from red to green, and the doctor, clad in a pristine white gown, emerged. It was evident to all that a significant portion of his immaculate garb had been stained crimson, blood, the blood of Su Xing. Spare me. At this juncture, the last thing I desire is to be entangled with your organization. Compared to whatever you represent, I would prefer to remain here. Kai Zhenhua scoffed dismissively. Perhaps it is due to her father's strictness at home. Regardless, she video called me after returning home, so I believe all is well. Let's hasten to finish our meal and head out to the temple fair, Zhong Lily remarked as she enjoyed her breakfast. Fuxi emitted a muffled grunt, then raised his hand, delivering a mighty strike aimed directly at Moe. Tianqing and Shuling exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Lin Han, the Mo family has acknowledged Fonger as one of their own. Shuling lamented. These events have already transpired. Let us not dwell on them, but rather focus on our present concerns, Musk consoled. Afterward, Shun Yanni began to pry Qin Jiao's hand away, but Qin Jiao stubbornly clung on, refusing to relent. My sister's matters are my own, thus. I am here to assist in investigating the disappearance of Zhen Xian, Shin Yanni stated. She declined Zhang Ruodong's advances. Torn between her fear of his continued pursuit and her hope that he would maintain his affection for her rather than treating her as merely a friend. Upon hearing Chun Jianjun's examination results and recalling Fong Li's expression and tone at that time, Li Wanjian realized he had genuinely encountered a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Anan, having miscalculated his strength, fell abruptly, his nose colliding with the shattered cross. Gu Qingyao turned pale, feeling inexplicably like a caught adulterer in the presence of Gong Lingyu. Fu Xinqing's displeasure was unmistakable. He forcefully pushed away Gu Shiyo's hand, swiftly unbuttoning his shirt before discarding it onto the floor. The new student class placement exams indeed allowed for a change of major, albeit under stringent conditions. 99% of students remained in their original fields, with only a select few successfully transitioning to their desired disciplines. No further interruptions ensued. Soon, the crisp sound of gongs from below silenced the room, heralding the commencement of the auction. The sky was filled with the furious roars of the red flame-flying dragon, undeniably the harbinger of this calamity. Observing the scene, Qian Huai declared, "All right, Lao Shang, you contact Sui Kaisen, and I shall rendezvous with the main force." With that, he turned and vanished into the woods. This night, he intended to eliminate Li Han without seeking the main force's assistance, retreating instead to his secret cavern for rest. He felt a sense of discomfort. It was not just in this moment. Earlier, on the plain, Lu Chuan had engaged him in numerous conversations, where he realized he only grasped superficial knowledge of many topics. Any further probing would lead to responses of ignorance, or perhaps his father might know. Li Jiao finally caught a breath, though the shadow of death still loomed overhead. At least he now possessed means to deal with the sea monsters. Let's first secure this battle at sea. Li Han exited to secure the door, returning to extinguish the kerosene lamp. He reclined beside Li Hao, draping his military coat over himself, and promptly fell asleep. The two team members shouted in unison, their professional military training evident at that moment. Chapter 54. The Despairing Whale, the Doom of Nanjiang. I trespassed into the realm of the god of life without permission, violating the covenant among the deities, and now I must depart. He was taken aback, having detected neither the presence of this entity nor its arrival behind him. The youth abruptly fell silent, keeping his mouth shut throughout the journey, occasionally stealing glances at the elder atop him, his violet eyes betraying inscrutable emotions. Yi Mohan hesitated no longer. Upon entering, he was met with a multitude of individuals, overwhelmed by the kaleidoscope of sights. Jiang Che furrowed his brow, glancing behind him, following his gaze to see the wall he had just demolished. Surrounded by a circle of scrutinizing gazes, compounded by the ominous weather, everyone appeared slightly unsettled. Hua Zhao contemplated the fact that she would have to coexist with such a man for over 20 days, even entertaining thoughts of death. Boss, I don't understand. The scarred man behind him expressed doubt. If it's about money, why increase the stakes repeatedly? The counterpart is clearly unable to comply. On the back of the blade, a semicircular protrusion resembling a moon relief seemed embedded within its very structure. Just after Hua Zhao finished mopping, her grandmother rushed to lay fresh sheets, only to find the water stains still damp by the bed's edge. At that moment, the man smiled and said, "All right, I will first address this question. Your sister, the noble Jiague Fei, is doing splendidly. Tomorrow, I will arrange for you siblings to meet, so you can now enjoy your drink with peace of mind." With a chuckle, he raised his cup in a gesture of invitation and downed its contents in one gulp. Her eyes remained fixed upon him for what felt like an eternity, her finger pressing the calculator, which continued to emit beeping sounds as it calculated. Afin recalled his mother's tales of Tsayun's youthful allure, captivating even his elder brother to the point of distraction. Yet time is unforgiving. After bearing 2 sons, she now surpassed 50, and even the most exquisite flower must eventually wither. Individuals could select suitable weapons from the inferno based on their capabilities. Few cultivators could approach the azure flames of the fire domain, and only the heads of sects and noble families could forge artifacts with white flames. After a heartfelt farewell, Yadong, with tears welling in his eyes, turned away decisively, stomping his feet heavily against the ground. His entire being instantly soared into the air, gracefully tracing an arc before landing atop a white porcelain vase. At that moment, a sizable grasshopper, measuring 10 centimeters in length, landed atop the grave, lingering stubbornly. Everyone had already grasped the situation, but none dared to voice their thoughts, paralyzed by the scene before them. even before the bomb detonated. They seemed to sense the acrid scent of gunpowder. An hour later, a thunderous roar erupted from the black alchemical furnace. A wave of heat forcefully blew the lid off, and a plume of yellow smoke billowed forth, instantly filling the room with a delicate fragrance of elixirs. However, despite the brief acquaintance between Wolf Hongxiang and him, his willingness to assist is intriguing. If he were to depart directly, would there not be repercussions in the future? The spirit of the underworld is taken aback. A celestial being? An enemy of my enemy? Are enemies now the source of calamity? Previously, he had believed that only their lineage was regarded as a scourge by the world. Is this a reversal of right and wrong, or a distortion of time? That they have somehow become the champions of justice? Even he struggles to believe it. Haichin clicked send. The news he had found seemingly encapsulated the recent prevailing sentiment, reflecting the world's evolving trends. Goodness, this sturdy frame seems far too fragile. Being defeated in a single strike by the three-headed lion suggests that Bear Da's defensive capabilities will require enhancement in the future. Su Yu squatted atop Bear Da's head, murmuring to himself. At that moment, the ground, struck by lightning, revealed a charred patch, emitting wisps of blue smoke, which surprisingly still wriggled. At first glance, it resembled a lump of iron, its original form unrecognizable, utterly transformed by the bolt. Indeed, Sister Ing is correct. We must not delay Aunt Fat's business. Jinglian, gnawing on a lamb leg, immediately halted. Purchased? Duan Zeng exclaimed in surprise. While the purchase of official titles is no longer a secret, attaining a position of such prestige typically requires adequate qualifications and accomplishments, supplemented by monetary contributions. To gain such a rank solely through financial means seems utterly absurd. The procession continued. Such convenience is hardly to be expected. Moreover, Su Guangxiang's hands are capable of wielding weapons and taking lives. Yet asking her to wield pots and pans is an unreasonable demand. Cooking, after all, requires a certain degree of innate talent. Suddenly, the terrain transformed before Feng Miaojuan, who could not help but gasp in astonishment. The notion that discovering unique features early could lead to profits is something Ding Fan has reiterated more than once. However, his continued emphasis on it now feels somewhat redundant. What was initially perceived as a perilous encounter turned out to be effortlessly resolved by Ding Fan, who even established a favorable rapport with the Chung family, ultimately binding them to his grand endeavor. Thus, without a hint of reservation, he unleashed a torrent of curses and mockery upon Qin Hong, expressing the frustrations that had been pent up within him. Really? That's splendid, Xiao Lihua exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she threw herself into Lu Yihua's embrace. Heavens! Wang Yufei immediately turned away, covering her face. The large hole in the bedsheet was indeed the handiwork of Wang Yufei, marked by her maidenly plum blossom spots. Chapter 55, Guasha, a single arrow costing 30,000. The self-reassurance of General Lei. Even the adept Americans, skilled in anticipating technological advancements decades ahead, would struggle to produce the engine that Xunhao possesses, let alone the domestic manufacturers lagging behind by decades. This ability, one of the most fundamental arts of Taoism, when wielded by Zhao Wuxing at this moment, exudes an essence of returning to simplicity and transcendence. Mei Jia prepared a pot of venison, serving a bowl of meat and broth to Su Wu and Uncle Yiba, while she took a bowl of soup into her room. Despite the newly constructed kitchen being quite secure, the chill of the ground was undeniable. The room was much warmer, and as she sat on the couch sipping her soup, she didn't feel particularly hungry, having avoided strenuous tasks. Zhao Sui did not expect Luo Yingying's return today. The Luo family dined rather late, prompting her to exclaim, "We'll leave shortly after finishing." Instructor Shang immediately discerned that this approach was unreliable, merely a futile display of fireworks wasting ammunition, and thus ordered his men to cease firing and seek refuge in the trenches. The 1st Battalion under De Huangya swiftly occupied the enemy's position. Without lingering, they continued their pursuit of the enemy's main force. However, within those squinted eyes, there was no trace of fear. Instead, a subtle thrill coursed through. According to our intelligence, the main forces of the Nationalist Army, currently entrenched in Liaodong, are preparing to escape through the Soviet military zone. I wonder if your esteemed command has received similar information? Su Tian still spoke in a roundabout manner. Yet, for him to think he could simply depart, he might be underestimating the complexity of the situation. Yi Wudao was here to assist Pan Honyun in resolving issues, not to engage in conflict or foster enmity. Alas, that child truly frightened me a moment ago. Zhang Qin sighed in relief, patting her chest. This girl, now attempting to scare people again, Qin Chuan thought to himself, stifling a laugh while maintaining a serious facade. Zhuge Liang was at Qian County, over 300 miles away, and approximately 500 or 600 miles from Gaoping to the north, similarly 300 to 400 miles to the west towards Longshan and Linwei. His encampment at Qian County was indeed to simultaneously monitor 3 fronts, ensuring he could receive news of danger from any direction within a day and arrive to provide support within 3 days. With the formation in disarray, arrows found their mark, leading to significant casualties. The Wei army, within range of the Shu Han's archers, suffered a fierce counterattack before they even laid eyes on their enemies. having captured Longwan. The Chang people were ecstatic, racing along the city walls, emitting howls akin to wolves. After 3 days of heavy losses, they finally seized Longwan, opening the gateway to the fertile region beyond, where they could settle. They had every reason to rejoice, every reason to be moved to tears. I suspect it is not merely to bolster my position, is it? Contemplating the jade and gold ring upon her left thumb, Tang Jin pondered before shaking her head. The collision of the ethereal flames against the endless beastly shadows resulted in many being reduced to ashes, yet even more surged toward Infeng. Gazing at the crimson scroll, Tang Jin felt an inexplicable shiver, an ominous premonition that warned her this was not a fortuitous omen. I wonder if others have ever felt this way. In some unfamiliar time and place, amidst an event capable of stirring the calmest of lives into turmoil, there always seemed to be one or two unforgettable individuals left behind. At this point, autumn had already set in, marking the season when osmanthus flowers bloom in solitude. This particular osmanthus tree flourished abundantly, its branches lush and its flowers dense, with golden blossoms concealed within the shade, quietly exuding their fragrance. Upon reaching the destination, however, the so-called divine village bore no resemblance to divinity. It was a chaotic burial ground, scattered with graves, flickering ghostly flames illuminating the dark night with an eerie green glow. The bombs had ceased, but in their stead arrived an Apache attack helicopter, which did not dive, but instead opened fire from a distance, unleashing a torrent of bullets that ravaged the ground, toppling trees and leaving devastation in its wake. Zhang Sini remarked, "Since it's so melodious, why not have Lin Weiwei perform another piece?" With a smile. Upon hearing their conversation, I couldn't help but scrutinize them. To my surprise, these 3 rascals were dressed quite neatly, each with a vibrant countenance, clearly enjoying a prosperous life. Sensing Kagaya's mood, the 10 tails grew even more frenzied, roaring as it stomped across the earth, its 10 tails striking the ground with ferocity. "Now is the moment. I shall impart to you a joyous melody, which you shall sing," the old beggar declared. Lin Weiwei felt something new take root in her mind. Fortunately, the old beggar had often engaged in such activities, and she had grown accustomed to it. "Regardless, I believe that if the 2 of us were assigned to the same group, you would undoubtedly be the one to be eliminated." Lin Weiwei scoffed. "This is hardly a secret. It's simply a matter of having all the necessary elements in place. Even if doubt lingers, one can only grit their teeth and accept it." A surge in value? The poet inwardly chuckled, for he merely stated that the rough material was flawless, without claiming it contained jade. His implication was that the rough material, in terms of its facets, verdancy, and quality, could be described as nearly perfect. "This is work, father." Though she endeavored to maintain a smile, the resignation in her tone betrayed her true feelings. The temperature in the capital had soared in recent days, reaching peak levels, with the heat persisting even at night. Yet, despite this, Fu Chun felt no warmth whatsoever, as if he had been violently thrust into a glacier, a chill tearing through him from his trachea to his very core. It was only now that he truly witnessed her radiance, liberated from their marriage, transforming into a version of herself that was authentically hers. Since Shin Yokoin was clearly pursuing this object, he must possess a means to acquire it, if all else fails. He would have to wait for Shin Yokoin to retrieve it before devising a plan to snatch it from him. From the outset of his cultivation, Li Tong had faced numerous tribulations, having observed several gentle yet powerful cultivators succumb to calamity, their judgment clouded, leading them to act erratically and unwittingly foster enmity. Ultimately reduced to ashes, the contemporary attitude towards reform through labor prisoners can be described as one of near indifference or even contempt, resulting in the presence of so-called prison heads in every cell. Similarly, she was surrounded by a throng of admirers, predominantly handsome men, with quite a number of beautiful women as well, some even prostrated like dogs on the ground, willingly serving as seats for the lovely Daozi. Upon the sudden entrance into the inn, he immediately took charge, directing individuals with pointed gestures, dispatching them to investigate any suspicious occurrences, even personally inspecting some himself. Chapter 56, The Awakening of the Divine, The Apocalypse's Massacre. Any one of the 3 top-tier Korean teams could effortlessly sweep through all Chinese teams in the LPL region. This is no exaggeration. Firstly, their performance is at its zenith, and secondly, the LPL teams are not in peak form, lagging behind in both adaptation to the current version and overall direction. Ahead lay the Deer Call platform, where Su Ruhui steadied her mind, gathered her thoughts, and ascended the stone steps. The Deer Call platform is a grand high platform, expansive and surrounded by a sea of chrysanthemums. As Su Ruhui climbed the verdant stone steps, a sudden cough echoed from the side. "Dear fellow Taoists, please remain calm. Our alliance does not operate under a single voice," announced Nangong Qing loudly. Her second visit to the palace was marked by a drastically different emotional state. The first time, she had entered with a purpose, her resolve unwavering. Jean Wantong's proposal garnered considerable support among those present, yet many more observed with cold indifference. These individuals were primarily elders among the representatives, seasoned in their positions and having dealt with the Demon King on multiple occasions. Some summoned their disciples, quietly imparting instructions before falling silent. However, he did not delve deeper into the matter. After all, how could bamboo, which had survived for eons, not possess the potential for unimaginable cultivation? This divine bamboo had likely attained realms beyond Qin Xuan's comprehension, merely withholding that knowledge from him. Qin Xuan scoffed. Without the aid of formations, how far could the gray-clad, stout man truly go? He was no match for him. The elderly monk, possessing profound understanding of both human nature and the complexities of the world, would undoubtedly best anyone in discussion. The Nine-Ben Bridge over the Tay Pool wound its way through a plum grove, still in autumn, with the plum trees having shed their leaves while yet to bloom. From this vantage point, only the artificial hills could be seen. After a moment's contemplation, Su Ruhui chose to traverse the Nine-Ben Bridge. Cheng Pin was suddenly taken aback, instinctively looking up at the Empress Dowager, her face reflecting panic and terror, almost crying out. The figure kneeling in graceful submission also trembled. From Su Ruhui's angle, she could see him clenching his fists, bowing his head to mask his distress. Wan Ningzhu stood at the entrance, and someone promptly approached to remove her outer garment and replace it with soft slippers. Xing Xiaoming was aware of his own worth. He was no fool, yet he truly wished to avoid further entanglement. The elder was entirely unimpressed by his antics. With a flash of sword light, a wave of crimson sword shadows surged toward them. This time, the speed of the sword shadows was noticeably slower than in the previous two encounters. While he was not as exhausted as Long Yunfei, he had seemingly expended considerable energy in the earlier assaults. In truth, Zhongshan had no particular objective. After riding through a street, he stopped to find a shop belonging to the Li family, returned his horse, and then meandered into a deserted alley to complete his teleportation swiftly. Otherwise, as a great prophet, how could he ensure his own safety against the predations of those vain nobles? Upon returning to Old Wu's guest room, Zhongshan donned a designer outfit, indulged in a moment of vanity, and, in a fit of boredom, fell back asleep, unaware that chaos was brewing while he slumbered. It had been over half a year since Chun Yin married Xiao Luangua. Her first letter arrived just before Zhou Shuxian's burial, and Lin Su, upon reading each word, felt a mixture of joy and sorrow. Now, with all matters finally settled, Lin Su broached the subject with Siyu. Lu Yu's ascent was a strategy to draw out those wishing to engage with them, successfully luring the Cangjian villa and an additional opportunist seeking to profit from their conflict. It appeared they had indeed accomplished something remarkable by reeling in a significant catch. Those in the know were aware that Xia Ling's father's injury was the doing of Chen Sanxiu. Xia Ling's persistent complaints had failed to yield results, with various departments remaining non-committal, yet her actions had attracted considerable attention. Here lay the Ghost King's cave. Had he truly arrived? Wang Etian tightened his grip on the dagger, striding boldly inside. Ghost King, let me come to know you. He silently vowed. He Lianbo regarded himself with lofty esteem, always looking down on others. Lu Yu unified the South, vanquishing Nanyan and Ho Qin, a wise and heroic figure of his time. He Lianbo, having heard Qi Yin claim Lu Yu was inferior to him, felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, even anticipating the convergence of myriad transformations into a singular, overwhelming sword light aimed at his enchanting maiden, he could not evade her lethal strike. Gu Qianni found himself barred from entry, dejectedly collapsing onto a bench outside the operating room. The sky echoed with continuous rumblings, transcending mere sound. In such a grand conflict, every move was an embodiment of swordsmanship. The cacophony intermingled with chaotic Dao sounds, enough to shatter one's spirit. The adage that one's eyes cannot tolerate even a speck of sand is an old saying. Today, Shu Yuan reenacted this proverb before the patrons of the Tea Fragrance Pavilion, leaving them all shivering. Each person pondered, if in her shoes, how would they fare today? Chaos Body. Wang Etian was taken aback. It was said that his Moon Thief class set contained secrets for unlocking the Chaos Body. Yet now this Moon Thief 6 style had become the key to unlocking it? What exactly was this Chaos Body that drove everyone to madness? Young master, what happened? Who hurt you? Upon entering and seeing the man lying on the ground, the newcomer hurried to assist him. Listening to Xiao Ziqian's comforting words, Bai Muxiue felt a weight lift from her heart, no longer as aggressive as before. You said you wouldn't speak. So let us forego discussing matters of the heart and proceed directly. Li Yi remarked with a feigned expression of anger, though in truth, he merely sought to jest. Chapter 57. The Desperate Iron Wall. Rescue arrives. Should this incident be reported, it would undoubtedly cast numerous aspersions upon my father, potentially jeopardizing his future. Rest assured, I shall safely transfer this sword to the authorities, Yi Qingcang stated with gravity, fully aware of the sword's value. It could serve as a formidable treasure even within the Kungsu realm. It holds profound significance for Huaxia, particularly in this era of global upheaval, and thus, he ultimately did not decline. Chun Yanhong, in Yang Fan's embrace, was already teary-eyed, overwhelmed by the depth of his feelings for her. She felt nothing but gratitude, a sensation that even Lu Hua had never evoked in her. Xin Ning wrestled with the tension between reluctant acknowledgement and steadfast denial, ultimately choosing to heed her true feelings. However, Xiao Shuihan was quite indifferent to amplifying this misunderstanding, ideally wishing to make it common knowledge. He aimed to clarify the initial contradictions in Huang Yunxin's performance to alleviate Han Xiaoxi's concerns. An incongruous voice emerged from the doorway, followed by the entrance of a dashing young man. What could possibly incite my ire? The truth was, Su Xing currently regarded Jun Qingqian with utter disdain. Meanwhile, Reina paid no heed to their chosen names as she opened the documents on her computer, projecting them onto the conference room screen. Dongshang needed to advance with prudence. Should Feng Fatsai prove of dubious character, he would risk a certain degree of danger to oust this scoundrel. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to become a culinary scriptwriter. For among all professions, the skill of cooking was deemed the highest. Although he was uncertain about how to craft a script, he felt most confident in cooking, finding it far more engaging than wood carving, stone sculpting, or circuit board design. Upon witnessing King Zhou's sulking departure, Shi Xie felt a pang of unease and promptly gathered his brothers, including Shi Yi and Shi Wu, as well as several of his sons, to discuss strategies. Very well. Let me inquire about another matter. Are you aware of the entanglements between the Xuanwu and Kunping clans? Su Xing asked. Uncertain about whether the identification card could firmly authenticate the Wangwali would, Shirley resolved to consult the staff, also checking his remaining quota in case of any discrepancies. His other purpose for this visit was to garner attention. Media reporters were stationed on the ground, armed with various cameras. And it would be remiss not to seize this opportunity to perform well. The boss is wealthy enough, it would be absurd to use such means for self-preservation. As long as it isn't placed next door, he mused. However, it was only the two of them conversing while Qinyu, Daixiang, and Deng Chuin silently observed the press conference, keenly watching how Microsoft planned to conclude the event. The mere appearance of the speakers had already ignited enthusiasm among the audience. The earlier efforts of the MCs to warm up the crowd, along with their various comedic blunders, were now completely forgotten. After all, they relied on the stage for their livelihood, and the MCs could not compare. Each one, advanced practitioners of the spiritual realm, now grasped their weapons, poised for battle at the slightest provocation. Upon hearing this news, Wu Liren felt a chill in his heart. Had he truly spoken a prophecy? Was Shirtai destined to perish at the hands of Ping Dao? Xueling lowered her head to wipe her face, gracefully saying, "Come, let us go to the back. I shall wash your face." Following her, Xueling returned the Linglong to Huaji. The next morning, the group visited to pay respects to the empress, inevitably offering congratulations to concubine Pei, who responded with indifference, seemingly unconcerned. Shui Yulian, having seen him depart, turned to Fan Lihua and said, "Ninggu, you ought to freshen up as well. Come, allow me to style your hair." Fan Lihua did not decline and entered the inner chamber with Shui Yulian, sitting at the dressing table by the window. "What is wrong? What has happened?" Dongfang Ji asked anxiously upon seeing the fainted Xianxian, instinctively releasing Xiangxiang and rushing to Shang Wanquen's side. "Never mind. You should first tend to your own injuries," she said before stepping directly into the sick room. She cried and fussed there, while Shenwan merely regarded her with cold eyes, reflecting that having suffered such an indignity today, she, Shenwan, was certainly not one to be trifled with. She would ensure that Qian Yeshue repaid this affront in the future. "Stop looking. If you continue, you will only hurt more." "He never cared for you," the butler said, his tone filled with concern for Xianxian. "I will naturally catch it if it falls. There is no harm in accepting it." As he was about to leave, he cast a glance around the KTV, unexpectedly spotting a familiar face. In the bedroom, indeed, there lay a figure on the bed. Although the distance was close, one could discern a general outline. Pei Shuyuan stretched her neck to peer closely, wishing to step closer, but was halted by Yin Shuangfei. "Silly Chi-Chi," Duan Shihong murmured softly, gently stroking her hair, a look of satisfaction spreading across his stern face. However, because everyone held her in high regard, and following Commander Chi's directive, all complied without question. Hosting wild game for guests was indeed quite prestigious, as such delicacies were rare and required considerable effort to procure. Thus, it is evident that Yuan Chongshui, whether utilized for crafting magical artifacts or refining elixirs, is an exceedingly precious treasure. Meanwhile, Ling Mao's lips curled in derision as he suddenly appeared before Wang Yudhua and Zichuan Mo, slowly extending his hand in a claw-like fashion towards Lin Feiyu's neck. Lin Feiyu's expression turned grave. From the moment he first encountered Lin Yueshi, he understood her to be an illusionist. He suddenly recalled an instance when he had taken the opportunity to educate Lin Anyuan in her absence, recalling the words he had shared with her. Ling Hong was initially startled, but upon seeing Lin Feiyu merely holding her, she relaxed. The hairdryer she had been holding was placed on the cabinet as she embraced the man she loved dearly. "Who said that? The true medical art lies with our Korean Han physicians. Your Huaxia's traditional medicine is merely a branch of our Han medicine," Yang Shiying retorted with confidence and scorn. "The young master and his highness Chiba have prepared a feast within the city. You are all invited." Yu Qiuping smiled as she reclaimed the reins from Ikeda Kozii and led the way into the city. Chapter 58. The terrifying attributes of a sixth transmutation expert. This is no longer the former Yi family. It is likely the wedding chamber prepared by Yi Keru after their marriage, though, due to parental opposition, they have yet to hold the ceremony. The room is furnished quite simply. Su Xing had learned from Lin Zirwei about Xiao Shixian's hospitalization that morning, and he scoffed inwardly. Recently, Ning Fei's name had become quite prominent in Jiangzhou, having acquired numerous items from the four major families. He found himself unable to halt the invasion of these enemies into Xinzhou. He understood that he could not falter, for if he did, Xinzhou would perish. The hall had resumed operations, but due to the presence of officials outside, only pre-booked guests were permitted, while casual visitors were scarce. Even if one held a high position in the pharmaceutical industry, the chief pharmacist would not possess the power to alter company decisions, rendering them generally powerless. Some wielded machetes, others batons, and within the private rooms, someone brandished a firearm. Once discharged, it would unleash significant power, with a terrifying capacity for destruction. The shareholders nearby nodded in agreement, prompting her to grit her teeth as she was presented with a daunting challenge right from the outset. Xuan Yuan twirled her flute, drawing forth a chilling sword from within its confines, while simultaneously, Su Ke's voice resonated in the ears of the gathered assembly. She had come to realize that this man would forever express his sincerity in an irreverent tone, evoking both laughter and tears in those who listened. Observing the actions of the Fox Emperor, Dong Haitian's eyes flickered momentarily, followed by an inward curse, acknowledging the Fox Emperor as a true old fox. As words of embarrassment were murmured softly, Zhou Yuan leaned in closer, lowering his head so that his breath was almost audible, a wave of scorching heat emanating from his lips. Tao Hua, however, paid him no mind, shifting her body outward, signaling her desire for distance and indifference. Fang Yuan wasted no time, seizing Tang Qingyu and sitting down, beginning to indulge in the feast. With a smile, Fang Yuan addressed the man before him, which caused a flicker of fear to cross Zhang Zun's face, unsure of Fang Yuan's intentions. At that moment, Tao Hua felt an overwhelming sense of pride. She was skillfully leading the army into the trap she had meticulously devised, and the heartfelt utterances of the troops lifted her spirits, gradually alleviating her fears and guilt. Sang Yuan furrowed his brow, observing the tranquil expression of Su Ruoxuan and the increasingly grave demeanor of Dong Yifeng. He silently transmitted a message to act. Dong Yifeng nodded in agreement, and as they executed their incantations, the sky turned pitch black. The moon beneath Sang Yuan shone like the true celestial body, pure and flawless. To the right, a black void emitted a faint light, gradually moving, and soon after, it erupted like a starburst, boom, as if the world was being reborn. The entire realm was suddenly illuminated, and a scorching, purifying aura appeared atop the ancient tree. Each time Fu Lanhua traversed such paths and bridges, a bittersweet sentiment enveloped her heart, a sense of lamentation or impulsiveness welling within. In the distance, Hong Xian, engaged in battle with the likes of Bukong, noticed Master Tan Yun wielding the heavenly escaped divine sword. She understood that Master and her sworn brother would face no immediate peril, but over time, their safety could not be guaranteed. Alongside the dagger appeared a note, inscribed with a command for her to leave the palace that very day. The demon suppressor wielded the Vajra blade, executing supreme yoga techniques, his internal power surging immensely. He intended to amplify the might of the Vajra blade, aiming to slay Hong Xian within a matter of rounds. Ever since his foundation was damaged, Zhou Bai had been nurturing the Qi Hong with righteous energy daily. However, the intertwined nature of the red jade and Qi Hong made it clear to Hong Yu that Zhou Bai's self-deception bore little effect. In the distance, Zhou Yixian and the wild dog had resumed their bickering, though their words were barely audible, and the surroundings fell into an unexpected silence. A stark contrast to the unrelenting storm. With widened eyes and gaping mouth, he regarded Yin Yin with a menacing expression, yet uttered not a single word. As Wang Jiabao's voice fell, a group of young individuals surged forth from behind him, lunging at Wei Ran, swiftly binding her hands and preparing to exit the classroom before she could react. As long as there were no objections, with a glare at Gung Haosher, she turned and returned to the front of the line. The free city, established by the survivors of Zone 52, was experiencing a relentless retreat, nearly being driven into the sea. Observing that Luya displayed neither anger nor aggression, Kuanpeng recognized that the opponent's temperament had been honed into remarkable restraint, rendering further pursuit meaningless. Her muddled neural pathways swiftly realigned. She clenched her teeth resolutely, resisting Su Yan's invasion. The tale of the dragon rising to the heavens had circulated for years since Liang Shambu's demise, and the story of the youthful magistrate marrying a ghost bride was particularly captivating to many. He was not perpetually cheerful, nor was he always optimistic. In fact, he harbored a tinge of pessimism. General Fei and Madame Fei were united in purpose, mutually supportive, never concealing matters from one another. Meng Linyuan's choice of companions was transparent to her. They were utterly inept, masquerading as virtuous while indulging in hedonism, sweet-talking their way through life. Had it not been for the strict oversight of old Master Lu, the illegitimate son would have long since emerged, rather than remaining unmarried at this age. Chapter 59. a devastating strike of 320,000. Later, it was unclear what the bald man and his companions were discussing regarding their own X abilities. A topic that could be deemed rather lewd, yet among such ruffians, it lost its salaciousness. The acquisition team led by He Chaoqiong maintained the shares of these companies within the 4th or 5th position, possessing a degree of influence without overstepping certain boundaries. After dining at the hotel, the group sought a bank, with Wang Haoming and Ma Peng each transferring 12 million into Luo Feng's account. On the flight to Fulham, Li Chun reclined on the sofa, half closing his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. I presumed it was the biting cold and heavy snowfall that had left him disoriented in the storm. Otherwise, how could he have wandered here? Yet he was no ordinary human. After conversing with him, I discerned this truth, and he seemed eager to entrust me with something. The transfer agreement bore empty spaces for the item name and amount, lacking any clauses regarding breaches. It simply stated that Party A would transfer a certain item to Party B on a specified date. This was the pride belonging to the general, the glory of a contemporary military luminary. The scars upon their bodies could rival the count of ribs within this unit. Every soldier who had served for 2 years bore witness to this truth. The so-called 5-treasure fried rice was hardly better than swine feed. Were it not for my divine culinary energy and the essence of wood, I would have been at a loss to treat the one surnamed Qin. After Liang's departure, Zhao Zixian leaned back in the boss's chair, recounting his near-death experiences and the sorrow of Hongqiu. The scene within the cave starkly contrasted the pitch-black exterior. It was not only radiant but also shimmered with vibrant colors reminiscent of urban neon lights. At the command, the soldiers fell into formation instantly, lining up in unison and sprinting forth in the shortest time possible. Shen Jiaxing gazed at her flawless, jade-like visage, her rosy lips stirring an uncontrollable impulse within him. His deep-set eyes darkened as he leaned in closer. Chen Chao patted his shoulder, retracting the Yen Luo coffin, and the aura of authority radiating from Yen Shimao returned. Very well. I cast a meaningful glance at Su Yanyan before entering the dining hall alongside Chu Yin. Young sir, you ought not to pull at me, Mu Chang'e said with gentle insistence, as Gan Lin grimaced in pain. In that brief moment, well-meaning individuals began to pour in like a tide. Originally, Liao Tong's haughty demeanor had offended many, and they had even prepared a plethora of mockery and scorn. Shuang watched Meng Yao's departing figure, extending his hands to rub them together, his eyes gleaming with mischief. He suddenly perceived that Meng Yao might be a lucrative opportunity, and he pondered how to exploit it. Gu Ting has always worked diligently, hoping to establish a home of her own. Although her previous relationships were often dismantled by her family's unreasonable demands, she yearns to rely on her own abilities to create a haven in Jincheng, a sanctuary that truly belongs to her. While she appreciates Jiang's striking appearance, she finds greater joy in encountering him in person rather than simply through signed photographs. Chen Chao remained unresponsive, his gaze shifting to Zhu Zhengyao, where he discerned an aura of dejection, accompanied by a hint of misfortune and a trace of malevolence. His knees appeared shattered, yet his muscles showed no significant atrophy. Mu Chang'e, known for his taciturn nature, decided to leave with Xiao Zhenjiang upon hearing his remarks. The creatures that had previously attempted to emerge from the ground now seemed restrained, as if suppressed by some force. Retreating back into the earth and transforming into wisps of black mist, roaming and howling in the depths of hell, longing to ascend to the surface, yet paralyzed by fear. Upon hearing Yu Yinzi's words, a flicker of hope ignited within me, wishing that the ghostly uncle had erred, and that the individual with the peculiar rear cranium was someone else entirely. The message delivered by the flying dagger last night was merely a smokescreen, deliberately designed to deceive everyone. Now, Yu Yunfeng and the others could converse freely, without the slightest concern that their discussions would reach the ears of the blood cultivators. The Royal Academy of St. Best, Jernit exclaimed in astonishment. Are you referring to the illustrious Royal Academy situated in the grandest and most prosperous city of the empire? St. Best? His mouth agape, it seemed he could fit 2 eggs within. Sol was momentarily taken aback. He had long ceased to hope for a return to his hometown. Yet Lu Feng's summons was unexpectedly tied to this very matter, and hope now lay before him, filling him with uncontainable surprise. It's all right, you must trust me, Chen Wu whispered reassuringly into Bai Xian'er's ear. Gu Fan remained unperturbed throughout, barely glancing at Chen Dishuan and his son, as he strode confidently into the main hall. Taking his place at the high seat, Qin Wen and Qin Ro, perceptive as ever, without needing Gu Fan's directive, brought the father and son over and unceremoniously discarded them at Gu Fan's feet. On the dashboard, the altitude indicator surpassed 3,000, racing towards 3,005. Tian Xiangren gripped the control stick firmly as the aircraft continued to ascend, ultimately reaching 4,000. It appears that the celestial demon tower itself is a treasure. Any cultivator who enters, provided their power is not excessively high, cannot escape its judgment. Someone has withstood Master Lu's strike. Some elites possess limited knowledge of the martial arts realm, yet a select few are aware of the cultivation levels of martial artists. It is rumored that Master Lu is a transcendent being of the sacred realm. The lord of the North Xian Palace regarded the situation with a slightly grave expression, not daring to underestimate it. He concentrated his divine energy into a set of armor, causing his exterior to emit a faint glow, a defensive suit that enveloped his body in an ethereal manner. Chapter 60. The Divine Domain unfolds. The desperate situation of the sixfold transcendence. Where are the maidservants? Why have they stopped washing? Su Xing reached out to embrace her waist with one hand while the other twisted a cloth to wipe her face. In that moment, I was filled with intense anger at his words, and I seized the package, scattering its contents among the lively crowd, hurling insults back at him. However, we did not linger for too long. Once Baisu boarded the car, we were swiftly taken to a luxurious French restaurant in the city center. Sister Yi. The overall concept is becoming clearer, but I'm still uncertain about the color. Mi Yiqing expressed her unease. The dream continued, as if a peculiar force in the cosmos had silenced everyone, gently lulling them into slumber. Upon hearing those words, Yanlan immediately lifted her head, casting a look of strong agreement towards Bai Muxue, and then both turned in unison to gaze at Fei Yihan, their eyes ablaze with inquiry. On a warm and sunny afternoon, Zhang the shopkeeper vanished with a portion of Jian Wei's silver notes in that painting. Why should I, the king of fear, submit to someone of lesser ability? I should be the leader. Yet before he could finish his retort, he was met with a series of retaliations. If only I could see his face, I would know he had been thoroughly beaten. Director Wang, feel free to challenge me. I am quite resilient. And this pain is merely a tickle to me. Mi Yiqing smiled sweetly at Director Wang. Nevertheless, this aligns with my understated nature. Moreover, being with Zhang Muqing and Ouyang Hongxue, if any members of the heroic society were to arrive, I would be at a loss as to how to respond. Although the introduction stated that 2 bottles, equating to 4,000 drops, were necessary to attain a state of eternal fatigue-free existence, it would cost a staggering 400,000 points to redeem. Not to mention, the celestial ice possesses a heavenly power. Considering her cultivation encompasses the realms of Buddha, Tao, and Demon, the celestial sovereign-s battle generals guarding the world-s portal would not easily permit her descent. Now with Guan Tianhua, the passage from the 7 luminaries to the supreme Huangzheng Tian is entirely unobstructed. Months passed, and Xiaohua became adept in the Shua Ling's secret technique, understanding why even the initial sect of the Spirit Clan could not fully master this technique. By the time of the 1936 Berlin Olympics, the Chinese team finally dispatched a delegation of 69 athletes. However, aside from the pole vaulter who advanced to the semifinals, all other competitors were eliminated in the preliminary rounds, resulting in a complete defeat. Behind the towering ironclad figure of the Great Han, 2 wolf-like martial spirit entities lay intertwined, constantly intersecting. Jiang Yun and his fruit spirits resembled a formidable meat grinder, reducing the obstructive demon slaves and giant wolves to mere fragments, carving a bloody path towards the 6 formidable demon clan leaders. Although it was a rehabilitation center, it housed numerous offenders who had violated the law. Any inmates with mental issues would be sent here, and Lin Shuang was among them. Mateo, inform the neighbors that we are closing up for the day. Lin Xing called out, her spirit somewhat deflated. Even though the 3-day deadline had passed, Chun Jie's career concerns continued to linger in his mind. The fire chief chuckled, wiping sweat from his brow, yet as he turned to survey the desolate land, his expression grew serious. Huang Wuxing felt a surge of blood rush to his head, a wave of frailty washing over him, and he instinctively raised his hand to strike Huang Haoke, in front of everyone. The ferocious bear and the blindfolded Su Xing surveyed the multitude of cultivators and psychics, nodding in satisfaction. A misunderstanding? Even in such a state, you call it a misunderstanding? Can one simply strike another under such pretenses? Shui Linlin gazed at the wounds and footprints on Fu Yin, particularly the deep bruise on the back of his right hand, her heart aching for him. Tian Yuanxiu's words only deepened the confusion for Yu Jinshan and others, as they speculated about Fang Jiren's true identity. How could he be entangled with the German SS officers? What were they doing together at the Japanese Army's North China Command? The more they pondered, the more they felt that Fang Jiren's identity was complex and daunting. In her heart, Yinling mused, my father forbids me from leaving the palace even a step. I remain within its confines, where there is always someone to bring me water when thirsty and food when hungry, surrounded by a host of protectors, ensuring that I am unlikely to encounter any danger. Therefore, there is no need to use my celestial arts casually. Regardless, I shall learn them first, and then decide their application. Zi Qiao, resigned, had no choice but to obey his master's command, leading everyone to the banquet hall, where they prepared fine food and wine to entertain Meng Er and her entourage. It was only after the guests had dined to their satisfaction and were escorted to their lodgings that he furiously returned to his room, venting his frustrations with a flurry of curses to relieve his pent-up anger. Lin Tian was acutely aware that the fisherman had evidently misconstrued his identity. Just as he was about to clarify, he suddenly raised his head, sensing a powerful aura emanating from a distant indigenous village nestled within the island. Lu Bin was momentarily taken aback, pondering the young man's intentions. Was he offering assistance or seeking his help for some enterprise? In that instant, he found himself thoroughly perplexed by the young man's motives. The presence of someone willing to confront a portion of the crowd was an immense boon. Lin Tian loudly cautioned that the moment the formidable demon, Shi Tuanhai, made his appearance, his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. Just a few days prior, he had experienced the terrifying prowess of this demon, nearly succumbing to his blade. A grand sedan chair, adorned with 8 bearers, arrived at the Du residence for a wedding. The groom, clad in vibrant red, radiated joy, greeting everyone with raised fists in salute. What can you truly accomplish? Friendship cannot substitute for love. Do not create chaos here. Leave at once, Ding Linlang asserted, adopting an authoritative demeanor as she began to usher people away. Zhou Lin lowered his head, muttering, "But where should we send Yunyang? There are no other estates in Chang'an." During these recent days, Lu Yu had been quite thoughtful, and it would indeed be awkward to request her departure for the sake of a wedding. "Nian Nian, thank you." Ouyang Xie expressed heartfelt gratitude towards me by, irrespective of the circumstances. The arrangements had been successfully concluded. Zhang Chukan would not return. Observing Guahainan's convoy depart, Qin Xiaoming remarked to Zhang Shiqi with a detached tone, "You single-handedly rescued Lord Zhang. I ought to reward you generously. However, you must realize, you have presented me with a considerable dilemma." Yi Zhao's demeanor was serious, his words laced with authority. "No, no, no. I am more grateful to you than you can imagine. How could I possibly accept compensation?" Nancy replied, turning to leave, her flat shoes allowing her to walk with newfound steadiness. Chapter 61, Despair. Su Xing's arrow. How can there still be such formidable foes? The child of the demon lotus and the 7-colored sacred lotus are not merely antidotes. If consumed simultaneously, they can assist cultivators in transcending their current ranks. Tian Xing observed for a while, noting that the 4 wild wolves surrounding the Wolf King were no match for the Boar King, who had them overturned and unable to rise. Only the Wolf King remained, desperately relying on his agility to launch icy spikes towards the Boar King's eyes. It is done. As long as we adhere to the prescribed methods, even a pig can produce fine wine. However, patience is required, as good wine necessitates a period of storage and fermentation. Jin Ling remarked. "What is the matter, Qing'e?" Tian Xing inquired, taking a bite of the spirit fruit and noticing Qing'er's unusual expression, leading to his curiosity. "Not entirely certain, but we can investigate." Wu Hua had traveled in this region before and possessed a fair amount of knowledge about it. Yet, Xiao Yumia, despite her unfathomable cultivation, surpassing even the pinnacle of the emperor, had not yet entered the stage of fasting. Merely 7 days without food had left her utterly famished. Currently, with Master Imo absent from the mountain and both Master and Uncle in seclusion, "Sister, should we send a message to Master Imo?" Helian Cheng's expression was grim as he consulted with Imo Ruhua. A divine dragon gold sword, already possessing an independent sword spirit, was beyond the capabilities of even a super expert like Xiao Yumia at the pinnacle of the emperor's stage. Not to mention these 6 were merely at the Golden Saint stage. However, she found herself quite intrigued as to how Shilin Qian had become entangled with Feng Yanxiao. "I cannot be strong," Chun Luyao declared after sobering up, exuding an air of someone who would simply walk away without a second thought. Without exception, the elders voiced their counsel, believing firmly that allowing Chu Jinglei to take the position at this moment was decidedly unwise. Tang Min, having encountered such individuals previously, was well equipped to handle the situation. Inside the carriage, Yuran remained motionless, quietly lying down without engaging in conversation with Xia Xinghan. A veil separated them, obscuring whether she was asleep or awake. After all, they had traveled through the night, and Yuran appeared somewhat fatigued. Turning back, he beheld Yuan Yin, draped in white, her ebony gemstone-like eyes forming a captivating crescent, shimmering with starlit brilliance, her nose slightly elevated, resembling a proud snow fox, vivid and expressive. During the testing in Inga City, Anna had been assessed with full attributes, likely mirroring Marina's results. Their last encounter had been 3 years prior when Zhang Beichen had just entered Huayu. Due to his grandmother's prohibition against their meeting, they had exchanged only a few hurried words, departing without a meal. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to transfer the usage rights of the land. However, once relinquished, he found it impossible to feel at ease. Lang Ying harbored a degree of respect for this individual, recalling faintly from many years ago, though the memory was not particularly vivid. The slightly reddish-brown blades of grass were decisively unfurled, transforming into a somber, fluid ochre hue, shrouded in a haze, as if perpetually deprived of sunlight. Today, Wang or Matzi dared even to threaten lives. They were too wary to covet the flesh of the Wang family, fearing that should they purchase it, they might find themselves on the receiving end of a few cuts from the Wang family, resulting in a significant loss. With Nangong Huang's assurance, the 5 exchanged glances, ultimately consenting to this choice. The big boss's hand remained awkwardly suspended in the air, as Shun Pianxian emitted muffled sounds, struggling to suppress laughter. Su Xie gazed at the moon reflected on the water's surface, and with a swift motion, shattered the reflection. Her state of mind was beyond mere annoyance. She had genuinely fallen for Fabio, acutely aware of his fragility, which deepened her empathy for him. With the presence of both the Donglin Party's magnates and the eunuch Party's leaders, Wei Bao naturally had a slight advantage politically, emerging amidst the fierce conflict between the two factions when their powers were relatively balanced. She fidgeted restlessly, her entire body trembling, beads of cold sweat trickling from her forehead and body. While they remained uncertain of Yi Namlin's true identity, they were convinced of the profound connection between Yi Namlin and Yi Liang. 2 months is rather short, isn't it? For months, 6 months, what difference does it make? I refuse to believe the Ming army dares venture to Yangwan Fortress. They might as well be given the audacity of bears and leopards. Aizenjoro Lushu chuckled, embodying the demeanor of a corrupt official. This marked the second instance, yet no suspicious individuals had been uncovered. However, they each harbored a common suspect in mind. Nan Ronghua gently embraced Feng Sufei, gradually tightening his grip. Xue Tingxiang carried him back to the room, removing his shoes and outer garment, covering him with a quilt before turning to change clothes. Though clearly sorrowful and moved, she could only suppress her feelings and redirect her inquiries toward a question that would not provoke Xiamao's ire. I simply do not understand the workings of the royal family, and moreover, I have never encountered a situation where one receives money without performing labor, Qin Fengyi lamented, raising her hands in exasperation. Furthermore, our communication has been limited in terms of Chinese characters. I dedicated time to select the characters I might need and had to memorize them. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the individuals in the hall simultaneously turned towards Yi Chun, their expressions a blend of astonishment, as if convinced they had misheard. At this juncture, this splendid house, undoubtedly the product of countless hours of labor and devotion, will ultimately be reduced to ashes in the raging inferno. Xiao Qinghe has always recalled the indifferent visage of Father Shi standing before the plaque inscribed with Mingjing Gaoxian, lamenting his tender age that rendered him incapable of any form of resistance. Had it not been for their association with Qin Fengyi, individuals like Fu Changshi would likely have dismissed these ravenous diners as mere charlatans. If it were not for the reliability of that friend, who fervently insisted that Chen Shiyuan, being both talented and handsome, would never allow Yi Chu to engage in matchmaking. The two valiant warriors descended, one wielding a new blade and the other an old-style weapon used by the Imperial Guard. In just a few exchanges, the old blade shattered. The elders of the Duanmu clan gazed on with recognition, yet they seemed to regard it with little concern. This time, Zhou Zikai was utterly perplexed. Upon encountering the Wish Grand Tailleur, the only request made was for a divorce, leaving him clueless about the underlying reasons. This uncertainty fostered a sense of guilt when facing Wen Xueqing. Chapter 62. Now, you are all free to leave. Yun Xian felt humiliated. Tion pondered whether to discreetly contact Ning Yi for some indirect inquiry. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Tion approached the door, checking the monitor. Discovering a man in a hat holding a large box, his face obscured, she faced the village entrance, seemingly engrossed in her meal, yet surreptitiously observing the village. She noticed that even though they were merely consuming ordinary flatbreads, several children could not resist rushing toward the entrance. Prior discussions had already covered hierarchy, supervisory authority, and fiscal matters, and now they were deliberating on national revenue. For her, the once aloof and unparalleled figure had seemingly transformed into a mundane man driven by base desires. Shen Yaohua felt a surge of alarm. Someone had arrived, and unless they possessed profound magical powers to save themselves and assist her, a mere ordinary person would only exacerbate her predicament. What does 50 years matter? We have waited for 50 years. Once the Dan sect lifts its mountain closure, we can seize it immediately. During these 50 years, we can eliminate those old-timers, Master Luo Hong declared vehemently. After absorbing this surge of energy, an invisible ripple emanated forth, targeting the individuals still present in the conference room. The Dan sect, the Symbol sect, and the Tool sect stand as the 3 premier sects of the cultivation world. However, in terms of strength, even a combined force of the Symbol and Tool sects may not rival the Dan sect. Those coming to take the exam began to find the situation perplexing. Fortunately, whether or not they had brought fans did not impede their participation in the remaining selection process, and thus there were no significant objections. After all, once the government had made a decision, voicing dissent would be futile. Su He and Yao Xinyun's project team accomplished all industrial and hardware architecture with remarkable excellence, surpassing current storage and server hardware significantly. Just then, 3 rockets were launched from the Huainan military, prompting 30 Suzhou cannons to commence firing at preset targets. All right, enough of this disgusting charade, and Z thought to himself, stifling a chuckle while the monkey, frightened, remained silent and took refuge outside. Yi Haochuan glared coldly at the leader of the Lone Star Alliance. Today marked a significant occasion for the Dragon Alliance, yet the leader of the Lone Star Alliance displayed such audacity. Did Peng Yongrui truly intend to provoke him into action? As expected, after 3 months of contemplation, he discerned a few truths about the Wuxishi stone, which intriguingly communicated the principles of yin and yang, embodying the interplay of mutual creation and destruction, meaning there existed another type of mineral within the realm of longevity. Regrettably, and Ping's limited knowledge only allowed him to speculate based on the stone's attributes. You two should probably return. I might not be able to stay in the Federation any longer, Li Mu remarked, indicating that for him, it mattered little which country he lingered in. He had always been an Earthling and had never changed. Wherever he went, he was merely a wanderer. Su Xing illuminated the spotlight. Finding that the previously existing window was now sealed, blocked by a massive bronze plate engraved with 9 lotus flowers, completely obstructing the exit. What had Zhang Ziyuan done in Fuzhou to provoke Wang Shunji into disregarding Huainan's fury and execute him? This remained unknown to Yang Hua and others. Those circulating rumors suggested that Zhang Ziyuan had sought his own demise. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Chun took off running, with Wu Fuming compelled to follow suit. Despite initially being the guide, he now trailed behind Wang Chun. Fortunately, only one path lay ahead, eliminating any risk of losing their way. Yan Zhen listened attentively to Luo Qingming's introduction, silently acknowledging that her principal adversary within the inner sect was indeed the formidable Invincible Party. Zhu Yozhen's countenance darkened. At that moment, aside from him, Zhao Yan, and Zhang Hanjia, no one else was present, allowing their conversation to proceed with less restraint. Xiao Er, feeling the depth of emotion, smiled without speaking further, holding her tightly in his embrace as they listened to each other's heartbeats and the rhythm of their pulses. Hence, often discussions revolve around teamwork, emphasizing that championships symbolize collective honor. Winning is paramount. Yet, when faced with critical moments, no one is entirely indifferent. Especially given the intricate circumstances surrounding the Lakers. Nonsense. You dare to defame the Emperor, you rebel. The elderly gentleman was almost driven to faint from rage. If it comes to it, I'd rather die gloriously than live in such misery, Yao Yusen declared resolutely. He deliberately furrowed his brow, his deep-set eyes shimmering with intensity, before suddenly raising his left hand and pointing fiercely at the nightmarish tongue. A dark light, like a spirit, shot from his fingertips, racing towards it. At that moment, those students who had previously clamored for justice against Zhao Hao began to waver, their hearts caught in a tumultuous struggle. Demu suddenly felt an overwhelming chill encroaching upon him, as if he would freeze solid if he did not evade it. His sword energy proved utterly inadequate to defend against this force, compelling him to retreat involuntarily. Chapter 63. 6 million damage in 1 minute. Long Tian becomes the exclusive meat shield. Observing the previously aloof Li Jingchu exhibiting such a strong reaction, all the classmates felt a wave of sympathy for Wu Ming, who, having just arrived, had already faced considerable bullying and had expressed his feelings publicly, only to receive such a heartless rejection. How could he ever hold his head high again? Upon awakening from his dream, the prince's thoughts shifted. He believed that the events of that dream could very well become reality. For he had a profound understanding of the depths to which those in power could sink. Such actions were entirely within their capabilities. Therefore, he resolved that the silver must not be carelessly given to them. Li Ji stood before the control panel of the vehicle, casually pressing a button, causing the vehicle to emit a slight tremor. Zhuang Jilin transported Zhang Lei wherever he went, while Chen Chuan was likewise moved about by the injuries and the spiritual realm. Thus, with the guidance of Yushang and Qianling, Chen Chuan was brought back to China. The practitioners of Turtle Tortoise Mountain did not cultivate the so-called true essence or vital energy, as understood by cultivators. Instead, they refined the great atmospheric energies of heaven and earth. The energies within, in other words, the state of mind. Very well, I shall spare your life, but you must convey a message to the Supreme Heavenly Master. We shall meet at the palace gates the day after tomorrow, and I shall seek to reason with him then. The highest authority concluded his words and, with a flick of his sleeve, sent Chen Chuan tumbling down. Deep within, he too harbored a profound curiosity regarding the current strength of Yuntian, a matter that had long eluded his comprehension. The false Taoist, after much deliberation, had finally decided to indulge in a more worldly desire, resulting in an outburst of fury that seemed destined to pierce the heavens. Much like a child receiving a sweet after a slap. Song Jiao was equally astute in this regard. Observing that the militia had finally regained some semblance of fighting spirit, he adeptly tossed out a reassuring promise. Inger, you did not come today merely to introduce these young ladies to me, did you? Dugu Jeloa took a sip of tea, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly relaxed, transforming the previous tension into a gentle spring breeze. Lu Qian responded affirmatively and rushed down the stairs, leading more than 20 individuals, including Lu Yan, briskly towards the west gate. Yang Qian, who had been waiting early in the pavilion, revealed a peculiar smile upon spotting Pan Haodong soaring in from the skies. Haha, why would I deceive you? I am merely a waitress at the restaurant. Or would you care to sniff my clothes? They carry the scent of chopped green onions. Hu Daffin extended her arm. She then turned slightly, rising onto her toes to plant a kiss on Mu Qingyu's cheek, wrapping her arms around his waist. Her profile nestled in his embrace, as if he were her sole reliance in this life. However, even though Shang Yihai was boiling with rage, the one who struck him was Zhang Tianxian. It could be said that, facing such a formidable figure, he had no recourse unless the dean intervened. Enough with your nonsensical theories. I have no desire to hear them. Young Master Mu, let us speak plainly. What exactly do you intend to do? He had never known that he could also resort to such underhanded tactics. Many years ago, in the dilapidated Iju Hall, behind the worn-out gauze curtains, there lay a princess of breathtaking beauty, caught in an awkward identity. Blood was warm, the mind was cold, everything around was fervent, yet deep within, there was a serene calmness. It was a contradiction, difficult to navigate. Upon witnessing such a captivating smile, a thought struck, and a stream of light entered Qingshu's body, immediately reaching his primordial spirit. As Qingshu sensed it carefully, he frowned, for he could detect no trace of this restriction. It was nearly imperceptible. With a sigh, Qingshu felt a sense of relief. At that moment, in the basement of an abandoned building in the suburbs of New York, Phil Jones was equally troubled. Hu Mullen leapt out of the smoke, exhaling a long breath. Taking a life was a simple matter, yet defeating an opponent without inflicting harm was far more challenging. Our direct adversaries dare not recklessly charge at us. Instead, they lay low, exchanging fire with us. This standoff was precisely what I hoped to see, for it might grant us a little more time to survive. The name Jili Fu embodies the Chinese people's good wishes for such garments. Yet it seemed to bring little fortune to Hu Qinghan, who remained oblivious to the approaching Zhao Chong and continued his search for the military saber. In truth, she had not revealed much, but even so, I was already bleeding profusely from my nose. I feared that if I were to part her hair, I might perish from excessive blood loss. A multitude of onlookers gathered, silently observing, their voices hushed, unlike the usual brawls where chatter was abundant. The sight of two young soldiers with bloodshot eyes and a murderous aura instilled a twinge of fear in them. Once he comprehended the situation, Xiangyu was taken aback. How could it be that including Meng'er as parents, the generation of the sect leader and the sect's janitors did not surpass 5 individuals? Setting aside the reason why the Pishio and the Thunder Kirin were battling together, Lin Shi could only perceive the 2 exotic beasts before him, and naturally, he could not allow them to perish. Xie Shuang endeavored to adjust her expression, attempting to force a smile, only to discover that it was utterly impossible. For reasons unknown, Su Yinin always felt a peculiar sensation whenever Yuan Jinsheng mentioned the word father. Similar to the Nobel Prize abroad, while it was merely a domestic award, the prize money was sufficient to alleviate many difficulties faced by scientists at present. When Xiao Lihua noticed the silence from the 2, both gazing at her with expressions of utter disbelief, she felt somewhat uneasy. Adrian resumed his commentary. Both teams have returned to the field, and we observe that there are no personnel changes. Chrysantos executed the kickoff, and, as in the first half, the home team was not in a hurry to launch an offensive. In reality, it has been proven that even the thickest layers of skin cannot withstand incessant friction for long. Everyone believed that the latter half of the season would bring the greatest pressure. My primary concern remained the league. If our points continued to languish in the relegation zone, the pressure would likely intensify. Chapter 64. A single arrow slays the 6th Revolution Queen. Do you also wish to seize the boss? At the very least, I am an exception. Lin Yu's calm voice resonated as he stepped out from the black mist, as though he had merely accomplished an exceedingly simple task. At that moment, was it truly a calamity of heaven and earth? What could the Dao ancestors summon signify? The hearts of the saints could not help but ponder. However, upon recalling the peculiar occurrences in Beiju Luzhou, the saints quickly realized such a significant event in Beiju Luzhou would undoubtedly be known to the Dao ancestor, and their summons was certainly related to this matter. After Qin Buer restored communication and received reinforcements, he was also informed that a swaggering team from the Walking Sea Luo was advancing towards the Yima camp. Then let me assist the Wild Wolf Assault team, as there are indeed areas they are still unfamiliar with, Hao Yang suggested. After narrowly escaping, Su Fenyang felt a surge of anger. The power of the 5 elements immortal escape was immense. Had she been enveloped by that earth god thunder, it would have surely resulted in severe injury, if not death. Such ruthless methods were unheard of by Su Fenyang. Even the disciples of the demonic sect would not resort to such brutality upon their initial strike. At that moment, Shen Chongming had already exited the town of Zhenjiang. Reports indicated that the residence of the kind-hearted Zhao was not within the city, but rather located in a villa on the outskirts. Meanwhile, atop the Immortal King's peak, where more than 400,000 heavenly soldiers still existed, the remaining millions of cultivators bore tears on their faces, with many already kneeling in sorrow, their eyes filled with a myriad of complex emotions. At this moment, Zheng Hao felt an uncanny familiarity with this place, as if he had discovered something in a certain location, albeit vaguely. Yes, I will give my all and not disappoint anyone. Now, let us allow classmate Yi Kanyue to recuperate before we continue our journey, Chun Haihua declared, adopting a posture of righteousness, which promptly garnered praise from Xia Yinghui and Hong Kaixian. Subsequently, both wiped away their tears, and the girl in the blue dress on the left forced a smile, saying, "Young master, I apologize. We have only just arrived 2 days ago and are still learning how to serve you properly. However, we will learn diligently. Here, allow me to pour you some wine." As she spoke, she twisted the jug to pour, and when it was full, she raised the cup to feed it to Xie Gongbao. The words of the high altar master were indeed profound. As Chu Chi responded, she leapt behind Gao Wan. gesturing with her hand to erect a soul barrier, then pushed it towards Wan Minjing and Wang Zhongshu, even in the latter stages of battle. In an effort to collect the corpses of the Titan giants and expand his capital accumulation in the war, Locke released all the slaves within his arena. As the mountain god Morphit prepared to once again lead his giants to relocate their position, he was momentarily halted by the palpable aura emanating from the distant space fortress, radiating the presence of a fifth-level knight. Indeed, that scoundrel has slain too many of our kin. He must not be spared, I exclaimed with indignation. A clear aura lingered and swayed, gradually elongating, as a tall and graceful figure began to reveal itself, still clad in pristine white. With a demeanor as light as the breeze and clouds, the only distinction being a hint of crimson adorning their visage compared to before. Lu Shanmin nodded with a smile. After a day of recuperation, he could now manage slight movements. From this moment forth, you are to undertake the following exercises. Jasmine extracted a training list from her pocket and handed it to Mu Feng. Upon receiving it, Mu Feng glanced over briefly. Over the years, Mazue village had not been without its tribulations, having endured the withdrawal of agricultural companies and the deceit of fraudulent firms seeking government subsidies. Yet, under Bai Ling's guidance, they established a rural cooperative, created a medicinal herb base, raised free-range chickens, and cultivated specialty tea from the high mountains. Lu Shanmin cast a grateful glance at Qinyang, somewhat curious as to why he was assisting in forging connections with these individuals. Sakura had seen Uchiha Fugaku's visage several years prior in the Ninja Academy. It was truly hard to fathom how such an unremarkable face could give rise to two extraordinary sons. Rin, incensed, leaped up in fury, staring at the one mimicking him, and let out a roar as he lunged forward, entangling himself with Chu Xuanyu in a fierce struggle, transforming the brawl into an evenly matched contest. With the great hall resonating with the sounds of combat, dust swirling amidst the exchange of blows. However, he understood that the Sage Emperor was correct. If he were to yield the so-called secrets of the remnants due to the threats posed by the Sage Emperor and his companions, his resolve in martial arts would be compromised, and he would likely be forever barred from reaching the pinnacle of martial prowess. Seeing the Central Dipper and Northern Dipper Star Lords being flung away, the Southern Dipper Star Lord, recognizing the precarious situation, relentlessly attacked the ferocious tiger to divert its attention, lest it turn its wrath upon the Central and Northern Dipper Star Lords. Luo Lan's brows flickered ever so slightly. He nodded, discreetly averting his gaze before redirecting it toward the priestess Rismio. In the darkness, just as Lin Hao was preparing to proceed to the next step, Hua Nongying's voice interrupted his actions. Nadamond was immediately taken aback. If that were indeed the case, the cunning of this esteemed clergyman was chillingly profound. This was not a facade of calm before the storm. It was simply that no one was inclined to cause a ruckus in Konoha at this juncture. After all, not every Chunin exam coincided with an attempt to dismantle Konoha. Moreover, the several carriages of identical design were strikingly similar. One must ponder, aside from prominent figures, who would invest such effort into crafting disguised carriages for self-protection. Xuantiandi smiled faintly. He now genuinely resembled an elder, exuding a benevolence towards his disciples. Su Nen felt her chest heaving. She suppressed her unease and, with considerable effort, nearly expending all her strength, pushed Xiao Mobai away. He only retreated a single step, remaining stationary, as he observed her stride towards the door and subsequently open it, staring down in a daze. Su Jing then noticed Gong Chun Ye's arms propping the elevator door, preventing it from closing. With a fleeting glance, she caught sight of the centipede-scarred man and the rat-eyed fellow, now sprawled together in the elevator as if forming a human tower. The grass was soft. He floundered for a moment before scrambling to his feet, eventually cradling the soccer ball in his arms after a considerable struggle. Beside him, Qin Feng, Chu Yishuan, and Bailey Wuyan were all rendered speechless, utterly astonished by the unfolding events, frozen in place. As if realizing the gravity of a significant issue, Lei Tianqing suddenly leaned on Su Yu's shoulder and glanced back. However, her beautiful eyes scanned the plaza before the hotel, and apart from the array of luxurious vehicles and unfamiliar pedestrians, she saw nothing amiss. Yunli, to this day, have you not reflected upon your actions? I regarded her warily, ever prepared for any potential assault she might launch. Chapter 65. Lei Zhenshan kneels in apology. In an instant, a cascade of emerald light flowed forth, saturating the faces of those present with profound astonishment. According to Jean Dark, each outdoor recruitment structure possessed tenfold weekly recruitment quotas of Guardian troops, which could only be claimed after defeating them. Given that his domain was a divinely bestowed territory, it boasted 4 times the recruitment quota of ordinary lands, signifying that the outdoor guardians of Tianyun structures should indeed be quadruple that of an ordinary domain. Upon reaching the realm of celestial beings, one's body approached the state between insulator and conductor, akin to a semiconductor. Thus, practitioners at this stage could directly utilize external minerals for cultivation, advancing at an unprecedented rate. The 7 emotions and 6 desires? If you could truly abandon such sentiments, you would not have ended up in your current predicament. Zhuang Lan's tone dripped with sarcasm. seemingly indifferent to the fact that Lien Buxu was a master craftsman of formidable caliber. The life of her sister's family was not without its struggles. Although it was said they garnered some profit from selling radish strips this year, those radish strips did not appear out of thin air. They had to be purchased with money for various ingredients to be pickled. How much could they possibly earn from selling a bowl with 2 hefty pieces? China does not recognize dual citizenship with the United States, thus he could ultimately only be regarded as a Chinese expatriate. Presently, the old physician intentionally veered onto Wuxi Street, stopping the carriage in front of the Zhangji main shop, subsequently cryptically stating that it was all arranged. Each company representative at the display booths, upon spotting Li Zhitian's arrival, would invariably approach him, eagerly introducing their products. Old Sun remained silent, merely nodding with a smile, signaling Yun Fong to continue. Does the esteemed one have any reflections? Emperor Jingming eloquently spoke at length, and as the sky outside gradually darkened, His Majesty decided to grant the envoy from Beiyuan an opportunity to speak. Inda and Jiao exchanged glances. To be frank, these two could only find common ground when discussing business. The Special Operations Soldier, Iron Leopard, was a name well known in Jiangdu City, especially within military circles, where his reputation was resounding. In other words, should a national war break out, any enemy invading the territory of Huaxiao would find their combat prowess diminished, while all who chose to resist within Huaxiao would experience an augmentation in their fighting capacity. As Chen Qi exerted himself in the sea of consciousness, a subtle yet potent energy fluctuation suddenly emerged from somewhere within the Blue Star world. However, the vast ocean posed a daunting challenge. With no tools at their disposal, they would descend into the depths empty-handed in pursuit of fish, a truly worrisome prospect. At that moment, the temple doors were forcefully flung open, and a squad of soldiers surged into the monastery. Many soldiers brandished their weapons, illuminating the dark, desolate, abandoned temple as brightly as day in mere moments. The 2 prominent golden characters displayed in the sky were not unfamiliar to the more than 20,000 individuals present. Even superpowered beings from other nations, having evolved and awakened, had enhanced their learning capabilities and adapted to life in the new city of Huaxia, naturally acquiring proficiency in the Huaxia language. To be fair, Li Yaoan had not anticipated that his journey to learn from a master would proceed so smoothly. Although he had considered seeking out Master Rashi before arriving in this world and had made meticulous preparations for it, the extent of his success in this endeavor still caught him by surprise. Xinyu nodded. Regardless of her sister's agreement or disagreement, it was evident that they could not remain any longer. Yagami and Alex were greatly vexed by this, yet remained helpless. Yagami had no choice but to inquire of Layla how she was transported here. It's nothing, Zhou Xingxing grumbled, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. The embarrassment that PD had just inflicted upon Zhou Xingxing was considerable. After all, Zhou Xingxing was now the representative of Chun Luobin and the general manager of Starlight Avenue. No one had ever disregarded him in such a manner before. Fang Guohuan exclaimed in surprise, "How remarkable!" Upon closer inspection, one could see the steam gently wafting, and the water was crystal clear, revealing a warm and comfortable embrace. After hearing the prince's words and recalling In Lake's earlier humiliation, the group erupted into hearty laughter once more. Yu Qingjie still appeared despondent until the two parted ways at the bridge, when he could no longer restrain himself and called out to Chun Yi for a question. "Manny, over here." Xia Yu suddenly appeared at a distance, waving at young Manny. Jing Zhe exclaimed in delight, then gazed curiously at the hand that had waved. How to describe such a hand? It was fair, delicate, slender, and smooth as if sculpted from jade. The elf involuntarily glanced at her own hand, which seemed equally beautiful. Defeng procured a new scanner to examine Chao Sun's brainwaves. The waveform characteristics matched perfectly with previously recorded traits of Chao Sun, revealing no secondary waveforms. This indicated that Chao Sun had regained control of his body, and indeed, Hades was not within him. Initially, he believed that the simpletons outside the borders would be easy to handle, assuming that no matter the circumstances, a skilled individual from the 21st century would easily manage them. However, it now appeared to be a grave oversight. A soothing fragrance enveloped the entire room, and Shunrong's previous life with Ran Min, though quite splendid, had never possessed such understated luxury that only those of high birth could afford. Chapter 66, A Frenzied Harvest. S-Class Profession. All methods returned to the forest. Diamond Class Equipment. Not only him, but even I and Xiang Yu were somewhat taken aback. After all, when it comes to swordplay, one would at least need to approach gradually rather than striking immediately. The Moon Half Bend was a piece of land that jutted into the heart of the lake. Previously, when this place was impoverished, no one noticed its unique topography. However, after the chaotic woods and housing in the depression were cleared, it transformed into a dreamlike visage. As he gazed at Fan Bufan, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction, far exceeding his expectations. Lin Mu silently surmised the situation. The Xiao family wielded immense power in Lanwu City, and Xiao Nanshan harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. Naturally, he would be the first to take notice of any rumors concerning himself. "I think you'll find out shortly. Another guest has arrived." Granny Su pointed toward the entrance. The passing of Grand Elder Sun Qingzong raised questions regarding potential changes in the court, a matter Su Tianqing had no confidence in. Under these circumstances, he needed to tighten control over the border troops. Despite the passage of time, some of their bad habits had yet to be thoroughly corrected, and military bullies still persisted. When Lin Yun returned to the prison gate, he happened upon Mei Er. With just one person left to gather, he thought of Ling Long, feeling a deep sense of guilt. Without further ado, he called together Lan Mo and the others to discuss the future development of the prison gate, to expand the area for reform. Baihanu village would absorb the surrounding communities of Taqian, Maoling, Luyang, and one location from Baiwan Academy, contingent upon a comprehensive assessment to select the most suitable one for consolidation. Hui stared into Luo Fugue's eyes for a long time without speaking. That profound gaze made Luo Fugue feel as if all his garments had been stripped away, leaving him feeling utterly exposed and uncomfortable. Zhao Sanyang was overjoyed at Zhua Xiaoyang's arrival. 2 months had passed, and she had nearly restored her vitality. She still had several shops and residences to collect rent from, more than enough to support her family of 3. As Ying spoke these words, sunlight streamed toward the cinema's entrance. Backlit by the sun, Ying exuded a hauntingly beautiful allure. The sunlight turned her dress to gold, and the flush on her fair cheeks became even more enchanting. Soliciting prostitution. The old hag's impatience vanished in an instant, her brows lifting with a smile, causing her makeup to flake off, which she quickly tried to stabilize, fearing her entire facade would crumble. Good, good. The old hag exclaimed repeatedly. Where to? Are we really going across the sea to collect scrap iron? Morong Sheng asked from behind, his mind racing with thoughts that he would never again set foot on Fanjingda's raft, even if it meant facing death. Extending his left arm, a surge of potent negative energy flowed toward the barrier, which did not merge as anticipated but fiercely resisted, emitting a blinding white light that repelled the demonic energy, keeping it entirely at bay. In just a few sentences, the so-called evidence of with pictures comes truth dragged Mu Inen into a filthy mire. After the dream, Wang Ji saw no one else. Long before Zhao Hongji went to Hongyi Palace to deliver invitations, Wei Zhang had already disseminated news within the Eastern Palace about the upcoming banquet for the King of Qin. Just then, a shadow suddenly swooped in from outside, accompanied by a whistling sound, striking toward the right hand of the man in white holding a gun. Simultaneously, 2 beams of dark light shot from Lu Chang toward the eyes of the man in white. The Ender Dragon's consciousness remained, yet it could only watch helplessly as events unfolded before it, unable to control its own body. As today was National Day, I had arranged with Chun Bing the night before to leave at 7 in the morning to witness the flag-raising ceremony at a nearby square. Unfortunately, the scope of considerations was too broad, involving an overwhelming amount of information filled with doubts. When truly attempting to delve deeply into a specific point, she found herself at a loss for ideas. It is impossible for a spell that has not been cast for hundreds or thousands of years to be seamlessly blended and unleashed, especially when it comes to the opposing elements of water and fire, which are particularly difficult to merge due to their contrasting natures. This was, of course, inevitable. Initially, Liangshan was merely a band of thousands, with some provisions in the stockade enabling a relatively carefree existence. However, within a matter of days, Liangshan experienced a frenzied expansion. With more people and greater influence, this was undoubtedly a good thing, but how could they accommodate so many in terms of food and shelter? The following morning, after finishing breakfast, they hurried to the airport, preparing to return to the capital. He had never spoken of the events that transpired after his memory loss, only stating that everything was fine. But was it truly so? After hanging up the phone, Qiao Yuno drove home to fetch Qiao Jinrui and arrived at the entrance of the Lung Group. You are unwilling? The fleeting smile was swiftly replaced by a chilling demeanor, and within moments, that handsome visage grew stern once again. Qiao Yuno opened her suitcase at the kitchen door, checking for any forgotten items while playfully responding, while desperately resisting. Tears involuntarily streamed from the corners of her eyes, and this pitiful expression stirred the most primal desires to their zenith. A teasing voice rang from above, causing Xia Qingtian's face to flush even more, and she dared not meet his gaze, burrowing deeper into his embrace. Go ahead, assemble it according to the shape above. Yinghua Ji directed Zhongshan Jun to embed the heart of the 9 attacks into the bronze gate. Chapter 67. The Terrifying Panel. Everyone pondered what monumental events would transpire on Kunlun Mountain 3 months hence. Naturally, Qiu Yutong was not intimidated by Meng Hu's threats, had she been so easily swayed. She could not have quelled the chaos of the 8 Kings Rebellion with her meager forces 3 years prior. Yet, Qiu Yutong could not dismiss a sobering reality. Was the heavy price to eradicate Meng Hu truly worth it? Are you not clutching my ankle? She mused. If I transform into a star, devoid of legs, where will you grasp? I refuse to believe in your strength. Even if your claws were to grow, would you be able to seize the stars themselves? If you truly possess such power, I would concede. The Shujia deer felt an instinctive urge to pivot again. But doing so would plunge it headlong into the mist, and a moment's hesitation led to an icy arrow carving a deep gash upon its hindquarters. Though no blood flowed from the wound, it severely hampered the deer's speed. Wang Dao seethed with anger. His repeated forbearance had emboldened these individuals, who were becoming increasingly audacious. At some point, a towering figure emerged from the void, cloaked in black, with lustrous hair cascading over broad shoulders, and stubble resembling steel wires. The 2 young masters of the Qi family were indeed suitable, yet the most fitting were the 8 generals within Qingyi City, whose commands even the Qi masters had to heed. He gazed intently, and after a span of 4 or 5 minutes, the figure abruptly halted, causing the sword phantoms that had danced around her to vanish. Su Moyu observed this scene, a wave of inexplicable melancholy washing over her. However, another thought suddenly surfaced. Was this person accustomed to leading with a leash, treating her as merely one among He Weiyin and the others? I shall take charge, Lu Yifei declared, rising to offer a smile to He Weiyin before striding boldly forward. Coco waved for a taxi, plopping into the front seat and beckoning me and Murong Shanshan to join her. Due to the sudden surge upstream, the forces of Chao along the banks found most of their troops submerged, as the Northern Army largely lacked swimming skills, and submersion often meant death. Watching the 2 figures, Shen Feng felt a strange unease, sensing something amiss, yet unable to articulate precisely what it was. Zhang Mingming observed Lin Feng, who clutched a black duffel bag. This rogue had claimed to come to South Korea for an important matter, yet now shamelessly trailed her. Yet, Shen Feng's purpose in the underworld was to have Yuqi resurrected with her memories intact. How could he bear to witness her memories fade before his eyes? Koma effortlessly severed a tiger soldier in half with a single stroke, leaving a gruesome display of entrails strewn across the ground. Although the onlookers had grown accustomed to dismemberment, the sight still elicited slight frowns. Murong Shanshan's name shone brightly. She had evidently logged in early. I reached out to her, arranging to meet at the western gate of the Paradise Lost base. She suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Compared to before, she found herself more concerned with his intentions than with material gifts. When did heartfelt sentiment eclipse the value of presence? Had she become purer? Or had she merely begun to feel for him? Pang Tong sighed deeply, lamenting, in this time of calamity, what more can I say? Alas, Zhang Ren raised his hand, exclaiming, please, Master Pang, accompany me to meet my lord. At that moment, Pang Tong was compelled, surrendering to the soldiers who escorted him forward. Morag, why do you assist him? Smog questioned, his expression cold as he regarded this government's most wanted criminal aiding a pirate with a bounty of 30 million, utterly perplexed. Opening a bank account requires identification, Wang Peng said. An old Su cannot explain why the bank possesses its own account information, can he? He gazed helplessly at the intricately carved beams, his eyes growing dimmer as scenes shifted. In the center of the open space below the mountain, a vast construction site buzzed with activity, bright torches dotting the land like stars, while countless figures scurried about like industrious ants. Why? Who exactly are you? Why have you rescued me so many times? Luo Fei unconsciously uttered as she watched Song Yuan's silhouette retreating. Empress Nia, in her fury, struck Zhao Si, only to be met with his incredulous gaze. A sudden wave of panic washed over her. She wished to offer an explanation but found herself at a loss for words. Her mouth opening and closing without uttering a single sound. Wu Deming contemplated the vastness of the world, yearning for the opportunity to venture forth. After all, they had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. Thus, isolating oneself in a closed-off chamber was impractical. It was not a burst of speed, but merely a fleeting shadow. Guyu charged towards the void. When an assassin chooses stealth and ambush rather than direct confrontation, Guyu would hardly be one to hide away. Spring rolls and rice noodle cakes, both filled with freshly sautéed chives and scrambled eggs, appeared vibrant in yellow and green hues, a visual delight. A single bite released a fragrant burst, filling the air with the vitality of spring, while the dark green rice dumplings exuded the aroma of mugwort, further whetting the appetite. Subsequently, Shimin Jingyan exited the room, leaving Qianruo alone with the illicit dealings of the Baiyun group he had entrusted her. Chapter 68, Mastering Divine Techniques. A new era of explosive damage. Senior, is it truly inspiration drawn from the ancient tree that led to the creation of the Cypress Emperor Fist? Xietong could not help but inquire, marveling at the depth of insight required to derive such profundities from an immobile tree. Now, Qin Shou had vanquished his inner demons, and his mind had matured. His self-image within the realm of the heart had evolved from childhood to adolescence. Though the reasons behind Lu He's understanding of these age distinctions were unclear, Yi Tianxuan could distinctly sense Lu He's profound fear, as he witnessed the other's uncharacteristic loss of composure, a stark contrast to their previous encounters, even when pursued by the pinnacle of the soul realm. In the realm of Tianheng, mastering artifacts that could suppress the mind would allow one to manipulate the release of malevolent energy freely as their power grew, ultimately leading to complete mastery without fear of backlash. And now, Guojia approached Sun Yu with a grave expression, placing his cup upon the sand table before inquiring of Fuda. However, the Yute monarch and the core members of the Legion had long since exhausted their strength during the ritual to unseal the white-faced, golden-haired, nine-tailed fox. They were hardly in a position to encircle Qin Shou. Qin Shou merely scoffed, glaring, which sent the nearby Fusang demons scurrying away in panic. An entire day had passed. Some disciples wiped the sweat from their brows, expressing their mild concern. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Guofu, upon seeing the two children depart, led the Tang army to believe that the next step would be a thunderous eruption, coercing and enticing Tang Xinyu to leave the school. Aside from the already merged first image, Lin Xin began to examine the second image, continuing until the sixth, feeling his head grow heavy. Unsurprisingly, these 5 images, when combined, constituted yet another martial technique. The silver-armored elder could not have known that Yi Tianxuan's movement technique was the inherited martial art of the Voidbreaker, known as Cloud Light, a skill that even many heavenly sovereigns from beyond the heavens struggled to master. Yet, the members of Class 2 in the business school remained silent. Even if they wished to participate, their aspirations were thwarted by their lack of capability. Zhang Yi's fingers danced upon the screen, yet he remained at a loss for words. The complexity of disarming this explosive device lay precisely in this predicament, even with 2 individuals working in tandem. Controlling the timing of severing the 2 wires within a second proved to be an arduous task. Nevertheless, Gong Xunyu accomplished it with remarkable ease. Li Juanxiu continued to smile and chatter away, disregarding Su Yuan's demeanor entirely, choosing instead to express his own thoughts unabashedly. However, the experiences gained from traversing this interdimensional space corridor significantly enhanced their understanding of spatial dynamics. Lao Xian and the others, seasoned veterans themselves, comprehended the forced maturity and emotional burden that Yi Ziluo was enduring at this moment. They did not perceive it as a misfortune, after all. Without enduring tempests and forging resilience, how could one tread the path of cultivation step by step until reaching the pinnacle of success? Meanwhile, Long Yi observed Ren Xinyan meticulously as she prepared coffee, absorbing every detail with diligence. He was acutely aware that if the others continued their conversation, they might conjure up fanciful tales, for he could not fathom that Tang Yi was of such a nature. The honest Gong Xunyu refrained from divulging this matter to his senior brother, inadvertently leading Yuan Bingbing to believe him weak and thus emboldening her mischief. The 5 elements sacred beasts were crafted by humanity, while the 6 chess spirits were the creation of the Atlantean guardian. Hence, the 5 elements sacred beasts predated the 6 chess spirits, yet due to the superior technological prowess of Atlantis, the capabilities of the 6 chess spirits eclipsed those of the 5 elements sacred beasts. Hubai was momentarily taken aback by these revelations. What on earth did that mean? In his stupor, Chu Jian had already voiced the unspoken doubts harbored by all. It was no surprise. The majority of Su Heng's current cadre were formidable, capable of marching under the cover of night without leaving a trace. They may not be a match for the army in open battle, but within this jungle, few could rival them. Zhang Kuan stepped onto the stage, and as the judge called for the start, he immediately unleashed the Hand of Purgatory, secretly combining it with the firepower of the demon god Nibirius, setting Lu Jia ablaze in a frenzy. Must I exchange my soul for each point I gift you? Jing Rong queried with a smile that held an air of ambiguity, while a shiver ran through Hatsune's heart. For the flowing cloud beast was a being closely monitored by the heavenly Tao. In terms of ability, it was not inferior to Jing Rong, leading her to contemplate that his attribute points might well have been derived from the gifts of others. Though Wang Ningxi occupied a seat in the pavilion, she could discern from the glances of those around her that this was a manifestation of humanity's inherent flaws. When one is unable to achieve something, they often rally others to do it for them, offering insincere encouragement regardless of the outcome. Yuan Ji understood immediately. Ren Chansong had sought fortune for 30 years. As a preternatural being, the lack of fortune undoubtedly meant he had amassed considerable wealth. His aspiration was to gather energy for cultivation, with the hope of returning to Mingshu Mountain one day, rendering earthly riches rather meaningless. Zhou Guifei appeared genuinely enraged. Her favorite parrot had been killed by a cat. The hotel manager and staff attending the banquet could not help but think how much it resembled the Dutch underworld. Yet, his words seemed to only infuriate Guwen further. She halted her steps and turned to face Peter. Yuan Ji pondered for a moment, feeling a twinge of guilt toward Director Liao, while he was also unwilling to conceal too much regarding the current plight of Earth. Although due to the private relationship between Sun Xiaoyu and Wang Aie, the photographers had dressed Luo Qiong relatively modestly, one could only imagine the fury that would ensue when Huang Jianliang laid eyes on such a set of photographs, envisioning the old-fashioned man seething in indignation. Chapter 69. The new king takes the throne. Beast tide. Beast tide. South Jiang once again descends into despair. Upon entering, Lu Ju glanced around at the two, then smiled politely, saying, I am unacquainted with the roads of Hangzhou and have wandered for quite some time to find this place. I sincerely apologize for keeping Lord Wang waiting. Lu Ju's agreement to come was not out of deference to official relations, but rather to honor his good brother. Of course, this was to be conducted under the auspices of the laws of the Dark Empire, with everything under the rule of the Lin King of the Dark Empire. This was the frontier, where war could erupt at any moment. If caught, she would surely be branded a deserter. Li Chengqian's junior official was Zhang Xuansu. a renowned advisor of the Tang dynasty, known for his integrity. He had nearly fallen victim to Li Chengqian previously, yet remained steadfast in his principles. Thus, as the wound on Li Qing's chest had just begun to heal, the next instant, his entire upper body was cleaved in two by a sharp long knife. Those present could only envy. They dared not snatch it away, for it was a gift from Lord Lin Gu to that young man. The expulsion of an 8th-tier demon required first to suppress the demonic powers, then gradually drive them out, a process that might take around 50 years. 50 years might seem lengthy to humanity, yet for beings like Meng, it was merely a fleeting moment. It bore a resemblance to the holy sword array of execution. Lin Yu mused that now Zhang Lingyi wielded the power to manifest the flowing fire sword array in the heavens alone, a feat that attested to his formidable prowess. Su Lai harbored no fear of offending these two young masters. Throughout his life, he had witnessed many deaths and taken many lives, rendering him indifferent to such matters. Qin Di retracted his finger, sealing the bamboo tube with a cork before placing it in his bosom. He then sat cross-legged on the bed, channeling the true energy derived from the essence of the Xian Kai Tian Mo insect poison into his meridians, gathering it within his dantian. Feng Hao casually recited a poem, only to see Zhou Xinghao's eyes light up, resembling a person who had stumbled upon a rare treasure, causing Feng Hao to momentarily suspect his sexual orientation. Several cars proceeded toward the labor camp, and as each vehicle passed through security, the human resistance members inside fidgeted anxiously. Upon witnessing a bag snatching occur in the street, Xiao Wei instinctively tapped the driver, who had become numb from pedaling, urging him to halt the vehicle. The heavenly court thus became the rightful authority of the Pangu world, the supreme realm of Pangu. Indeed, as Kong Xian had anticipated, 8 out of the 9 golden crows had perished, inciting the heavenly court's fury. They mobilized countless troops. And although a full-scale war with the witch clan had not erupted, they commenced the conquest of the affiliated tribes of the 12 ancestor witches. You are merely a demon I have nurtured. Cease your trifling commands before me, the Black Emperor coldly admonished. Dragon Yinxia's words drew only a cold glance from Long Yinxian, who with a flick of his sleeve, strode away. Dragon Yinxia shrugged, feigning indifference. Yet a glimmer of contemplation flickered in his eyes. At this moment, the members of Wanbao Tower dared not intervene to rescue their young master. Everyone was aware of Nez's strength, not to mention the legendary son Wukong, who had once wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. Upon seeing Chun Yi approach with the flower fairy, they immediately retreated. This time, the 6th prince of the Nanyan kingdom was truly trapped like a turtle in a jar. A soldier chuckled to his comrades beside him. Fan Zhongjin surveyed his surroundings. Injuries and deaths were rampant. The scene was tragic, and as he looked at Lu Yuan, his entire body trembled with trepidation. Big brother, please accept us. We wish to pledge our allegiance to you, Biaozi implored, kneeling with clasped hands. Fan Tianluo now possessed formidable strength. Although her mental prowess was not as potent as it had been in the Honggu continent, it was still quite impressive. Bursting into the lounge, Ling Chun was infuriated and amused. This foolish girl was still rummaging through things. Zhang Baichuan had just entered. And did she not realize she was about to be caught red-handed? Master, what did that person mean? Lan Hua inquired, looking quizzically at Mo Wanli, unsure of the conversation they had just shared. Brother, you are indeed ruthless. Bashi's voice rang out as he took a step forward, effortlessly tossing the wine jar that had been thrown to him. Yang Tianlong was consumed by a profound resentment towards these grotesque beings. Upon witnessing this, he swiftly darted towards the entrance, only to find yet another 5 monsters approaching, one of which was poised to enter through the opening. At this moment, Yu, who had already leaped down from the palace rooftop, hastily vacating the royal residence, for such clandestine court affairs were hardly suitable for his direct observation. Do not conceal anything before me. Although I cannot perceive your true strength, I am well aware of everyone who has traversed my domain, Ming declared, as the distance closed. And with less than 10 zhang remaining, a carriage abruptly halted by the roadside. Without pausing for thought, the two pursued and came to a stop as well, creating a magnificent flow of source stones. Onlookers would surely be astonished. It became clear to them that Shen Tian had been meditating for this very purpose. Furthermore, as Wan had mentioned seeing Kai Ji in clandestine discussions with Xie Yu, it implied that Xie Yu was the one secretly in contact with Kai Ji. Additionally, given that Kai Ji and Kai Ping had arrived at the Prince of Shun's residence under Xie Yu's influence, Dai Jin was increasingly inclined to believe that perhaps Xie Yu harbored some less than benevolent intentions towards her. It was indeed true. Previously, she had been preoccupied with gratitude towards Sister Xie Min, neglecting to ponder why she had suddenly chosen to pardon her. Meanwhile, the bull-eyed youth, filled with pent-up fury, commanded his army to commence the siege, while another faction, led by Banya, advanced towards the slope. Ji Wuxing traversed the forbidden grounds with her, and between them, a serene silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the increasingly dense mist. Chapter 70. Beast Tide? No, it is the delivery of free attribute points. After a night of deliberation, Feng Shui, along with Xue Nu, concluded that while the country indeed possessed ninja villages, Pursuing the path of red ideology akin to the land of the whirlpools would inevitably lead to conflict with the ninjas. No, my lord. Her voice, soft yet resolute, resonated from behind. Lin Shui furrowed her brow and cast a surprised glance at Ji Ning. In her recollection, although Ji Ning was youthful, he was far more mature and composed than the average disciple. Why, then, upon encountering her parents, did he begin to speak nonsensically? At that moment, the gray-robed artifact craftsman's palms suddenly emitted wisps of white smoke, as if it were vaporizing. In the midst of over 2,000 bewildered freshmen, a colossal spacecraft descended at the school's largest harbor. The last time, the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish ghost had returned mid-journey, obediently responding to the village's summons. Enduring countless hardships and traversing the sea to return home, the leader had already attained the third stage of the fourth realm, surpassing Han Fun in every aspect, leaving her utterly helpless against his restrained hand. Zhou Kuan concealed himself in the city's shadows, cursing under his breath. How could there be anyone in this city? The exoskeletal protective suit indicated that the atmospheric pressure and oxygen levels in the city were nearly indistinguishable from those of a modern city, albeit slightly lower. Has the God King departed? Upon seeing Ning Xiao, Cheng Xiang, now unencumbered, suddenly inquired. Xianyuan Outyin was unaware of the spatial matters. Yet he was certain that Yi Shui possessed the spirit fruit. Even a hint of such information leaking out would drive the entire world to madness. How would I know which church it is? Amut muttered, choosing not to elaborate further. I have emerged. Do not harm my family, Xiao Yang declared as he stepped out. Casting a glance at the individual before him, Xianyuan Outyin was about to speak when he heard Yi Shui's words, causing the breath to catch in his throat. What are you shouting for? Are you not afraid of waking you? A slightly displeased voice resonated softly in his ear, and Sima Tulian, using the light from within the room, recognized the unexpected visitor, Emperor Yi Huayu, who had not stayed at Huanqing Palace for nearly a year. The current situation was entirely beyond his control. After navigating through these events, he felt utterly powerless. The hand that had been consuming the bird's nest paused momentarily, as Mu Lingxue finished the remaining delicacy in her bowl. After all, once or twice would not harm her health, and since the other party wished to proceed in such a manner, how could she disrupt their enjoyment? Observing Xiao Qi in a contemplative silence only served to further affirm Jean Mo's suspicions. Biting her lip in disappointment, her clear, sparkling eyes gazed fixedly at Xiao Qi, betraying a hint of grievance that stirred guilt within him. That afternoon, Chun Yin did not rush home, as on the previous days. She remained in the piano room with Nguyen Wan, first instructing her in piano practice, before sitting beside the piano to continue composing the new guardianship piece that was already a third complete. All right, wait a moment while I change my clothes. We shall depart shortly. Seeing Li Kong's anxious demeanor, old Lu stood and walked towards the inner room, shutting the door with a thud behind him. Although he had not sustained any injuries, Su Xing could still sense a deathly aura emanating from the boundless darkness and searing heat, reminiscent of the summoning of Mou, only now intensified by hundreds or thousands of times. Upon hearing Yang's father's words, the crowd collectively understood. These individuals were not there to confront them, but to deal with those tyrants exploiting their power. Truly, evil meets its just deserts. They were fortunate to have Yang, who had introduced them to such a capable ally. Ding! Another crisp clash of weapons resounded, just as Su Xing thought he was on the brink of defeat. A shadowy assassin arrived in the nick of time to absorb the blow meant for him. This was hardly Su Xing's fault, after all. Facing such a formidable opponent left no room for distraction, and it was only natural to overlook details. Without wasting time in relief or lamentation, Su Xing quickly regained his balance and retreated a few steps, temporarily evading Li Weidon's physical attacks, regrouping to continue the skirmish. For every second of demonic transformation was of utmost value. However, it was now evident that it was not a mere scattering. The various attractions were closely situated, the only distinction being that plants obstructed the view. The distances between the attractions were merely such that they could not see one another. Reporting to the authorities? Impossible. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he promptly shook his head in denial. In such matters of the martial world, involving the police would yield limited results. And he was acutely aware of how he was perceived in their eyes, making this avenue utterly impractical. Of course, whether they came or not was irrelevant. Yang had not been anticipating their arrival. Since the beginning of the semester, he had been relentlessly busy, and even now, he had yet to resolve the issue regarding the selection of programs. Taking advantage of this brief interval between classes, he hastened to finalize the programs. Yu Dai waved her hand, feigning a look of having suffered a great loss, then shifted her gaze towards Li Zixiao's bed, suddenly rubbing her arms and curiously asking. As the spiritual energy circulated, a barrier extended from the sword's body, yet before it could stabilize, Feng Yi's attack had already arrived. The Yin Hall, Moon Shadow Hall, and Xianming Hall had long dominated the power rankings, with Xianming Hall reigning supreme. Chapter 71, The God of 2 Seconds? The War Cannon of Infinite Firepower. How long has it been since His Highness left the capital? Princess Tsongshui inquired, observing the busy servants in the hall. That is more like it. If such a formidable boss-level expert could roam freely, this world would descend into chaos. His face was etched with astonishment. It was evident that Yi Feng had not exerted himself, yet the formidable force seemed capable of shattering every bone in his body. A warm current coursed through him, igniting a gentle heat within. What is there to be embarrassed about? We wholeheartedly welcome you to stay, Lin Yishang remarked with profound significance. In the cosmic number 9, Jing's son had long returned, for Bai Fifan had entrusted him to Bai Fengjia, who ultimately guided him back to his homeland. Very well. Father will prepare a gift for you, which you shall see when you come over during your break. Ji Kai's mind brimmed with a splendid idea. Perhaps due to Ji Kai's prior absorption of the blood essence of King Yu, being adept in the waters, the current assimilation of Gongong's blood essence proceeded with remarkable ease. However, as it intertwined with the blood essence of the Panlong, the transformation was significantly more pronounced, causing his blood to feel as if it were igniting, rendering Ji Kai's entire being flushed a deep crimson. Since Fengshang was indeed affiliated with Fengshi, how could Tuoba Shen possibly visit his residence under such scrutiny? Moreover, Fengshang held the position of a governor. Even if he were not aligned with Fengshi, he would refrain from visiting Fengshang's household. In truth, it was precisely because this place harbored numerous advantages that the Demon Mountain was dubbed a sanctuary for cultivation. Shortly thereafter, Pierce, who had vehemently denied any involvement in transactions, appeared beneath Shirley's Twitter post, leaving his mark with a similar image. Unexpectedly, the remaining half of the stone was remarkably elongated. The laborers toiled for hours yet failed to clear it entirely. From the extracted 7 or 8 meters, the outline gradually became discernible. Ultimately, after unleashing a volley of arrows, the Egyptian archers were compelled to retreat as the Roman legions closed in, mere steps away. Just as the others planned to heed the well-meaning advice and seek shelter in the caves located on the lowest 2 tiers of the stone mountain, Wang Hao informed them that the camp should be established on the 3rd tier. As Ao Qing was lost in thought, a janitor approached, hefting a large broom along the path. The humbled Lakers were formidable, they possessed immense potential, and when they chose to unleash it, they undoubtedly became a team of extraordinary talent. The man turned out to be a trainer, specializing in human resources training for a foreign enterprise. An astonishing bounty of 880 million loomed over the seas, capable of annihilating swathes of pirates. In the early segments of the Grand Line, where formidable individuals were scarce, it represented an absolute dominance. In such chaos, it was nearly impossible to discern one from another. Arms were flailing from all directions. Shirley, holding a slight advantage, could not possibly protect the rebound under such circumstances, and he deftly nudged the basketball outward. Throughout history, countless emperors have squandered their last vestiges of vigor in such warm baths, nestled in the embrace of beautiful women, forgetting grand ambitions in favor of fleeting affections. So certain, the emperor did not expect Zhong Nan's response to be so resolute, starkly contrasting the ambiguous rhetoric of bureaucrats who dared not make any firm assertions. Yi Ningchuan felt a tinge of regret and accepted the flower. She rarely interacted with the opposite sex, and to be precise, those she had engaged with had almost all become her fated companions, harboring no ulterior motives, rendering her somewhat oblivious to the thoughts of men. Alexei, I neither can afford the 2-104 nor require such a thing. You should be aware that I possess an L-2D transport aircraft, which suffices for my needs. Albeit under the guise of an item, Wang Yu stated, his expression one of discomfort. Old man, I've heard the military plans to equip thousands of J-7s. What do you think? Wang Yu inquired, a hint of boldness in his demeanor. Although Chun Yuanqing had already devised a plan for his next destination, he still summoned Lu Bin to inquire for further insights. Upon hearing this, Song Jingxian lifted her gaze and spotted several former high society ladies approaching her. The 3-year exclusive rights to refined salt across the Grand Provinces fetched a staggering price of 504 million taels. Haizi also shifted the spotlight onto the creative aspects, beginning to spread rumors that Es songs were penned by someone else. Even practitioners of the tribulation stage of average caliber might not be their match, with the risk of being slain by them. Despite the elite caliber of the Twilight Wolf Riders, their equestrian skills were unparalleled, yet the range of their archery remained limited. Yi Kuan was utterly bewildered. He knew nothing at all, having spent little time with Shengsheng. With a sigh, he divulged everything he knew to Shengsheng, withholding nothing. Master, how did you come to be on Longming Mountain? Li Xiao had long pondered how Mo Wuan had escaped the inferno. Such pure life essence. The insect master marveled, unable to resist taking a sip, only to feel his blood begin to boil within. It is I, Phoenix Academy's Kyujin, who has been mistaken for a benevolent soul. It seems my time has not yet come, Yi Bufei stated. As for those pirates, Crocodile certainly would not take them at face value. Yet this did not deter him from viewing them as mere cannon fodder and pawns. Faced with such a terrifying assault, Fan Mingji could only cross his arms in a hasty defense, feeling a dreadful power radiating through his limbs. Many debated the strengths and weaknesses of the top 10. Some claimed Xian Feng was the strongest, while others argued for Luan Xinrui, just as he bellowed in fury. A line of floating characters materialized in the void of the cave. Angel Xia was enraged. In his unconscious state, Yin Wu was deeply concerned, vigilantly guarding her bedside day and night. The assailants aimed to disrupt Zhang Juanhao's focus, and moments later, they seized the opportunity, unleashing 2 bullets, just as Zhang Juanhao had bid farewell to 2 others. Sensing a surge of lethal intent enveloping him, he sprang forward just in time to narrowly evade the bullets. Chapter 72, 40,000 free attribute points. Lei Zhinshan's punishment. Typically, such oppressive actions by Tsukimi Subaru would elicit a modicum of resentment. Indeed, the soldiers below nodded in agreement, believing Feng Xian spoke the truth. Fan Zheng had no reason to target them. Gazing at Xuan Ning's departing figure, Qiao Yang and Bo Yuhan exchanged glances, each harboring their own contemplations. Dongfang Qin clenched his right fist, truly incensed. It was the first time he had witnessed another's prowess surpassing his own. What a joke. Feng Xian would never wager himself so lightly. Furthermore, Su Huang might not necessarily triumph over Yin Liang, especially now that Su Huang had indulged in drink, slightly tipsy. He mused. Damn it. The bodyguard, disheartened, struck the air with a fist. Just as he swung, a shadow flitted past, vanishing from existence. Was it that same force again? A sensation of the earth beneath Alessia's feet dissipating revealed a cavern akin to an abyss, her eyes gleaming with a flicker of brilliance, lost in contemplation. Not far away, Yiqingzi, enduring pain tenfold greater than Du Ting's, shed a tear upon witnessing Du Ting's smile directed at Yin Xian. The moment Qianshan stepped through the examination hall's entrance, he instantly felt a barrage of malevolent gazes directed his way. Now that is more like it, Master Mo. Those who recognize the times are indeed the wise, and I must say I have a profound admiration for you in this regard. Mu Rongbai said this as he strode forward, yet his large hand halted the bodyguards who sought to accompany him from behind. Tang Xiao had no desire to tease Princess Itai, but since Feng Ji had cast a knowing glance, he decided to play along with him. The impatient Mo Qing, leveraging the connection he shared with the fortunate spirit within him, rushed to the scene and was greeted by a peculiar sight. He witnessed the soldier who had just emerged from the fork in the cave approach a wall, lift the lid of a long ammunition box stacked high, and extract a multitude of canned goods, enlisting several idle soldiers to assist in carrying them back into the cave. When Chu Jiangxiu inquired about who was steering the steel factory, Chun Jinan replied that it was Song Yingxing. The search required one to strip completely, and though Chu Jiangxiu was exceedingly reluctant, he had no choice but to comply. Very well, I shall pretend I never said anything. That fellow is so arrogant. He ought to endure some hardship. Does he wish to die comfortably? Perhaps in his next life. Thus, the entire matter's logic should be as follows. The level 5 individual, possessing the means to escape entirely unscathed from Ingma, indicates that the other side was meticulously prepared, leaving little to chance, yet at the same time. The level 5 master was an utter wastrel, one who would not be mourned even if he were slain by Ingma, hence he could not possibly be the protagonist. The meaning behind the ghostly figure's words was quite evident. My current strength is insufficient. Attempting to disrupt the nodes at the headquarters of the underworld would be tantamount to seeking death. When other nations come to pay tribute, it serves to demonstrate the unparalleled strength of our great China. They are left with only a sense of reverence, compelled to offer their tributes. Mere moments later, one of the lead warhorses among the pursuing cavalry let out a long, mournful neigh, collapsing alongside its rider, causing the ground to tremble with a cloud of dust. The other 2 horses, struck by arrows, managed only a few more steps before they too stumbled and fell. Previously, Ningyi had found it perplexing. Given the heavens' ruthless and miserly temperament, unless it was to foster a child of destiny for the transformation of the world, how could one so easily receive divine favor? However, the Eastern Extreme Palace likewise boasted celestial beings of equal standing, and thus would not be intimidated by the inexperienced junior, Xia Luyan. This highland, located at the southwestern edge of the former Sultanate of Ji, would later become a focal point of contention between the North and South Sudans. Listening to his affectation of nonchalance, Bai Tianxing seemed to glimpse the resolute choice he had once made, a choice that required immense courage, one he felt both proud of and pained by. Yet, ghosts are denizens of the underworld, while humanity belongs to the realm of the living, even at night. The natural environment of the earthly realm exerts a measure of suppression over ghostly entities, which is why the dark clouds hovering over the Black Mountain army transformed the surroundings into their dominion. Among this, the portion of the Deccan Plateau controlled by the Sultanate of Bamani encompasses what would later be known as Maharashtra, Karnataka, and northern Andhra Pradesh. Did you think I was consulting you? The foolish mercenary leader gestured toward one of his subordinates, who promptly understood and thrust his sword through the chest of a villager before him, followed by a chorus of screams and pleas for mercy. Yet the mercenaries remained utterly unmoved. A millennium ago, within the already fragmented Tao alliance, there emerged an astonishingly talented young cultivator, nurtured by myriad demons, who stepped forth from the 10,000 great mountains, embarking on a life rich with legend. At this moment, Dianwei was still locked in a stalemate with Qin Zhe, both men grasping at Qin Zhe's spear, engaged in a relentless struggle for control, as Jianwei unleashed a punch towards Qinzai's head. Qinzai sidestepped to avoid it. Yet the explosive wind from the punch grazed his cheek, causing a stinging sensation. He retaliated with a kick aimed directly at Jianwei's vulnerable spot. Rest assured, brother Xiaowei. If this is merely a philosophical debate, then so be it. But if it turns to something more intense, I fear no one. Long Xing spoke in a deep tone. Qi Junyi was equally taken aback by Mu Annel's sudden and intense reaction, turning to her with a furrowed brow, this time eliminating any circumlocution, and asked her plainly. The thought alone made Tai Xiangshue's breath quicken, her spirits plummeting. In that moment, she was at a loss for what to do, her heart a tumult of contradictions. At this juncture, the room was suffused with an eerie atmosphere, and a fierce wind howled. Just as Yin Junfeng was about to touch down, he suddenly caught sight of the ghostly figure's gaze, adorned with a peculiar smile, and felt a jolt within, using the air to propel himself. The Xianyu sword cutting through with a flash of emerald light, aimed at the floor. Tears cascaded down uncontrollably, accompanied by a voice that mingled reproach, resentment, and tenderness, dripping onto Qi Yao's face and lips. A Jew, heedless of everything, lay atop Qi Yao's face and wept inconsolably, her eyes blurred, wiping her tears with his blanket, only to continue her lament. Chapter 73, The Floating Divine Kingdom. The Blessing of the Ninth Order Guild. Complete defeat? What constitutes complete defeat? Zhang Lan was momentarily taken aback. Considering that the most troublesome aspect of Mao Yinglong was the consciousness entity within his mind, she had refrained from directly killing him. Fearing the entity's escape would make it even more elusive. So, what exactly qualifies as utter defeat? She was astonished that the Golden Lotus transformation had vanished so suddenly. Chun Bingchen was somewhat dazed, eventually remembering that divine abilities cannot be sustained indefinitely. It was likely that before she uttered the words of surrender, the ability had already been on the brink of vanishing, allowing Li Shan to so easily disperse the divine power. Otherwise, controlling the divine abilities of the magical tools would not be so straightforward. Meanwhile, Kalen felt a growing impatience. At this moment, Mao Yinglong had yet to retaliate, with Zhang Lan solely orchestrating the assault, while Mao Yinglong appeared to evade her attacks with ease, not even breaking a sweat, as if he were merely a coach guiding a novice in practice. Why are you back again? Xiaofeng was surprised to see Wei Yaru return. It had only been a short while since she had arrived. Why was she back again? Was it not agreed that she would not come unless there was something important? Yet, with her already present, Xiaofeng could only hastily allow her entry. Mu Qinghong, do not overstep your bounds. I know not who within the water sect you are, but perhaps unable to endure this oppressive atmosphere, or unwilling to lose face for the water sect, you trembled as you shouted at Qinghong. Indeed, it is true. Yet it is no great matter. The seventh elder, accustomed to life on Dragon Island, regarded this place with disdain. It has been half a year. Many have studied Haizi. Initially claiming his smoky voice was forced, asserting that he could not sustain such a singing style for long. Later, they speculated that he relied on sound card effects. Yet, half a year has passed, and they remain unable to comprehend how he can so effortlessly transition between a rocker's raspy voice and ethereal love ballads. All right. Let us all temper our excitement and not rejoice too soon. As the coach, Chunxi was the first to regain composure. Across the lake, Bai Maji frowned slightly. Shaking her head helplessly, this girl remained as unruly as ever. Unexpectedly, the one to strike was not the scorned and insulted Hua Meyer, but rather Mu Qinghong, who had always maintained an air of calm, even in the face of provocation. Ah, my fine general, you have finally arrived. The king continued to howl. Upon seeing his face, Qiuan Yue felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. Was he attempting to convey his excitement? However, the situation was different now. This individual before them hailed from a place where, should things go awry, he could easily implicate them in some crime, leaving them utterly bereft of recourse. Director Dingley, unfazed, lit a cigarette, and took a puff before sliding a pack of premium de Zhonghua across the table to Ma Fei, reclining against the back of the sofa as he indulged in the smoke. The once formidable presence of Xie Tian dissipated in an instant, and he nodded hastily, not daring to meet the other's gaze. A family of wealth and privilege. Gu Shao accepted the wine jug handed over by Yuan Lu and consumed its contents in a single gulp. The jug was modest in size, and Gu Shao drained it entirely. Jun Nua offered no further response, merely allowing a cold smile to grace his lips, exuding an air of elegance as if he held all under control. The victor of 9 consecutive wine festivals. One can only imagine the extraordinary prowess of the wine immortal in brewing. Fragmented images flickered in his mind, vibrant scenes replaying incessantly. Indeed, Your Majesty, the maidservant finds it credible. While investigating this individual, I also inquired of Prime Minister Wang, who concurred. As he spoke, his smile deepened, his eyes narrowing into slits of mirth. Could it be that the characters within this world truly exist, merely unknown to him until now? Despite such musings, Xiaonan had already resolved that upon exiting Nirvana City, he would immediately eliminate Wentao. Those who offend the Blood Refinement Island and wish to survive are simply delusional. As sword energies clashed, Both divine manifestations trembled, and Shen Xiaoyang was left in shock. The Taishan sword art was never known for its enduring energy channels. Yet Ling Chong's void manifestation unleashed a torrent of power akin to a boundless ocean, particularly in its ebb and flow. Imbued with an ethereal grace reminiscent of an ancient master steeped in the sword's essence for countless lifetimes. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a slender white figure emerged from a cavern, ethereal and graceful, her flowing gown billowing as she approached. The radiance emanating was overwhelmingly intense, piercing through the thick cliffside, causing the entire mountain to shimmer with a brilliant glow, a formidable aura radiating outward ceaselessly. Yishang remained somewhat bewildered, taking a few steps forward into the center of the dance floor, feeling an unexpected shyness under the scrutiny of many eyes. Chao Jing understood well the rarity of such a creature, particularly the star-eating iron-armored beast, which was 1 in 10,000. Merely bringing the news back to the starry demon sect would surely delight the Star Emperor, resulting in a generous reward. That star-eating iron-armored beast was indeed an anomaly. Initially muddled, drifting through the river of stars, yet after a millennium of arduous cultivation, it suddenly attained enlightenment, mastering the profound Yin. The leader of the Suyu tribe, Fala Chong, exchanged glances with the elder Zhao Hab, both astonished by Hall's audacity to openly voice such sentiments. Cough. Observing his subordinates with gleaming eyes, Balbaron could not help but clear his throat to interrupt them. Although he too yearned for superior enchanted equipment, he remained unclouded by Hall's words. Fu Zhan's gaze flickered as he slightly turned his head. With his power, he could perceive a mass of corpse energy enveloped in an endless sea of golden lightning high above, while a cluster of starlight clashed vigorously with the true energy for vanquishing demons, marking 2 battlefields where the ancestors of the Taishan sect were intercepting the demon ancestor. Jiao Chun's perceptive abilities were the sharpest, and he was the first to sense the impending threat. Turning his form, he faced downward, just in time to witness the glinting bone spikes. Yu Qing implies that we must execute the empty city ruse impeccably, as the protagonist. You must meticulously ponder every detail. Chen Xian added. Bai Ran thought of her parents, observing Sun Hua's demeanor, even though he had threatened Zhang Lan. Sun Qian had gone to great lengths to counter her. Jiang Shanhua noticed her cousin was markedly different from before, radiating vitality and occasionally smiling with a glimmer of affection in her eyes, revealing that she had found someone special. Chapter 74. The Gate of 4 Transformations. An exorbitant price for admission. All this time, Shiyao had not been particularly fond of him, had she? Why had things changed so drastically in just 2 months? Another month passed, and a terrifying surge emanated from the cave. Yang stood bare, his body slender yet erect, with defined curves. 3 meridians on his left arm glowed, harboring explosive power, and the Tai meridians had also been unblocked. After more than 10 minutes, the airplane slowly rolled down the runway, soon ascending higher and gradually disappearing from sight. Perhaps the Azure Bull Python had never regarded them as significant, or perhaps they were merely overthinking. The 3 were entangled in a web of anxiety, feeling an indescribable impatience, and after 3 days of waiting, they had exhausted their last reserves of patience and resolved to depart. This morning, the scout reported that Lu Yan was leading 10,000 allied troops from the prefecture, now less than 300 miles from Zhou County, expected to arrive the day after tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Xuanyu's expression shifted dramatically. He suddenly turned, and at that moment, Chun Xiao's true form appeared behind him, swiftly grasping his throat with a resounding thud. Though Kubai Nung had not directly engaged the Xiongnu, the ability of their soldiers to survive amidst the assaults from the Chang and other tribes indicated their formidable combat prowess, far surpassing that of the official troops. However, educated in modern times, Shi Yao overlooked the existence of 2 distinct eras in this matter. As she finished speaking, she realized that the more she explained, the paler Bai Zz's face became. His throat dry, he found himself at a loss for words, reminiscent of countless nights where, within a man's imagination, he envisioned how that enchanting figure could be ravaged by an inferno, nearly reducing him to ashes, more terrifying than the magma traps set by the feather demon. Yet, what lay before them, even closer than the Wuliang Mountain, was a vast and deep cliff. Looking out, no path led to Wuliang Mountain. As for the 3rd young master, he was truly remarkable, entering politics at 16, and now renowned as the Prince of Xiang, having personally eliminated the long-standing menace of the Princess of Danyang in the court. Let us observe Mrs. Meng's behavior at home. Meng Jingchen lowered his head to kiss her lips. It should be noted that this film had garnered such attendance within a week of release, clearly indicating its dire state. Moreover, should she dare to speak in such a manner after attracting the crowd, one could imagine the tide of spit that might just drown her. He answered his phone, discovering it was Brother Grasshopper calling to say he had arrived at the company's entrance but was stopped by security. The 2 were about to head to the Qin residence to find Wen Rong when Song Ji suddenly halted, staring intently behind Dan Zhe, and in the next instant, shouted to run, pivoting to flee. You hardly need to consider the issue of repairs, for even if you merely scratched it, few would bother to mend the marks on a car S-wheel rim. Although Zhou Taoshu had only interacted with Tang Xian briefly, he held her in high regard, considering her a friend in his heart. So, you mean to say they abandoned us and left first? Ruan Ming paused, inquiring. Ajin, I too wish to find my grandfather's remains. Here, Rin Zhuju could no longer contain herself. The theft of her grandfather's body left her profoundly sorrowful. Unlike others who feared zombies or were concerned about their reputations, she genuinely wished for her grandfather to rest in peace. Lin Yifeng and Zhang Yueli could hardly contain their laughter. This, indeed, was an unparalleled display of flamboyance. Thank you. May I inquire how I can assist you? Iman was filled with excitement. The willingness of these individuals to purchase this magical crystal had already been a tremendous help to him. As for what they required of him, he would comply as long as it was not too outrageous. Wang Jin merely harnessed a sliver of black lightning, and that spirit comparable to the mid-stage of chi refinement was reduced to ash. Ha 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 ha, what is so impressive? At your age, your uncle was far behind you. Much like Dian Wei, Xiao Yi harbored immense fondness for his robust nephew before him. With a hearty laugh, he patted the young man's sturdy shoulder, remarking on how his physique had been enhanced by the jade pendant, noting that at the tender age of 14, he could not be compared to Shen Hu. Li Zhihui and Pu Anna, their eyes glistening with tears, were reluctant but recognized that remaining behind would only hinder their companions, so they obediently followed along. Since you all have chosen to cease fighting, I shall also retire and seek repose. With no teammates remaining, the desire to continue battling had dissipated, while another comrade declared his intention to brave the solo queue, determined to defy fate and teach the gods how to be human. It is our honor to serve Lord Junho and General Dian, Du Shi exclaimed, chuckling in agreement, with Chao Ju nodding in concurrence. Just then, an unfamiliar figure approached. Wang Jin sensed the chilling aura beside him, realizing that something unwelcome had joined his presence. You killed him? Jiang Qingqing gazed incredulously at Yi Tan. Her expression far from jovial, tinged instead with a hint of reproach. Upon returning to the Xia residence, they unexpectedly encountered old Luo, who was engrossed in a chess match with old Xia, both men deeply focused, while Xia Guoqing and his wife stood quietly by, not daring to utter a sound. Luo's Yuan and Xia wanting tiptoed closer, taking their place in silent attendance. Chapter 75, The Deity's Ransom? No, it is my stepping stone. At that moment, a figure appeared in the distance. It was a man of approximately 30 years. He glanced at the already bustling backstreet filled with stalls before settling cross-legged at the end of the black market, unfurling his bundle to reveal an array of weapons, including swords and daggers. Master, Ma Shuya and Phoenix, disregarding their appearances, rushed to Xiao Zitian, collapsing into tears upon him. According to the words of Yu Ying, the dark demon overlord was a merciless individual, even willing to harm himself to conceal his identity. She instructed Wu Tong to bring a basin of water and washed her hands with a honey milk soap, the lather fine and delicate, leaving her hands smooth and fragrant with a hint of caramel. Despite its unimpressive appearance, its efficacy was commendable. When Lin Ling took hold of the phoenix zither, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. The string, which had been replaced unbeknownst to her, was no longer the one that had lain dormant in her master's possession. She never imagined it would one day rest in her hands. With a glance at the encouraging gaze of the musical fairy, Lin Ling silently vowed to master the art of the zither. Meanwhile, the battle atop the city walls raged on fiercely, with the western gates strewn with the carcasses of demonic beasts, while human corpses were conspicuously absent, having been devoured entirely. Tian Jizi scoffed derisively, his expression grave as he executed a series of hand seals, merging them with the void, causing them to vanish from sight. Zhao Muchuan's forgetting worries palace was now within reach. Ling Yin could already smell the rich fragrance of pear blossoms wafting from within, a scent that contradicted the usual delicacy of the pear flower itself, attributable to the extensive grove cultivated within the palace grounds. If he could manage to establish an inn in the desolate Mo city, surely he could do the same here, for although this area was indeed barren, if situated near the official road, the passing travelers would undoubtedly possess extraordinary status, rendering his establishment not entirely futile. Having arrived here alive, you are entitled to know my name. I am Feng Jianbai, the leader of the Maple Blossom sect. It was evident that Feng Jianbai had no immediate intention of resorting to violence. Lin Ling's survival piqued his curiosity. In the 21st century, Fox had a classmate from Taishan, with whom he had exchanged a few phrases in Taishan dialect, recalling them to boast to Lu Guangfu, only to be met with Lu's laughter, remarking that his accent was too pronounced for an outsider. The commander of the 5th Company of the 4th Brigade promptly issued orders for the soldiers to prepare for battle. Similarly, the commander of the 6th Company, Ma Baiyu, relayed the same command, intending to engage the Frost Army in earnest to vent his pent-up fury. Yet, she was a seasoned adventurer, well-versed in facing pressure. At that moment, Lin Yun was too preoccupied to notice these developments. Once the crisis had passed, he rushed toward Wuxing, helping him to his feet, placing a hand over his pulse, which immediately quickened. Jia Long sensed a slight advantage from the system, feeling a mix of indignation and joy. Perhaps those experts hidden beyond the network possessed some merit, for while not officially acknowledged, Long Yi had gradually been categorized among the elite in the eyes of the common folk. This light barrier is impenetrable. Do you possess any methods to breach it? Zhong Wuji glanced at Lin Yun, who appeared dazed, feeling utterly helpless. Huang Fulongma would likely raise the rebel flag before long. Chief of Staff Man Tingfang declared solemnly. Captain, our mission has failed. The two murmured, heads bowed. Before them stood an empty chair, seemingly devoid of presence. Upon witnessing this, Elder Liang felt a vague discomfort, aware that a shop ought not to possess merely 20 tails. It was only when Pear Mountain's old mother transformed the old Taoist back into his original form that he realized he had been a centipede spirit all along. Behold, another mysterious figure smirked, raising his left hand to reveal a golden bow, while his right drew the bowstring to its full moon shape, a slender golden arrow materializing atop it. As the two unleashed their frenzied assault, the stone wall crumbled under their relentless barrage, yet the wall remained steadfast, more resolute than a suicide squad, leaving both of them feeling rather helpless as they desperately increased their offensive, striving to obliterate the wall before it advanced further. At that moment, the king, lauded by the populace, lay languidly upon his bed, resembling a lifeless vine. Zhao Che, clad in a dark dragon robe, strode ahead, with Zhao Ji jogging closely behind. As they passed Morong's son, Zhao Ji's eyes briefly lit up before he quickened his pace to match Zhao Che's. Perhaps it is best not to go. The police will surely be on your tail after the recent incident. Zhang Yimou expressed concern. However, although Aunt Mu's words were polite, they left Xine with an unsettling sense of impending retribution. If the third prince cannot rely on anyone, what hope do I have of rescuing him? As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, which she valiantly suppressed. You do not like being called dull hair, so why not change it to silly hair? Do you not find it rather endearing? Upon witnessing Saber's fierce demeanor, Li Feng felt an overwhelming urge to flee, chiding himself for his loose tongue, having inadvertently voiced his inner thoughts. Conversely, while she understood Mu Fangjin's attitude, Xine still hesitated to entertain such notions. The words spoken by Yong Mingyin that night echoed in her mind, and she could not guarantee whether she truly liked or disliked Yong Mingyin, nor could she ascertain whom she favored more between the two of them. In an instant, as Qing Chung exhaled, a dragon-shaped flame surged forth, roaring toward the horizon like a pillar of fire upon the sea, while Qing Cheng's fireball similarly brimmed with an equal measure of armed color and domineering presence. Lu Yu understood that Zhang Xian's relationship with Zhao Feier was certainly more than ordinary, for otherwise, she would not exhibit such hesitation. Zhang Xian's current reluctance to meet her did not necessarily indicate a genuine desire to avoid her. Chapter 76, A Duel Against an Epic Dungeon? Long Tiandao's heart shatters again. The Lin family is not limited to just one son. There exists an elder brother, who, despite having established his own family, cannot expect his parents to provide him with a house. Even if his two younger brothers were to agree, their respective wives would certainly oppose the notion. The teammates, cautious and restrained, do not dare to take risks. They simply maintain the rhythm, awaiting Chu Xinxiang to reposition himself. This is the advantage of a game devoid of referees and rules. There are no restrictions on offensive time, allowing a single play to be executed multiple times until absolute certainty is attained before anyone dares to shoot. At this moment, Huang Hanwei, upon hearing Zhao Yaji's suggestion, suddenly felt a spark of inspiration, deeming the idea quite favorable. Despite being well prepared, Huang Hanwei ultimately exhausted the 20 rolls of film he had brought along. The house, which had previously been perfectly fine, now seemed to be engulfed in chaos. What had transpired to cause such disarray? Jiang Chung sat at the table, pouring himself a cup of tea, deciding to calm his mind and reassess his relationship with Chu Yu. In order to teach Zhang Xiaojun a lesson, Du Wangmu refrained from lifting her other restrictions. Zhang Xiaojun, sensing the gravity of the situation, did not dare to stir. After finishing her meal, she obediently lay on the Kong, her eyes fixed on the ceiling, lost in thought. Sister Tiantian, I will be going home for the new year. Each week, when he visited Sister Tiantian, she would surreptitiously offer him some food. Though she claimed not to enjoy eating, the leftovers remained untouched. Alikers sheathed his longsword and merely remarked to Ma Jun that it was a pity before striding out. 5 godlike undead heroes, amidst the vast black curtain. Alikers, do we still have hope of escaping alive? Ma Jun pondered that if death were indeed inevitable, he might as well cease his struggles. After all, having painstakingly leveled up, only to be directly reverted by a map clear, was hardly preferable to simply quenching his thirst with cool water. After meticulously conveying the intricacies of the matter to the tiger, the stranger departed as quietly as he had arrived, not once mentioning the tiger's defeat. I know that Brother Xiang is not that kind of person. Tang Weiwei raised her head, her enchanting eyes glancing at Xiang Yang, as she resolutely stated. Subsequently, in the 19th generation of the Zong family, Lu Shangyin accepted a disciple named Watanabe Tadamitsu, who would impart the Shinin Ryu swordsmanship to his son, Watanabe Tadanari, who then established the Shinin Ryu military tactics. After Feng Zhou ran away from home that fateful night, he wandered aimlessly until dawn. feeling a slight alleviation of his internal turmoil only upon exhausting himself. Yu Feng wore a broad smile, yet it left Lin Yi, who stood beside him, feeling perplexed. His brow furrowed, unable to decipher the other's thoughts. Fortunately, he understood that the duo's intentions were likely far from honorable. Unit 1 and Unit 3 are prepared. Please enjoy the beautiful fireworks. The excited demon-human pilot reported to Wang Nanbei while joyfully operating the motorcycle. It turned out that this move was devised specifically to counter their group. However, unbeknownst to him, the strategies initially discussed by Yi Tan with Li Chengqian to deal with those from the grasslands were similarly applicable. That evening, the two engaged in extensive conversation. Afterward partaking in the simplest military rations, which, despite being primarily lamb, turned out to be quite satisfactory. Having evaded the ambush, Nock did not dare to let down his guard. He swiftly vanished around the corner. Pressed against the wall, slightly panting, Nock drew his pistol, remaining vigilant against any armed personnel that might approach from his right. His mind raced, contemplating the affiliations of the sudden assailants. Upon hearing that I was hungry, Zhongyang, along with his two senior brothers, instinctively clutched their bellies, displaying their hunger. Fang Yihua was undoubtedly capable, yet when it came to emotional intelligence and social nuances, he paled in comparison to Xiao Yifu. The words of old Master Xiao were undeniably heartwarming, bringing tears to Chun Yulian's eyes as she repeatedly nodded in gratitude. Moreover, one could tell from the demeanor of the sea god that he had already begun a seclusion, preparing to break through his current realm. Lin Rui laughed, brimming with arrogance and defiance, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh, blood seeping forth as an uncontrollable killing intent surged within him. Releasing his grip on the arrow's tail, the silver arrow transformed into a streak of silver light, piercing through the magical black soldier before it could even react. Upon seeing Lin Ming and Zhu Sun Tao, Kira in no way propped himself up, leaning on his cane as he limped toward them. Faced with Wang Yao's hostile gaze, Zhuge Liang hesitated momentarily, then the grand strategist, reclining in his chair, began to exhibit a nuanced expression. However, if the stone man were to devour the mineral veins on Ling Yun's star first, he would elevate his realm sufficiently to endure the final devouring of the stars. What do you mean it's all my fault? Were you not curious enough to venture in here yourself? The Golden Flame clone, upon hearing this, expressed some dissent, as it was clear that the other party had also entered out of curiosity and now blamed itself for leading the way. Abruptly halting his retreat, Wang Yao transformed his motion from withdrawal to advance, swiftly charging toward the oncoming Lu Bu, brandishing his renowned blade in a sweeping upward arc. Xiangyang shot her a resentful glare, kicking a stone from the ground, which flew toward a dog, startling it into yelping and scampering down the slope. Tail tucked between its legs, disappearing from their sight. Family is family. There is no need for such formality, Shen Muqian said, wrapping his arm around her waist with a hearty laugh. It seemed he had been searching for an exit, but could never find one. When I awoke, it was already noon the next day. Jing Rong lay peacefully asleep beside me, the breeze from the window gently tousling his long hair. And I felt a flicker of solace. Who else could it be? No matter where one went. Groups of people gathered to discuss the two major events that had transpired in the capital that day. At that moment, Uncle Chiu Long emerged from the bathroom, dressed sharply in professional attire, appearing ready to head out. Brother, please, use your brain. Someone had approached you silently, and you didn't even notice. Yet you still fantasize about confronting others? Chapter 77. A single arrow inflicts 1,000,000 points of damage. The soul, true God. Then you must follow me. Qi Ming said with a smile to Luo Tsayu, refraining from taking action. The blood formation was intricately constructed. The dragon's soul attempted to breach it several times, but failed to unravel the array. With a sweep of its tail, it collapsed several buildings. Ambush! Ambush! Isn't that just a surprise attack? What's the matter? Is it still not enough for a sudden strike? Damn it, I'm not retreating. With nothing left to say, the Golden Core cultivator, who had inquired about the family, directly initiated an assault, raising his arm as if to shake the air itself. Li Zixiao, unfazed by Wu Jieqi's words, merely offered a perfunctory smile before straightening his posture. Within the range of his spiritual sense, numerous powerful beings were approaching. A battle was brewing at the outskirts of Flying Fox Manor. However, that was merely a hypothetical scenario, had Murong Huishi not appeared. Li Zixiao would have forever believed that Ji Ruobing's speed was unmatched. It seemed heaven delighted in playing tricks, granting hope, while simultaneously imposing despair. Outside, Tianju and Di Ming were locked in a fierce battle, with Tianju's 3,000 Buddha shadows being shattered, causing him to retreat rapidly. This time, Tianju even conjured the massive phantom of a Buddha statue, yet still could not contend with Di Ming. Beyond this point, there was no road left. Though Qian Shiyue felt reluctant, she swiftly hit the brakes. In the pitch-black night, the stars remained hidden, yet the moon shone brighter than ever before. Indeed, it is the suburbs, where even the moon shines with a brilliance surpassing that of other locales. Sitting within the vehicle, even with the headlights extinguished, visibility remains unimpeded. The thick glass window reflects her somewhat fragile physique, while the interior reveals a scene of unparalleled beauty. For reasons unknown, Wu Nian harbors a profound concern for Liang Yuqi, coupled with a heightened sense of vigilance towards her. It is precisely due to Wu Nian's efforts that they were able to acquire Lu Shijia's address in the bustling marketplace. Surely you possess a misunderstanding regarding my intentions? A smirk danced upon the face of the burly man. As the clock struck the evening hour, Rongxian concluded her class and called for Rongheng to return home. Upon descending the stairs, she caught a glimpse of Wu Wan ascending, prompting both to hastily retreat and take another route to avoid an encounter, slipping away through the tavern's back door. Thus, even if the information were to prove false, and even if they returned empty-handed, no one could cast aspersions upon them until they had openly wielded their power. I hope there are treasures within. The previous map led to a hellish treasure cave, and this one leads to a necromancer's tomb. Such names certainly evoke a sense of hidden riches. Zhang Lang advanced gradually, vanquishing foes along the way. With the maid's words trailing off, murmurs arose from the surrounding crowd. Lin Yingxue yearned to assure the person before her of her certainty regarding the matter, yet the realities of the situation constrained her from voicing such assurances. Song Rui, naturally sensitive, had initially overlooked any impropriety due to her heightened anxiety, but upon reflection, she discerned the crux of the issue. Shui Muyan's serene demeanor, with brows sharp as blades and eyes brimming with tenderness, was perfectly complemented by her silver hair, which accentuated her fierce yet mature presence. With great delight, Shui Muyan awaited within the grand hall, meticulously examining the decor, her favorite shade of red adorning every corner, prompting her to skip joyfully back and forth across the hall. It's nothing. Do rest early, the grandfather said, neglecting to wash his face or rinse his mouth. Collapsing onto the bed for a deep slumber, Zhang Han sighed, extinguished the light, and followed suit. With work awaiting the next morning, an early night was the best means to conserve energy. In truth, during his time in Japan, Wang Jing had intended to eliminate that monk. The old monk was indeed formidable, yet to the eyes of ordinary individuals, he was merely extraordinary, an extraordinary that was, in fact, limited. Especially in the view of a powerhouse like Wang Jing, he was somewhat lacking. If Wang Jing truly wished to eliminate him, it would have been an uncomplicated endeavor. This physical discomfort resembled a cold, causing Zhao Zhu to feel uneasy, yet it would not significantly impact his strength. Li Jianwei, having just taken over, retained scarcely a third of his power. In a real confrontation, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Thus Zhao Zhu remained remarkably composed. How fortuitous. You just requested an explanation, and I, too, find myself awaiting one. Since we are of the same nation, being Chinese, allow me to treat you. Let us await the explanation together aboard the aircraft. What is impossible about it? Ambushed and subsequently drawn into a castle by a certain faction. Upon entry, the castle seemed to come alive, specifically targeting me and preventing my departure. My skin prickled, though I had long been aware. Witnessing the actions of my doppelganger reawakened the pain within my heart. The vocational training system established by Haihan was something the Ming dynasty lacked. Through this method, Haihan had acquired thousands of specialized trainees in just a few years. These individuals adapted to their roles far more rapidly than those without any foundation, proving to be invaluable combatants for Haihan. Indeed, there are matters of great importance, Lin Shiais remarked, glancing at the two maids who were busily gathering their belongings. Let us proceed. It seems these houses have been abandoned for quite some time. If we follow the perimeter of the walls here, we shall likely avoid drawing attention. However, it appears you have only just grasped the essentials. I wonder if you can keep pace with my speed, Xiao Jian taunted. Chapter 78. Swiftly vanquishing the diamond-level boss. Abundant rewards. Within the confines of the cell, others discreetly averted their gazes, particularly the one who had just been kicked by Li Tianyi, whose shoulders trembled as they struggled to suppress laughter. Mo Cho infused her utmost energy, determined to ensure that Lu Xian felt not a hint of pain. Not only did she avoid rendering him unconscious, but even as he watched, he felt a chill at his neck, followed by an overwhelming sense of relief, devoid of any suffering. Importantly, Jian Wuqing found himself perplexed by the intentions of the two following him. What could they possibly desire? Did they believe I was wealthy enough to rob, or did they think of other motives? Speaking of martial arts, Hainan became animated. His passion for the discipline was profound, and describing him as a martial arts enthusiast would not be an exaggeration. This may be difficult to achieve as you wish. We must depart, and you are in no position to hinder us. Fu Lai stated coldly. Mother-in-law, I harbor no covetousness for your family's wealth. My words are entirely truthful. By the way, when they escorted me to your room, I happened to encounter her at the door. The malicious matron pointed to a maid standing beside Lady Li. The elder remarked that he had heard the Yunqi sect was currently the most formidable force in the cultivation world, and it appeared to be just as he had heard. On the former occasion, Wenxin had accompanied him to the academy for an assessment, but thereafter, they had both become preoccupied with their respective affairs. The latter had narrowly lost to Wenxin in a single strike during the Yanlong Empire. A fierce gust of wind, imbued with a sense of impending doom, struck Lu Xian's chest. At that moment, he sat pale and bewildered in his seat, staring vacantly at the sudden onslaught of energy, feeling utterly disoriented. Handcuff yourself. The stern gaze of the instructor swept over Li Tianyi, and after loosening his wrist, he coldly declared. The handcuffs were cast to the floor. Li Tianyi's chest rose and fell a few times before he ultimately bowed his head before this man forged of steel. He introduced himself as Zhen Dalong, a magnificent fire dragon selected through rigorous scrutiny. Clearly, he was the fire dragon man. I was destined to fall into his grasp. How would he treat me? Knowing his secret, would he truly render me mute and immobile? The unsettling thoughts intensified within Ling Dong's mind. Likewise, producing a crystal flute, the beast shaman's was golden, a clear indication of its superior quality compared to the one held by Lulu. A harsh sound reverberated, and apart from the two toxic lizards seeking their souls, the remaining 8 halted abruptly, their bodies shaking violently at the sound of the beast shaman's flute. Yang Jian observed their departing figures, reflecting on how astutely he had acted. When he first sighted Lu Yu on the battlefield, he had contemplated enlisting the Jinwu tribe's assistance. But the tumult of battle had precluded him from finding a moment to arrange it. A sight most dismal, heart-wrenching. This was the aftermath of Feng Tianxue's battle, a result of her devastating actions. She felt a pang of regret and melancholy, lamenting that these innocent soldiers, who should not have perished amidst the chaos of war, were utterly defenseless against the might of the powerful. Tang Xin had nothing unspeakable. When the King of Hell granted him the opportunity to propose conditions first, he would not hold back. It seemed the 8 desolations and 6 directions were indeed on the verge of upheaval, for his journey thus far had been fraught with chaos. Alas, he lamented being born in such ill-fated times. The brother raised his cup, clinking it against Tang Xin's, downing it in one gulp, as if swallowing away all troubles to never think of them again. It's nothing. I merely recalled my parents. As I embark on this expedition, I wonder how they fare now, Ran Fei said with a sigh, lowering his head. However, despite the urgency and the overwhelming desire to immediately embark on the mission of locating and rescuing individuals, he found himself unable to depart. For leaving would likely sever his connection with Su Xing, potentially leading to further delays. Did that arrow you just shot pierce my eye soul slash before it was loosed? Jis exclaimed, his face a mixture of shock and fury, his emotions quite agitated. To be honest, the elder brother felt utterly exasperated with his sister, yet fortunately, the door to Zixiao Valley was resilient. Otherwise, her repeated escapades would have been too much for an ordinary family to endure. Thus, he approached the cockpit, only to find it deserted. The driver had vanished without a trace. Faced with such a predicament, Li Jie found himself without a viable solution. He could hardly compel school-aged children to enroll, could he? For reasons unknown, he suddenly perceived a change in his third brother, who now seemed somewhat unapproachable. This monstrous entity was advancing towards the pagoda. Was its head concealed within? The thought crossed Ming Wuxing's mind. Not at all. If you wish to inquire about Liang Qing's background, I can certainly divulge that. There is nothing untoward in sharing it. After all, you are all grown now. Liang Fu's response caused Liang Fanxin to exhale deeply in relief, while Liang Qing appeared somewhat dazed, pondering the implications of such a revelation regarding her lineage. The remaining individuals, witnessing their adversary collapse with a thud, had no choice but to carry him indoors, subsequently observing their surroundings. After a brief period with no notable findings, they began to cleanse the courtyard of any traces, quietly lamenting their misfortune as they worked. The expression of the esteemed master of the 5th-tier elixirs shifted to one of shock, his voice trembling slightly. Chapter 79, An Unstoppable Onslaught. The emergence of 3 diamond-ranked bosses. As if recalling something, Luo Tian's eyes darted about, seemingly in search of something, yet ultimately realizing that under the constraints of his immobility, such efforts were futile. He could only gaze fixedly at Dugachunyu. To completely subdue the trio and ensure his own peace for future cultivation would be optimal. Should they harbor ulterior motives or devise alternative plans, Yizhuo remained unperturbed, prepared to confront whatever may come, knowing that a mere skirmish would not suffice if matters escalated. As the dual hooks approached Xia Mingfeng's body, there was no anticipated scream. Instead, it transformed into a wraith and vanished. Brother who inwardly lamented the dire situation. Xia Mingfeng suddenly materialized behind him, delivering a strike aimed directly at his heart. Send everyone who came for interviews today back home. This young man has requested my attendance. Mingji commanded. Beloved, do not act thus. Consider, we have already caused them to lose their home. If we force them away, outsiders will surely label me heartless. Chu Ziliu still hoped to persuade Shen Shuiji. The utterance of this voice caused both Mo Tian and the old monster Shun's expressions to pale, their palms turning slick with perspiration, should the matter of the heart demon sect be exposed. Death would be preferable to the fate that awaited them at the hands of the demon heart. In her current state, no one could impede her. And just as the colossal thunderous sword was about to pierce the divine chest, a black portal suddenly unfolded in midair, unleashing dark lightning that repelled the attack of Qiujing. Song Yin was at a loss for words, lamenting the relentless pace of the younger generation's thoughts. Chen Feng nodded, approaching the rock wall and extending his hand to touch it. only to be astonished that the seemingly solid surface yielded effortlessly to his touch. It is precisely because we do not love each other that we can embrace so intimately, providing mutual solace. Let alone Sister Ting's encounter with that ineffectual fool. I too can no longer hold hands with Xin Yun, he mused. Meanwhile, in the plaza beneath the Imperial Capital Hotel, thousands of business entities that had previously collaborated with the Li family eagerly sought to curry favor, hoping to seize this opportunity for advancement. Jiang Ming observed the playful laughter of Huang Lier, a smile that failed to reach her eyes, leaving him uncertain of her true happiness. Suddenly, Jiang Ming found himself retreating, distancing himself by several thousand meters until he stood at the precipice of the Yellow Spring Sea. However, as Tian Yao spoke, Heifeng suddenly recalled that at that moment, Tian Yao had also seemed intent on shoving something into his mouth. Though he could not recall the specifics, he sensed it was something nefarious. Bang! The burly man was sent flying as if struck by a vehicle, letting out a muffled grunt. The remaining individual, witnessing my effortless dispatch of his companion, turned pale and hastily retreated, attempting to shut the explosion-proof glass door. Upon hearing Li Songyun's words, not just I, but also Zhou Gu, Gu Pingzhang, and others bore expressions of astonishment, their faces reflecting skepticism. Who would have imagined that in a remote funeral home in the suburbs, the evening tasks of the staff involved testing the impending emergence of the abyss? I returned to the side of the car owner and the others, who had refrained from touching the food and drinks at the venue, thus avoiding any poisoning. Instinctively, I turned my head toward the partition, finding it empty. Gu Qihan had mysteriously departed. Is that so? Gu Yufei appeared skeptical, yet Shen Guangguan did not wish to linger on this matter. Mo Juni smirked slightly, feeling the burdensome emotions of the day dissipate instantly. Just then, the music from his phone began to play. Indeed, it was true, when facing the King of Hell. If I could not muster this modicum of resolve and composure, then all efforts would be in vain. Having witnessed the dire fates of several deep-sea fish, I grasped Gu Qihan's hand and shook my head vehemently, determined to avoid becoming a mere mass of flesh, buried beneath the sea. Looking up, I saw a smiling face gazing at me, the very visage of my heart's longing, Qianhua. This man, disheveled and downcast, bore a countenance that was exceedingly haggard, wholly at odds with his attire. He was tall and clad in a vibrant red robe, holding a unique artifact characteristic of the Tibetan Buddhist lineage, presenting himself as a monk. Yet his appearance was undeniably alarming. Were it not for his garb, one might easily believe him to be a criminal. The splashes of water continued to strike Xiao Yunfei's face. His garments clung to him, drenched, and his internal temperature soared, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Li Tianqi extended his hand to catch the badge, reattaching it to his waist, feeling reassured that this individual bore no ill intent, his anger dissipating. Yin Xiong raised his eyelids slightly. It was said that the Buddha was a trickster, a fox spirit transformed into human form after a millennium of cultivation to wreak havoc. Yet he regarded the Buddha with the same disdain one would reserve for a beggar reliant on deceit for sustenance. His name was Wang Qian, despite his youthful appearance. He was already over 50 years old, the son of a minister from the chancellor's household, a significant figure in the court. Just as he lamented the lack of opportunities to ingratiate himself with the future heir, someone suddenly emerged to offer him an opening, instantly filling his heart with joy as he sprang into action. Go speak with Li Shi. Let Chen'er prepare diligently in the coming days. Soon, his master will take him to Qilian Mountain, Li Yuyu instructed calmly. I have no regrets whatsoever, for wherever you are is my home, Ikari Keiko said with a smile. The water dragon astonishingly transformed into an ice sculpture in an instant, plummeting from the sky and shattering into countless pieces upon impact. How do you feel? Has the doctor arrived yet? Yilwan approached, noting the absence of any considerate individuals in attendance, and could not help but voice his concern. Contemplating this, Li Tianqi meticulously surveyed the surroundings and indeed discovered 3 verdant copper rods bearing the fingerprints of old Master Tong. He was just about to pry them loose. The individual wielding the iron rod was on the verge of speaking, remarking that in such skirmishes, Brother Zhongren typically forbade their involvement. However, Xiao Yunfei had already thrust him forward with considerable force, propelling him towards the back of the colossal tiger, where the iron rod was firmly pressed against its flank. The azure dragon cast a sweeping gaze around, observing the phoenix amidst the throng, and noted the subtle tension brewing with Qin Ling, which sparked a flicker of perplexity in its eyes. Chapter 80. The terrifying drop of the diamond-level boss. An epic entrance. Haha, as expected from a prestigious institution. Truly a gathering of prodigies. The man exclaimed with admiration. She gazed at the corridor leading to the back courtyard, then glanced at the hunched figure of old Madame Xie. Her heart filled with greater confusion. Why was she not being led inside? Where could they be taking her? Above all, she must not cry, nor should Qin shed tears. For when he weeps, his face swells, rendering him quite unappealing. Qi Xiaofan stared pensively out at the clusters of banana plants, resembling phantoms under the night sky. And after a while, he shook his head, convinced he had not misjudged. Xie Fangyu abruptly appeared, her mind racing back to the dozens of missed calls she saw upon emerging from the bath. This couple had truly caused the priests endless worry. Their discord was evident. Yet one remained unfazed while the other laughed and jested, leaving onlookers at a loss for how to intervene. Furthermore, due to her mother's lowly status and lack of favor, she endured relentless bullying from her half-sisters and cousins within the household. Wei Qing's eyes sparkled with delight, casting aside her usual composure as she eagerly sat down, rolling up her sleeves in preparation to feast. His heart swelled with an indescribable joy and elation. The surrounding white banners seemed to flutter and whip about frantically, producing a cacophony of sounds that heightened the eerie atmosphere. Regrettably, the celestial aura emanating from the golden throne was nearly imperceptible to living beings. It was only through the peculiar effects of the reincarnation celestial disk that he managed to condense a modicum of it within himself. As he spoke, Master Shichen was enveloped in a radiant golden glow, a sacred Buddhist seal swiftly launching towards the distant Yang Sha demon god. Lin Zhixiao, having listened, felt the weight of guilt and sorrow from Zhang Qingyan's death lift from his heart, momentarily setting aside the grim reality of his wife, Wang Yiyan, still in a deep coma. The demon slayer dragon's golden eyes, gleaming with resolve, faced the massive blade of light without a trace of fear, charging forward. The collision of two godlike forces unleashed an energy storm that rippled outward. Initially, he had been dissatisfied with Yang Qi's actions and resources, prompting him to challenge him. However, in hindsight, his behavior seemed exceedingly juvenile, for he and Yang Qi belonged to entirely different worlds. Even as a genius, he remained in a realm far removed from Yang Qi's. At that moment, the demon slayer roared mightily, its elongated form spinning gracefully through the air, transforming into a streak of azure light, accompanied by a luminescent sword column that shot towards the abyss ahead. Qin Zheng and Xia Zishuan were both formidable individuals, though only at the transformation realm. Their combat prowess was unrivaled among their peers. Now, united, their relentless assault struck fear even into those of the soul realm. Qin Tsang glanced at her, his gaze seemingly questioning her sanity, before turning to enter the kitchen, placing the dishes in the sink, then returning with a coat and keys, signaling Tang Guo to accompany him outside. Throughout the past 6 months, the Hidden Sword sect had endured numerous events that unsettled those accustomed to its semi-hidden status, leading to widespread complaints. After the divine essence shattered completely, a drop of dragon god-s source blood emerged, merging into Su Xing's body, transforming him into a humanoid dragon of sorts. It was only now that I understood. The sound of knocking I had just heard was that of a head colliding with the doorframe. Roy had not anticipated injuring himself at such a critical moment. He wished to endure just a bit longer to finish the match. Bian Wei instructed Shen Jibin to find someone in dire need of money, fortuitously discovering Zhang Jiejun, who had previously assisted Xiao Guoqing with car insurance. An immediate plan formulated in Bian Wei's mind. Shen Jibin articulated his intentions plainly. While he did not explicitly state it, Bian Wei, with his sharp intellect, would grasp the implications. Thus, Shen Jibin avoided circumlocution, ensuring that he would invest both money and effort into the matter, with the sole aim of keeping Bian Wei content. Qin Gang inquired of Li Yi, could it be possible that someone from Luxhan Yijing had come specifically to tell stories at this physical education school? Surely not so gossipy? Immediately, dozens of nearby disciples activated their spiritual powers, brandishing swords and blades towards the bottle. The scene revealed a 6-star luminous array, with a pitch-black circular stone positioned at each vertex. After being rejected multiple times by Jiang Jiang, the driver ceased to drive and instead walked behind her each day, escorting her to school. Ain, upon hearing this, fell silent for a moment, her gaze drifting towards Wu Liang standing behind her. Seeing the beast did not object, she slowly nodded in agreement. Following the conclusion of the cleansing banquet, Wu Chanjun escorted everyone back to the flower hall to reunite with their families before reporting back to her mother. A torrent of demonic energy and malevolent light surged forth from many portals of the palace, coalescing into a colossal beam, stretching 1,000 feet long and as thick as a house, piercing through the void towards the gate of the void. Upon reaching the office of the president's assistant, she found the door firmly shut and, upon twisting the handle, discovered it was locked. Yet, every time the girl raised her phone, the youth would glance her way, causing her heart to race with admiration, ultimately preventing her from taking action. The once quiet Mu Xinyuan had settled down temporarily. Thus Xiao Xiao had spent the past few days accompanying her mother. Shui Yao Yao could hear the laughter around her, the compliments on their handsome appearances, and the overwhelming astonishment. Regrettably, what had transpired was irreversible. In this world, there was no turning back, nor any remedy for regret. All that remained was the endless remorse and regret of the living. Lu Ziqing was uncertain of his own feelings, but if compelled to choose, he would likely only select Nie Yao. Don't do that, if someone sees. Luo Yangyang's worry was palpable, particularly since Feng Yi had merely closed the door moments ago. No amount of scheming could have truly anticipated the military's capabilities. How could two obscure assassins possibly contend with the army? In that instant, both contemplated surrender. That day unfolded simply. After sharing some drinks with the three of them, they learned about the customs and traditions of the Bai clan, gaining insight into their circumstances. Song Yuan, would you like some water? Mo Beihua offered Song Yuan a jug of water along with a few meat pastries. Leader of the Big Dipper, it is a pleasure to meet you. I hope for your guidance, Lao Liang said with a smile, his expression tinged with a hint of flattery. Neo Jinxing pondered deeply. Why was Einstein's brain superior to others? How did Newton conceive of universal gravitation the moment an apple fell? Such is the unfathomable nature of the human mind. Indeed, these matters do not necessitate her direct involvement. However, today, Yunjiyu found herself engulfed in a cloud of discontent, her mood sullied by the provocative gaze of Lu Hua, rendering her restless and unable to find solace in sleep. Chapter 81. Inflicting damage of 500,000. An epic boss, nothing more. Having witnessed the formidable prowess of the Corleone family, the once dauntless gang leaders now sat trembling, forced to feign smiles. After venting a few curses, Su Xing, at a loss, could only kneel and await Li Yi's return. The weather had turned to autumn. The temperatures were not excessively high, yet Jin's golden attire left her feeling quite cold. The chain was too short, confining her to a limited circumference, making it impossible to reach even a garment that could offer warmth. As Rokossovsky dashed into the crowded hideout, 2 bombs descended from the heavens, detonating nearby and shaking the earth above, causing dirt to tumble from the ceiling. Meanwhile, far away near the heart of the wilderness, at the Hill of Divine Folk, where 4 imperial platforms stood, several enigmatic figures gathered, each wielding a peculiar divine weapon. The sound of unsheathing swords echoed, armor clinking in unison, while hundreds of cloaked figures knelt, heads bowed low. Observing that the engineer squad leader had anticipated every necessary consideration, the lieutenant refrained from making further comments. Instead, gazing longingly as the squad leader rushed towards the tanks at the rear to request their assistance in clearing a path for the infantry. Out of curiosity, Yusha slightly opened her eyes, peering through the narrow slit at the wall, intrigued by a vague shadow that seemed to mirror her own reflection. Upon witnessing the outbreak of battle in the southern city, Panfilov decisively commanded his troops to advance. As the order was issued, the 3rd Guards Tank Brigade moved northward, while the 18th Guards Tank Brigade advanced westward, simultaneously launching their assault. In this world, there existed nothing but primordial ice, not a single living creature in sight, and the sun was absent from the sky, leaving an expanse of desolation. The chilling air was potent enough to turn steel to powder. This was also a mythical beast, capable of exhaling mirages, conjuring a myriad of scenes that could ensnare any unwary soul. Furthermore, the creature's strength was extraordinarily formidable, rivaling that of Kuanping and Taotai. In comparison, encountering Zhao Yaping in Mo Chioying's office that day was entirely normal. She had been angry, anxious, and worried. Su Manqian, concerned for Xiao Bohan, noticed his absence and, fearing he might catch a chill, picked up his coat draped over the rack and stepped outside, adjusting to the darkness of the garden as she searched for his figure in the distance. You needn't fret for the time being. My sister is not at home. I noticed her mood was poor, so I sent her to Lushur to spend time with my parents and clear her mind. She won't return for over a month. Li Xiang said to Kong Liangjun. Zhu Pingjin decisively made a call. The chieftain split his forces, sending a team to escort the captives towards Feixian Pass. Gao Antai busied himself gathering spoils of war, while Zhu Pingjin, accompanied by He Yi, Song Zhenshi, and others, led the troops straight to Yazhou City. At midnight, Zhu Pingjin and Liao Taishang, under the escort of the He clan and the villagers, crossed the floating bridge at the southern Jin Pass of the Jialing River and took residence in Longzhong City. When Ouyang Yingqi complimented him on his appearance, Nangong Lini no longer felt anything amiss. Rather, he grew fond of the outfit, finding it more fitting when he stood before the mirror. As if he and Ouyang Yingqi appeared better matched in such attire. What good has come of this? Liao Taishang set down his bowl, his plump face betraying a deep-seated worry. Li Kahao watched Xiao Bohan on the phone, observing his feigned surprise, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After a prolonged pause, Roger's eyes began to gleam, almost rekindling the brilliance he possessed before becoming the Pirate King. Are you suggesting we travel to Qingqing Mountain to seek out Master Luo? Shen Wuwei inquired. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Yuan Xian's question. Now this is quite the predicament. Having failed to steal the chicken, we are left with nothing but the loss. To be frank, with both of their martial prowess, they could indeed entangle Lin Yuhan for a considerable time, especially given their numerical advantage. As the saying goes, a chaotic fist can fell a master. The outcome remains uncertain. However, Liang Zian felt that her actions were rather misplaced. Given how well Nangong Yen had treated her, how could she be so fickle, living amidst the Chao camp while her heart remained with the Han? Although even a fool could see through Yang Qi's false sentiments, this moment did provide some comfort to the onlookers. Regarding my intention to invite the Whitebeard pirates to join our plan, what are your thoughts? Any suggestions? Qin Luo merely articulated an idea. The specifics of collaboration with the Whitebeard faction still required further discussion with others. He intended to solidify his control over Shouchuan, as Yuan Shu had wreaked havoc there, leaving the populace displaced and the land barren, with no prospect of recovery in sight. I'll go prepare another meal. You all take your time eating. Luffy said with a smile, finding solace in the joy of his companion's enjoyment. They were certainly concealed in some location, much like himself, searching for their own place. Ready to strike. Though Chunshi had grown less concerned about his own situation, upon realizing he had been denied the help he rightfully deserved, a twinge of discomfort stirred within him. Since Shanshan did not confront Xian regarding her secrecy, the girl was not so naive. Nevertheless, since that day, she had implemented a policy of close observation towards Xian, hoping for an accidental encounter with Su Xing. This strategy proved effective, as the cloaked Su Xing sought out Xian and was spotted by her on 2 or 3 occasions. In the realm of forging, the emphasis lay in achieving a seamless unity. Such weapons emerged as the most formidable in battle. Under the influence of spiritual energy, whether contracting or expanding, there were no gaps whatsoever. Mu Junjiao cast a glance at Xian, feeling a slight dissatisfaction. Was he suggesting that he was too delicate to withstand a mere breeze? Her troubles were not solely confined to being forcibly wed. Since her CP images with Su Xing circulated widely, Sin Shanshan quickly discerned that the illustrious top-tier expert, the guild leader Mu Jing Wang, was none other than her long-cherished brother Shui. Zhu Miaoqing pondered and found the reasoning sound. It was certain that those masters would guard the exit to the spirit realm, blocking any skilled individuals attempting to depart. Chapter 82. Has the celestial genius lost its touch? The fatal mechanism of an epic boss. Today's gathering was held at Michael Jackson's opulent mansion in Beverly Hills, rather than the renowned Dream Castle, as the former offered greater convenience. At this moment, the young man had his eyes gently closed, his profile exhibiting an unexpectedly soft contour. His light golden hair fell obediently by his ear, swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze. Their leader, known as Tiger Tooth, was an exceptionally robust man. However, I observed that he could not wholly command the Flame Tribe, as many matters required the oversight of the elders beneath him. The entire tribe seemed quite distinct from ours, Lu Feng remarked. In an instant, Pharaoh Cat appeared beside Matcha and Ares, observing the 2 male cats intertwined, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Upon hearing Zhao Yao's words, the superpowered cats exchanged glances, each harboring a myriad of thoughts. Su Huang and Yan Xing's eyes brightened in unison upon hearing the words. Although they lacked the ability to quantify their attributes, they could distinctly feel that each time they emerged from that mystical realm, their capabilities would invariably experience a remarkable enhancement, a growth that would typically require months or even years of arduous practice in the real world. The armor they wore was stained with the blood of countless foes, as well as that of its wearer, having long been steeped in malevolent energy. The dim, cold light emanating from the armor instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. With the truth thoroughly unveiled, Chun Tao fell silent, seated on the ground, her body marred with injuries. Her demeanor icy, as though the person described by the eunuch and was a complete stranger to her. Unbidden, her brow furrowed. Recognizing that the residual toxins were beginning to take effect, now, the adversaries were doomed. Let me make some arrangements for you. Are you willing? Li Feng ultimately decided to spare the 2 for the time being. After all, there was plenty of time ahead. He once again embraced the 2 maidens and inquired. I never laid a hand on him, nor have I ever spoken to him harshly. I rarely even lost my temper. Which is why he perceives me as nothing more than a soft target, Jean Nanshu realized, understanding that this was merely a display. Observing the others showering praise upon Aunt Lien in a chorus of flattery, she found it rather tiresome. Surely, a scoundrel wouldn't present extravagant gifts to every woman he dallied with, would he? Within the boundless expanse of the multiverse, there existed an enigmatic and formidable entity. In an instant, the 3 vagabonds began to convulse violently, soon frothing at the mouth, their breaths extinguished. Near the intersection of Gotham's East District and Diamond District, a magnificent hotel stood majestically. In Lin Mo's view, this unexpected display of bravado revealed a certain fragility, a manifestation of their sect's lack of confidence in its own foundation. This blood demon matriarch appeared to be the only one prepared to take action, rather than merely contemplating escape. Her parasitic visage seemed more human than ever. Acquiring abilities, utilizing resources, and rigorous training. This should be the current method for the chosen ones to enhance their strength, Shun Hao concluded in his mind. The weapons employed by the Assassin Alliance were not mere ordinary blades. Their composition belonged to no known metals of this world, and had been enchanted with ancient dark magic from Lei Xiao. At that moment, the tender-hearted second male lead, Yuan, completely dropped his facade, revealing his true emotions. Grief-stricken and at a loss, he gazed skyward in exasperation. A sudden whoosh sliced through the air, causing everyone to momentarily pause and heighten their vigilance. The phone call from the previous night had kept her tossing and turning all night, convinced that her mother would not simply let the matter rest. However, Zhang Fei failed to grasp that the essence of this spear technique lay in its adaptability, not in brute strength. Thus, Feng Xin was able to momentarily entangle both opponents, granting Guan Hai the advantage. With a resounding roar, the hands of the Poison Shadow sect leader trembled violently. As the VDK personnel advanced to initiate a confrontation, Su Lai found himself relegated to the rear. allowing Tai Yijinren and Pei Qinhu to take the lead. Let it go. If she retaliates, Ji Ku's anger will flare, and I shall find myself in a precarious position. What was ostensibly a welcome feast seemed to conceal an intention to ensnare both her and the esteemed Prince Feng Yao of the Fengyan Kingdom. Yet, if the position of infantry captain were to be vacated, Feng Xin would have to relinquish it. With so many meritorious figures emerging from the Yellow Turban, it was likely that a noble-born official would swiftly seize that role upon his departure. An excessively potent martial soul may not necessarily be a boon, for a warrior cannot effectively wield it. At that moment, the embodiment of the god of death experienced this stark reality. Let us retain this 1,000 taels. We have already spent hundreds on medicine and rescued him. Surely, 1,000 taels is not excessive, Li Yun's mother insisted, her resolve unwavering. Take charge. If the emperor himself does not intervene, how could the Empress Dowager possibly do so? Lu Xiyun merely listened, offering a faint smile in the Empress Dowager's direction. Moreover, with red wine in hand, she disregarded all protocol, seating herself opposite him and commencing her meal with knife and fork as she savored the steak. Chu Feng nodded, beginning to contemplate that if he could apprehend Lin Hui on that day, he would secure double the resources. It was evident to anyone with common sense that the relationship between the two was far from ordinary. Could it be that a mere friend would bestow such a grand gift? That would indeed signify a commendable friendship. Lord Baylor had long desired an official position in the imperial capital, for it would present him with an opportunity for further advancement. Casting a glance at the fearsome puppets and the weak, unconscious Jila, he reluctantly acquiesced to the suggestion. Now, witnessing Lu Xiyu's distress, a deeper fear gripped his heart, compelling him to lower his head even further. In the practice room, Song Siwei demonstrated the techniques and key points, encouraging the interns to practice independently. Jiang Yi had only been in Lidu for a mere month, possessing scant knowledge of the city's affairs. This was the first time he had heard of Screw Bay. Chapter 83, The Epic Boss concludes. Bountiful rewards. Record-breaking clearance. Yet, the course of events unfolded far beyond her expectations. When Lu Zhenhua received a phone call, she realized that she was likely facing a dire predicament. Tang Ruo Shuang's silence, coupled with the placement of such a personal photograph, led Ming Mu to a firm conclusion. Just as Shi Jincheng had stated, as long as Shi Licheng did not make things difficult for them, she had no desire to meddle in the affairs of the Shi family. Lin Hanyu was filled with concern. After seeing off Zhang Lintian, she promptly instructed the servants to prepare a hangover remedy, personally carrying it upstairs. Do not tell me you just parted ways with that man. He cast a glance at the keys on the floor, a chill coursing through him. She offered a self-deprecating smile. The emotions swirling within her were beyond articulation. How could she continue accompanying Lu Mofeng now, with depression and anxiety looming like a shadow over her heart? She could no longer be the steadfast companion he needed. Meanwhile, the crystal mirror flew from Jiuqi's hand, returning to Bei Yi Xingchen's grasp, who silently turned to regard Jiuqi, glancing over the messages hastily. She deleted them all in one breath, only to be interrupted by an incoming call, frowning as she recognized it was Yi Feng. Lai Zhe Yuan gasped sharply. Gritting his teeth, even the Grand Elder involuntarily took a step back. Observing his demeanor, Su Zijuan was momentarily at a loss for how to console him. After staring at the monitor for a while, Su Zijuan suddenly noticed a detail. However, Zhao Hao's departure was marked by extreme caution, with 5 formidable warriors boasting combat power exceeding 65, alongside Zhao Zhuan. He brought 3 or 4 dozen fierce retainers. As for our situation here, I shall refrain from elaborating, as you are likely already aware. On the Doghead front, 88 great demons have been exiled for incurring its wrath, a phenomenon not witnessed in nearly 10 millennia. Sun Jue nodded. Throughout the regular season, as the leading scorer, he had seized every scoring opportunity without fail. Now that the playoffs had arrived, he could no longer afford to act on impulse. The Lakers traded Shaquille O'Neal to the Miami Heat in exchange for Grant, Odom, and a first-round pick in 2006. The subsequent meeting focused on discussing the progress of various tasks and timelines, including song arrangements, market promotions, advertising endorsements, and tour schedules, among others. Not to mention that Wang Guangyang is barely considered a senior of Jiqiu. If this matter were to spread, it is highly likely that Wang Guangyang would earn a reputation for his humility and willingness to seek knowledge from others. In truth, it matters little where Ming Jingnan is, as they have not had the opportunity to meet during this period. However, the mere thought that Ming Jingnan resides just a few blocks away fills Su Li with a sense of ease, knowing that if he were to act on a whim, he could easily rush to her dormitory. Furthermore, there remains the issue of the supplementary members of the First Division, which, although he would not overly involve himself, nonetheless requires his attention. He has taken countless lives and vanquished numerous monsters, yet this is the first time he has encountered a culinary humanoid creature. As the team ahead continues to dwindle, when it is Su Mingan's turn to be scanned, the identity detector emits a beep. Qin Kuang is taken aback. Why did Fan Xian and Wang Sidong not inform him of such significant trouble at the company? Qin Kuang internally grumbles every time he wakes up after drinking with you. Something feels amiss. Who knows what you have done? All right, Su Ning replies, preparing to return with Madame Su when her phone buzzes. A message from Chu phone appearing on the screen. What on earth is happening? Grandma Jiang demands sharply, insisting that Gu Jingxian must have had a reason to strike Wei Er without provocation. Li Jia observes Huan Yi in stunned silence, understanding that the contents of the discussion are far from ordinary. Having witnessed Huan Yi's uncontrollable destructive power firsthand, coupled with the words of Qin Shui, he resolves to assist the formidable yet mentally immature youth before him, wishing to discern the thoughts weighing on his mind to prevent further impulsive actions. In the past 2 years, he has toiled relentlessly for a living, striving to earn more money to please Lu Piaoyu, leaving him little time to appreciate the city around him. Where's Yanmo? He inquires, a sense of foreboding creeping over Dai Exine as he glances around. Failing to spot Yanmo, and thus frowningly queries Qiu Mingyu. Mr. Fu finds himself at a loss for words. Seeing the displeased expressions on Madame Fu and Fu Yunma's faces, he realizes he has misspoken but, valuing his pride, refrains from apologizing. The matter of the legitimate son being adopted by the third house, which Zhao Shi had vaguely mentioned to her. Although Zhang Shi dared not openly associate with the third house, she had not informed Lian Shi beforehand. Now, if she were to relay this information to Lian Shi, she could conveniently shift the blame onto Luo Shi. It is not that unattractiveness goes unnoticed. Sometimes, beauty can equally blind the eyes. The beautiful youth retrieves his toolbox, casting a sidelong glance at Ming Shixuan, a playful smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Xuandu bows respectfully to Xianyuan and expresses gratitude, saying, Xuandu thanks the human emperor, before hastily making his way outside the tent. Having discovered delectable dining establishments online, Ling Wanji makes a point to visit and savor the cuisine. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed. The two tidy themselves up and reluctantly return to their homeland. Tang Bao lets out a sigh of relief. The Tang family feels like a scar on her soul, frequently reopened to bleed, an inescapable shadow haunting her life, ever present. Chapter 84, Strategy? Does shooting quickly count? Cheating. This is undoubtedly cheating. It is evident that Su Jimin is deeply contemplating whether to address this matter, his heart filled with hesitation. The people of the Celestial Empire promptly discarded the non-threatening Meiji and ascended into the air, intercepting Jameson's path mid-flight. This Jew is astute enough, tirelessly operating the league to fashion it into the finest championship in the world. Subsequently, the Bulls initiated a support mode, consistently drawing double teams from lower positions and distributing the ball to the perimeter. Zhe Shi reflects, indeed, Ban Yang is not reckless. She possesses a measure of prudence, especially concerning matters of life and death. Look, she would rather consult with me than foolishly slip away. Zhe Shi feels reassured. Is this a teleportation talisman? A teleportation talisman from the Holy Dynasty? How did it end up in your possession? Upon seeing the symbol on the talisman, Gui Jinyu immediately recognizes it. Suddenly, the monster attempts to deliver a fatal blow from behind Zhou Xian, driven by the desire to ensure she does not perish at the hands of these two enemies. Ultimately seeking a chance for a surprise attack, Zhou Xian cannot help but let out a cold snort. The agony of her heartstrings is truly unbearable. This pain surpasses even that of broken limbs, 100-fold more excruciating. Zhou Xian nearly cries out, but manages to suppress her cries. With this, a multitude of comparable factors emerge, not merely the results of shooting, but also the shooting speed, frequency, and even the sequence of shooting targets will be taken into account. It seems she is stubbornly determined to prolong her engagement with Luo Outyan, unwilling to depart easily without resolving the matter of lifelong commitment. Lacking the bloodline of the demon race, he cannot control the demonic energy of true demons. Thus, if he consumes the wrong magic, he must pay the ultimate price with his life. Mo Wu replies earnestly. He turns around, witnessing a soldier from the armed police force being tackled to the ground, and immediately aims his weapon at the enemy with whom he is entangled, decisively pulling the trigger. Well called, my husband. You may call me that more often. Morong Rue whispers to Tang Xia, his voice echoing directly into her ear. Tang Fulai wears a bewildered expression, blinking his large eyes in confusion over the reactions of the two adults. The revival of the holy weapon is comparable to the emergence of a saint. With the complete resurrection of the Phoenix Wing Gold Spear and the Guanghan K, the two holy weapons are akin to facing two great saints for Ao Zhu and others. Yang Linglan is momentarily stumped by this question. Suddenly, her consciousness drifts. She gazes upwards, sensing something calling to her from the heavens. The couple does not return to the state government office until the afternoon, having prolonged their stay until then. While Sha Shire has already packed his belongings and departed early in the morning. Well, I still have 2 true demons. Would you like to indulge? Yang Linglan recalls the 2 demons she had confined in a spatial cage, feeling a sudden sense of urgency. Upon entering the courtyard, a sturdy man in his 40s promptly approaches. He is the steward Tian, who has accompanied the estate since its inception and has guarded it for generations. However, just as Wei Yanxin was about to speak, a layer of blue radiance suddenly emanates from within her, restoring the lifelessness in her eyes and returning her expression to the previous coldness. Only prominent figures with political motives are permitted to visit Yiqiu. Ordinary people can only catch glimpses of him on television. Merging the ancient martial arts energy of several slaves, Wang Wei executes the ghost step with remarkable swiftness. The Kong Long Yu Hui move from the 18 dragon-subduing palms is executed with a forceful yet clumsy finesse. Release Inger, I Chun commands as he gathers his thoughts. While Chiu Roaming shouts at a lightly injured celestial soldier, inwardly understanding that the celestial soldier likely does not know how to unbind the absolute emotion-binding spell, leaving her with no other choice. The false Taoist speaks, pulling out his phone and promptly returning the 50,000 that Xia Mingji had given him as a reward via WeChat transfer, then obediently departing. Hence, when Yuan Che returns to Si Wei Nong, he discovers that the courtyard gate has been locked, and he feels a sense of satisfaction at the efficiency of his subordinates. The reception area is located in the New Territories, not far from Hong Kong International Airport. After a half-hour drive, I gaze out at the world beyond. It was truly unexpected to encounter genuine blue and white porcelain with red underglaze this evening. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare, Lu Zhengnan remarked. The walls flanked either side, with one serving as a door, while the innermost wall was partially ajar, revealing the luminous moonlit hills beyond the window. However, if such actions were indeed taken, it would reflect poorly on the tactics employed by South Korea, rendering them rather juvenile. Yet, observing the nonchalant demeanor of the championship team members and the impassive expression of the referee, it became evident to all present that the referee would likely not penalize the victorious team. Ever since Diana joined the fray, the pressure on her had escalated dramatically. Had it not been for her speed advantage, which allowed her to evade the combined assault of Diana, the Hulk, and Wolverine, she would have long since faltered. At the very least, Su Xing and Teng Qiming had enjoyed many blissful years of marriage. Even now, as Teng Qiming lay in a coma, he remained steadfastly by her side. In the next moment, a sound reminiscent of crashing waves emanated from his trident, enveloping the entire weapon in a radiant blue glow as it struck, casting a wide area around Tong Taiyuan into shadow. The figure at the bow. Why not sell it to me? I could certainly make use of it. Ball took out a vial of shimmering lavender potion and approached Leviathan, stating, "This is the restoration potion I recently acquired. I possess regenerative abilities, hence I have no need for it." Chapter 85, The Fourth Transition, The Eye of Time and Space. Once again, the divine passive ability triggers, and my level skyrockets. "You forgot your mobile phone," Liao Sha called, mentioning that she would be meeting her father today and might not make it here. Yu Ruodong lowered her head slightly, speaking in a voice tinged with guilt. "Do not concern yourself with my identity. You shall discover it upon our meeting. Tomorrow night at 8:30 at the Green Restaurant. Do not fail to appear. For should you not, you will lose everything you currently possess." With that, the caller abruptly hung up. A jolt of realization struck Sun Changjiang. Wasn't he known as Grandfather's son? No, it could not possibly be Grandfather's son. Surely, it was a namesake sharing the same name. The night was deep and the snow thick. The streets were eerily quiet, and the carriage moved swiftly. A quarter of an hour later, it halted outside the Prince Chen's residence, where Jin Xiuqian helped Jin'er disembark. She looked up at the kind smile of the clan leader, nodded, and spoke. She understood that the leader's words indicated a conclusion that would not involve sending away the child, instilling hope in her heart. The individual at the forefront came to a halt, his tall figure obscured beneath a thick cloak. He removed his plush hat and raised his head. His countenance, strikingly beautiful, was shrouded in an inscrutable expression. Once vibrant lips now appeared somewhat pallid as he gazed through the swirling snow towards the distant snow-capped peak, still a considerable distance away. Finally, tranquility returned to the surroundings, and the barrier encasing the two gradually faded, the air thick with the scent of blood. Gong Qianjuan looked at the green blood pooling around him, feeling his stomach churn, nearly succumbing to nausea. Just as Sherman turned to reassess the fleet's situation, the multitude of computer screens surrounding him simultaneously lit up with twinkling points like stars. This place, once home to a cluster of buildings, now bore witness to Ning Chong, who was unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, occasionally manifesting waves of spiritual energy, even employing the spirit shield technique. His haul was significant, uninterrupted by any external disturbance, although each fishing endeavor took quite some time. Since that day when he defied his father's decision, he had not set foot in the Fenglin mansion again, nor had his father summoned him back. Initially, the lottery station owner had no intention of emerging, but upon the arrival of a young man who lingered at the scratch-off counter without making a purchase, suspicion arose. To deter any potential theft by Chen Feng, the owner finally stepped out from behind the counter. Naturally, aside from Jiang Xinyu, no one else would uncover the truth of the matter. The profundity of chess cannot be conveyed in a day or two. Those well-versed in its art tread cautiously, for a single misstep can lead to a cascade of errors. She, too, could not afford to falter at each step beneath her feet. Ning Fuchen observed that the skin had thinned considerably, in some areas. A faint red glow was visible beneath. It appeared that this too warranted inquiry. Have you lost your mind? With so many people present, none would permit you to act thus, especially the wielders of the sword talismans, who would be most unwilling to allow you to disrupt the proceedings. Do you understand this field? Zhao Zhongyang asked in astonishment, realizing that Brother Lin consistently created numerous situations that left them bewildered, struggling to comprehend. Once she harbored feelings for you, the seed would be sown, and all subsequent developments would follow naturally. One day, you would be able to plant that seed within her. Wu Enki clumsily set down his cup, using soul drive armor to control his body, his movements still unpracticed. Du Ruhui's words elicited glares of indignation from the previous assembly of ministers. Were they to be deemed utterly incapable? Shuirengui's response was straightforward. He stated that he had already sent someone to negotiate with Cao Cao, agreeing that once Cao Cao conquered Yuzhou and captured Yuan Shao, he would escort him to Gongsun Zan for his disposal. If Gongsun Zan insisted on personally executing Yuan Shao, he could facilitate the passage, even sending supplies along the way. It turned out that the Petersburg Empire had not undertaken any environmental modifications on the planet, resulting in a significantly low food production, rendering them entirely reliant on imports from other interstellar empires. The LB Empire was not keen on witnessing a substantial loss of fuel, which was not to their liking. Xinyang transitioned from an overview of the human body to the relationship between nerves and muscles, subsequently analyzing the condition of paralyzed patients. His discourse was lucid, allowing the reporters in the back row to grasp the gist of it. A vast expanse of golden hue and azure waves rippled continuously. Yet a boundary seemed to exist between the two, preventing either from encroaching upon the other's territory. The mammoth encountered yesterday repeatedly lifted its front feet to trample over the other rare beasts on the ground. Despite appearing cumbersome, the mammoth exhibited remarkable agility, occasionally spraying water from its trunk. After all, the new earth was merely a colossal plaything to him, devoid of any challenge, should he choose to intervene. It would be easily accomplished, presenting no real difficulty. At that moment, an unexpected strike annihilated a considerable number of warships brought by Ellison, with the cost merely a portion of ineffective vessels, bringing them immense joy. A powerful being of the divine elixir realm had not been birthed in Qiyang town for a century, yet, during this perilous moment, the Tian family father and son had managed to break through barriers and ascend smoothly, leaving all astounded. Feng Wuxing gazed at the beautiful woman as she slowly awakened, gently cradling her in his arms, reluctant to release her. In contrast, she found herself more drawn to Ming-Yi, a foreign city that inexplicably inspired a sense of closeness. With its simple folk and perennial spring, a vibrant green that invited intoxication within its embrace. He also commanded Chief Wang to dispatch an officer from the headquarters, leading a squad back to the Four Harmony Eternal to establish a temporary military station for receiving passing troops. He then rode alongside the various commanders towards the peak of the Mal Yin Road, truly embodying the spirit of swift horse hooves amidst the unity of distant hearts. Chapter 86. Instant Ascension to Sequence 7. The mysterious president takes action, joining the high-level group chat. So what? Yi Chen scoffed at Yuan Cohen, standing at the entrance of the grand hall, dismissively stating. Then, he suddenly grinned at several individuals, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a pack of crossing the river. At this juncture, she found herself with no alternative but to replace Yang Hao, fully aware that the Pantheon would vehemently oppose such a decision. All she could do was pray for a miracle to occur. Just then, the void beside her trembled unexpectedly, revealing two silver-white war chariots, with their plans firmly established. Both armies retreated 10 miles, setting up encampments on either side of the bridge, each dispatching scouts to observe for unforeseen developments, thus entering a temporary ceasefire. Secretly, they began to maneuver troops and strategize for the impending battle set for 3 days hence. A surge of terrifying power surged into Xiaofeng's body, causing a torrent of blood to erupt violently from his chest. Meanwhile, the Red Scorpion received the message transmitted by Xiaofeng and swiftly mobilized all forces of the Mad Wolf Mercenary Corps towards the area where Qin Kursin had last vanished. In this sparse forest, towering trees with trunks a meter wide and soaring dozens of meters high loomed, their expansive branches and leaves unrecognizable, while birds soared and snakes coiled, filling the air with their sounds. Perhaps Shin Bingyan herself was unaware that she had been unconsciously influenced by Xiaofeng. Shan Nong entered the iron shop and indeed discovered a vast array of iron implements, including medicinal hoes, sickles, axes, and kitchen knives, everything a farmer could possibly need. Zhao Wei now found himself filled with regret. Had he dealt with Yonghua when Yiwu first arrived in Yun City, this situation could have been averted. Just the sight of it from afar caused him pain. He suddenly recalled how gentle Yi Xianfeng had been when feeding him cake that day. If a full-blown conflict were to erupt with the Zhou family, the two of them would be of no assistance. With myself, the senior sister, and the recently allied Lan Min, it was evidently impossible to oppose the Zhou family. Yu Xiaodian was momentarily stunned by Yi Xuanfeng's blow, and those around him hurried to help him up. The fall itself was inconsequential, but it startled Han Lei, causing thousands of essence stones, along with countless bizarre objects, to tumble onto the square, some even cascading down the steps to the ground below. Xiao Zhu was momentarily speechless, understanding the plight of Bai Wuchang. He realized he had no right to blame others. The fault lay solely with himself. The heavy gates slowly creaked open, and Lin Feng stepped inside with a calm demeanor. Upon entering, a scene of lively commotion greeted his eyes. The long-winded Zhou Yaqian was abruptly interrupted, feigning anger as she shot a glare at the instigator. Yet accepted the teacup he offered, taking a sip and exhaling a sigh of relief. Xiao Meng's face contorted into a fierce expression, glaring at me like a guardian deity standing resolutely in front. Suddenly recalling something, the legend raised a hand to adjust the stance of the individual, donning a serious and solemn expression once more. As she raised her gaze, the mist before her dissipated considerably, revealing the vast expanse of the hall behind the empty front chamber. In her pupils, a fleeting image reflected a dark-skinned visage, with a face resembling a stone basin, marked by deep, scar-like wrinkles that crisscrossed her features. Aware of the situation, he recognized it was time for him to showcase his abilities. Thus he sought out a highly skilled divine physician. He was increasingly convinced that his sister Chang'e must have had prior interactions with Yilianshen, and not just any ordinary ones. This connection would allow him to perceive the resonance between heaven and earth more clearly. Causality seemed akin to a net, or a series of threads binding individuals, creating obstacles that drew them closer to the universe. A burst of laughter shattered the eerie silence, as Wenxin clutched her abdomen, laughing so hard she nearly toppled from her chair. Currently, Su Wei's appearance was far from flattering. The glass of water Bai Loli had splashed on her had left her hairstyle and makeup in a disheveled state, her hair clinging wetly to her face, which was adorned with a grotesque array of colors. Susan sighed once more, gathering her belongings as she exited the room, leaving Su Wei standing there, disheartened. Moreover, due to the nature of the energy involved, each use would necessitate nearly several decades before it could be utilized again. The sea god remained unresponsive, raising a hand to conjure a colossal palm that emerged from the ocean. It traversed through a series of rainbow lights towards the three central beams of light. The three beams trembled, striking the giant hand, causing ripples of energy to radiate outward. It seemed she was currently masquerading as a staff member here. One could only speculate the fate of the original staff member she was impersonating, hoping they had not met a grim end. Brother Feng. His name is Zheng Yunlong. He is the most formidable of my 5 tiger generals. Dai Bang immediately introduced Zheng Yunlong to Lin Feng. It was neither an illusion nor a doppelganger. Each of the 11 swords that appeared simultaneously was the true body, each wielding unparalleled strength. The 11 swords converged, forming a fearsome, thunderous beast. The mere aura of the unleashed lightning threatened to rend the surrounding void, an overwhelming pressure that could instill sheer terror. Yun Xie stepped slowly out of the palace, standing beside the cauldron, gazing down into its depths, uncertain why he had become so fixated on it during this period. De Fei was momentarily taken aback, recalling that Lin Feng had once made a request of him, something about returning the actions he had taken against Lin Feng back onto Yen Jun. But was Lin Feng's request truly that straightforward? With less than 2 seconds remaining in his freezing time, he realized that if the enemy's warriors closed in, he would surely succumb to further disorientation, a certain death. As a cold-blooded machine of slaughter, Jason emitted no sound, neither a cruel laugh nor idle chatter. Only a deathly silence that brought forth despair and dread. Thank you, Zhao Na replied, taking the item and settling onto another sofa. After sipping her juice, Zhao Na stretched her body in contentment. Simultaneously, various sword energies erupted forth, each possessing formidable power. If an ordinary person were to be struck by all of them, there would be no room for repentance, leaving merely ashes behind. But Gu Hao was no ordinary individual, although his current realm remained at the pinnacle of defiance against the heavens. Chapter 87. The atmosphere in this group chat is awry. The reward for the Rookie King. Starting at the legendary level, beneath the 9 individuals were 2 rows of stone benches. On one side sat 4 warriors, while the other accommodated 5, leaving the last 2 seats vacant. However, should they fail, Huang Xianling would at least sustain serious injuries. It would be a blessing if she did not perish. The sound of the knife being withdrawn from Zhou Ang's thigh was startling. Bu Huaner, tears in her eyes, stared wide-eyed at his every move, fearing he might directly draw the blade across her face. He then took a seat opposite Princess Yuzhen, lifting a cup of fine wine, pouring one for her and another for himself. Energy blasts were reflected far away, a terrifying mushroom cloud obliterating the distant ice mountains. Yet, he alone understood that Yang Shui had not yet fully overcome the emotional scars he had inflicted upon her. In that moment, a surging inferno spread along Gao Sheng's wound, swiftly reducing him to a mass of ashes. Yi Han beheld Gao Sheng's eyes, wide with despair in his final moments. Furthermore, Kujinyi could sense, through her faint spiritual awareness, the formidable aura emanating from the 2 dark crocodilian dragons. The snow spirits, previously wandering nearby, instinctively retreated from the church square, though some remained at a distance, observing intently. Simply obeying my commands is insufficient. Cooperation is essential. Inger, it would be most advantageous if you could bear me a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, for that would provide Yuner with a companion. Alleviating her need to constantly trail behind her brothers, Xiaoyi murmured. In this realm, the the heavenly realm and the underworld coexist upon a singular scroll, existing merely as metaphysical entities, reminiscent of a primordial mythological style. Gradually, within this underground arena, Lin Xiu has become a nightmarish specter for the warriors. I have already located and arranged for guards to commence extraction. However, the yield for this day may be minimal, and I fear time may be insufficient, Qin Huayu remarked. Vela articulated a valid point. Quake Industries possesses no business in Ivorith, yet the Carl family has established a clandestine channel for disposing of stolen goods and laundering money, hidden within a refused dumping space station at the Pegasus starport, known only to a select few. Furthermore, it appears that his own essence is a blend of resentment and the remnants of his soul, reborn before his demise. Subsequently, Lu Jun, under the guise of providing Li Lin with ample solitude, departed with the others. The destruction of the stone tablet and the restoration of this world to a magic-less existence, or perhaps a return to ordinary times, may indeed be a prudent choice. Yet, with calamity looming, unless they elevate their technology to unprecedented heights, a world devoid of magic could face dire consequences should it become ensnared in the maelstrom. Cha Jianxi elaborated with great detail, aware that most individuals in the conference room were not affiliated with the e-commerce industry, and he was reluctant to cultivate numerous adversaries. Hey, brotherly, why do you echo such sentiments? Are my friends truly so lacking? That's merely what my father referred to as play, Lu Jun proclaimed loudly. Witnessing this scene, Cui Hao, who had been mired in troubled contemplation, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, as if a flash of lightning illuminated his mind, shattering the barrier within him, and he smiled, revealing an expression of enlightenment. Su Zhao pondered, noting that the Void Stone was exclusively possessed by the illusory kingdom in the northern frontier, and most were of inferior quality, with divine-grade stones being exceedingly rare and royal-grade Void Stones even scarcer. Su Zhao's willingness to offer a royal-grade stone as compensation indicated a significant investment on his part. However, the foreign assassin was evidently aware that he had not struck a human target. It seemed he had merely hit a speaker, as a crackling sound of electricity emanated from that direction. Upon arriving here, Nangong Dai's relationship with Nangong Dai improved significantly, transforming into an inseparable bond of confidence. In an instant, her gaze towards Xiang Yang shifted. What had once been a calculated charm for convenience now bore an added layer of reverence. Following the explosion of the fireball, the temperature in its vicinity surged instantaneously, engulfing most of the Black Knights surrounding the thousand-faced hero in flames. For a mere 100,000 taels of silver as a reward, Lang Huchuan dared to attempt my life. If I were to survive, I would now employ a greater sum to enlist Qiu Sanliang to take his life. Cha Qishan seethed. A fleeting and knowing glance passed through the eyes of the two, leaving behind a profound and meaningful smile. A large group of 16 or 17-year-old youths, all tall and handsome, marched in an orderly fashion, shouldering bamboo poles as they sauntered past the end of a long line. Xiao Moyu surveyed the attendees of the gathering and noted that their ages ranged from 25 to 28, suggesting they had graduated quite some time ago. Yet, the earlier statement by Lucci indicated that Zhao Fian appeared to be only 20 this year. Indeed, possessing charm with the opposite sex is not inherently a negative trait. As for same-sex affinity, it merely depends on fate. It can be said that the Earth Dragon meticulously planned every detail concerning the outings of the Emperor and Empress, dispatching Li Sanquan and Zhang Depeo 2 days in advance to oversee the journey to Tonggu Binhai. This distinguishes Brother Long from Dao Su Jinren, who does not resort to deception nor employs such methods. Brother Long, however, is indifferent to such matters. Su Wuyo instinctively associated her involvement in this project with Shi Hangming. Yet since Lin Lan remained silent, she refrained from further inquiry, merely advising her to take care of herself. Xian observed the Earth Dragon and nodded without uttering a word. At that moment, she instinctively embraced Long tightly, a sensation she had not felt in a long time. The embrace between individuals of differing genders stirred her heart in a way that was utterly exhilarating. Indeed, Su Yingmei felt profoundly unsettled as she consumed her food. Images of Bai Ishua's suicide haunted her thoughts. She was well acquainted with the visage of the deceased, having witnessed it before. The image of her closest loved ones at the time of their passing lingered perpetually in her mind. Mu Yu engaged in brief conversation with Su Yuyang, feeling somewhat superfluous in this gathering, and thus excused himself. This is undoubtedly a realm of sword mastery I have never experienced before. The art of sword control and the sensation of wielding a sword are entirely distinct realms, and I can distinctly sense that this resembles the essence of sword mastery.